Madman of the Sword Chapter 5200 to Chapter 5282. The Scarlet Flame Dragon Overlord wasn't an ordinary saint. His strength was much stronger than the previous two saints. Therefore, this punch was shockingly powerful. The space in front of them shattered, and it spread for tens of millions of miles, turning into a black hole. Was he dead? The four young geniuses sneered. Going against the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty was courting death, but soon, they were stunned and didn't dare to think about it anymore. Because they noticed that the young man had appeared beside them. So many years have passed, but your strength hasn't improved at all. Lin Xian dodged the attack and sneered. How is that possible? The Scarlet Flame Dragon God's pupils constricted. Did he dodge? He didn't notice it at all. Could it be that Lin Xian had really become stronger? I don't believe that you are that person. I don't believe that anyone can survive an extreme weapon. One had to know that Lin Xian didn't have an extreme weapon when he attacked him. Under such circumstances, the Dragon Prince would definitely die. How could Lin Xian survive? Therefore, all of this was an illusion. He definitely wasn't that Lin Wuti. Kill, with a furious roar, he charged out. Scarlet Flame Divine Palm, he struck out with his palm, and it was like the palm of a god that carried monstrous power. This was the ultimate technique of the dragons. It was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian didn't retreat this time. He snorted coldly and punched out. Boom, the two collided, and it was like two worlds clashing. With the two of them as the center, a terrifying aura swept out in all directions. The space instantly shattered. The four geniuses were terrified. Not good. They retreated. In an instant, they were enveloped by the remaining power of the energy. The four of them didn't even have time to scream before their souls were destroyed. Damn it! The Scarlet Flame Dragon God's expression turned ugly when he sensed this. Dead? Are the four geniuses dead? One had to know that they were the four geniuses of his family. He had thought highly of them, so he brought them along to guide them. But now, they were actually killed by the remaining power of the energy. Their deaths were too humiliating, but soon, he was no longer in the mood to care about the four geniuses. Because his expression was filled with fear and shock. In front of him, Lin Xian's fist blocked his palm. Even his palm began to tremble. The flames on it were suppressing him. How could this be? He had fought with Lin Wuti before. The other party was strong, but he was no match for him. It was only because the other party launched a sneak attack on him and used a sacred weapon that he was able to injure him. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't be a match for him at all. But now, the other party had easily blocked this palm strike with just the strength of his body. The power of the divine body. The red flame dragon monarch gritted his teeth. He was truly terrified. The 9-yang divine body in this world was probably only Lin Xian. Even if he imparted it to others, it would be impossible for them to cultivate it to such a level. It would take at least a few hundred years. In just a few short years, it was absolutely impossible. Therefore, the person in front of him was undoubtedly Lin Xian. But how did the other party survive? 2 full-powered attacks from an apex weapon, yet the other party was still alive. This was too shocking. What kind of secrets did the other party possess? He didn't dare to think about it anymore. If such a person were to grow up, it would be a crisis for the dragons. No, he had to quickly inform the family. Even if he had to disregard everything, he had to use an apex weapon to kill the other party. He quickly retreated, wanting to send a message. However, Lin Xian took a step forward. Shadowless Heaven's net instantly closed in on the other party. What, do you want to repeat the scene from before? Do you think I will give you a chance to send a message to the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty? You have. No chance, Lin Xian punched out. The red flame dragon monarch was forced back and spat out blood. Damn it. He retreated explosively, turning into a bolt of lightning and charging into the distance. He would leave and then send a message to the family. He turned into a dragon's shadow, passed through the clouds, and disappeared. You want to leave? Lin Xian snorted coldly. A pair of demon god wings appeared on his back. He spread them and soared into the sky. His speed had also reached the limit. In an instant, he caught up to the red flame dragon monarch. How was that possible? The red flame dragon monarch was terrified. Why are you so fast? Lin Xian sneered. It seems that you are too confident. Today, I will let you see my true strength. He roared, and 9 suns appeared on his body. The 6 suns were incomparably real. He condensed them in his hands, and a flaming divine sword appeared. 9 suns split the sky. He waved his hands. At this moment, the entire planet shook violently, and countless cracks appeared below. The sky above the 9 heavens was split into 2 by the sword. No, sensing this scene, the red flame dragon monarch frantically blocked. What kind of sword was this? It was too terrifying. Block it. He burned his dragon blood and roared crazily. Red flame fire god. The flames on his body condensed and emitted a monstrous light, forming the illusion of a fire god to resist the sword. An earth-shattering sound rang out, destroying the world. Below, the wind and rain blew. Countless cultivators of the fiery planet knelt on the ground. This power was enough to destroy their planet. Fortunately, the 2 of them had arrived above the 9 heavens. Most of the power was transmitted to the outer space. The pitch-black universe also lit up at this moment. It was like an aurora that spread in all directions. Some people in the universe felt it and were instantly terrified. They looked into the distance. Heavens, what was that? 2 fire element experts were fighting. Was that the fire god? What was the other one? Was there a sun attacking a planet? They saw the 6 suns turn into a divine sword and slash at the fire god. Then, the entire universe seemed to be split into 2. Endless cracks spread toward the side. Some people who wanted to get close to watch the battle instantly fled. It was too terrifying. Roar, an angry roar sounded in the world as the fire god illusion was split into 2. The flames in half of the starry sky disappeared, and the figure of the red flame dragon monarch appeared. At this moment, the red flame dragon monarch was stunned in midair. His body trembled and his pupils constricted. The light in his eyes disappeared. Impossible. A crack slowly appeared between his eyebrows. Then, it spread across his entire body. His body was split into 2, and his soul was also disappearing. He was in despair. The other party had actually insta-killed him with 1 sword. What had the other party experienced in the past few years? Not only did he not die, but his strength had also increased greatly. The 10,000 Dragons dynasty was in danger. He could imagine what kind of attack the 10,000 Dragons dynasty would suffer next. He wanted to send a message, but he couldn't do it anymore. Boom. The broken corpse fell and burned. In the starry sky, it turned into a bright flame that illuminated the world. Then, it quickly disappeared. A few years later, the red flame dragon monarch was killed by Lin Xian with 1 sword. Lin Xian retracted the 6 sun illusions. His expression was cold. He turned around and flew towards the fiery world below. Below. The cultivators on the fiery planet looked up at the sky. When they saw Lin Xian return, they kept bowing to him. Lin Xian stood in the sky and said loudly. Was he dead? Were those terrifying dragons all dead? In their eyes, the scarlet flame dragon god was a godlike existence. When he first came, he defeated them with just a look. He was the strongest person in the world. They couldn't resist at all. In the end, they became prisoners. Now, such a person was actually killed. Who was this young man in front of him? No, he wasn't human. He was a god. He was a godlike existence. Greetings, exalted immortal. They kept worshipping him. Exalted immortal, you have helped us. From now on, exalted immortals will be respected. The world core flew out and floated above the 9 heavens. Lin Xian's lips curled up. Very good, he had obtained a world core. From now on, no one will be able to attack you. He waved his hand and sent out the 9 suns illusion into the ground. Then, endless fire spirit veins quickly gathered and rolled. A monstrous and terrifying power was forming. I have set up the 9 suns array here. It is an extremely powerful fire array. Combined with the fire energy of your world, even a great sage will die without a doubt. Great, thank you, exalted immortal. The cultivators on the fiery star were overjoyed. With such an array, they would be safe in the future. Fire Dragon Lady also flew over, her face full of shock. Were they really dead? They had all fallen, Lin Xian nodded. They couldn't withstand a single blow. Come back with me. Return to the buried Emperor Star, save your family, and take revenge on the 10,000 Dragons dynasty. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Then, the two of them turned into lightning and disappeared into the universe. The people in the outer space looked into the distance in shock. Was the battle over? It can't be, right? Shouldn't such a person fight for months, or even years? One had to know that it was very difficult to kill a top expert in one move. But now, the phenomenon in front of them had disappeared. They were bewildered as they flew forward. They came to the place where the battle had taken place and felt the remnant aura. They were terrified. It was too terrifying. There was divine blood here. Why do I feel like it's the aura of the dragons? Did an expert of the dragons fall? They sucked in a cold breath. This must be the fiery star. It was said that the blazing flame dragon lord had led dragons here before, mining the flame divine crystals. Could it be that the person who fought before was the scarlet flame dragon monarch? It was very likely. But where was he now? Could he be dead? That was impossible, right? Who could defeat such a terrifying existence? Have you noticed? The person fighting the blazing flame dragon monarch was surrounded by a terrifying illusion of the sun. That person was also an incredible expert. Was he from the Golden Crow clan that possessed the illusion of the sun? No, the Golden Crow clan only had one sun phantom. That person had the 9 yang divine body, someone exclaimed. This kind of yang divine physique was the strongest physique under the starry sky. These people naturally knew. No, I heard that Lin Wudi, the 9 yang divine body, was killed by the 1,000 Dragon Quartz extreme weapon in Solar God Palace a few years ago. It was impossible for a second 9 yang divine body to appear in this world. Then who was the person from before? They were extremely puzzled. At this moment, someone said, could it be that Lin Wudi didn't die and came to take revenge on the Scarlet Flame Saint? That was impossible. How could he survive the attack of an extreme weapon? Even the Dragon Prince was killed by an extreme weapon. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to survive. It was said that he didn't have anything that could save his life back then. But how could that be explained? Only Lin Wudi would take revenge on the Scarlet Flame Dragon Monarch. It was said that it was the Blazing Flame Dragon Monarch who leaked the information that caused Lin Wudi to be hunted down by an extreme weapon. This Lin Wudi was too mysterious. He could even kill the Dragon Prince. Was there anything he couldn't do? Perhaps he really didn't die. Thinking of this possibility, these people sucked in a breath of cold air. Let's not talk about it anymore. This isn't something we can imagine. Let's go. These people returned to their respective worlds. They weren't from the buried Emperor Star. They were only from the nearby worlds. After returning, they spread the news to the cultivators in their worlds. Those people were incomparably shocked. No way, Lin Wudi didn't die. This was too inconceivable. Why do I feel like I'm dreaming? If it was really Lin Wudi, then a huge storm was coming. There would probably be another shocking battle on the buried Emperor Star. Countless people looked up at the starry sky. How was that mysterious star now, buried Emperor Star? The two silhouettes arrived quietly without alerting anyone. They were hiding in the forest. They were Lin Xian and Fire Dragon Lady. I wonder how those people are doing. Lin Xian was very worried about Murong Qingqing and the others. Fire Dragon Lady said. I know some things, but I don't know much about it in recent years. What happened before? Lin Xian asked. Fire Dragon Lady said that the 4 Emperor-level characters who joined forces with you are all fine. They have extreme weapons in their hands and they have the resources of their clans to rely on. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty once attacked them, but they were helpless. However, hearing that Murong Qingqing and the others weren't in danger, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Soon, he asked again. However, the Black Sea no longer existed. The 10,000 Dragon picture had attacked the dragons of the Black Sea. Although they had resisted, the Black Sea had already been torn apart. Countless demonic beasts had fallen and turned into a sea of blood. It was like hell. It wasn't just the Black Sea dragons. The other clans were also being suppressed. For example, the Fire Dragon clan became prisoners. Some people from the Dugu clan and Nalan clan were killed and heavily injured. The martialists of the Divine Union no longer dared to leave the path. Some of them were even inexplicably injured on the path. It could be said that no one related to the Divine Union had a good life. Lin Xian's face darkened when he heard that. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty was courting death. He was really angry. This time, not only did he want to take revenge on the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, but he also wanted to let the world know that there was no good ending for those who allied with the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Lin Xian said, "I'll save your fire dragons first." Fire Dragon Girl's face lit up. "Really? Thank you, young Master Lin." Lin Xian shook his head. "This matter started because of me. I will give you a satisfactory explanation." The two of them quickly headed towards the fire dragons. At this moment, the fire dragons were no longer as glorious as before. The entire fire dragon tribe had become prisoners. And the ones who controlled them were the wind dragons. The wind dragon race had always sided with the 10,000 dragon court. Now that they were in control of the fire dragon race, they were naturally overjoyed. The fire dragon clan's territory, including all kinds of resources, were all under their control. Not only that, they could also control the life and death of the fire dragons. Even now, they had begun to use the blood of fire dragons to purify their bloodline. At this moment, the fire dragon race was filled with blood qi. Many of them were chained up and their bodies were riddled with wounds. Every day, they had to contribute their own dragon blood. There were countless cauldrons in the mansion. The fire dragon race was in a pitiful state. The fire dragons roared crazily. "Damn it, if you have the ability, then give us a quick death. You will suffer retribution for torturing us like this." Retribution? The wind dragons laughed out loud when they heard that. "Stupid things. Now that Lin Wudi is dead, who dares to attack us? The world will belong to the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty in the future. All of you can go and die." An arrogant voice rang out. "You dare?" At this moment, a cold shout rang out. Then, a person appeared in the residence like a stream of light. "Who is it?" The wind dragon race frowned. At the next moment, they were stunned. "It's you. Why are you here?" The members of the Fire Dragon clan were also stunned. It was the princess of the Fire Dragon race, Fire Dragon Princess. Wasn't she sent to the Flame Star to dig for Flame God crystals? Why is she back? Are you alone? The Wind Dragon race laughed coldly. "Good, your bloodline is stronger. I think it can improve my bloodline further." A young man from the Wind Dragon clan walked over and reached out his hand to grab Fire Dragon Lady. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. With a scream, the genius of the Wind Dragons was sent flying. His palm was shattered and his face was filled with fear. "You dare to hurt me?" He roared crazily. "Men, suppress him. I want him to live a life worse than death." The surrounding Wind Dragon race members all walked over. The Fire Dragon race members were in despair. "Princess, run!" they shouted. Fire Dragon Princess didn't escape at all. She stood there and a figure appeared behind her. It was a black-robed man. It was Lin Xian. After Lin Xian came out, he looked around. "Wind Dragon race, kneel down and accept your death." "Who are you?" The Wind Dragon race members roared in anger. "Fire Dragon Princess, since you still dare to resist, then don't blame us for being impolite. Attack." With a command, the Wind Dragon clan's people quickly rushed over. Lin Xian snorted coldly. A cold aura appeared in his eyes. Monstrous flames swept out in all directions. In an instant, the entire world became a world of the sun. The people from the Wind Dragon race froze. They felt the scorching flames and became terrified. It was as if the other party could tear them to pieces with just a glance. "Who are you?" They were terrified. Just the aura of the other party was enough to make them so afraid. He was probably an extremely terrifying senior figure. Lin Xian took off his cloak and looked forward. What, you don't even recognize me, what? It's you. Lin Wudy, how can you still be alive? The people of the Wind Dragons were terrified. Run. They wanted to leave, but Lin Xian snorted coldly. 9 suns split the heavens. Boundless suns danced in the air, enveloping all of the Wind Dragons. Flames swept across the sky, burning heaven and earth. The experts of the Wind Dragons were all annihilated. The next moment, the Sun Phantom disappeared. The people of the Fire Dragon race were all stunned. Did he die? Did the Wind Dragon clan all perish? Heavens, what kind of method was this? They looked at the young man in front of them, and their bodies began to sway. Young Master Lin, you are still alive, that was great. They cried tears of joy. With Lin Xian alive, there was hope. They could turn the tables. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms. The longevity battle armor flew out and continued to expand. It enveloped the entire residence. The injured Fire Dragon race cultivators were enveloped by the powerful life force of the longevity battle armor. The cracks on their bodies quickly healed. What a terrifying life force. These people were even more shocked. Lin Xian was like a god. He could control life and death with a raise of his hand. Greetings, young Master Lin. 5 minutes later, the people of the Fire Dragon race gathered together. They bowed respectfully to Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded and then looked at Fire Dragon Lady. Take your clansmen to hide and recuperate. Young Master, what about you? Fire Dragon Lady asked. She said that they could attack together. Lin Xian shook his head. No, all of you should gather your strength first and wait for the time when I need you. When I need you, I will summon you. Yes, we understand. Fire Dragon Lady waved her hand and led the people of the Fire Dragon race away. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. Next was the Nalan family. His allies, the Dugu family, were all suppressed. They were suppressed by the Thunder Dragons and Sword Dragons. They were living a miserable life. Lin Xian attacked and killed the people of the Thunder and Wind Dragons. He saved the Nalan and Dugu families. Young Master Lin, you are still alive. Greetings, young Master Lin. Patriarch Nalan, Patriarch Dugu, and the others were so emotional that they cried. They finally saw hope. Lin Xian said, rest well and leave the rest to me. This was just the beginning. Lin Xian wouldn't stop here. The annihilation of these Dragon Clan martial artists set off a small storm. However, the majority of people on the buried Emperor Star hadn't received the news. In their opinion, Lin Xian had already fallen. Let's return to the Divine Union first. Lin Xian returned to the ancient city and walked towards the path. He was strolling leisurely, but his figure was incomparably ethereal. Every step he took was like lightning. People with ordinary strength couldn't even see him. Elder Yi had returned from the Sacred Origin Tower. He was an elder of the Yi family. He had gone to the Abyss Tower to inquire about some things. When he returned, he narrowed his eyes. The current situation was surging like a storm. Lin Xian and the Dragon Prince had fallen. The battle between the princes would probably be even more intense. He had to make preparations for Yi Wudao. Suddenly, he froze and his pupils shrank. It seemed like someone had just passed by. However, he didn't catch a glimpse of that person. An expert, he hurriedly used his soul spirit to investigate. Under his powerful soul spirit, he discovered a figure. He was wearing black clothes and was strolling leisurely. His speed was extremely fast. What a strange movement technique. When did such a person come to the ancient city? Moreover, it was a young figure. He was shocked. Could it be that another prince had come? He probed even more carefully. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. Could it be? He caught a glimpse of the black-robed figure in front of him. He saw the side of his face. This made him feel as if he had been struck by lightning. When he took a closer look, that person had already disappeared. Impossible. Was it him? Why would he appear here? Didn't he die in the Sun Palace? He realized that the man's side profile was very similar to Lin Wudi's. Had he really returned? Could it be that he hadn't died? No, this was big news. Although the Yi family elder wasn't sure, He had to hurry back and inform Yi Wudao. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. Lin Xian arrived near the path. Before he entered, he heard people talking about how miserable the current divine union was. That was true. The divine union's boss, Lin Wudi, had fallen. Ruffian Long and Toad had also escaped. The current divine union was in a precarious situation. Coupled with the crazy suppression of the Dragon Palace, it was very miserable. Lin Xian frowned when he heard that. Then, his body flashed and he entered the path. He flew toward the divine union. At that moment, the divine union's mountain gate had been destroyed and many cracks had appeared on the surrounding walls. The array formation was also dim. Lin Xian was about to enter when he heard some people arguing inside the divine union. Some people sighed. Looks like we won't be able to hold on for much longer. Bai Susu said in a low voice. What's wrong? Have you lost your confidence? We can definitely pass on. Senior Sister Bai, don't blame me for saying this, but what's the situation in the divine union now? I think everyone is well aware of it. The Dragon Palace won't let us off, so the divine union is finished. The one who spoke was a woman. She wore blue clothes, and her appearance was also delicate and beautiful. However, there was a cold glint in her eyes. She was called Bingyu. Another person in the star battle armor stepped forward. That's right. In my opinion, Boss Lin shouldn't have killed the Dragon Prince. This person was called 7 Star. What do you mean by that? Yuren stepped forward and shouted coldly. Nalan Liang and the others glared at him. 7 Star said. Think about it. All of this happened after the death of the Dragon Emperor. If we had just defeated the Dragon Prince and spared his life, the Divine Union wouldn't have ended up like this. You. How dare you question Boss Lin? Yuren and the others were trembling with anger. 7 Star said in a low voice. Not only did Boss Lin offend the 10,000 Dragon Court, but he also offended the Golden Crow tribe, the Purple Mansion tribe, the Blue tribe, and the Dragon Sea tribe. These were all ancient families and peerless sections. Every one of them could sweep away an entire region. Now that he's dead, we're the ones who have to suffer. Shut up. Bai Susu stepped forward and snorted. 7 Star, Bingyu, what do the two of you mean? Our intentions are clear. The current divine union is no longer the divine union of the past. We have no way of contending with the Dragon Palace. There are only 2 paths left. 1. Disband the divine union. 2. Lower our heads and beg for mercy from the Dragon Palace. That's impossible. Yuren shouted angrily. What was the Dragon Palace? We will never lower our heads and beg for mercy. Then we can only disband. 7 Star sneered. Bai Susu said that it was impossible to disband. She had promised Lin Xian that the divine union had to be maintained. Bingyu sneered. Senior Sister Bai, your father is an elder of the Dao sect. Your life is not in danger. But we are different. We don't dare to go against Dragon Palace anymore. Otherwise, we will all die. The other members of the divine union also started to discuss this. Bai Susu's complexion turned awful. He knew that the morale of the people had plummeted ever since news of Lin Xian's death had spread. Coupled with Bingyu and 7 Star's instigation, the Divine Union would find it hard to maintain itself. The Divine Union would not disperse, nor would it lower its head to anyone else. At this moment, a voice rang out. Everyone was stunned. 7 Star also said. The third path was for everyone to die without a doubt. Did he want everyone in the Divine Union to die along with him? Bai Susu was stunned. This voice sounded familiar. Who could it be? He looked in all directions. In the next moment, she discovered that the outside of the array was flickering. Someone was there. She rushed out and saw a figure standing outside. It was a man in a black robe. Who are you? She was extremely nervous. Lin Xian took off his cloak and said, It's me. Bai Susu froze as if he had been struck by lightning. Her eyes turned red in disbelief. It was like a dream. Behind her, the members of the Divine Union were stunned. What was going on? Why was Senior Sister Bai standing there in a daze? Damn it, could it be that the people of Dragon Palace had come to fight? Damn it, let's fight it out with them. Nalan Liang and Yuren also rushed over. When they arrived at the entrance, they were also stunned and their bodies started to tremble. The members of the three gods frowned when they saw this. Could the enemies from Dragon Palace be so strong that Senior Sister Bai and the other two were unable to resist? Bingyu said coldly, "Did you see that? We are no match for Dragon Palace right now. Therefore, when the experts from Dragon Palace arrive, we will immediately admit defeat. If you want to die, then continue attacking. In any case, I won't do that." The others were in an uproar when they heard this. It looked like that was the only way. On the other side, Seven Star smiled. "Don't worry, we are all geniuses. Even if the Divine Union is gone, we can still form other factions and continue to survive. We can even carry forward and ascend to the next level." Then, he clenched his fists. He could already imagine leaving the Divine Union and forming his own faction. The people behind were discussing. Seven Star and Bingyu had already made up their minds. However, the eyes of Baisusu and the other two were red. They weren't dreaming, right? Is it really you? The three of them were stunned. Lin Xian smiled. "Of course, it's me. Why? Are you blocking the entrance and not letting me in? How dare you? Boss, hurry up and invite me in." Yuren and the others smiled and made way. Lin Xian walked in with the other three following closely behind. The people from Dragon Palace had arrived, the people inside were nervous. Bingyu hurriedly walked forward. Seven Star continued to rope in people. In a while, he would bring away a group of experts to form his own faction. "Don't worry, friends from Dragon Palace. We won't be enemies with you. We will lower our heads and admit defeat." Bingyu walked up with big strides. However, the smile on her face froze, and she stood there in a daze. A moment later, she was so frightened that she almost knelt on the ground. "Are you a human or a ghost?" she screamed. The surrounding people also stepped forward and exclaimed in surprise. No way, were they dreaming? Had the other party returned? Seven Star's back was facing everyone as he conversed with some experts. He promised extremely good conditions. As long as these people formed their own faction with him, he would not treat them unfairly. These geniuses frowned deeply. They owed the Divine Union a favor, but this Seven Star actually wanted to take away the Divine Union's resources and rope them in to form another faction. How despicable. Someone was about to retort when they suddenly heard a cry in front of them and looked up. They were also startled. Then, joy appeared on their faces as they all rushed over. "Damn it. I haven't finished speaking yet. Don't you want to cooperate with me?" Seven Star was furious. He snorted and turned to capture these people. However, he was also startled when he saw the black-robed figure in front of him. He subconsciously took 3 steps back. "Your ghost has returned." He saw a familiar figure. Lin Xian. Lin Wudi, the boss of the Divine Union. But how was that possible? Wasn't he already dead? How could he appear here? Could it be that the other party's soul had returned? Cold sweat broke out on his back at that thought. The other people were also bewildered. Was it really Boss Lin? Lin Xian looked around and said coldly. "Why? Don't you recognize me?" As he spoke, the 9-yang divine physique released a terrifying divine fire. These people were shocked when they sensed the power of this body. The 9-yang divine physique was the most masculine and yang physique. That was Lin Xian's physique. Bingyu turned pale from fright and started crying. On the other side, Seven Star also knelt on the ground in fright. How is this possible? Lin Fan didn't die, he was extremely afraid now. The two of them had originally planned to seize the Divine Union's resources and establish their own factions. They even wanted to rely on the Dragon Palace. The reason why they dared to do so was because Lin Xian was dead. But now, Lin Fan had returned. Impossible, weren't you killed by an extreme-grade weapon? How could you return alive? No one could withstand an extreme-grade weapon. Seven Stars roared crazily. Nalan Liang was instantly unhappy. Seven Star, what is the meaning of this? Are you cursing Boss Lin? Don't tell me you don't want Boss Lin to return. How would I dare? I'm too shocked. Seven Star quickly shook his head. Who would dare to contend with Lin Xian? He didn't dare. Lin Fan could kill him with one slap. Bing Yu also said in fright. Boss Lin, do the others know that you returned alive? Lin Xian looked at the two and smiled. Don't worry, the entire buried Emperor Star will soon know. I will let my enemies know how to offend me. As long as they are my enemies, I will let them know regret and despair. Bing Yu and 7 Stars' pupils constricted again. Go against Lin Xian? The Dragon Prince was dead. Could the two of them still be alive? Boss Lin, how did you dodge an extreme-grade weapons attack? Someone exclaimed. Yes, they were really too excited. Bai Susu and the others were curious as well. Lin Xian chuckled. So what if it's an extreme-grade weapon? It's not very possible to kill me. It was an accident that I was attacked by an extreme-grade weapon this time. It was the Blazing Dragon Monarch of the 10,000 Dragon Court who informed me. We also found out. Bai Susu clenched her teeth. The Blazing Dragon Monarch was directly teleported back and was put in an important position by the 10,000 Dragon Court. It said that he went to the outer realm to gather resources. Damn it. He's too strong. We're not his match. Yuran and the others were also unwilling and clenched their fists. However, they raised their heads and said, now that Boss Lin is back, we can take revenge. However, Lin Xian smiled. There was no need. The Scarlet Flame Dragon Monarch was already dead. Dead, everyone was shocked. Who did it? It was too satisfying, Bai Susu was shocked. Could it be that you were the one who did it? Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, it was the Scarlet Flame Dragon Lord. The dragons that were with him were all killed by me. None of them left alive. Everyone gasped. The Scarlet Flame Dragon Overlord was a formidable expert among the saints. He was at the late stage of the Great Sage Realm and had terrifying strength. Beside him were a group of elders and experts from the Dragon Clan. These people were all killed by Lin Xian. Could it be that Lin Xian had used an extreme-grade weapon? In their opinion, only the heaven-devouring jar would be able to defeat those people. These people were shocked. Nalan Liang instantly ran over and said, Boss Lin, please save my family. Their Nalan family was on the Divine Union's side and had been suppressed badly. It was said that many of their elders had fallen. Lin Xian patted him on the shoulder. Good brother, I've let your family suffer. Don't worry, I've already saved your Nalan family. Is the family all right? She was overjoyed. A huge rock was lifted from her heart. Thank you, Boss Lin. Lin Xian said, you're welcome. This matter started because of me, so I naturally have to help. Not only the Nalan family, but the Dugu family and the Fire Dragon family were also saved by him. That was great. Bai Susu and the others were overjoyed. They could finally turn the tables this time. 10,000 Dragons Court, Dragon Palace, just wait. Oh right, how's the Divine Union recently? Lin Xian asked. The moment he said that, Bai Susu looked at Bing Yu and 7 Star with cold eyes. The others also made way. In an instant, an empty space was formed in front of them, leaving only the two of them. Boss Lin, I was wrong. Please spare my life. Bing Yu immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. She knew that she couldn't hide what she had done from Bai Susu. Lin Xian would find out sooner or later. 7 Star looked up abruptly and gritted his teeth. Boss Lin, although I was wrong, no one knew that you were still alive. However, no one knew that you were still alive. Everything I did was for the Divine Union, Bai Susu snorted. For the Divine Union? You still have the cheek to say that? Do you think I don't know what you did? You secretly stole the Divine Union's resources and formed your own force. Then, you will establish your own force. You really have a good plan. Lin Xian, I've long disliked these two people. However, the Divine Union was in a precarious situation and was attacked from both sides, so I couldn't do anything. Lin Xian looked at the two of them and said coldly. Were these two the only ones who took action? Did they have companions? Yes. Yuran also clenched his teeth and pointed out a few people. There were more than a dozen companions of these people. They all knelt on the ground. They begged for mercy. Lin Xian said, when I established the Divine Union, I set the sect rules. I'm sure you all know. The fate of traitors. Those people were terrified. A traitor would naturally die. Lin Xian stood with his hands clasped behind his back and turned around, his back facing the crowd. He said coldly. Since we're from the same sect, I'll give you some face. Do it yourself. The front quieted down for a moment. Everyone looked at this scene with deep emotions and iciness. These traitors deserved this fate. However, those people were still begging for mercy. Bingyu looked up and said, Boss Lin, I was wrong. I'll do it myself. With that, her soul split open and her body and soul were destroyed. Apart from that, the people following Bingyu also took action and committed suicide. 7-Star stood up and roared crazily. Why should I do it myself? Who do you think you are? How dare you dictate my fate? Let's go. He waved his hand and the people beside him also stood up. Emboldened, they followed him. This 7-Star was also considered a top genius. His strength was very powerful. His cultivation had already reached the mid-stage of the great sage. With such an expert in addition to them, even if they couldn't defeat Lin Xian, it shouldn't be a problem for them to leave safely. These people soared into the sky. 7-Star's eyes flickered with a cold light. Lin Wudi, just you wait. Although he was defeated this time, he would seek refuge with the Dragon Palace and kill his way over with the Dragon Palace people. He wanted revenge. Boss Lin. You can't let him escape. The people of the Divine Union were very anxious. Lin Xian turned around and looked at the void. He shook his head and sighed. Stupid. If you were the same as Bingyu, I wouldn't pursue the matter. But now, you're acting so recklessly. Don't blame me. He reached out a large hand and grabbed at the sky. In an instant, it covered heaven and earth. Damn it. 7-Star roared and his brothers attacked together. He snorted and unsheathed the saber on his back. It was the 7-Star saber. The saber slashed down with a terrifying starlight that tore heaven and earth apart. The surrounding 10 figures also attacked at the same time. They resisted the flaming palm. Boom, the 9 Suns' divine palm shattered everything and the 7-Star saber instantly melted. The other superpowers also turned to ashes. Damn it. How could this be? 7-Star and the others roared. They couldn't even block a single palm, I don't believe it. They still wanted to resist. The 9 Sun divine palm closed and their bones shattered. They screamed. A moment later, they were suppressed by the palm. However, they didn't die. Damn it. Let us go, there are rules in the Tao. You can't attack us. These people roared. Bai Susu and the others frowned. There were indeed rules in the Tao. However, Lin Xian said coldly, I have rules too. The rules of the Divine Union. No one can break them. If you had acted obediently like Bingyu, I would have given you a quick death. However, you've been reincarnated for 10,000 years now. He activated his Heaven Secret special ability and these people entered the reincarnation realm. They would suffer 10,000 years of pain and die in despair. In the end, these dozen or so people fell. The surrounding people looked at this scene with terrified expressions. Soon, someone stood up and said, they deserved it. They betrayed the Divine Union and deserved this. Yes, that's right. Don't worry, Big Boss Lin. We won't tell anyone about this. The others quickly swore. Lin Xian said, don't worry. These people are just the beginning. Next, I'll let more people suffer my wrath. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Bai Susu's heart was pounding. Are you thinking about it? That's right. The Dragon Palace would definitely die if they dared to attack the Divine Union. I won't let them off this time. Let's go. He turned and walked outside. Bai Susu was stunned. No way. You want to attack here? This is the Tao. There are rules in the Tao. The others were also stunned. Lin Xian said indifferently without turning back. Don't worry, the Tao won't attack me. I've been the Tao's hope since the moment the Dragon Prince died. After saying that, he sped up. Bai Susu's eyes lit up. The others clenched their fists. Let's go and follow Big Boss Lin. Lin Xian was right. Previously, there were 2 young supremes in the Tao, both of whom had the potential to become great emperors. Therefore, the old ancestors of the Tao supported different people. However, the situation was different now. The Dragon Prince was dead, and only Lin Xian was left. If Lin Xian died, the Tao sect would suffer a great loss. After all, they had already offended the 10,000 Dragons dynasty because of Lin Xian. The 10,000 Dragon dynasty wouldn't let Dao Zhong off. Therefore, the Tao sect had no choice but to fully support Lin Xian. In that case, Lin Xian would not show mercy to Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace. After the death of the Dragon Prince, the reputation of the Dragon Palace was much weaker than before, but it soon stabilized. Even without the Dragon Prince, the Dragon Palace had gathered countless powerful dragons. And a group of geniuses in the Tao. When these people gathered together, they were still the most powerful force in the Tao. Especially after the news of Lin Wudi's death spread, the divine union had completely declined. The Dragon Palace was now constantly suppressing the divine union. Once they destroyed the divine union and seized their resources and geniuses, the Dragon Palace would be able to reach the top again. The person in charge of the Dragon Palace now was the Tyrant Dragon tribe. This person was called Ling Tian. At this moment, a group of people was gathered in a hall in the Dragon Palace. Ling Tian sat on the most important throne, and the people around him were all flattering him. I think the divine union won't last for more than 2 days. With brother Ling Tian around, how could the divine union be a match for them? Just wait, they will definitely die in 3 days. Then, the Dragon Palace will become stronger again. Brother Ling Tian will become the #1 genius in the Tao. That Lin Wudi was nothing. Didn't he die in the hands of the dragons? Laughter could be heard. Ling Tian said, "You can't say that. I am only the 2nd genius in the Tao. The 1st genius is the Dragon Prince. Although he died first, he is still the 1st genius." That's right, the 1st genius is the Dragon Prince. The people around him nodded in agreement. Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he saw this. He said, "After this gathering, everyone will rest for a day before attacking the divine union." What about the Tao? The geniuses around him were worried. Ling Tian smiled. "Don't worry. With Lin Wudi dead, the divine union has no backing. We still have the 1,000 Dragon Court behind us. How should we choose among the Tao? I think the old ancestors should understand." Yes, that's right. The geniuses around him laughed. Outside the Dragon Palace, the guards were also calm. They were not seriously defending. After all, no one dared to attack them at this moment. A group of people walked out in front of them. This group of people was majestic and filled with killing intent. Who was it? The guards frowned. They looked carefully and sneered when they realized it was Baisusu and the others. The divine union, why? Couldn't they wait to die, men? Kill them all in one battle. The guards unsheathed their swords and were ready to send a message. However, a few swordlights slashed down from the void and killed them. Lin Xian followed the divine union like a demon. When he attacked, these guards had no way of resisting. Go. After killing the guards, Baisusu and the others tore apart the formation and charged right into the area. The divine union had also gathered a group of top experts and was considered a top force. When these young geniuses attacked, the power was terrifying. After entering, Baisusu and the others attacked frantically. Now that they understood the situation, they would destroy the Dragon Palace completely and make it cease to exist. Everyone in the Dragon Palace was stunned. Who dared to attack them? Damn it. It's the divine union. Fight back, inform Big Brother Ling Tian. Those people were shouting crazily. A figure retreated quickly and entered the main hall. Young Master Ling Tian, this is bad. The door of the main hall was knocked open in an instant. The top geniuses gathered inside stopped and looked over. Ling Tian's face darkened. Didn't they say that no one was to disturb me no matter what happened? The guards of the Dragon Palace were terrified. Young Master Ling Tian was in trouble. Someone had charged in. What? Who was it? The people at the side frowned as well. The guard said that it was the divine union. Damn it. Ling Tian slammed the table and stood up. How dare the divine union come here? Who was the leader? Was it Baisusu? He dared to behave atrociously here just because his father was an elder. Today, he would be killed as well. The entire main hall was filled with killing intent. At that moment, a voice was heard. I'm the leader. I'm standing right here. Try and kill me. Who was it? Upon hearing this voice, the geniuses in the main hall were stunned. They all turned around. Ling Tian turned around abruptly and rolled out. His roar was earth-shattering. In the next moment, they saw the void crack open and a figure walk out. Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously here? A genius from the Dragon Palace pointed forward and shouted. As soon as she finished shouting, she was stunned. What did they just see? A person who was supposed to be dead had appeared in front of them. How was that possible? Weren't you already dead? A genius from the Dragon Palace roared crazily. With a swoosh, he was split open by the sword. Lin Xian waved his arm and said coldly, You're the one who died, damn it, how dare you attack me? Ling Tian shouted angrily. Who do you think you are? Lin Xian looked at him with disdain. How dare you? This is the leader of the Dragon Palace, young Master Ling Tian. Another two people stood out and shouted coldly. However, Lin Xian slapped them, and their bodies spun in the air and turned into blood mist. Ants, who gave you the right to talk? The others were terrified. He was too powerful. Those who could gather in this hall were the top geniuses of the Dragon Palace. They were the top geniuses in the entire Dao. Every single one of them would be able to sweep through everything when they went out. Even ordinary older generation figures were no match for them. However, two of them were killed by a slap from the other party. Of course, they also knew that Lin Xian was someone who could compete with the Crown Prince. His strength was far beyond their imagination. Ling Tian gritted his teeth. Lin Wudi, you're not dead. He was really shocked. Even an extreme weapon couldn't kill him, impossible. He shook his head frantically. It must be because he wasn't at the Sun Palace back then. Otherwise, how could he not die? Lin Xian looked at him and said coldly, You're in charge of the Dragon Palace now. That's right. Ling Tian sneered, Get lost now. We can live in peace. Trash. The Dragon Prince is dead, and the Dragon Palace has declined. How dare you talk to me like this? Lin Xian slapped him. How dare you? Ling Tian roared. He was the leader, so he naturally had his strength. This proved that his talent and strength were top-notch. Therefore, facing Lin Xian's slap, he fought back crazily. As a Tyrannosaurus, his physique and strength were very strong. In an instant, he slapped out and let out waves of dragon roars. There was even a powerful thunder on it that could pierce through everything. However, as soon as Lin Xian's palms collided, everything turned to ashes. What a terrifying Tyrannosaurus Rex! In the blink of an eye, it was torn into pieces. Ling Tian was also sent flying while vomiting blood, with half of his arm broken. Roar, you dare to hurt me? Ling Tian was sent flying. However, at that moment, a foot stomped him into the ground. The earth was torn apart. The palace collapsed as well. You're really weak. You can't even withstand a single blow. You're not even comparable to that Long Ao from before. Damn it, let go of me, I'm a Tyrannosaurus Rex. If you dare to touch me, my family will not let you off. Boom, Lin Xian exerted force with his foot and crushed the opponent into pieces. Then, he pointed out with his finger and sword chi pierced through the other party's soul, nailing him to the ground. Lin Xian withdrew his palm and said coldly, Even the Dragon Prince is not my match. How dare you threaten me? Dead. The surrounding geniuses of Dragon Palace were terrified. Heavens, that was the leader of their Dragon Palace, the most elite genius. However, in the hands of the other party, he was so weak. The rest of the geniuses kept retreating. However, the people of dragons roared and attacked together to kill him. These people attacked crazily, but Lin Xian chopped them all into pieces with a single sword. The sword chi that filled the sky made these people unable to resist at all. After killing more than 30 geniuses of dragons with a single sword, Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. There were more than 20 young people left. They were also elite geniuses, but they were not from Dragon Palace. They knelt on the ground in fear. Spare us, young Master Lin, please spare us. From the moment you cooperated with Dragon Palace, your fate was already sealed. When you make a choice in your next life, don't choose the wrong path. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing cold light. The 9 suns' divine fire flew out of the peanut, and the illusion of the sun shrouded everything. These people screamed miserably as their souls were destroyed. The battle outside was still raging. However, Lin Xian walked out of the main hall. He said loudly. Ling Tian was already dead. With a wave of his sleeve, those heads flew out. When the elites of Dragon Palace who were still fighting saw this scene, their faces turned ugly. How could it be? Young Master Ling Tian and the other elite geniuses were all dead. Damn it, how dare you attack, a burly man roared crazily. This is the Dao sect. How dare you attack the geniuses of Path sect? As he said that, he crushed the token in his hand. You're dead. Lin Xian sneered. Then what are you doing? Aren't you violating the sect rules by attacking the Divine Union? Who dares to attack? At this moment, a cold shout was heard from the sky. Then, an old man descended from the sky. The remaining people of Dragon Palace rushed over and bowed. Elder, save us. They dared to kill our people. Even young Master Ling Tian is dead. These people started crying. It was an elder of Dragon Palace who came. His name was Jing Yun and he supported Dragon Palace. When he heard that, his pupils shrank. Ling Tian was dead? What was going on? Who did it? Soon, he stared at Bai Susu and the others below. Divine Union, how dare you break the rules? Kneel down obediently. Who do you think you are? Bai Susu was stunned. Why didn't you stand up when Dragon Palace attacked us previously? They broke the sect rules first. We were just retaliating. How dare you? Elder Jingyun shouted angrily. Bai Susu said, don't go overboard. Even though your father is an elder, so what? Even an elder would have to die for breaking the sect rules. Kneel down obediently. Otherwise, don't blame me for suppressing you. How arrogant. You can't differentiate between right and wrong. You don't deserve to be an elder. As Zhang Xian said those words, a golden palm descended from the sky. Elder Jingyun was furious. Who dared to attack? He threw out a punch. Soon, he screamed and retreated. His palm was shattered. Who was it? He shouted angrily. However, the golden palm was too terrifying. It slapped him to the ground in an instant. He didn't even know who the enemy was before he was defeated. Damn Bai Susu. How dare you attack an elder? You're dead meat, men. He called for help again. In the distance, another 3 elders joined forces and came over. How dare you? Divine Union, capture them quickly. Do you want to die? 3 angry roars were heard. Lin Xian snorted and attacked again. The huge palm came down on the 3 elders. The 3rd elder shouted angrily, you're courting death. After releasing Elder Jingyun, one of them formed a hand seal and turned into a black dragon that descended from the sky. It swept across the sky. On the other side, the lady formed a hand seal and rain fell from the sky. It turned into a peerless killing aura that pierced through the 9 heavens. The last person rushed over directly to save Elder Jingyun. The attack of the 3 experts was extremely powerful. The people of Dragon Palace below were delighted. Watch and see how you die. The people of Divine Union sneered. They weren't the ones attacking this time. It was Boss Lin. Boss Lin could even dodge an extreme weapon, let alone the attacks of these elders. Facing the overwhelming attacks, Lin Xian was still fearless. The flames on his body blossomed with a terrifying radiance as his fists swept in all directions. Each of his punches carried an extremely strong force. The laws of the divine abilities that were near him were all shattered. None of them were able to reach him. Not only that, but this force also attacked the 3 great sage lords. Boom boom boom, the 3 great sage lords felt as though they were struck by lightning. Their chi and blood surged as they vomited large mouthfuls of blood. How is this possible? This force was too terrifying. Just one person was enough to make the 3 of them feel as though they were facing a great enemy. Damn it, the 3 of them took out their sacred artifacts and frantically counterattacked. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm and slapped down with the devil god seal. On the other side, it was the sixth Dao fist. At the same time, an extremely terrifying reincarnation mountain burst out from his eyes. The three absolute arts attacked the front. These were all top-notch absolute arts. How could the three great sage lords block them? In an instant, they were severely injured. Two of their bodies were shattered. One of them was torn into pieces and then suppressed by Lin Xian with the 6 sons. The surrounding people were stunned when they saw this scene. Especially those from the Dragon Palace. They widened their eyes in disbelief. This was the three great sage lords. They could sweep through everything. However, they were easily defeated by Lin Xian. Had this guy's strength already surpassed a great sage? Damn it, you dare? Do it. Do you want to die? One of the middle-aged men roared crazily. As a result, Lin Xian stomped his face into mush. You still dare to be arrogant. Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Lin Xian's eyes burst out with extremely terrifying killing intent. He destroyed the other party's mind and soul. The power of the great dragon sword soul tore the other party's soul apart. The other party couldn't be revived. Dead, the eyes of the Dragon Palace's people almost popped out. The others were so frightened that they knelt down. This was a great sage elder. How could he just kill him like that? You dare? The other 3 elders were so frightened that their scalps went numb. They screamed crazily. Old ancestor, save us. The battle here naturally alarmed the entire Dao Center. Countless figures soared into the sky. Who dared to cause trouble here? Quite a few elders had arrived, and even some patriarchs from the core region of the Dao had rushed over. It's me. Lin Xian coldly snorted in response to the angry shouts around him. The light on his body shot straight into the sky. You are? The surrounding elders wanted to continue hollering. However, when they saw Lin Xian, they were stunned. In the next moment, someone cried out, Lin Wudi, you're still alive. It can't be, right? I'm not dreaming, am I? They were all crazy. At this moment, an old man appeared in the void. It was Fantasy World Ancestor. The others bowed respectfully. Fantasy World Ancestor looked down and frowned. Someone dared to behave atrociously in the Dao. When he saw that it was Lin Xian, he was also stunned, his eyelids twitching wildly. You're not dead. He was truly shocked. Ha 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 ha. Another figure appeared in the distance. It was old ancestor Barbarian God. After he arrived, he threw his head back and laughed. Lin Xian, you're still alive. I didn't misjudge you. Even an extreme-grade weapon couldn't kill you. You'll definitely become an emperor in the future. They were really overjoyed. Ancestor, save us. The 3 elders were suppressed and let out miserable cries. The people from the Dragon Palace also knelt on the ground. Ancestor, please uphold justice for us. Lin Wudi, why did you attack? Don't you know that killing each other is not allowed in the Dao? An elder stood out and shouted coldly. These people were all supporters of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Lin Xian looked at him and sneered. You also know that killing each other is not allowed in the Dao. Then, where were you when the Dragon Palace was fighting the Divine Union? Why didn't you come out to uphold justice? I didn't see it. Elder Zhang gritted his teeth. Didn't see it? Lin Xian's eyes erupted with terrifying killing intent as his reincarnation power erupted with light. He directly charged forward. The great elder screamed miserably. His eyes were bleeding and he looked extremely miserable. My eyes. Damn it, how dare you destroy my eyes, the elder roared crazily. He couldn't see anything anymore. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly, you didn't see it either. Scram, if you meddle in this matter, I'll destroy your soul. The surrounding people were extremely shocked. Even the elders felt their scalps go numb. What kind of method was this? He could beat up an elder with a raise of his hand. The savage wilderness ancestor was shocked. Lin Xian, did you break through? He looked carefully and realized that Lin Xian's cultivation was still at the early stage of the great sage. Without breaking through, he actually had the combat power of a great sage. As expected of a top genius. However, the elders who supported the Dragon Palace had extremely cold expressions. They naturally didn't dare to say anything to Lin Xian. Instead, they all looked at the fantasy world ancestor. Asking the ancestor to take action? This kid was too arrogant. He didn't care about the rules of the Tao at all. Lin Xian, do you know your crime? The fantasy world ancestor said coldly. However, before he could finish, Lin Xian said loudly, the Dragon Prince is dead, but I'm still alive. Upon hearing this, the ancestor was speechless. The surrounding elders' eyes also flickered. That's right. The Dragon Prince was a top genius, but he was already dead. A dead genius was nothing. Lin Xian was still alive. Lin Xian's talent was probably even more terrifying than the Dragon Prince's. He had a higher chance of becoming a great emperor in the future. Were they going to punish such a person now? Were they going to lose another young supreme being? At that moment, Bai Susu's father, Elder Bai, walked out and said, Supreme Grade Fantasy World Ancestor, when you were in seclusion, the Dragon Palace had been secretly attacking the sacred spirits and even killing many geniuses. However, some elders secretly protected them and deceived the ancestor. Now that Lin Xian has returned and led the Divine Union to attack the Dragon Palace, it's understandable. We hope the ancestor will show mercy. That's right, we hope the ancestor will show mercy. The surrounding elders all spoke up. The barbarian god ancestor also looked at the fantasy world ancestor and said, Old friend, you were wrong. Once. Are you going to make the wrong choice again? In our Tao, the path of the future lies in a single thought of yours. The barbarian god ancestor was on Lin Xian's side. Previously, the fantasy world ancestor had supported the Dragon Prince. Now that the Dragon Prince was dead, there was a chance. Would the other party support Lin Xian or the Thousand Dragon Court? Everyone was waiting for the fantasy world ancestor. The fantasy world ancestor's eyes flickered before he sighed. The Dragon Palace was in the wrong. Therefore, he wouldn't pursue the matter this time. Then, he looked at Lin Xian and said, You've just returned. Rest well. The True Path sect will do its best to nurture you. With that, she turned and disappeared. The people of the Tao exclaimed. The people of the Dragon Palace were in despair. The elders who supported the Dragon Palace felt their scalps go numb. This meant that the fantasy world ancestor had given up on the Thousand Dragon Court and supported Lin Xian. It wasn't just the fantasy world ancestor. The other patriarchs would probably support Lin Xian as well. When the time came, the entire Tao would cultivate Lin Xian. Thank you, old ancestor. Lin Xian cupped his fists and smiled at the void. Old ancestor barbarian god also smiled and nodded. Little guy, we won't interfere in this matter. You have to grasp this opportunity. With that, he blinked and left. Lin Xian was stunned and then smiled. The people around him didn't understand what he meant. Lin Xian said. This matter wasn't over yet. This battle wasn't over. Everyone only had one chance. Bai Susu and the rest understood. They smiled and then looked at the people from the Thousand Dragon Court. Attack. These people attacked quickly. No, the people from the Dragon Palace shouted crazily. Old Zhang, save us. However, the elders who supported the Dragon Palace felt their scalps go numb. Some of them lowered their heads and admitted defeat. There were also some who were originally members of the Dragon Clan and were killed by the other elders. In the end, the people from the Dragon Palace were all killed. From then on, there was no more Dragon Palace in the Tao sect. The other genius disciples gasped when they saw this scene. They looked at Lin Wudi in awe. From now on, Lin Xian and the Divine Union were existences that they couldn't afford to offend. The Dragon Palace had kept many treasures. Take them back and don't waste them. Lin Xian said. Bai Susu and the rest moved quickly. They were very happy. Now, the Tao sect was completely on Lin Xian's side. In fact, they had no choice. Lin Xian and the Thousand Dragon Court were mortal enemies. They could only choose one. Since they chose Lin Xian, they would become enemies with the Thousand Dragon Court. The Thousand Dragon Court wouldn't let the Tao sect go. Therefore, the Tao sect wouldn't hold back either. This matter spread across the entire Tao sect in an instant. Not only that, but it also swept towards the Holy Abyss ancient city. In an instant, everyone in the ancient city knew that the Dragon Palace had been destroyed. Who did it? Who dared to attack the Dragon Palace at this time? Was there no one in the Tao sect who would care? Countless exclamations were heard. They went to investigate. However, an even bigger piece of news came. Lin Wudy was back. When everyone heard the news, they were all stunned. They couldn't react for a moment. Then, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Wudy is back? How is this possible? Wasn't he already dead? That's right, he had already died a few years ago, killed by an extreme weapon. How could he possibly come back? This news not only spread throughout the entire wholly distant ancient city, it also spread towards the distant light continent and even the entire buried Emperor star. In an instant, everyone went crazy. Lin Wudy was not dead. He had returned. What kind of joke was this? He would have been killed by an extreme weapon long ago. This was impossible. The remote antiquity families, the mining world sects, and even the monarch race went crazy. Hurry up and investigate. These people are roaring crazily. If Lin Wudy was still alive, it would be an earth-shattering event. The Demon Emperor Mountain also received the news in an instant, and the monkey looked up to the sky and laughed. Did you hear that? Brother Lin didn't die. The Black Dragon God Dragon also rushed out in an instant. Damn, I knew this kid wouldn't die. Great. Yan Ryu smiled. Morong Qingqing was even more excited. Brother Xian was fine. I have to hurry. He can't wait any longer. Let's go together. These people headed towards the path together. The experts of the other families all gathered in Holy Origin City. They wanted to investigate whether Lin Xian was dead or not. On the other side, the Blue Race, Long Hai, Golden Crow Race, Zifu, and the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were all stunned when they heard the news. Lin Wudy wasn't dead? Impossible, they shook their heads crazily and asked one after another. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty laughed coldly. This must be a scheme. I think Morong Qingqing, the Azure Emperor's successor, and the others worked together to release the news. Then, they set up an extreme weapon trap in Holy Origin City. If we go in, they will attack with all their might and use extreme weapons to kill us. We can see through such a trap immediately. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty didn't believe it. Long Hai, Golden Crow, and the others laughed. Yes, that's right. This is a trap. You want to kill us? Wait for another 10,000 years, these people didn't believe it. The others couldn't sit still and came over. Morong Qingqing and the others rushed over. On the path, Yu Wudao also came. They looked at the familiar figure in front of them and laughed excitedly. You really aren't dead. Lin Xian laughed. I made you guys worry. The group of people gathered together and were very happy. The dark red god dragon said, Kid, tell me what happened. Lin Xian recounted what had happened to these people in detail. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. You actually ate the Great Emperor's pill? Damn, kid, what happened to your body? It's actually the purple sun god fire. Yu Wudao was shocked. Monkey and the others were shocked too. Morong Qingqing smiled and said, It's good that you're fine. She was most worried about Lin Xian's safety. Kid, here's the heaven-swallowing jar. The dark red god dragon returned the heaven-swallowing jar to Lin Xian. The Black Sea Dragons have already gone to Monster Emperor Mountain. There are extreme weapons there. There are a lot of people investigating right now. Should we hide for the time being? Yan Ryu asked. After all, once the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty knew that Lin Xian was still alive, they would go crazy and attack him. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Inform our allies and the Tao sect to prepare with all their might. Also, bring the extreme weapons and get ready to activate at any time. Lin Xian's eyes shone coldly. He knew from Morong Qingqing and the others that the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty had two allies now, the Gu family and the Z Mansion. At the same time, they provided two extreme weapons, so he couldn't be careless. As for the Z Mansion, Lin Xian knew that they had a grudge with him and would definitely attack. But the Gu family surprised him. Lin Xian had a good relationship with the Gu family, but he didn't expect them to stand on the side of the 10,000 Dragon dynasty. Since they were enemies, Lin Xian wouldn't hold back. Yan Ruyu, Morong Qingqing, and the others quickly informed the factions behind them to prepare. Bai Susu hurriedly informed her father so that Dao Zhong could make the necessary preparations. Lin Xian, however, stood up. Before the news is confirmed, I have to make another move. The Blue family, Long Hai, and Jin Wu, I won't let them go. Let's attack as well. The dark red dragon and toad also walked out. The monkey also stood up. Even Leaf Dao Denier said that he could participate in this battle. They wouldn't participate in the battle for the extreme weapons, but he wasn't afraid of the other clans. And then there's us. The Soul Sage also came. As a top assassin, this was the best time for him to take action. Not only that, but he also brought all of his subordinates. This was a group of extremely terrifying killing saints. Once this power was unleashed, it would definitely cause the heavens and earth to tremble. Good. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. Then, he summoned Whitey and said, "Follow Ruffian Long and the others." Not many people were participating, but they were all top experts. Once they attacked, they would kill with one strike. The operation only had half a month. Lin Xian and the others disappeared. Everyone frantically came to Holy Abyss Ancient City to investigate Lin Wudi's situation. However, Lin Xian and the others had already begun to move. Holy Abyss Ancient City, White Crane Tower. This place was very famous, and countless people gathered here to inquire about the news. A few figures were sitting at a wine table by the window. One of the geniuses from the Blue clan sneered. Lin Wudi is still alive? Stop dreaming. He will never appear again in this life. This is a trap. They are still far from being able to plot against us. Hearing this, the others were also surprised and doubtful. Was it true? Perhaps this was really a trap set up by Morong Qingqing and the others. Because until now, they had not found out if Lin Xian was still alive. Suddenly, a sword light flashed in the sky, and the genius from the Blue clan who spoke earlier was instantly cut in half, his body and soul destroyed. Who was it? The others exclaimed in shock. This young man from the Blue clan was a very top genius. But now, he was killed by a single sword strike. Who was the enemy? They had no idea. Dragon Sea. It was a very terrifying sea area. If one wanted to pass through here quickly, they had to take a dragon boat. The dragon boats were controlled by the Dragon Sea clan. At this moment, on one of the dragon boats, it carried countless powerhouses and geniuses. Those who could board the dragon boat were not ordinary people. At this moment, countless people were alarmed because the owner of the dragon boat had arrived. He was an elder of the Dragon Sea clan. His strength had reached the level of a sacred master. After he arrived, the surrounding people bowed and greeted him. The owner of the Saint ship said with a smile, "We should be able to arrive in 5 days. Everyone, just wait patiently." The surrounding people said, "Of course." On the Dragon Sea, who would dare to attack the dragon boat, were not in a hurry. That was because on the Dragon Sea, dragons were godlike existences. Who would dare to attack them? The surrounding people laughed heartily. At this moment, the void shattered, and flames descended, enveloping the Saint Elder. In the next moment, a miserable voice sounded. Everyone was shocked. They discovered that the owner of the Saint ship had been destroyed. He was dead. The surrounding people were so frightened that they knelt on the ground, their faces pale. Who was it? They were too shocked. Previously, they were still saying that the Dragon Sea clan was a godlike existence here. But in the blink of an eye, a dragon elder was killed. It was a slap to everyone's face. Buried Emperor Star. Outer Realm. Now, another sun had appeared in the dark universe. The previous sun had been destroyed. Thus, the clans and sects of the buried Emperor Star joined hands to search for another sun. He even brought it over. The buried Emperor Star couldn't be without a sun. When the new sun appeared, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, an expert from the Golden Crow race snorted coldly. If it weren't for our Golden Crow race, there wouldn't be a second sun on the buried Emperor Star. That's right, our Golden Crow clan has put in so much effort, aren't you going to express it? The surrounding people expressed their thanks to the Golden Crow clan for that matter. Many people even began to send congratulatory gifts. However, at this moment, the void cracked open, and an extremely terrifying attack descended, directly enveloping the people of the Golden Crow tribe. Who was it? The powerhouses of the Golden Crow tribe roared angrily and counterattacked. However, this attack was really too strong. In an instant, they were beaten into a bloody mist. Even their souls were annihilated. The other people were terrified. It was as if they were facing a great enemy. However, after waiting for a long time, they discovered that the enemy had already disappeared. Dead. The powerhouses of the Golden Crow race had all fallen. One hit, one kill. Who exactly was it? They were terrified. The successor of the Purple Mansion sect in Taiching Ancient City. He held a martial arts conference. Countless young geniuses gathered. The successor of the Purple Mansion sect found himself like an immortal. Countless people looked up to him. However, at this moment, the void cracked open, and a dagger chopped off his head. The corpse fell. Countless people were terrified. This news spread in all directions in an instant. When the others heard this, they were also shocked. Heavens, someone actually dared to make a move on these clans and sections. They discovered. The experts that died outside were all allies of the 10,000 Dragon Court. Could it be that someone wanted to make a move on the 10,000 Dragon Court? Who was it? Was it the Divine Union? Could it be that Lin Wudi was still alive, or could it be that this was a trap all along? Countless crazy discussions spread. The 10,000 Dragon Court was also furious. As for their allies, the Purple Mansion sect, the Golden Crow tribe, the Blue tribe, and the other clans and sects suffered heavy losses. Their geniuses outside had fallen one after another. This made their hearts bleed. Come back quickly. They did not dare to be careless and hurriedly called back those people outside. In an instant, they were facing a great enemy. When the allies of the Divine Union heard this news, they raised their arms and cheered. Great, they deserved it, kill them all and leave nothing behind. These people roared. They had also received the news of the Divine Dragon and secretly gathered their forces. In the Divine Union, Lin Xian, Monkey, and the others had all returned. Then, they all laughed heartily. In the past half a month, they had quickly attacked and killed many geniuses. It was enough to make their hearts ache. Next was the most important moment. Lin Xian knew that there would be an earth-shattering storm. However, he was not afraid. Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and the others had also returned. They had already gathered many resources. The True Path sect had also finished their preparations. Even the other allies had also sent news. Lin Xian knew that it was time to start. Thus, he took the initiative to walk out of the Dao. Countless elites had gathered in the Sacred Origin Ancient City. They were all investigating. However, the Dao had an ancient heritage after all. Thus, no one dared to act rashly. Just as they were thinking of a solution, someone suddenly exclaimed. Look, someone from the True Path sect has come out. They realized that a few people from the True Path sect had walked out. The one at the front was actually Lin Xian. How could this be? It was really him, he was still alive, it couldn't be, right? I'm not dreaming, am I? An illusion. This must be an illusion, exclamations rang out one after another. They were simply unable to believe it. When he heard these exclamations, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. He strolled outside leisurely. He even used his fists and legs in the open space. The radiance of the divine Nine-Yang body blossomed. Everyone was stunned. This was the divine Nine-Yang body. Heavens, it was really Lin Wudi. Only he had the divine Nine-Yang body. He was not dead. Quick! Send the news to the family. The people who had come to investigate all went crazy. Soon, the news was sent back. After the clan of the ancients, the great sects, and the monarch clans received the news, they were also dumbfounded. He was really not dead. Now that the array formation had been sent back, they saw the light of Lin Xian's divine Nine-Yang body on the array formation. they also sucked in a breath of cold air. It was really him. He was not dead. How was this possible? How did he survive? The Qilan sun roared crazily. Even an extreme weapon could not kill him. How terrifying was that? The Qilan clan expert said, Your Highness, don't be anxious. Perhaps Lin Wudi was not in the Sun Palace at all. Yes, that must be it. He was definitely not in the Sun Palace. Otherwise, how could he still be alive? If Lin Xian survived with the heaven-swallowing jar, they could understand. But the heaven-swallowing jar wasn't in Lin Xian's hands. If Lin Xian fully recovered, the Dragon Sword soul might be able to escape. But they didn't feel the power of the Dragon Sword soul back then. This meant that Lin Xian didn't use anything at all, but he survived. They had to find a reason. Thinking about it, only Lin Xian wasn't in Sun Palace could make them feel at ease. This kid is really lucky. The Qilan sun snorted. But why did he come out at this time? Is he challenging the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty? Humph. Does the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty know about this? Hurry up and send it to him. I want the two of them to fight. They want to fight to the death. Kuimping's son also received the news. He didn't die? He was also shocked. The Phoenix race was the same. The Tianping race, the Destiny Twins race, and the others also investigated. Their final conclusion was that Lin Xian shouldn't be in Sun God Palace. The Blue race, Golden Crow race, and Purple Mansion race were all stunned. Their peerless enemy was actually still alive. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty roared crazily. What was going on? Previously, they were confident that Lin Xian would definitely die. But now, Lin Xian had come to Sacred Source Ancient City alive, and everyone in the world had seen him. Wasn't this a slap to their faces? More importantly, they hadn't taken revenge for the Dragon Prince. How did he survive? 2 attacks from an extreme weapon couldn't kill him? Was he immortal? The dragon's old ancestor roared. The others were facing a great enemy. Someone said that maybe the news was wrong. Lin Wudi wasn't in Sun Palace at all. Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to block it. Damn it, where's the red flame dragon god? Tell him to get over here. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty's old ancestor roared. However, another elder said, Old Ancestor Lu, calm down. The red flame dragon god is already dead. Is he dead? Damn it. What should the old ancestor do now? Everyone was waiting. A few old ancestors of the dragon clan walked out and shouted coldly. Kill Lin Wudi, this time, I want to see his corpse. They wanted to see him die with their own eyes. Use the extreme weapons and gather our forces. At the same time, inform all the dragons to give us their resources. As for the other allies, they were also told to go all out. This time, he didn't just want to kill Lin Wudi. He also wanted to kill the Divine Union. If he succeeded, the resources of the Divine Union alone would be enough to make up for the losses. The Divine Union was no longer just a small force in the Tao, but an alliance. This included countless remote antiquity families and peerless sections. His strength was astonishing. As such, the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty did not dare to be careless. However, they were extremely confident. After the news was passed down, the dragons moved quickly, and their allies also gathered their strength. It couldn't be helped. If Lin Wudi didn't die, they would die for sure. Therefore, this time, they would not hold back. As for those in the Purple Mansion, when they received the news, their eyes also shone with a cold light. Damn it, he was actually still alive. The leader of the Purple Mansion asked a few old monsters of the Purple Mansion for a discussion. Then, they decided to go all out. Lin Xian was from the immortal burial ground, so they wouldn't allow him to live. Moreover, he had the heavenly court behind him. Moreover, he was their sworn enemy. This time, the people from the heavenly court would also come for an all-out attack. Then, they could settle their grudges. Wind and clouds gathered in the Holy Origin ancient city. In an instant, dark clouds covered the ancient city, and the atmosphere was very stifling. Retreat quickly. Countless people retreated to the edge of the ancient city. They knew that there would be a huge battle, and it might even be an extreme one. They retreated into the distance, but no one left. Boom, on this day, the wind and clouds churned. Countless figures came to the 9 heavens, bringing with them powerful strength and bloodlines to suppress the heavens and earth. The entire Holy Origin ancient city shook violently. Everyone in the ancient city felt their blood boil, and they were forced to crawl on the ground. Heavens, what a terrifying aura. Dragons, countless dragons had come. It was the people of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. In the sky, the 3 ancestors of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty led the way. Behind them, countless dragons followed. They were filled with killing intent as they stood in the clouds, looking down. Lin Wudi, come out and die, a cold holler spread out and shook the land. The Dao sect shook intensely. Numerous Dao sect disciples raised their heads and their faces turned ashen white. Was it finally here? The elders in the Dao sect all had solemn expressions on their faces. Lin Xian and the others looked at those scenes and their eyes shone. It was finally here. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Lin Xian said a few words and then walked outside. He came to the square of Dao sect, raised his head, and laughed coldly. Why? Are you all here to die? If you miss the Dragon Prince, I can send you to hell to reunite with him. A calm voice rang out and spread clearly in all directions. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. He was infuriating the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Those people from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty in the sky hollered in rage. They were asking to die. Numerous dragon path auras descended from the sky and tore the space apart. However, the formation within the Dao flickered and blocked everything. Rumbling sounds that shook the heavens were released. The Dao sect's elders also stepped forward. Elder White hollered in rage. 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, don't be too much. Are you attacking our Dao sect? So what if you are? Today, if your Dao sect dares to protect Lin Xian, you will all die. A cold voice came from the sky. An ancestor of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty shouted. A mere ant dares to be arrogant in front of me? His eyes flashed and turned into laws as he charged downwards. Elder White felt like she was struck by lightning. At that moment, a punch smashed through the space and protected Elder White. The savage wilderness ancestor appeared and shouted coldly. Old thing from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, if you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. On the other side, the fantasy world ancestor also appeared. The stars in his eyes flickered. 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, stop. The Dragon Prince is already dead. Do you want more people to die? You also came out. This means that your Dao sect is completely on this kid's side. Since that is the case, there is no need for the Dao sect to exist. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty's ancestor shouted in rage. Above their heads, the 10,000 dragon picture appeared and swept across the sky. Everyone was facing a huge enemy. The Dao sect also shook violently. The formation was activated and the legendary saint weapon appeared. However, it was still unable to block it. At that moment, Lin Xian waved his hand and the heaven-swallowing jar appeared. It formed a terrifying whirlpool and blocked the power of the 10,000 dragon picture. He said coldly. It's useless. In terms of extreme weapons, our side is not bad either. Today, I want to see how you are going to kill me. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. The surrounding people also retreated to the distance to watch. They had already left Saint Origin City. They watched through the formation. In fact, in the entire buried Emperor Star, countless families and sects used formations. They were all paying attention to this battle. The outcome of this battle might decide the future of the buried Emperor Star. Could Lin Xian survive in the face of the fury of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty? So what if it was an extreme weapon? Let's compare our foundations and see who can use more power. The 1,000 Dragon Court's ancestor waved his hand and countless clans and sects appeared behind him. The Blue Clan, the Dragon Sea Clan, the Thunder Dragons, the Cloud Dragons, they covered the sky and were boundless. Everyone was shocked. Just this power alone was enough to engulf everything. Comparing foundations? Lin Xian sneered. Do you think I'm afraid of you? He waved his hand and a ray of sunlight shot into the sky. The dragons of the Black Sea appeared. The Nalan Clan, the Dugu Clan, the Fire Dragon Clan, the Longevity Hall, the Pill Cauldron Pavilion, and the Fire God Palace. Similarly, countless clans and sects appeared and confronted them. The auras of the two sides caused endless cracks and abysses to appear in the sky. It was too terrifying. Everyone was terrified. Had Lin Xian grown to such a level, the divine union was terrifying. At this moment, there was a roar in the distance and endless light condensed. Half of it was holy and the other half was dark. Everyone was terrified. It was the Destiny Twins. They had also come. That's right, the Destiny Twins had come. These experts stood on the side of the Thousand Dragon Court. They stared below. Kid, you're definitely going to die today. The Twins of Destiny were also Lin Xian's sworn enemies. On the Divine Union's side, the Demon Emperor Mountain had also arrived. Countless great demons covered the sky and demonic aura filled the air. There were also some figures among them. They were people from the Domain Realm. These people stared at the Thousand Dragon Court with fiery red eyes and gritted teeth. Thousand Dragon Court, you dare to destroy the Domain Realm? I'll destroy your astral souls, so it's people from the Spirit Realm. The experts of the Thousand Dragon Court sneered. Are you all not dead yet? Since that's the case, I don't mind sending you to hell. They were not afraid of the Spirit Realm. This made the people of the Spirit Realm gnash their teeth. Lin Xian stared at the Destiny Twins. The Destiny Twins sneered. Why? Are you here to give me a statue again? Did you bring the statue of the Destiny Ancestor? If you did, I'll swallow it whole. Ah, damn kid, you dare to challenge us? We'll kill you. The Twin of Destiny clan also roared crazily. Both sides were exchanging blows back and forth. Neither side was at a disadvantage. They were evenly matched. Countless people were shocked. Although they had yet to make a move, the strength and foundation displayed by both sides were truly too powerful. Even if the Twins of Destiny had a reason to take revenge, so did Lin Xian. Wasn't the destruction of Spirit Realm the best reason? Therefore, it was really hard to determine the victor. Cut the crap and die. The experts of the Twin of Destiny clan instantly rushed over. They charged towards Lin Xian. On the Demon Emperor Mountain's side, it was the 10,000 Dragon Court that was charging towards them. Was he courting death? Attack, the old ancestor of the 10,000-man dynasty roared. Lin Xian also waved his hand, and the battle instantly broke out. How many experts from the various clans had gathered together? They directly charged towards the Nine Heavens. The Dao sect also attacked. They were fighting on their home ground. They activated a powerful array that swept through everything. In an instant, hundreds of figures shattered in the sky and turned into a bloody mist. Some were from the Thousand Dragon Court, while others were from the Divine Union. A great battle erupted. It was extremely terrifying. The experts of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty moved out, and the old ancestors also attacked. They fought with the old ancestors of Desolation and Huanshe. Lin Xian attacked even more powerfully. He had the Great Obliteration in his left hand and the Underworld Sword in his right. Yin-Yang Diagram, Nine-Yang Divine Body, and various ultimate techniques emerged one after another. The people of the Twin of Destiny clan were instantly sent flying. At the same time, Lin Xian charged forward as if there was no one there. Sweeping the world, the entire buried Emperor Star was shocked when they saw this scene. Their scalps went numb. Heavens, this was too terrifying. If this continued, the ancient city would probably be destroyed. The divine generals of Holy Abyss City and Holy Abyss Tower arrived one after another. The Heaven Sect and Earth Sect attacked. Everyone, let's fight above the 9 heavens. They couldn't fight in Holy Abyss City. Otherwise, this ancient city wouldn't be able to withstand it. Boom, these people charged towards the 9 heavens, causing the entire sky to shatter. They even charged towards the outer realm. The battle was extremely shocking. At this moment, the old ancestor of the 10,000 Dragon Court roared, and the 10,000 dragons in the sky roared. They emitted an extremely powerful aura as they descended from the sky. Many people were instantly sent flying. Not good. The people of the Divine Union exclaimed. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the heaven-devouring jar appeared. It created thousands of vortexes that appeared above everyone's heads to protect them. Both sides retreated. A sea of blood floated between heaven and earth. Everyone's eyes were red, and killing intent surged from their bodies. In just an instant, many experts and geniuses fell. The battle was extremely tragic. Both sides retreated. Two extreme weapons faced each other. At this moment, a cold laugh rang out. In the void, an ancient mirror floated up and down. The people of the Gu family had arrived. They held their extreme weapons, the void mirror, and arrived beside the 10,000 dragon diagram. The heaven-devouring jar was instantly suppressed. Everyone also kept retreating. However, at this moment, the desolate tower flew out from the Tao sect below. It blocked the void mirror. On the other side, the image of a dragon appeared, roaring in all directions. The people of the Purple Mansion also appeared with the dragon pattern cauldron. Boom, green lotuses bloomed between heaven and earth. Yan Ruyu's extreme weapon blocked the power of the dragon pattern cauldron. 6 extreme weapons floated between heaven and earth. Everyone's scalps went numb. Was the battle of extreme Tao really about to begin? The extreme weapons erupted with power and fought with each other. Everyone retreated into the distance. No one could fight against them. The entire buried Emperor Star was nervously watching. It had not fully recovered yet, but the 6 extreme weapons had already shattered the endless void. All the space in the entire Alcade continent shattered. In fact, many spatial cracks could be seen in other places. If the 6 extreme weapons fully recovered, the buried Emperor Star would also be shattered. The people of the Purple Mansion snorted coldly. Lin Wudi, you're from the immortal graveyard. It's already very heaven-defying that you're still alive. There's no need for you to continue living. Die. Killing intent surrounded them. On the other side, the void shattered and a terrifying illusion appeared in the sky. A black-robed man appeared in the sky with many experts. Their expressions were cold. Was the Purple Mansion very arrogant? Did they ask the heavenly court if they dared to touch Lin Xian? A cold voice sounded, causing an uproar. Were the people of the heavenly court here too? What an ancient sect! There were also mysterious figures on the Purple Mansion's side. We knew you would come and were waiting for you. The Purple Mansion looked at the 10,000 Dragon Court and said, restrain the extreme weapons. Without the extreme weapons, they're no match for us. The ancestors of the 10,000 Dragon Court nodded and formed hand seals. The 10,000 Dragon picture shone brightly. At the same time, the Void Mirror and Long Wending did the same. They attacked aggressively and restrained the 3 extreme weapons of the Divine Union. In the next instant, they sneered. The extreme weapons fully recovered and the 6 of them attacked at the same time. They couldn't resist. Therefore, they restrained the extreme weapons. Then, they relied on their own trump cards to kill each other. Without the extreme weapons, Lin Xian was nothing. Lin Xian's pupils constricted when he felt this attack. But at this moment, Grandmaster Wildlands rushed over and punched out, blocking the dragon claw. If you want to fight, I'll keep you company. Anyone who stops me will die, one of the dragon's patriarchs roared in anger. The two fought together. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The battle between the 2 great sage peak was really terrifying. The others also retreated. However, at this moment, another attack came. A palm strike was extremely powerful. Another patriarch of the dragon tribe made his move. The Black Sea Dragon's patriarch also rushed over. Without an extreme-grade weapon, we're not afraid of you, they attacked frantically. In an instant, several patriarchs were engaged in a fierce battle. Die, monstrous flames swept over as one of the Golden Crow patriarchs rushed over. The Fantasy World patriarch's eyes flashed with a terrifying light, forming a monstrous illusion that blocked the Golden Crow patriarch. The battle erupted once again. The Thousand Dragon Court did not send out a patriarch, but Lin Xian and the Divine Union sent out another patriarch. They were evenly matched. Everyone looked up at the sky, watching the intense battle above the 9 heavens. Before long, the bodies of 2 patriarchs split open and turned into a bloody mist. Their blood pierced through heaven and earth. Soon, the 2 of them recovered and started fighting again. Everyone was terrified. These patriarchs were really angry. The Savage Wilderness Patriarch was exceptionally terrifying. He was like a barbarian god that had been resurrected, sweeping in all directions. The other party, the Dragon's Patriarch, had his blood boiling. The dragon's patriarch roared in anger, his body transforming into a divine dragon that swept across heaven and earth. The battle between the two of them was terrifying. The other powerhouses also roared in anger. They realized that it was very difficult for them to kill Lin Xian. Damn it, they had not expected that an ant in their eyes could gather so many powerhouses. The Purple Mansion side wanted to attack, but they were stopped by the Heavenly Court's people. "Quick, everyone attack and kill that brat together," angry shouts rang out, and the other great sages and great sages all attacked, quickly rushing over. Lin Xian sneered. "With just you, let me show you what absolute suppression is." Without the threat of the ancestor, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He rushed over. "Go to hell!" A saint from the Dragon Sea roared. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled around him, and countless seas danced wildly. They charged towards Lin Xian. This was a peerless killing move, causing the scalps of the surrounding people to go numb. However, Lin Xian only snorted coldly. He punched out with an indomitable will and split open the ocean between heaven and earth. Boom! That saint's chi and blood tumbled as he was sent flying. His body had been penetrated. "Just you? You want to compete with me? The difference is too great." Lin Xian pointed again. The demonic Xianxia smashed his opponent's head right away. The surrounding people were stunned. Heavens, was this really Lin Wudi? An initial stage great sage was actually able to kill a saint so easily. This method was too terrifying. Was he already this terrifying? The people who were watching the battle on the buried Emperor Star were also incomparably shocked. There weren't many young paragons that could compete with him. "Kill him, we must kill him." The people from the 10,000 Dragon Court and Purple Mansion all roared. Seeing this scene, they roared crazily. They absolutely could not allow Lin Xian to continue growing. Otherwise, they would really be in danger. Kill! The saints of the 1,000 Dragons Court, the Purple Mansion Saint, and the Golden Crow race all rushed out in a frenzy. 3 great sage patriarchs, come together. "Kid Lin, today is the day you die." "Humph," Lin Xian snorted coldly. He took out the Hellfire Dragon Sword and the Great Destruction Spear and swept them in all directions. The Great Dragon Sword soul was executed to the extreme. With a slash, it swept across 10,000 miles. A saint was sent flying by the attack. On the other side, the Great Destruction Spear carried a destructive aura and sent another saint flying. In the heaven and earth, yin and yang qi gathered and formed a yin-yang diagram that swept out in all directions. Lin Xian's attacks were bold and powerful to the extreme. Attack! Behind him, Morong Qingqing, the dark red dragon, the monkey, and Yan Ruyu all attacked. The Longevity Hall, Dao Sect elders, and all the allies of the Divine Union attacked together. The battle erupted once again and the entire heaven and earth was completely shattered. Boom! The Dao Sect elders roared and activated the array. Countless rays of light lit up and a shocking killing array soared into the sky. Many strong enemies were killed. At the same time, a few sacred weapons flew out and swept across the surroundings. In an instant, the 10,000 Dragon Court suffered heavy losses. Damn it! The ancestors of the 10,000 Dragon Court roared crazily, but their extreme Dao weapons were restrained. Meanwhile, they were fighting with the other party's ancestors. It was very difficult to kill the other party in a short time. Moreover, other than Lin Xian, there was still Yan Ruyu, the monkey, and Morong Qingqing. These 3 were also emperor-level existences. Once they attacked with their full strength, it was really too terrifying. Damn it, use your trump card. I can't hold back anymore. The people from the Purple Mansion roared. In the next moment, they formed a void gate and a figure walked out. The moment this figure appeared, it brought with it a desolate aura. Everything had withered and withered. It was as if death and hell had descended. Everyone was terrified. They looked up at the sky and saw a figure walk out of the void gate. A figure surrounded by a desolate aura. The master of the great wilderness. The person who had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years had awakened once again. The Heavenly Court had attacked the Purple Mansion crazily. Now, the people of the Purple Mansion had summoned such a terrifying person to kill Lin Xian. This wasn't just a peak existence of the great sage. More importantly, the other party was an ancient existence. The moment the master of the great wilderness appeared, he formed the great wilderness hand. The palm covered the sky and the desolate aura made everyone's hair stand on end. At this moment, the people from the divine union were shocked. Many elders vomited blood and their faces turned pale. Damn it, he's destroying our lives. These people were terrified. Do you think you're the only ones with trump cards? The people from the heavenly court also roared. Xianxia snorted coldly. He formed a hand seal and attacked. The people from the heavenly court also formed a void gate. Endless divine light danced inside. In the next moment, a golden lion charged out. It roared at the sky and shattered the sky. Suddenly, the sky was filled with golden light, blocking the desolate aura. The surrounding people were shocked. On the buried Emperor Star, the experts watching the battle were also shocked. What was that? Some of the powerful elders were alarmed. Could it be the legendary Golden Lion King? The heavenly court indeed had some means. The Golden Lion was just an illusion, but it was incomparably terrifying. It had a vast aura and blocked the desolate hand. The two of them fought and it was hard to determine the victor. The Purple Mansion is only SOSO. It's impossible for you to kill Lin Xian today. Xianxia stood with his hands behind his back and shouted coldly. Boom, however, at this moment. A withered claw appeared and slapped the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion was sent flying and the golden light in the sky shattered. Everyone was shaken. Did another terrifying expert appear? Who was it? The people from the Divine Union were also shocked. In the next moment, they saw the 10,000 Dragon Quartz void gate open. A skeleton-like figure appeared. This person stretched out a palm and covered the rest of his body with divine crystals. It was a sleeping fossil, the kind that didn't have much life left. They didn't expect the 10,000 Dragon Court to summon such a figure. They were going to go all out. Great, they were dead meat. The people from the Golden Crow race and the Blue race all revealed sinister smiles. Who could fight against such an old ancestor? Boom, in the depths of the Tao, two violent forces flew out and condensed in the sky. There were two figures. One was a middle-aged man and the other was a young man. They were the other two old ancestors of the Tao. They had sensed a shocking aura, so they had come. When they saw the figure inside the divine crystals, their faces turned solemn. This person was too terrifying. It seemed that they would need a few old ancestors to join forces to resist him. Boom, in front, the old ancestor of the 10,000 Dragon Court waved his claws and attacked again. Attack! The two new old ancestors of the Tao sect roared and attacked together. They were forced back and blocked the other party's divine ability. The others were also shocked. The two old ancestors had been forced back. This person was too terrifying. Old ancestor Xianxia snorted. It didn't matter. Although he was powerful, he didn't have much life left and couldn't fully recover. The people from the Divine Union also calmed down. They could also see that the other party had only stretched out a palm. It seemed like he couldn't use his full strength. This was a good opportunity for them. Was that so? The people from the 10,000 Dragon Court snorted. In the next moment, another figure walked out of the void gate. It was also the figure of the person sealed by the divine crystals. This was also an ancient living fossil. Countless people were stunned. Another one had appeared. In the Tao, the people on the Tao's side also had ugly expressions. Everyone on the buried Emperor Star was terrified. Was this the foundation of the Emperor race? It was too powerful. Some of the ancient families felt their scalps go numb. They felt that without their Emperor weapons, they were about the same as the Emperor race. However, it seemed like that wasn't the case. Not even 5 peak great sages would be able to stand up to the 2 living fossils they had just summoned. Furthermore, it had been sealed. If the 2 living fossils were fully revived, would the remote antiquity families be able to send anyone to resist them? It was hard for them to imagine. Damn it. Monkey and the others gritted their teeth. Yan Ruyu's expression was gloomy and cold. She said that the Tao Protector should activate it. An old man appeared beside her. After hearing what she said, he was also shocked. Her Highness, are we really going to use it? Yan Ruyu nodded. I understand. the Tao Protector formed a seal with his palm. In the next moment, a green lotus appeared on the Tao Protector's body and spun nonstop. There was a terrifying aura on it. Countless people were terrified. A Tao Protector was incredible. He should also be an ancient figure. Ordinary seals. Was he going to release the seal now? Sure enough, the aura emitted by the other party was no weaker than that of the living fossils from before. This made the expressions of the people from the Divine Union relax. He still had a chance to fight. Boom, Lin Xian also formed hand seals. He released a trace of the Hellfire Dragon's aura. The Hellfire Dragon's figure appeared. The terrifying flames swept across the land, causing countless people to panic. Did Lin Xian have such a person by his side? Two more experts from the Heavenly Court and Purple Mansion came out and faced each other. Damn it, the advantage they had was gone again. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Court were shocked. They had even brought out the living fossils. How could they not suppress the other party? The people on the hidden Emperor Star, like Xianxia and the other ancient families, were all terrified. However, they didn't expect that Lin Xian actually had a foundation that wasn't weaker than an emperor's family. It was too shocking. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Court had cold expressions as they gritted their teeth. A drop of blood flew out from between their eyebrows. A blood-colored altar was formed in the air. Then, they respectfully knelt down on one knee. Old ancestor, please show yourself. Countless people were terrified. The 10,000 Dragon Court's old ancestor knelt down and called out to the other party. Just how terrifying was this person? Everyone's hair stood on end. The Hellfire Dragon's eyelids were also twitching. Not good, kid, be careful. If you can't do it, quickly use the heaven-swallowing jar to escape. What did you discover? Lin Xian was shocked. What kind of person could make the Hellfire Dragon so terrified? On the other side, the Black Sea Dragons were also numb. The dark red dragon kept retreating as its blood boiled. At this moment, everyone felt a sense of suppression. A figure appeared on the blood-colored altar. It was a figure that was sitting cross-legged. This figure was extremely strange. Only the dragon head was intact. However, its body had already turned into white bones. A mysterious radiance was released from it. This dragon head was biting on a token. Its eyes were closed as if it was already dead. Endless dragon blood gathered on its body, causing the dragon head to release a terrifying radiance. The token in its hand became blood-colored and glowed. In the next moment, the dragon head's eyes shook and opened slightly. An extremely terrifying and oppressive aura swept out in all directions. At this moment, the Black Sea Dragons, Long Hai Dragons, Lei Long, Yun Long, and all the other dragons were terrified. They couldn't help but want to kneel down. The dark red dragon looked as if it was struck by lightning. The Hellfire Dragon also said, "Kid, be careful. Don't provoke him." After saying that, its figure became dimmer and dimmer. However, it shot out the Hellfire Dragon, forming an armor to protect Lin Xian. Lin Xian only felt a shocking aura. What actually scared the Hellfire Dragon away? It was too unbelievable. Soon, when he sensed this aura, his qi and blood began to churn. His blood vessels were about to split open. The great dragon sword soul in his body let out a crazy roar. Lin Xian's sword qi soared too. The sky to resist this power. The others also felt the suppression from their blood vessels and souls. The Dao Sect's old ancestor and Yan Ryu's Dao Protector also frowned. This was probably an extremely shocking figure. The entire buried Emperor Star was also in an uproar. They could feel this power sweeping out in all directions. Everyone could feel it. The weaker ones directly knelt on the ground. The stronger elders were also trembling in fear. Who was this person? The remote antiquity family and the peerless sects were in despair. The pupils of the emperor race's people shrank. The people of the Phoenix race exclaimed. It can't be, how did he come out? The Kirin race was even more shocked. Impossible, how could he still be alive? He should be dead already. The Kuan-Pung race was terrified. Lin Wudi was definitely going to die. The Yi family and the Gu family were also shocked. They thought of an extremely ancient person, but that person shouldn't have appeared again. Who was he? The dark red dragon roared crazily. The people from the dragon tribe of the Black Sea were also terrified. The desolation old ancestor, the fantasy world old ancestor, and the experts of the other families were no longer fighting. They all retreated. The people of the Thousand Dragon Court also retreated. The two sides faced off again. However, the atmosphere was even more terrifying than before. Between heaven and earth, the atmosphere was extremely quiet. Everyone in the buried Emperor Star was paying attention. Over at the 10,000 Dragons Imperial Court, the 5 old ancestors knelt on one knee with incomparably respectful expressions. Even the 4 living fossils bowed in respect. This shocked everyone. What level were these old ancestors and living fossils at? But they were so respectful. Who was this person in front of them? Lord Dragon Tomb, we deserve to die. We failed to protect the prince. Please punish us, Lord Dragon Tomb. Lord Dragon Tomb, please kill the enemy. These old ancestors knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. Lord Dragon Tomb. Everyone was shocked. This name was so unfamiliar. Some elders were at a loss. However, the pupils of the Black Sea dragons, the dragons of the Dragon Sea, and the other dragons shrank. They recalled a legend. The Yi family, Gu family, Phoenix race, and other emperor races exclaimed. It was indeed him. Who was this old ancestor? The dark red dragon gritted his teeth and asked. Who was this person to the dragons? He really couldn't imagine who had such a powerful aura. Patriarch Xianxia gritted his teeth and said. Lord Dragon Tomb was the legendary guardian of the Dragon Emperor's tomb. When these words came out, countless people were shocked. Guarding the Dragon Emperor's tomb? Heavens, how much did the Dragon Emperor trust him to be able to do this? The other party's strength was absolutely terrifying. Moreover, the Dragon King's tomb definitely had the Dragon Emperor's great Tao. The other party had been comprehending it all this time. His strength was absolutely shocking. On the other side, the old ancestor of the Dragon Sea race laughed crazily. That's right, Lord Dragon Tomb was the legendary tomb keeper, we have hope. Lin Xian, you're dead meat, they were really too shocked. An old ancestor coldly snorted. You bunch of ants, just wait to die. Lord Dragon Tomb was the guardian of the Dragon Emperor's tomb. Back then, he had almost broken through and become a quasi-emperor. Even if he failed, he wasn't someone the peak of the great sage could compare to. He could sweep away all of you with one hand. A cold voice sounded, causing the expressions of the people on the side to become ugly. The other party had broken through to the quasi-emperor realm. The young disciples were at a loss. Didn't he fail? What was there to be proud of? However, the old ancestors, especially the peak experts of the great sage, felt their scalps go numb. When they reached this level, they naturally understood how terrifying it was. Although they stood at the peak of the great sage, they had not been able to take a step forward for thousands of years. One more step and he would be a quasi-emperor. However, it was like 100,000 mountains that made them kneel there for the rest of their lives, unable to move forward. If someone could break through this natural chasm and break through to the quasi-emperor realm, even if they failed, they would still far surpass the other peak great sage experts. This was why they were so terrified when they heard it. This dragon tomb was much more powerful than them. It was even more terrifying than the sealed living fossils. It was over. Some people were in despair. Dao Zong also shook his head. If such a person appeared, they would not be able to resist at all. They began to transmit messages to Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, and the others. Don't fight this battle. We've already lost. Hurry up and summon your imperial armament. Let's defend ourselves. With this dragon tomb around, no one would be able to contend against the nest of 10,000 dragons. The young geniuses were shocked when they heard the old ancestors' words. Were they defeated? The other party had just appeared, but they had already admitted defeat before he even made a move. Especially since these old ancestors had personally admitted defeat. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the person in front of them was. Lin Xian frowned. There was actually such a person in the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Unbelievable. Were they really going to give up? For this battle, he had gathered countless families and sects and gathered a huge amount of resources. That was why he was able to revive so many emperor weapons. He had already fought to this extent. He was unwilling to give up. Ahead, Lord Dragon Tomb seemed to be still sleeping, but when he heard the cries and shouts of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty's old ancestors, he slowly opened his eyes. In the next moment, a blood-colored light exploded in his eyes. "What did you say?" "The Dragon Prince is dead." This voice was abnormally low, but when it spread out, it was like 10,000 bolts of thunder. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty's old ancestors who were kneeling on the ground seemed to have been struck by lightning. They all spat out blood and were sent flying. Their bodies shattered. However, they didn't dare to resist at all. "Lord Dragon Tomb, please calm down. We deserve to die." The light in Dragon Tomb's eyes became more and more terrifying. The entire world shook. At this moment, everyone in the Hidden Earth's core felt a sense of fear. Why did it feel like an extreme weapon reviving, as expected from the person who guarded the tomb? No wonder the Taoist sect's old ancestors had to admit defeat. His aura was enough to sweep everything and injure so many old ancestors. If he wanted to attack, he would be able to easily wipe out these old ancestors. This was an extremely terrifying person. If the emperor didn't appear, he would probably be the strongest person in the world. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty actually had such a person. Lin Xian was dead. Dragon Tomb's body gave out cracking sounds. His white bones were shaking. He was furious. "Back then, I personally handed the Dragon Prince to you. Do you remember the oath you made? You swore to protect the prince. But now, you actually told me that the Dragon Prince is dead." He stood up like a god was about to descend. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Cracks appeared on the old ancestors' bodies. They cowed out continuously. The 4 living fossils' faces were ashen white as they retreated. They were even more in awe. "Lord Dragon Tomb, the situation exceeded our expectations. It was that kid." One of the living fossils pointed at Lin Xian and gritted his teeth. He gathered 4 emperor weapons to attack the Dragon Prince. "We really didn't expect that." "It was you." When Dragon Tomb heard about the 4 emperor weapons, he was stunned. No wonder the prince died. No matter how strong he was, if he was targeted by the 4 emperor weapons, he would definitely die. His gaze swept across the void and stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian instantly turned into a black hole. "Retreat." Morong Qingqing and the others were terrified and quickly retreated. Lin Xian's body shook and he retreated into the distance. However, in the next moment, his gaze swept over and he spat out blood as if he was struck by lightning. Cracks appeared on his powerful body. But at this moment, the dragon roared crazily and swept out. The Hellfire Dragon also secretly shot out flames to block. In the end, Lin Xian was injured but his body didn't split open. It was too shocking. Even the old ancestors were injured but Lin Wudi could block it. No wonder he could survive the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty's attack. Countless people were shocked. Dragon Tomb ancestors' eyes also burst out with light. "You can actually block my gaze. Great sage early stage cultivation, no wonder you dare to kill the prince." Dragon Tomb ancestor was also shocked. He had lived for many years and seen many geniuses. It was rare to see someone like Lin Xian. The other party was very likely to become a great emperor. He definitely wouldn't allow such a person to live. He took a step forward, shattering heaven and earth. The entire Holy Abyss ancient city shook violently, as if it couldn't withstand his kick at all. Lin Xian retreated, vomiting blood and his face pale. "Give me strength." With a furious roar, the power in the sword world circulated crazily. The dragon sword soul transformed into a peerless sword shadow that enveloped him to block this aura. Sensing this aura, Long Mu was even more shocked. "Dragon sword soul, you actually have this thing. And this belongs to our 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. You don't deserve to have it. Kill him. Firstly, take revenge for the Dragon Prince and destroy a strong enemy. Secondly, this was the Dragon Sword Soul." There was even a trace of excitement in his eyes. If he could obtain this thing, he might have a chance to improve. A white bone dragon claw stretched forward, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. At this moment, everyone felt fear. Their bodies couldn't move at all. Attack! The savage wilderness ancestor and the others roared angrily. The 6 ancestors attacked together. They blocked in front of Lin Xian. With a boom, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The 6 of them were sent flying, blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. What? Was he defeated? Even the 6 old ancestors couldn't stop this dragon tomb? It's over. This Lin Xian is dead for sure. Lin Xian's expression was even more unsightly. He waved the dragon sword soul and struck out with a shocking sword strike, displaying a terrifying power. However, he was still forced back. It was too strong. Unless he used endless resources to fully awaken the dragon sword soul and strike out with a shocking strike. However, with so many extreme weapons, he had no confidence in killing the other party. One had to know that this was such a powerful enemy. Even the 6 ancestors were no match for him. If the other party controlled the 10,000 dragon diagram, how terrifying would it be? Brat, I didn't expect you to have the resources to activate it. But so what? Long Mu snorted coldly and formed a seal. The 10,000 dragon diagram shook violently and flew towards him. Then, it kept changing in front of him, and an even more terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Not good, the other party is really going to use the 10,000 dragon diagram. Countless people were terrified. In the other party's hands, the power of the extreme weapons would be even more terrifying. Lin Xian also recalled his heaven-devouring jar to defend himself. Countless vortexes appeared around him. Suppress him, the 10,000 dragons picture was extremely powerful, and it gradually suppressed the heaven-devouring jar. It couldn't be helped. The dragon's tomb was simply too powerful. Seeing this, Long Mu shook his head. Ants are useless. Even if I give you an extreme weapon, you still won't be my match. Go to hell. With a wave of his hand, a huge dragon flew towards Lin Xian. The power contained within was simply too terrifying. It's over, everyone knew that Lin Xian would die without a doubt. The heaven-swallowing jar could not be used, and the great dragon sword soul was suppressed. What other tricks did the other party have? This kid was too arrogant. The Sun Palace did not kill him, so he should hide. He would come out after he made another breakthrough. Who would have thought that the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty would have something like the Dragon Tomb? In an era where the great emperors did not appear, the other party was the strongest. The spectators sighed, while those from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty laughed. This time, the opponent was definitely going to die. On the other hand, the Divine Union was in despair. No, however, facing an expert like the Dragon Tomb, they could not do anything. They had no power to fight back at all. Even the patriarchs were in despair. Lin Xian's expression was also extremely cold. He was indeed suppressed. However, there was nothing he could do. The other party had once attacked the Boundary Emperor. Such a person was simply too strong. However, he still had a trump card. At most, he would enter the sword world and be injured. However, he would definitely be able to escape with his life. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xian was ready to take action. However, at that moment, a vortex appeared in front of him. It directly swallowed the huge dragon. What was going on? How could the other party still use the heaven-swallowing jar? The surrounding people were all stunned. The Gu family also frowned. It was impossible. The heaven-swallowing jar was being suppressed by the 10,000 dragons portrait. How could this kid counterattack? Lin Xian was even more stunned because this vortex was not created by him. Someone had made a move. Who was it? He looked around. He only knew 2 people who possessed a devouring vortex. Could it be? The Dragon Tomb's expression was also gloomy. He could feel that it was not the aura of the heaven-swallowing jar. He snorted coldly. Who would dare to make a move secretly? Get out here. If he dares to go against me, I will send him to hell. A cold voice sounded, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. Even the 6 old ancestors could not defeat the other party. Who would dare to make a move? Moreover, it was to help Lin Xian. Could it be that there was an extremely terrifying person on Lin Xian's side? In the Divine Union, these people were all stunned. They did not know such a person at all. However, at that moment, a vortex appeared in the sky. Immediately after, a figure appeared in the vortex. That person was half leaning against the vortex. He was dressed in a Taoist robe and his hair was like a waterfall. He was drunk and holding a wine gourd in his hand, drinking non-stop. The appearance of such a person stunned everyone. Who was this person? They did not know. Was he the one who made a move secretly? Countless people were stunned. Some old ancestors were shocked. They could not sense the other party's aura, but the other party gave them an extremely dangerous feeling. It was as if the other party was covered in fog and could not be seen clearly. The man who appeared in the vortex had a calm expression, as if he did not care about his surroundings at all. He was still shaking the wine gourd and smiling faintly. "What can you do if I make a move on you? You are courting death." Long Mu roared and stretched out his dragon claws. A terrifying power could destroy heaven and earth. Everyone knew that it was this attack that had attacked previously. It had forced the 6 old ancestors to retreat. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Could the drinking man block it? It was over. This person was courting death. Yes, no matter how strong he was just an old ancestor. He probably did not know Long Mu's strength at all. He looked like a banished immortal, but he was probably stupid. Many people shook their heads. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Court and the Z Mansion sneered. In the face of such an attack, the banished immortal man did not care at all. He waved his sleeve and a vortex flew out, swallowing the dragon bone palm. He blocked it. Heavens, it was so easy and casual. Countless people were stunned. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Court were stunned. The people from the Taoist sect were also filled with disbelief. This person was just too strong. What kind of person was Long Mu? He was someone who was even more terrifying than the old ancestors. But now, he was being suppressed by someone. Long Mu's pupils constricted. He retracted his palm and hollered coldly. "Who are you?" "I rode the wind on my sword and roamed the land. I drank wine and swallowed the sun and moon. I am the Xianxian." His voice was vast and it descended from the 9 heavens, shocking numerous people. Xianxian, was that his title? But why had they not heard of it before? Even the patriarchs were at a loss. However, Long Mu's pupils constricted and he roared in a frenzy. "Impossible, how could it be him?" The old ancestor of the 10,000 Dragon Court walked over and said, "Who are you? How dare you interfere in our 10,000 Dragon Court's matters? Do you believe that we will destroy your soul? With just you guys?" Xianxian's eyes were filled with disdain. "If it was your Dragon Emperor who revived, it might be possible. But with just you ants, it was simply laughable." The surrounding people went crazy. The other party actually said that the ancestors of the dragons were ants, that was an existence that stood at the peak of the great sage. How terrifying was that? You're courting death. The 3 ancestors of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were furious and quickly charged over. Everyone became nervous. Did this Xianxian really have the strength? Xianxian looked at this scene and stood up. The smile on his face also disappeared. 10,000 Dragon Dynasty? Do you think that you can be fearless just because you have an extreme weapon? Today, I'll let you see my strength. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve and an endless vortex flew out, sweeping through heaven and earth. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions. The 10,000 dragons diagram shook violently. The pupils of the 3 dragons shrank. Not good, they quickly retreated and were torn apart by this power. Their bodies turned into a bloody mist. They were swallowed by the black vortex and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Dead, the other ancestors were stunned. They could no longer sense the aura of the dragon's ancestors. Their faces instantly turned pale. The families of the buried Emperor Star were also terrified. Even the people of the Emperor race were stunned. Who was this person? With a wave of his sleeve, the 3 ancestors were turned into ashes. His strength was too shocking. Could it be that he was another dragon tomb? The experts of the dragons were so frightened that their scalps went numb. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty walked over and said, "Lord Dragon Tomb, please kill him." "Yes, Lord Dragon Tomb, let's fully revive the extreme weapon and destroy his soul." However, Dragon Tomb didn't move. It was as if he didn't hear it. He stared ahead and said with gritted teeth, "Quasi-Emperor." This was the power of a quasi-emperor. The surrounding people were stunned when they heard this. Quasi-emperor, they sucked in a breath of cold air and looked ahead, not daring to believe it. This Xianxian was a quasi-emperor? Heavens, how was this possible? Although a quasi-emperor wasn't a true great emperor, it was an existence that had surpassed the saint realm. He was someone who had already stepped into the great emperor realm. Such a person could sweep across the world. How terrifying was his strength? It was not something that a saint could resist. The dragon tomb was incredibly terrifying. Back then, it failed to break through to quasi-emperor. If a failed character was already so terrifying, how terrifying would a true quasi-emperor be? No one dared to imagine. This was the true strongest expert. At this moment, the world fell silent. The 10,000 Dragons dynasty was stunned. The entire buried emperor star was shocked. There was actually still a living quasi-emperor in this world. This was beyond their expectations. Such a character was already shockingly heaven-defying. Even if they resurrected all of their extreme weapons, they still wouldn't be able to kill him. The 10,000 Dragon Court's living fossil elders were terrified, and the experts were so scared that they knelt on the ground. Long Mu quickly retracted the 10,000 Dragons diagram and covered their surroundings. Unexpectedly, there were still quasi-emperors in the world. However, since you are a high and mighty quasi-emperor, shouldn't you be trying to break through to the supreme great emperor realm? Why should he meddle in the affairs of the mortal world? Senior, please stop. If Senior doesn't care about this matter, my 10,000 Dragon dynasty is willing to offer the Dragon Emperor ancient scripture for Senior to take a look. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked again. The 10,000 Dragon Court was going all out. The Dragon Emperor ancient scripture was the inheritance of a great emperor. Among the dragons, only the Dragon Prince could view it. The others simply didn't have the chance. However, the 10,000 Dragon Court had actually made such an offer. From this, one could see how terrifying a quasi-emperor's strength was. The people of the Tao sect and Divine Union became nervous. No one could refuse such an offer. Especially the quasi-emperors. They were only half a realm away from the Great Emperor realm. If they could obtain the Great Emperor ancient scripture, perhaps the other party could really become a great emperor. Would the other party still stand on Lin Xian's side? In the sky, the Xianxian narrowed his eyes. The Dragon Emperor ancient scripture was really an offer that was hard to refuse. He looked down at Lin Xian and smiled. Little fellow, what do you think? Lin Xian's eyes turned red. Wine Lord, is it really you? That's great. I didn't expect to see you again. Men don't cry easily, but Lin Xian was really excited. Wine Lord was his first master and had helped him open his meridians and start his martial path. Without Wine Lord, he would still be a cripple. Back then, Wine Lord had left, saying that there would be a time to meet him again. Lin Xian had cultivated from a small martial artist to the invincible great sage. However, there had still been no news of Wine Lord. He had even despaired. However, at his most dangerous moment, Wine Lord had come to save him. Lin Xian took a deep breath and laughed heartily. Ninth Master, if you want to see the Dragon Emperor ancient scripture, I'll let you see it after I take down the 10,000 Dragon Court. The surrounding people were stunned. The other party knew him and seemed to be very familiar with him. The people of the Tao sect heaved a sigh of relief. No wonder he would help Lin Xian. The expressions of the 10,000 Dragon Court's people became ugly. How was this possible? How could he know a quasi-emperor? Xianxian looked at the 10,000 Dragon Court and smiled. You heard that. If I want to see the Dragon Emperor ancient scripture, I'll just snatch it. The pupils of the 10,000 Dragon Court's people constricted. Facing such a quasi-emperor, they really couldn't do anything. Long Mu gritted his teeth. Senior. Although you are a quasi-emperor, my 10,000 Dragon Court is an emperor race. Although we can't kill you, we can protect ourselves. Senior, do you really want to fight to the death with my 10,000 Dragon Court? On the buried emperor star, the other emperor races were silent. Indeed, they couldn't kill him. However, if they defended their sect and used their peak weapons, he wouldn't be able to kill his way in. Of course, if he really had a close relationship with Lin Xian and used a few peak weapons, they wouldn't be able to kill him. No one from the emperor race would be able to block him. Both sides would be injured? The 10,000 Dragon Court thought too highly of him. Wine Lord's eyes gave off a cold light. Senior, do you really want to bully the weak? Long Mu roared and energy started to gather in his body. Wine Lord wasn't afraid. Bully the weak, with a wave of his hand, he grabbed a living fossil of the dragon clan and brought it to his side. The living fossil attacked crazily. However, all of his attacks were swallowed by the whirlpool. He couldn't hurt Wine Lord at all. She was terrified and in despair. In front of him, she was just an ant. Wine Lord slapped her into a bloody mist and then said coldly, "Is this considered bullying the weak? Then let me ask you, when so many of you patriarchs attacked Lin Xian, did that count as bullying the weak? Since you can do it, why can't I do it?" As he spoke, the living fossil of the dragons was destroyed. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. The people of the dragons were also in despair. They knew that this quasi-emperor was standing up for Lin Xian. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Wine Lord waved his hand and grabbed another ancestor of the Golden Crow race. In the blink of an eye, the old ancestor had been turned into ashes. The people of the buried Emperor Star were shocked. What was a peerless expert? Xianxia was one. What was a peerless expert? This scene before them was one. Who cared if you were an old ancestor or a living fossil? A single finger was enough to destroy everything. Was this a quasi-emperor? He had completely surpassed a sage, too powerful. The people of the Divine Union also clenched their fists. Ruffian Long even said that it was this old man. He naturally remembered that he had met Wine Lord before. He didn't expect to see him again after so many years. He also didn't expect him to be a quasi-emperor. In the sword world, the Hellfire Dragon gasped when he saw the scene. "Boy, you actually know such a person. He's as terrifying as that old man." He thought of Xianxia again. That old man could easily beat him up. Why were there so many monsters around Lin Xian? "Senior, please spare us. We won't dare to do it again." The people of the Golden Crow race begged for mercy. The Blue race, the Dragon Sea race, and the other families all knelt down and begged for mercy. What a joke. Even their old ancestor had been killed in one move. Others? They were really tired of living. "You don't dare? If I didn't appear, would you have stopped?" Wine Lord was cold and unmoved. He continued to attack. The Blue race, the Dragon Sea race, the Thunder Dragons, the Wind Dragons, and the other allies of the 10,000 Dragon Court all had old ancestors fall. In an instant, heaven and earth rumbled and a sea of blood spread. Everyone was in despair. However, they didn't dare to fight back. Even if they were ancient families, if they really angered a quasi-emperor, their families would be annihilated. The other party had only killed a few old ancestors to stand up for Lin Xian. Therefore, they could only bear with it and swallow their grievances. Another living fossil from the 10,000 Dragon Court had fallen. Long Mu finally couldn't take it anymore. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Senior, we were wrong. We shouldn't have used an old ancestor to attack young Master Lin. We were wrong. We won't dare to do it again. Senior, please help us." The 10,000 Dragon Court, the insufferably arrogant the Arch families finally lowered their heads. Everyone felt that this was inconceivable. Even those Emperor clans sighed. In the era when the great emperors did not appear, they were the most terrifying experts. However, the appearance of a quasi-emperor made them feel as if they were facing a great enemy. The 10,000 Dragon Imperial Court could only lower its head and beg for mercy. At this moment, the young genius disciples all clenched their fists. This was only a quasi-emperor. A true great emperor would probably be above the 9 heavens. They had to become that kind of person. Humph, it was normal for young supremes to compete with each other. Death had happened since ancient times. But you used the ancestor's hand to kill geniuses. That's something I can't stand. This is a warning. Next time, if anyone dares to send someone at the level of an ancestor to assassinate Lin Xian, I will make that clan disappear. We don't dare. Those families and sects hurriedly lowered their heads. Some people sighed. With a quasi-emperor behind him, Lin Wudi could probably sweep through everything. Even those princes had to back off. In the future, no one would dare to provoke him. As expected, even the top geniuses looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. However, Wine Lord said that the Battle of the Emperor Road was an enemy of the world. However, the strength of the ancestor was too different. Therefore, those who attacked Lin Xian could not be the ancestor of each clan. But other than that, they could make any move, whether it was a one-on-one or a group attack. Everyone was stunned. Did they hear wrongly? The Xianxian actually ordered someone to kill Lin Xian. What was going on? However, those top experts' pupils shrank. This was to pressure Lin Xian. Because flowers that grew in a greenhouse could not withstand the wind and rain. Only in the midst of endless battles could the strongest be tempered. That was right. Wine Lord naturally followed this principle. He had reached the realm of a quasi-emperor. Naturally, he knew how to cultivate. Therefore, he only promised that he would not allow the ancestor-level figures to attack Lin Xian. However, he would not stop the others. He did not want to destroy Lin Xian's cultivation. Senior, you are right. We understand. Long Mu turned around and left with his people. The 10,000 Dragons dynasty left. The Zifu also quickly left. Next, the Gu clan, the Golden Crow clan, the Zifu, and the others all left. In an instant, the battle stopped. And this news spread throughout the buried Emperor Star. The appearance of a quasi-emperor was enough to change the entire world. Even those monarch clans became cautious now. They also jointly gave some orders. For example, they forbade the peak of the great sage from attacking the young geniuses. In other words, the ancestor was not allowed to attack. This was the same as what Wine Lord had said. However, back then, Wine Lord had instructed Lin Xian to do so. But now, these emperor clans were speaking to the entire buried Emperor Star. There was no other way. They were also afraid that the other clans would join forces again. After all, not everyone was like Lin Xian, who had a quasi-emperor behind him. In an instant, the entire buried Emperor Star came to a consensus. Once an ancestor-level figure attacked, they would be hunted down by the other clans. The Divine Union cheered. They still could not believe that a quasi-emperor had appeared. He had appeared on their side. The people in the Dao sect were also nervous. A quasi-emperor had actually descended on their Dao sect. This was enough to bring glory to the entire history. Dao sect, Divine Union residence. Lin Xian and Wine Lord stood in the courtyard. Lord Alcohol said with a smile. The little fellow had grown faster than he had imagined. He could already kill an emperor's son. Lin Xian said, Wine Lord, where have you been all these years? Oh right, how is my father? Do you know? Wine Lord said, your father is fine. Your mother is also by your father's side. It's just that he can't come over to see you. However, he has been paying attention to you. He was also the first to know that there was danger this time. He can't split himself, so I came. Why? Lin Xian was shocked. Wine Lord, you are a quasi-emperor. Could it be that you have some difficulties? Wine Lord shook his head. So what if you are a quasi-emperor? You have not reached that realm yet. When you break through a few more realms, you will know that we still have peerless enemies. At this point, Wine Lord's expression became extremely grave. Lin Xian was also shocked. Who exactly was this person that could make a quasi-emperor act like he was facing a great enemy? He did not know. However, he said, Wine Lord, don't worry. I will break through as soon as possible. He was only at the initial stage of the Great Sage. When he broke through to the middle stage of the Great Sage or even the late stage of the Great Sage, then, his combat strength would definitely surpass that of the ancestors. Perhaps he would be qualified to know the secrets of these quasi-emperors. Wine Lord nodded. Alright, I should leave. Don't worry, those ancestors will definitely not dare to make a move on you. Was he leaving again? Lin Xian's eyes turned red. He took a deep breath and said, I will catch up to you as soon as possible. One day, we will fight side by side. Wine Lord smiled and patted Lin Xian's shoulder. A vortex appeared behind him and swallowed him up. Fight side by side. Lin Xian clenched his fists, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. The door of the Divine Union opened and Yan Ruyu, Morong Qingqing, Monkey, and the others came in. They realized that there was only Lin Xian around. Morong Qingqing asked. Has the Boundary Emperor Senior left? Lin Xian nodded. Wine Lord had already left. The savage wilderness ancestor, fantasy world ancestor, and the other side. Such a person was elusive. After leaving this time, they would probably never see him again. However, they soon looked at Lin Xian. They knew that with Lin Xian's talent, he would reach that level sooner or later. You should be safe now. They won't dare to attack you again. If there's any danger, contact us. The savage wilderness ancestor said a few words before returning. This battle had also injured Dao Zhong. They had to recover quickly. The other families and sects of the Divine Union were the same. Lin Xian told them to rest and recuperate. What do you plan to do next? The dark red dragon asked. They felt that it was time to cultivate in seclusion. Lin Xian said, next, I'm going to the 10,000 Dragon Court. The surrounding people were stunned. Morong Qingqing also said, Brother Xian, are you having a fever? Why are you going there? Yan Ryu also said, yes, you just finished fighting with them. Are you going there? Are you going to start another war? I won't let this matter rest. If Wine Lord hadn't come, I would have been in danger. Does the 10,000 Dragon Court really think I'm a pushover? Humph, Wine Lord just ordered the Patriarch not to make a move. I want to see who in the 10,000 Dragon Court can withstand my anger. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with killing intent. If the Patriarch of the 10,000 Dragon Court didn't make a move, he could casually beat up the other geniuses. This time, he wanted to let the 10,000 Dragon Court know the consequences of offending him. Good idea. The dark red dragon jumped out. Let's wipe out the 10,000 Dragon Court. Yes, that's right. Aren't they arrogant? Aren't they attacking the Divine Union? This time, we'll kill our way to his family and let him know how it feels to be attacked. Yan Ryu was stunned. When the others found out, they were also stunned. Lin Xian was really strong. Very quickly, Lin Xian swallowed a pill and rose into the air. He left the path and headed towards the 10,000 Dragon Court. When the Patriarch heard this, he was shocked. When they heard Bai Susu's voice transmission, they were stunned. Going to the 10,000 Dragon Court, they quickly reacted and they all shook their heads. The 10,000 Dragons Imperial Court was truly pitiful. They had actually provoked such a demon king. On the buried Emperor Star, there were also some people from the other clans and sects who stayed behind. After all, they also wanted to inquire about the quasi-emperors. However, they did not see the quasi-emperor. Instead, they saw Lin Xian and the others leave the path and fly into the distance. What? Where did Lin Xian go? The battle had just ended. What was he going to do instead of recuperating? Countless people were stunned. Someone was following them in the dark. They discovered that Lin Xian had gone to the 10,000 Dragons Court. What did this mean? These people were all stunned. Given the grudge between Lin Xian and the 10,000 Dragon Court, he definitely wouldn't go there to chat. Could it be that Lin Xian wanted to make a move on the 10,000 Dragon Court sect? The moment they thought of this, they all sucked in a cold breath. They thought of a possibility. No way, how could this kid be so bold? Hurry up and inform your family. I feel like a storm is coming. These people quickly notified Lin Xian. In an instant, the families and sects on the buried Emperor Star were shocked. Countless gazes gathered on the 10,000 Dragon Court sect. At this moment, the atmosphere in the 10,000 Dragon Court sect was very stifling. They had joined forces to form 3 Emperor weapons and were prepared to kill Lin Xian. However, they had failed. This time, they had suffered a crushing defeat. This was something they couldn't tolerate. However, the enemy was too strong. He was a quasi-emperor. He was so strong that they felt despair. Damn it, if the Dragon Emperor was still alive, that Xianxia wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Someone gritted his teeth and roared. However, there were also people who shook their heads. Forget it, as long as the great emperors don't come out, a quasi-emperor is not someone we can provoke. Damn it, it's all that Lin Xian's fault. If it weren't for him, how could our 10,000 Dragon Court sect have fallen to such a state? That's right, Lin Xian. We have to kill him, with a quasi-emperor behind him, who would dare to make a move against him, so what? The quasi-emperor said that the patriarchs were not allowed to make a move, but the great sages below the patriarchs could. No matter how strong Lin Wuti is he really invincible? I don't believe that no one below the patriarchs can kill him. Yes, that's right. Let's control our cultivation and gather our strength before making a move against him. He killed the Dragon Prince, so it's only right for us to take revenge on him. Even the Quasi-Emperor couldn't say anything. If they were really anxious, even a Quasi-Emperor wouldn't be able to do anything to us if we joined forces. These people gritted their teeth and roared. However, the other patriarchs and living fossils had cold expressions. The current Lord Dragon Tomb had returned to live in seclusion again. Such a person would only appear in a life and death situation. Usually, he would have to be sealed. Even when he cultivated, he would have to be sealed. However, their hearts were bleeding. This time, 3 patriarchs and 2 living fossils had died. What kind of damage was this? One had to know that there were very few people who could become patriarchs. There were even fewer living fossils left behind. The blow to them this time was really too great. It could be said that it was a heavy blow. It was likely that their 10,000 dragon court would not be able to recover for thousands of years. Damn it, in the golden age of the Emperor's Road battle, was their 10,000 dragon court going to be eliminated? The young cultivators of the 10,000 dragon court had looks of despair on their faces. The death of a few patriarchs made them feel like the sky was about to collapse. A group of people appeared outside the 10,000 dragon court sect. The person in the lead was Lin Xian. The group of people quickly landed. Who is it? Stop right there. The guards of the 10,000 dragon court shouted angrily. Who would dare to behave atrociously here in such a situation? However, when they saw who it was, those guards spat out a mouthful of blood. Lin Xian. You still dare to come? They realized that the person who had come was actually Lin Wuti. It was because of him that they had suffered heavy losses this time. Several of their patriarchs had died. They wanted nothing more than to tear him into pieces. But now, the other party actually took the initiative to come knocking on their door. Far away from the 10,000 dragon court sect, there were many figures standing in the mountains. Some people used array formations to observe the situation ahead. Those people were shocked when they saw it. It was really Lin Wuti. Heavens, he went to the 10,000 dragon court. What did he want to do? Lin Xian looked ahead and said coldly. Tell your patriarchs that I am here for revenge. Revenge? The guards of the 10,000 dragon court were stunned. Those who were watching the battle in the distance almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The ones who had suffered the most in this battle were the 10,000 dragon court and their allies. Although Lin Xian was injured, the patriarchs and top geniuses were not dead. Now, he wanted to take revenge. They sucked in a cold breath of air and were terrified. This Lin Wuti was definitely not to be provoked. That's right, the 10,000 dragon court sect was probably vomiting blood now. They couldn't become enemies with such a person. When the 10,000 dragons dynasty heard the news, they were also stunned. What did you say? Lin Wuti is here, just outside? What a joke. If he dares to come, isn't he afraid that we'll kill him? What did you say? He said he's here for revenge. Those dragon race experts immediately vomited blood. Damn it, why is he here for revenge? We should be the ones taking revenge. These people were so angry that they stomped their feet. Damn it, he's too arrogant. What does he mean? Is he looking down on us? Damn it, let him come in. Let's attack and tear him into pieces. The elders of the dragons roared crazily. At the same time, the array formation opened a passage. Lin Wuti, if you want to die, then get in here. Lin Xian sneered and strode in. I'm not here to die, but to take revenge. Since the 10,000 dragons dynasty attacked me, how do you plan to die, brat? Don't be arrogant. Do you think that with a quasi-emperor behind you, you can do whatever you want? This is the emperor race. Since you're here today, don't even think about leaving. The 10,000 dragons diagram released a few terrifying auras, causing the sky and earth to shake. The faces of the toad and the others turned pale. Lin Xian sneered. You still dare to appear with the aura of a patriarch? Are you tired of living? Why, do you want me to invite a quasi-emperor to appear? As soon as these words came out, the few old figures in the sky almost fell from the sky in fright. Those few terrifying auras also became obscure. The other experts were gnashing their teeth in anger. you're too arrogant. Do you think you're safe just because the patriarch doesn't make a move? That's right. There's no need for the patriarch to kill you. The others are enough. Oh, is that so? That's what I think too. That's why I'm here today to spar with you. Let's have a life and death battle. A fair battle. Those below the patriarch of your sect. When I appear, life and death will be up to fate. Damn it, are you trying to bully my dragon clan? The elders of the 10,000 Dragons dynasty roared. The Dragon Court Saint, the Dragon Wind Saint, and the others gritted their teeth and roared. Those young dragons were even more furious. What was the point of talking nonsense with him and fighting fair? Just kill him. In an instant, more than 10 figures soared into the sky. Lin Wudi, go to hell. Black Dragon descends, Return of the Azure Dragon, Heavenly Dragon Sword, all kinds of top-notch unique skills flew and instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Boom, Lin Xian snorted coldly. His divine body bloomed with radiance as he punched out, shattering heaven and earth. At the same time, sword chi danced in the air, cutting the young dragons into two halves. Half of these people had their bodies and souls destroyed, while the other half screamed and fled. In the end, a demonic seal descended from the sky and killed all the remaining people. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen dragons had fallen. Blood mist spread and the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty people all went crazy. Damn it. Those elders also rushed over in a frenzy. Some of them were even unable to hold themselves back and were about to use their extreme weapons. Let's see who dares to use an extreme-grade weapon. Don't use the Patriarch's power either. Unless the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty is tired of living, the dark red dragon roared. He had his eyes on some of the patriarchs. Lin Xian made a powerful move and arrived in front of a Saint Lord Elder. Release killing intent at me? I'll give you a chance to challenge me. He punched out with a single punch. Out. The 6 path fists danced, causing Olju to spit out blood and roll on the ground. Damn it. Rage of the Lightning Dragon, the old man turned into 9 lightning dragon heads and roared into the sky. The lightning that he shot out had the power of destruction. Lin Xian opened and closed. A monstrous demonic energy swept across the 9 heavens. He sent the old man flying. He then split the old man into 2 halves. The power of the heaven secret god eyes destroyed the old man's soul. A Saint Lord expert had fallen. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty people all went crazy. Saint Lord Longfeng roared in rage and gathered the power of a saint to kill him. In an instant, 10 Saint Lord experts appeared and surrounded Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Why? A group attack? As you wish. He waved his hand and behind him, Yan Ruyu, Monkey, and Morong Qingqing also walked out. 4 princes were facing off against 10 saints, and they were sweeping through all 4 directions. The 10 great sage lords were instantly beaten until they spat out blood. Damn it, more came. 20 came. 30 saints were making a move against the 4 princes. The battle erupted and it was abnormally terrifying. The spectators outside were all going crazy. 30 saints. What kind of terrifying strength was that? Even if the old ancestor didn't come out, it was enough to sweep through everything. Lin Xian was in danger. But soon, they realized that wasn't the case. Lin Xian's group swept through everything. Heavens, is this the power of an emperor? The 4 of them together were enough to sweep through everything. The saints all went crazy and didn't dare to believe it. The 4 of them were able to block their attacks, damn it. Activate our dragon bloodline and work together to kill him. These people all belong to the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. They were all connected by the bloodline of dragons and were extremely terrifying. Terrifying dragon phantoms appeared on their bodies. It was like a dragon ancestor that covered the sky. Lin Xian's group felt a huge sense of danger. Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. A demonic shadow appeared behind him and it was abnormally mysterious. The moment it appeared, it swept through everything. Morong Qingqing formed a 7-colored phoenix phantom behind her. Yan Ryu formed a green lotus phantom. The monkey roared and swept his iron rod across the sky. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a god of war. The 4 of them attacked and blasted the dragon's phantoms formed by the saints away. The 30 saints spat out blood and retreated. Their bodies were shattered and their faces were pale. Damn it, how was that possible? When the others from the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty saw this scene, they all went crazy. Even 30 saints working together were defeated. Damn it, were the 4 of them heaven-defying? Even the saints couldn't suppress them. Perhaps the only one who could defeat these 4 people was the Patriarch. But peak existences like the Great Sage weren't allowed to make a move. Otherwise, a quasi-emperor would attack them. Who else would come? Was the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty a bunch of trash? They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Lin Xian stood at the front and shouted coldly. His voice was loud and clear. The people watching from afar were stunned. Lin Wudi was actually so strong. As expected of the invincible Great Sage. The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty had really fallen into the hands of a young man. They probably wouldn't be able to raise their heads again. A bunch of trash. Seeing that no one dared to make a move, Lin Xian snorted coldly. 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, from now on, wherever I go, all of you will submit to me, otherwise, I will destroy your star souls. Lin Xian left behind a cold voice and then left the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Those people were so angry that they spat out blood, but no one dared to make a move. Damn it, we won't let him off. Those elders gritted their teeth. They swore that they would think of all sorts of ways to kill him. However, it was useless. Lin Xian swaggered out of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty just like that. He was completely unharmed. The people watching the battle sent the news to the buried Emperor Star. All of a sudden, the entire buried Emperor Star was shocked. Lin Wudi actually killed his way back to the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Moreover, he beat up the saints of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty until they spat out blood. In the end, no one dared to fight him. He stepped on the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty alone. Lin Wudi is too strong. Why do I feel that no one can fight against him? It's over, even those princes would be overshadowed by him. Could it be that the world would be his in the future? Could he really become a great emperor? If he ruled over the world, some families didn't dare to think about it. The Dragon Sea race and the Blue race were all allies of the 10,000 Dragon Court. Even the 10,000 Dragon Court had been defeated. How could they withstand it? They would probably end up in a miserable state. Sure enough, they were attacked. It was not Lin Xian who attacked. It was the Divine Union and their allies. For example, the Nalan family and the Linghu family attacked. They wanted to take back what they had lost. In an instant, the Dragon Sea race, the Blue race and the Golden Crow race were all heavily injured. The buried Emperor Star was shaken again. For example, the people from the monarch clans all had serious expressions. This was especially true for the imperial princes. They felt immense pressure. They had never thought that a young man who was not a prince would make them feel like they were facing a great enemy. Damn it. Qilinzi gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with killing intent. On the other side, Kuan-Pengzi also took a deep breath. Previously, he had fought with the Dragon Prince. Now that the Dragon Prince was dead, was he going to fight with Lin Xian? Gu Feng's expression was even colder. Damn it. Since his debut, he had been suppressed by Lin Xian. This made him mad. Just you wait, one day, I will trample you under my feet. He swore. The entire buried Emperor Star was talking about Lin Xian. As for Lin Xian, he had already disappeared. No one knew where he had gone. In fact, he had joined forces with Murong Qingqing to cultivate. The previous battle had given him a deep understanding. Now, he had to cultivate properly. He knew that those people would not let this matter rest. Gradually, the battle stopped. Everyone began to cultivate once again. Those princes and top skyprides were crazily increasing their strength. As for those big clans and sects, they were also recuperating. In the previous battle, too many of their elites had fallen. Holy Abyss Ancient City had also quietened down. However, countless legends had already spread here. Especially legends about Lin Xian and the Divine Union. The 3 great orthodoxies were still places where countless geniuses wanted to enter. Previously, the 3 great orthodoxies had their own victories and defeats. However, it was different now. People from all over the world and even in the universe had come. They had all arrived at the three great orthodoxies. All of them were fighting to enter the Tao. When the people of the heaven sect and the earth sect heard this, they shook their heads and sighed. Very few people want to join them. There was no other way. A Lin Wudi appeared in the Tao, and his name spread throughout the world. This was especially so when the other party did not have an imperial bloodline, yet he was able to kill an imperial bloodline and even make the imperial bloodline bow their heads. This was simply a heaven-defying feat. Therefore, he was treated as an idol by countless young geniuses. Everyone wanted to be like him, so these people had to join the Tao. More importantly, they wanted to join the divine union. For a moment, the elders of the Tao were grinning from ear to ear. They realized that supporting Lin Xian was the right choice. If this continued, they would be able to surpass the celestial sect and the earth sect in terms of their Tao and stand above everything else. This was all because of Lin Xian. In the divine union, Bai Susu and the others were overjoyed. The Dragon Palace no longer existed. The divine union had become the #1 power in the Tao and gathered the best geniuses. The others couldn't compare to them at all. If this continued, they didn't dare imagine how much the divine union could grow. Lin Xian did not care about these things. At this moment, he was living in seclusion and cultivating peacefully with Murong Qingqing. The quintessential world, which was also the origin star, was the place where everything had started. Previously, when the spatial passage to the buried Emperor star had been opened, the quintessential world had also recovered rapidly. The aura on it had become extremely mysterious, and the strength of the people on it had also increased rapidly. In the past, the quintessential world did not even have a sage. However, many sages had appeared now, and even some pinnacle figures had appeared. Of course, it was still incomparable to the buried Emperor star. However, it was much more terrifying than the stars in other universes. Everyone knew that the quintessential world was extremely mysterious, and there were some ancient legends about it. Even the people of the buried Emperor star did not dare to be too presumptuous here. On this day, in the central region of the quintessential world, the earth trembled. The earth trembled as a huge crack spread out. Then, the void was torn apart. Countless rays of light danced between heaven and earth. This phenomenon shocked everyone in the quintessential world. What had happened? Countless people looked up. The quintessential world had sacred grounds and some terrifying sections. Even the emperor race had residences and territories here. At this moment, they were all looking up at the sky with shocked expressions. The same was true for the deity's palace in the central region. What was that? They were all astonished. Quickly go and investigate. The people from the deity's palace all went to investigate. Not only them, but the sacred grounds and sects of the quintessential world were also doing the same. However, they soon discovered that the rays of light between heaven and earth had disappeared. However, an astonishing thing had appeared under the ground. A huge crack had appeared in the central region's ground. When everyone went to investigate, they discovered that there was an ancient city under the crack. It had a majestic aura, and it carried the vicissitudes of life. This was in existence from tens of thousands of years ago. It was actually preserved so well. There couldn't be a heaven-shaking secret hidden here, right? There must be countless treasures buried here, everyone prepared to investigate. However, they were all repelled by a power. Some experts were unresigned and tried to force their way in. As a result, their bodies were instantly torn apart and turned into a bloody mist. The others were terrified. They no longer dared to act blindly without thinking. Instead, they stood there in bewilderment. It was best not to offend such an ancient and mysterious existence. After waiting for about a month, the ancient city gate opened, and a few figures walked out. These were all young figures. They soared into the sky and looked in all directions. These young figures were all wearing ancient Taoist robes. They carried an ancient aura. As soon as they appeared, they arrived above the 9 heavens. There were actually people inside. In the quintessential world, the sacred grounds and sects were all stunned. What an ancient city this was. These people were all from the ancient times. They couldn't believe it. No one could live for so long, right? Those young figures arrived in the air. They looked down with incomparably cold expressions. At this moment, a terrifying light came from the ancient city below again. It formed a golden steel that stood in the void. What was that? Countless people were stunned. However, this golden steel was constantly flickering with a mysterious light. The aura of laws on it flew in all directions, piercing through the universe. After about a day, all the lights flew back. Then, names formed on the golden steel one after another. Countless people were stunned. They realized that each of the names on the list was extremely amazing. At this moment, all of them were gathered on this golden steel. What kind of method was this? Also, who was the person in the city below? The few youths who had walked out from the city below looked at the golden sky steel. Then, they soared into the sky and flew in all directions. The people of the quintessential world were shocked, but no one dared to go down to investigate. They could only wait. At the same time, the various worlds were shocked. The buried Emperor Star gradually calmed down after the battle between the Divine Union and the 10,000 Dragon Court. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that such a top-level battle would not happen again in a short period of time. However, on this day, the various large families and sects welcomed a figure. Of course, only the top families and sects knew about it. The others were still in a daze. A mysterious figure also descended from the Sky Sect and Earth Sect in the Holy Abyss ancient city. It was a man wearing an ancient robe. He had a handsome face and a mysterious aura. His arrival caused the people on the road to be astonished. The Tao Sect's guard said, "Young master, please wait. You're not from the Tao, right? Furthermore, the Tao's test has already ended. If you want to join, please come back next year." "I want to see the Tao's patriarch," the mysterious man said. The moment he said that, the others went into an uproar. Many people laughed. Who was this kid? He was so arrogant. He wanted to see the Tao's patriarch, that's right. Did he think he was an emperor? Or was he Lin Wudi, who gave him so much face? These people shook their heads. The two guards also wanted to say something. However, the mysterious man snorted coldly. He emitted a mysterious aura from his body and directly flew into the passageway. "How dare you attack our Taoist?" The guards all drew their swords and sabers. This person was very mysterious. Who knew if the 10,000 Dragon Court was going to attack again? Just as the battle was about to start, a voice came from the depths of the Tao sect. "Everyone, stop and let him in." The surrounding people were stunned. They could tell that it was the savage wilderness patriarch's voice. Heavens, could he really see the patriarch? Countless people went into an uproar. The guards also put away their swords and said respectfully, "Young master, please." They were also shocked. Who exactly was this person before them? The mysterious man was very fast. Soon, he arrived at the core region of the Tao sect. The guards retreated, and the elders of the core region personally led the way. Elder Bai led the way. He was also puzzled. Who was this person? However, he didn't dare to ask too many questions. Elder Bai led him to the great ancestor's residence and left. However, he was even more puzzled now. "Come in." A voice rang out from within the mansion. It was the voice of the savage ancestor. With a wave of his sleeve, the surrounding formation disappeared, and the man in Taoist robes walked in. Two figures stood in the courtyard. One was Patriarch Desolation, and the other was Patriarch Fantasy World. The two of them looked at the young man in front of them with grave expressions. "That aura just now was unleashed by you?" Savage Desolation Ancestor asked. "Where are you from?" The Illusory World Ancestor also spoke. The man in the Taoist robe did not say anything. He waved his hand and took out a badge. It was a simple and unadorned token. A palace was drawn on it, and it seemed as if it was about to fly into the clouds. It looked very mysterious. When they saw the token, the bodies of the Savage Ancestor and the Fantasy World Ancestor trembled. Their scalps went numb. In the next moment, they were so excited that their eyes turned red. Had it finally appeared? The sound of something tearing through the air could be heard in the distance. Two more figures arrived. A man and a woman. They were the other two patriarchs. When they arrived and saw the token, they also cried out in surprise. It had appeared. The stars in Fantasy World Ancestor's eyes flickered. "I always thought that it was an ancient legend. I didn't expect it to really appear. Patriarch Barbarian God laughed out loud. Young master, please. They became extremely respectful towards the young man. The young man nodded and followed. They walked inside. The four patriarchs arrived at the deepest part of the Tao. There was an ancient palace there that was currently sealed. The four patriarchs formed hand seals and tore open the seal. They walked in. There was a statue there. It was a man with an extraordinary aura. Auspicious clouds surrounded his body, and wind and clouds gathered under his feet. It was as if he was about to ascend into an immortal. He seemed to be holding a token in his hand. Although it was a statue, one could clearly see that the token was the same as the one in the Taoist robed man's hand. Fantasy World Ancestor and the others bowed respectfully to the statue. Greetings, ancestor of the Tao sect. This man was the founder of the Tao sect. He was the one who single-handedly created the Tao sect. In fact, it wasn't just the Tao sect. The Sky sect and the Earth sect were the same. In the core of each sect, there was a statue like this. Moreover, these three people came from the same place. This place was hidden mysteriously, and no one had mentioned it for tens of thousands of years. Even the elders of the Tao sect didn't know about it. Only the patriarchs of the three great orthodoxies knew about it. However, they were skeptical and treated it as a legend. But now, a mysterious man came with a token in his hand. This shocked them. They knew that the ancient rumors were all true. The mysterious man looked at the statue in front of him and bowed. Then, he looked at the four patriarchs and said in a deep voice, "The Yuhua immortal dynasty has opened again. I'm here on orders to invite the geniuses of the current era. May I know who they are?" Fantasy World Ancestor asked. The Jade Pool's successor, Morong Qingqing. The Azure Emperor's successor, Yan Ruyu. Sun Qitian. These three people were the top geniuses who had displayed powerful strength in the battle with the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. They were all at the imperial level. Therefore, the four patriarchs weren't surprised at all. But after waiting for a while, they were puzzled. Patriarch Savage Wilderness asked. Just these three people? According to what I know, these three people have an extraordinary relationship with your sect, so I came to invite them. I heard that the other one is the Dragon Prince, but he has already fallen, so he is no longer within the summoning list. What about Lin Xian? Fantasy World Ancestor said. Although these three people had an extraordinary relationship with their sect, they weren't from the sect. They all had their own families and sections. Strictly speaking, only Lin Xian could be considered a member of their sect. But now, the other party didn't mention Lin Xian's name at all. Lin Xian? The mysterious man frowned slightly. The barbarian king old ancestor spoke. Lin Xian, Lin Wudi, his name should appear in the Yuhua immortal dynasty. It's impossible to summon him without him. The mysterious man frowned and looked at the Yuhua token in his hand again. In the next moment, a mysterious light flickered on it, and then it turned into a blood-colored lightning bolt. The mysterious man waved his hand and said coldly, "Lin Xian, Lin Wudi, people from the immortal graveyard can't be summoned." The four patriarchs were stunned. They couldn't be summoned, what else did they want to say? However, the mysterious man waved his hand. There's no need to say anything. I can't make the decision on this matter, so you guys don't have to say anything either. Tell those three to go to the Yuhua immortal dynasty a year later. The Taoist-robed man left, leaving behind only the four old ancestors. The four old ancestors' expressions were incomparably solemn. People from the immortal tomb couldn't enter. How was this possible? That's right, if he was from the immortal tomb, how could he have such combat strength and kill the Emperor's son? He was almost above the Emperor's son now. People from the immortal tomb definitely couldn't do this. Was there a misunderstanding? Fantasy World Old Ancestor sighed. Lin Xian was from the immortal tomb. This news had already spread in Taiching ancient city. But no one knew why he was able to cultivate until now. It was as if even the Z Mansion thought it was a mystery. There was even a time when everyone thought that the Z Mansion's prophecy was wrong. But it didn't seem to be the case now. Since the Yuhua immortal dynasty issued such a warning, I think Lin Xian must be from the immortal tomb. But why can he cultivate? He probably has his own secrets that we don't know. Fantasy World Old Ancestor sighed. Then what should we do? Savage Wilderness Old Ancestor said. Could it be that Lin Xian was going to miss this opportunity? If that was the case, it would be difficult for him to fight for the throne in the future. The other two old ancestors also took a deep breath. They knew what kind of existence the Yuhua immortal dynasty was. And what was that opportunity? It had something to do with becoming a great emperor. The top geniuses of all the worlds had been invited. Those emperors and princesses would also go. If Lin Xian didn't go, then I would be trampled under his feet forever. Fantasy World Old Ancestor said. Lin Xian wasn't summoned, but that didn't mean that he couldn't go to the Yuhua immortal dynasty. But even if he went, he wouldn't be able to obtain that fortune. The other old ancestors also shook their heads and sighed. Savage Wilderness Old Ancestor looked at the statue in front of him and said in a low voice. That might not be the case. We still have a chance. Could it be that you want to? Fantasy World Old Ancestor was also surprised. Savage Wilderness Old Ancestor nodded. That's right, that was his plan. The other three old ancestors hesitated. It wasn't easy for the Yuhua immortal dynasty to open once. As for Lin Xian's talent and strength, I don't think I need to tell you. It was even rarer to encounter these two. This time around, if we were to give up, who knows how many tens of thousands of years it would take for the Dao sect to obtain such an opportunity again. For Daozhong, I think it's time for us to do something. I understand. Fantasy World Patriarch nodded. The other two patriarchs agreed. Alright, let's summon them then. He passed the order to Elder Bai, asking him to find Lin Xian and the others. When Lin Xian heard the news, he was also stunned. Why did the ancestors want to see them? Elder Bai shook his head. He didn't know. However, he recalled that mysterious figure. Perhaps it was related to that person. Monkey King had already left. Other than Lin Xian, there were only Morong Qingqing and Yan Ryu. The three of them followed Elder Bai to the ancestor mansion. You're here. Follow me. Fantasy World Ancestor brought the three of them to the sealed hall. After entering, Lin Xian and the other two felt a mysterious aura. The statue in front of them, in particular, shocked them even more. Savage Wilderness Ancestor said, "This is the founder of our Dao sect, Ancestor Dao Abyss." Lin Xian was shocked. Morong Qingqing and the others were also shocked. The founder of the Dao sect was a shocking figure back then. The three of them bowed respectfully. Lin Xian asked, "Why did Ancestor call us here?" Fantasy World Ancestor asked, "Have you heard of the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty?" Yuhua Celestial Dynasty. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Yan Ryu and Morong Qingqing were stunned. I've heard of this legend. It's a terrifying faction. It's said that this immortal grass is terrifying. It's not from the Emperor race, it's even more terrifying than the Emperor race. I heard that the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty wanted to ascend to the immortal realm but failed. It seems like you know something. Fantasy World Ancestor nodded. The origin of the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty is very mysterious and we don't know the details. But we know that it's a terrifying faction that once stood at the peak of the universe. Lin Xian was shocked. Could it be that this was a great emperor's family that had produced a great emperor? Fantasy World Ancestor said that there had indeed been a great emperor and it was an extremely terrifying one. He even wanted to use his own strength to ascend to the immortal realm with the entire dynasty. Lin Xian was even more shocked after hearing what Ji Futian said. What kind of extravagance was this? How terrifying was this person? There are many legends about the Yuhua Celestial Grass. We don't know if they're true or not. This is because countless years have passed. This was at least 1,000,000 years ago. Even now, no one knows. So why did Ancestor call us here? Don't be anxious. Listen to us. The Yuhua Celestial Dynasty produced countless experts back then. 3 of them had a good relationship with each other. They came out to train together and came to the buried Emperor Star. Then, they opened up a city and formed 3 sections. The city was also built by them together and formed a terrifying power. Lin Xian was stunned when he heard this. He looked at the statue in front of him and exclaimed. Could it be the 3 great orthodoxies? Holy Abyss Ancient City, that's right. Savage World Ancestor said that the founder of the Tao sect was someone from the Yuhua celestial dynasty. The other two were the founders of the Heaven sect and the Earth sect. As expected, Lin Xian was shocked. Yan Ruyu and Morong Qingqing were even more shocked. They didn't expect the three great orthodoxies to be related to the Yuhua celestial dynasty. It was too unbelievable. This had always been spread among the ancestors of the Tao sect. The other elders didn't know about it at all. We even thought that it was just a legend. But just now, the people from the Yuhua celestial dynasty came. What? Morong Qingqing and Yan Ruyu were stunned. The people from the Yuhua celestial dynasty came? Impossible. They were existences from millions of years ago and had long disappeared without a trace. How could they appear? If they had any news, the emperor race would have known long ago. It was impossible. The Yuhua celestial dynasty had always existed, but it was sealed. The seal would open once every few 100,000 years. And the interval between each time was too long. No one could remember. So until now, they all thought that it had disappeared. This time, your luck is very good. You actually encountered the Yuhua celestial dynasty when the seal was unsealed. The Yuhua celestial dynasty sent someone to invite you. The Yuhua celestial dynasty was an extremely mysterious existence. It was extremely helpful for one to become a great emperor. If one could obtain the fortune inside, they could even become an immortal in the future. Therefore, your fortuitous encounter is extremely heaven-defying. Really? Yan Ruyu and Morong Qingqing were overjoyed. Indeed, it opened once every few 100,000 years. Sometimes, even great emperors couldn't be encountered. But they could. Lin Xian also smiled. Become a great emperor or even an immortal? He clenched his fists. His strength could increase again there. However, Ancestor Huanshi's expression was solemn. The Yuhua celestial dynasty invited the top geniuses. You are also qualified. Qingqing and Ruyu, both of you are invited. But, Ancestor Huanshi looked at Lin Xian and remained silent. Morong Qingqing said. Brother Xian was naturally more qualified. He was an existence who killed the Dragon Prince. Yan Ruyu also said. That's right. Seeing Lin Xian's confusion, Fantasy World Ancestor said, you should know that you are from the immortal graveyard, right? Hearing this, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Damn it, he said, could it be because of this? Fantasy World Ancestor nodded. Yes, it was because of this. You weren't invited? Morong Qingqing's expression also changed. Brother Xian had no fate with the Yuhua immortal dynasty. This was a fatal blow to a young supreme being. Was there no other way? Yan Ruyu also asked. Savage Wilderness Ancestor said, yes, this is the reason why I called you here. Firstly, I wanted to inform you to go to the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Secondly, I wanted to solve the problem of Lin Xian not being able to go. What solution? Lin Xian also asked. Savage Wilderness Ancestor looked at the statue in front of him and said, the founder of our Tao is from the Yuhua immortal dynasty. He has the Yuhua token. Among the disciples of the later generations, with the Yuhua immortal token, they have one chance to go to the Yuhua immortal dynasty to fight for the so-called opportunity. There is only one chance, so we have decided to give it to you. Lin Xian was also shocked when he heard this. There was only one chance in the entire Tao, no matter how many tens of thousands of years it had been passed down. He had never used it before. Was he going to give it to him this time? He knew how heavy it was. He took a deep breath and said, Ancestors, don't worry. When I become the great emperor, I will definitely let the Tao stand at the peak of the universe. We believe in you and we have high hopes for you. The four old ancestors nodded. Then, they walked forward and bowed respectfully. Then, they formed a seal and took off the Yuhua token and gave it to Lin Xian. After Lin Xian received it, he took a deep breath. He definitely wouldn't disappoint his master. Alright, you guys go back and prepare. A year later, they would head to the Yuhua immortal dynasty in the true spirit world. Lin Xian and the other two returned. After returning, Morong Qingqing and Yan Ruyu had to return to their respective families. After all, they had to make some preparations. Lin Xian nodded. See you in a year. Not only them, Sky Sect, Earth Sect, and the Emperor race. Some top families and sects were also summoned. The most dazzling geniuses were extremely excited. 1 year later, in the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty, they would definitely not miss this mysterious opportunity. People like Gu Feng and Kuan Pingzi clenched their fists. If they could obtain this opportunity, then they would be able to surpass Lin Xian. Some clans even received news that Lin Xian was from the Immortal Burial Ground and wasn't invited. Many people laughed happily. Haha, Lin Xian will miss out on a great opportunity. From now on, he will be trampled under our feet. Many of them became complacent. There were also some people who were worried and asked about it. In the end, they learned that Lin Xian was in seclusion. He was fully prepared for the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty 1 year later. This made the Divine Union members heave a sigh of relief. Let's see who will be trampled underfoot then. 10,000 Dragon Dynasty had solemn expressions on their faces. During this year, they were really anxious. Originally, the Dragon Prince was going to get this slot. If the Dragon Prince could get in, he would be one step closer to becoming a great emperor. After all, the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty only opened once every few 100,000 years. This was a great fortune. But now the Dragon Prince was dead. Who would they send? Even the old ancestor couldn't decide. In the end, they could only summon the Dragon Tomb Old Ancestor and let him decide. Half a year later, Lord Dragon Tomb returned with a woman. That woman's face was pale, but her expression was extremely cold. Her aura was terrifying. The old ancestors of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty were shocked. What a terrifying Dragon Dao aura. They all looked at Lord Dragon Tomb. Lord Dragon Tomb said that he would be the young master of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Her name was Long Wu. Long Wu, the pupils of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty's old ancestors constricted. But soon, they realized that this woman had the same name as the Dragon Prince. But the words were different. Could it be that it was fated? The 10,000 Dragon Dynasty definitely didn't doubt Lord Dragon Tomb. This was the Tomb Keeper personally chosen by the Dragon Emperor. Thus, they hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Lord Dragon Tomb, Long Wu will be our young master in the future. We will do our best to nurture her." Lord Dragon Tomb nodded and then left the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Long Wu indeed didn't disappoint the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. Although Long Wu wasn't an empress, her talent was top tier. If they nurtured her well, her future achievements wouldn't be worse than the Dragon Prince's. They all clenched their fists. Scoff. Lin Wudi, so what if you are strong? We have also found someone who can compete with you. Now, they knew that the imperial bloodline wasn't the strongest. Lin Xian didn't have the imperial bloodline, but wasn't he still heaven-defying? Now that they had found Long Wu, they could nurture her into the second Lin Wudi. Moreover, they decided to let Long Wu participate in the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty. In the blink of an eye, a year passed. The top geniuses of the buried Emperor Star and even the other worlds all took in a deep breath. They all headed over. True Spirit World, Yuhua Celestial Dynasty. Lin Xian also moved and met up with Morong Qingqing and Yan Ryu. They returned to True Spirit World together. After returning, Lin Xian was filled with emotions. True Spirit World had become even more mysterious and powerful. No one dared to underestimate this world. Even the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty had appeared here. Who knew if there were even more mysterious existences here? At this moment, the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty had already been known by the world. The people of True Spirit World also knew about it. No one dared to go there and cause trouble. That place had become a sacred place. Moreover, everyone discovered that there wasn't only one city in the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty. At this moment, it seemed that they were still sealed. But just one city was already enough to make everyone exclaim. How terrifying was the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty in the past? It was an existence that stood at the peak of the myriad worlds. It was an existence that was almost at the immortal realm. These people all arrived outside the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty. At the same time, figures flew out from the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty from time to time and brought these people in. When Lin Xian and the others arrived, a man in a Daoist robe had already appeared in front of him. This man looked at Yan Ryu and Morong Qingqing and nodded slightly. But soon, he frowned. He said, Sun Qiqian didn't come? Morong Qingqing said, we don't know where he is now. The man in the Taoist robe narrowed his eyes. When he saw Lin Xian, he frowned even more. Who are you? I'm Lin Xian. It's you. The man in the Taoist robe had a cold expression. Didn't anyone tell you? You are from the immortal graveyard, you can't come here. I naturally know, but I brought this with me. Lin Xian waved his hand and took out a token. Yuhua Celestial Token. The man in the Taoist robe's pupils constricted and his face was filled with surprise. I didn't expect Daozhong to give you this thing. It seemed that they were going to stake it all on this. He nodded slightly. Since you came with an immortal token, you naturally have the qualifications. The three of you, follow me. He turned around and flew towards the ancient city below. Lin Xian and the other two followed and soon entered. They discovered that there were constantly figures entering. Clearly, these were all top geniuses. They wondered what was waiting for them in the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty. The ancient city below was extremely large. After Lin Xian and the others entered, they were filled with emotions. They could sense a very mysterious aura. The mysterious man led the way and introduced the situation of the ancient city to Lin Xian and the others. It turned out that this ancient city was only a part of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. Most of it was still sealed. Even in this ancient city, there were many factions inside. These were all passed down from the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. But after millions of years of evolution, they turned into many factions. These factions were called Immortal Foundations. For example, this time, the mysterious man brought Lin Xian and the others to the 9-star Immortal Foundation. Other than that, there were also other Immortal Foundations that sent people to invite the powerhouses of the world. The 9-star Immortal Foundation also had an extraordinary aura. After Lin Xian and the others arrived, they discovered that there were 9 beams of starlight that pierced through heaven and earth. There was a mysterious starry aura and a terrifying array formation above. And above it, there were countless palaces and mansions. This was the 9-star Immortal Foundation. Everyone, please enter. The mysterious man invited everyone in. Along the way, they saw many guards and powerhouses. Those people also quickly bowed. Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He looked around and discovered that those people were all wearing ancient Taoist robes. He was shocked. The Yuhua Immortal Dynasty was like a world. Although it was a hidden seal, it was still passed down. There were definitely many experts and powerhouses here. Their appearance this time would probably shock the world. There was a lake in front and a small island on the lake. On the island in the center of the lake. On the island, there were pavilions and terraces. It was like a paradise on earth. Lin Xian and the others went up and discovered that spirit wine and delicacies had already been placed there. The few of you can rest for a while. I will go and invite the 9-star princess. The mysterious man turned and left. Not long after, he returned. This time, there were also a few figures who had come with him. Walking at the front was a woman wearing a starry dress. Her face was extremely beautiful, like a goddess of the galaxy. At her side, there were 3 figures following behind her, as if they were battle servants, not making a sound. However, Lin Xian was able to sense that the 3 of them possessed frightening powers. The man in Taoist robes also came. He followed beside them and said to Lin Xian and the others, "This is the princess of our 9-star Immortal Foundation. Greetings, 9-star princess." Lin Xian and the others stood up and greeted him. The 9 stars princess' beautiful eyes seemed to contain a mysterious power, as if stars were flickering in and out of existence. She looked at Lin Xian and the other 2 and said with a smile, "I've long heard of the 3 of you. Now that I've met you, you're indeed extraordinary." The princess was too polite. Lin Xian said with a smile. They sat down and began to exchange pleasantries, mainly to get to know each other. When they heard that Lin Xian was from the immortal graveyard, they were also stunned. The 9-star princess was also surprised. She didn't expect Lin Xian to have such an identity. At this moment, a man in battle armor standing behind said, "Don't worry. You probably haven't heard of the 9-star princess before, but her strength isn't any weaker than any of the princesses. In fact, it was even stronger than that. When they said this, their eyes were filled with pride. Although they had been living in seclusion and did not go out to compete with the geniuses in the outside world, however, they were the descendants of the Yuhua immortal dynasty after all. The divine abilities and ultimate skills they learned weren't inferior to those of the monarch races at all. They even felt that they were stronger than the monarch races. Therefore, when facing the geniuses outside, they naturally had the intention to compete. Especially when they heard that Lin Xian was from the immortal graveyard, they all frowned. The Daozhong actually gave their only chance to someone from the immortal graveyard. This was too childish. Did they not put the 9-star immortal platforms in their eyes? Don't be rude. The 9-star princess shouted in a low voice, only then did the armored man shut up. The 9-star princess looked at Lin Xian. Young master, please forgive them. These people rarely interacted with outsiders. Therefore, they were a little arrogant. Lin Xian shook his head. He didn't care. The 9-star princess still valued Lin Xian very much. She had also collected some information about Lin Xian. To be able to kill the dragon prince and even fight against the 10,000 dragon court for so long, it was enough to show how terrifying the other party was. More importantly, it was simply inconceivable that someone from the immortal graveyard could cultivate to such a level. The other party must have secrets that no one knew. Such a person was definitely strong. And this time, the immortal platforms of the Yuhua immortal dynasty invited the geniuses outside. Other than giving them a chance to obtain fortuitous encounters, more importantly, it was for themselves. Because only by finding the geniuses outside and cooperating with them could they enter that place and obtain fortuitous encounters. At that time, Lin Xian might be a strong helper. After sitting for about half a day and talking, the 9-star princess left. When she left, she told her subordinates to take good care of Lin Xian and the others. Zixing, young Master Lin and the others will be in your care. The Taoist-robed man from before said, Sister, don't worry. This Taoist-robed man was called Zixing. Since he called the 9-star princess sister, he must have an extraordinary identity. He should be a young master or a young master. Next, Lin Xian and the others rested for 2 days. Madame Purple Star came and brought them around the immortal platform to take a look at the scenery. Then, Lin Xian asked if he could go out and take a look. He was also very curious about the Yuhua immortal dynasty, so he was prepared to go out and take a look. Of course. Zixing brought Lin Xian and the others out of the 9-star immortal platform and walked outside. This ancient city was called the Yuhua Ancient City. To be able to unlock the seal meant that it was extraordinary in the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Lin Xian and the others could feel a mysterious aura. This aura was very helpful for them to comprehend the Great Tao. If they could stay here for a long time, how terrifying would their understanding of the Great Tao be? One could imagine how terrifying the people in the immortal platform were. Morong Qingqing and Yan Ryu also asked about some legends of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. Zixing explained to them, which surprised Lin Xian and the others. Back then, the Yuhua immortal dynasty was a terrifying existence. It sounded even stronger than the emperor races. There is an ancient tree in front that has existed for a long time. Do you want to go there to comprehend it? Zixing said. The eyes of Lin Xian and the others lit up. Thank you. They walked towards the ancient tree. The ancient tree wasn't tall, only a few meters tall. The trunk on it was really dry. However, it carried a mysterious aura. According to Zixing, many experts had once comprehended the Great Tao here. Lin Xian's eyes flickered with a golden light. He saw mysterious patterns on the ancient tree that emitted a mysterious aura. After sensing it carefully, it was indeed extraordinary. It seemed that he could come here to comprehend more in the future. At this moment, a voice came from behind. Did someone come in advance? How surprising. When Lin Xian and the others heard this, they turned their heads with puzzled expressions. Who was it? Big Brother Chen Mu, you're here too? Madame Purple Star greeted. Clearly, she knew the other party. A group of people walked over. Among them, there was a man wearing astral battle armor. He looked mighty and extraordinary. He was Chen Mu. There was a group of people beside him. They were all wearing long robes. They even wore cloaks on their heads. Their bodies were hidden in the darkness. These people gave off a cold aura. It made people feel uncomfortable. Who are they? Lin Xian asked curiously. Madam Purple Star said, Young Master Lin, let me introduce you. This is Big Brother Chen Mu. He's also a genius with a 9-star immortal foundation. After that, Madam Purple Star introduced Lin Xian and the other two to Chen Mu. After Chen Mu heard this, he was shocked. They were all Emperor-level characters. At this moment, one of the people in long robes stood out and said, You're that Lin Xian and Lin Wudi? It was obvious that they had heard of this name before. That's right. Lin Xian nodded. Chen Mu smiled. Young Master Lin, these are the experts of the Sky Snake race. They are guests that I invited over. Sky Snake race. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. He had never heard of this race before. They should be people from other continents on the buried Emperor Star. Or maybe they came from another world. However, to be invited here, it was enough to show that this race was extraordinary. Lin Xian nodded as a greeting. However, the Sky Serpent clan member didn't retreat. Instead, he said, We heard that young Master Lin went against the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty and even killed the Dragon Prince. We would like to see young Master Lin's skills. The one who spoke was a woman. However, her face couldn't be seen clearly because she was covered in a black robe. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. You want to fight me? That's right. I heard that young Master Lin is also one of the dragons and knows how to use dragons' abilities. I naturally want to experience it. A cold light flashed in the woman's eyes. Although the Sky Snake race wasn't one of the dragons, they were one of the few ancient races that could contend with dragons. Now that they met an expert like Lin Xian, they naturally wanted to compete. Are you sure you want to fight me? Lin Xian reminded. Fists and kicks have no eyes. Kid, you're too arrogant. Do you really think that just because you can fight against the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, you can look down on the world? My Heavenly Snake clan is not weaker than the dragons. Another robed man stood out and shouted coldly. What's more, the one who did it was the princess of our Heavenly Serpent clan. You should first think about whether or not you can withstand it. Oh, really? Since that's the case, I'll have to experience it for myself. 3 moves. Lin Xian nodded. The woman from before walked over. Her voice rang out, My name is Xianxia. Sir, be careful. Just as she finished speaking, her figure suddenly appeared in front of Lin Xian and struck out with her palms. 2 arms emerged from the black robe. They were abnormally white, like precious jade. It was a dazzling sight to behold. These 2 arms easily wrapped around Lin Xian's body, as if they had turned into 2 spirit snakes. In an instant, the killing began. Lin Xian's body trembled, and his pupils shrank. This person was not ordinary. He snorted coldly, and the 9 young divine flames on his body erupted, engulfing everything. A sonorous sound rang out as the divine flames collided with the white jade arms, making a sky-shaking sound. The 2 arms were unharmed. Although they were shaken away, they were not damaged. Xianxia quickly dodged and retreated to the back. She smiled. 9 young divine body? It was indeed as the legends said, the most masculine and young. Lin Xian was also surprised. With the power of his flames, even a great sage would not be able to withstand it. However, the other party was unharmed. This woman was not ordinary. She was definitely a young powerhouse. It seemed that he had underestimated her before. However, he did not mind. He had just casually attacked. He attacked with all his strength and was fearless. Xianxia smiled. A mysterious light suddenly appeared in her eyes as she attacked Lin Xian. Even Zixing's expression changed. He felt an unfathomable pressure from the soul attack. Lin Xian naturally felt it as well. He snorted and his eyes flickered. However, at this moment, Xianxia had already arrived behind him. A colorful mist pervaded between her hands and enveloped Lin Xian. This was a type of poison. If a great sage was poisoned, they would definitely die. Humph, Lin Xian snorted. His eyes burst out with astonishing radiance as he repelled the other party's soul attack. At the same time, he brandished his sword. This sword swept across the heaven and earth, splitting the colorful mist. It even struck Kailingi. Kailingi was split into two halves. Did he win? Morong Qingqing was delighted. However, she soon frowned. Lin Xian's expression was also grave. Kailingi, who was split into two halves, slowly disappeared. Subsequently, a piece of snake skin fell to the ground. Young master, good sword art. I have experienced it. Kailingi appeared in the distance again. 3 moves had passed. If there was a chance in the future, let's have a taste. After speaking, she wore the cloak again. Young master Chen Mu, let's go. Chen Mu nodded. Everyone, please. He was prepared to leave with the Heavenly Snake clan. However, before leaving, he still forgot to look at Lin Xian. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Xing. The Fallen Star Hall has opened. You can bring a few geniuses there to try. After speaking, they left. Looking at the backs of these people, Morong Qingqing walked over and said, that's right. That woman is not ordinary. Yan Ryu also frowned slightly. His movement technique was very strange, and he used a soft power. He also had a powerful eye technique and could use poison. He was indeed a terrifying opponent. He definitely had the combat strength of the arch. Interesting. Lin Xian smiled. Only this could make his blood boil. He hoped that the people who entered the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty this time would surprise him. He did not want to have no opponents in the battle for the Emperor's Road. At this moment, Morong Qingqing asked, what is the Fallen Star Hall? Xing said. This was a magical place in the ancient city. It had supreme great Tao. However, it would only open at certain times. She did not expect it to open this time. Perhaps it was because there were too many geniuses here. Do you want to take a look? If you can enter the Fallen Star Hall, you might have a chance to comprehend the great Tao. There might be other opportunities. Naturally, they had to go. Lin Xian and the others nodded. Then, they headed to the Fallen Star Hall. On the other side, Kailingi and the others also left. They were also heading to the Fallen Star Hall. Kailingi's expression was also very serious. This Lin Wudi was indeed extraordinary. If I were to fight against him, I would probably only have a 50% chance of winning. The other geniuses of the Heavenly Snake clan exclaimed. Princess, is he really so powerful? That's right. I don't think it's anything. Didn't you guys come to a draw after 3 moves? Maybe he was poisoned. However, Kailingi shook her head. Don't underestimate him. He's very terrifying. All kinds of ultimate techniques are very terrifying. But if I don't use an extreme weapon, I really want to compete with him. The Falling Star Hall was a magical place in the Yuhua ancient city. There were stars of the Great Tao revolving around it as if it was in the Milky Way. It was extremely mysterious. There were many people gathered around the Falling Star Hall. They were all waiting there. Some gathered together to communicate while some looked at each other with hostility. These were all geniuses. None of them were weak. It was obvious that the Yuhua Celestial Dynasty had gathered the top experts from all over the universe. Lin Xian also noticed some familiar faces. For example, the clans and sects that he had fought with before. Even the people from the Purple Mansion were here. Lin Xian met Xianxia at the Purple Mansion. Xianxia was very worried. When she saw Lin Xian, her eyes flickered. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't go over but transmitted a message. Why, are you worried about me? Don't worry, the Purple Mansion can't do anything to me. Xianxia said, I know you're fine. But there's something I don't know how to tell you. What is it? Lin Xian was shocked. Is the Purple Mansion thinking of ways to deal with me again? Xianxia said, maybe. Let me tell you something. Don't be too agitated. Lin Xian was even more curious. Xianxia said that Xianxia was in the Purple Mansion. Lin Xian's pupils constricted as a terrifying killing intent appeared. This caused the scalps of the surrounding people to go numb. Many of them turned around to look. What's going on? Even Morong Qingqing and Yan Ryu were startled, and they hurried to ask. Brother Xian, what's going on? Lin Xian took a deep breath and suppressed his killing intent. He continued to transmit a message. What's going on, damn it, does the Purple Mansion not want to live anymore? They actually dared to capture Qiu'er. Is this a threat? Xianxia shook her head. According to what I know, it wasn't the Purple Mansion that did it. It was Shen Jingqiu who took the initiative to come to the Purple Mansion. What? Lin Xian was even more shocked. Qiu'er went by herself. How is this possible? Was he being controlled by an illusion? It didn't seem like it. At that time, Zifu was also very shocked, because not long after, Shen Jingqiu was announced as the 10th successor. His status is even higher than ours, the 9 great successors. His status was even higher than that of the elders. I guessed that there was something he needed, and it was in his purple palace. That was probably why he made such a decision. Then, is she here now? Lin Xian wanted to find Shen Jingqiu and ask her what was going on. Xianxia said, I'm not sure. We don't know anything about her whereabouts. The Purple Mansion's mansion lord is personally in charge of this. However, I believe that with such a great opportunity in the Yuhua immortal dynasty, she would definitely come. I got it. Help me find out more information. Lin Xian said. Xianxia nodded. Don't worry, leave this to me. I don't think Shen Jingqiu will be in any danger for the time being. But you have to be careful, the Zifu won't let you off. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He didn't expect that news about Shen Jingqiu was actually related to the Zifu. Why did Qiu'er go to the Zifu? Could it be that there really was something in the Zifu palace? He thought again. A golden whirlpool had appeared behind Shen Jingqiu, and there was a blurry figure there. Before, Lin Xian still felt that it was strange. However, when he cultivated the demon summoning scripture, he also condensed a demonic shadow. Lin Xian guessed that Shen Jingqiu must be cultivating an extremely powerful technique, similar to the demon summoning scripture. He didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. However, thinking about it, there shouldn't be any danger for the time being. He should pay more attention to the other party's news. The surrounding people all turned to look at Lin Xian. Who was this person? He actually released such a terrifying killing intent. That's right, he was too arrogant. Who did he want to attack? Discussions broke out one after another. Some people snorted coldly. They were very dissatisfied with Lin Xian. However, some people said, lower your voice. Do you know who he is? He is Lin Wudi. Do you dare to attack him? What? It's actually him, he is Lin Wudi. Countless people exclaimed. Regarding the name of Lin Wudi, it was like thunder to their ears. Although not everyone had seen him before, they felt like they had heard of him before. This was an existence that killed the Dragon Prince, fought against the 10,000 Dragons Court, and fought against extreme weapons. He was a crown king. A young supreme martial artist, everything he did was enough to shake the world. How could they not have heard of him? However, they didn't expect him to be even younger than they had imagined. Many people were terrified. They no longer had their previous dissatisfaction. After all, such a person had the right to release killing intent here. Of course, some people snorted coldly. Their expressions were incomparably cold. Some people even released their auras to compete with Lin Xian. Those who came here were all prepared to become emperors and fight against the world. Even if they met Lin Wudi, they still dared to fight him. At this moment, a terrifying aura appeared and swept across the world. It made everyone feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Even Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He turned his head and a terrifying light bloomed from his body, forming an illusion of the sun that swept between heaven and earth. There was a great enemy, and it was a peerless great enemy. The other party gave him a fatal threat. Who was it? The others cried out in alarm. Heavens, could it be that someone wanted to attack Lin Wudi? This was definitely a certain emperor or someone of the same level. In the next moment, they saw a figure stand up. This figure carried a hazy aura. He was abnormally mysterious, as if he was a god. The power that descended from his body easily shattered the void. What a terrifying aura. What was that? Some people were terrified. There were also experts who exclaimed. The aura of primal chaos was terrifying. Heavens, could it be that he had the legendary chaotic body? When these words came out, the others were also shocked. No, it was the chaotic body. It was one of the strongest physiques in the universe. It was not weaker than the nine-yang divine body. It even carried unparalleled power. One must know that the power of primal chaos was a power that could split heaven and earth apart. Now that the chaotic body had appeared, it was truly an era of great competition. This person was definitely an emperor-level existence. He was a young powerhouse. Countless exclamations rang out. Even Yan Ruyu, Morong Qingqing, and the others were shocked. Previously, a few emperors had appeared one after another. Who would have thought that such a legendary physique would appear now? They wondered what other terrifying characters would appear next. There were also people who walked over from the Starfall Hall. The Starfall Hall belonged to the Starfall Immortal platform. The few experts who walked out at this moment were all from the Starfall Immortal platform. They looked at the chaotic body in shock. How should I address you, young master? They had heard of Lin Xian's name, but they did not know who this chaotic body was. Even Lin Xian was very curious. As for the others, all of their gazes were focused on the chaotic body. The man who was surrounded by the hazy figure said in a deep voice. My name is Han Tian. Chaotic body, Han Tian, everyone deeply remembered this name in their hearts. It turned out to be young Master Han Tian. The people from the Starfall Immortal platform smiled and bowed. Such a person was enough to sweep through everything, so they naturally didn't dare to be negligent. Although this guy wasn't of the arch, he had a super strong physique. He didn't know who was stronger between him and Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi had the nine-yang divine body, and the chaos body was definitely not weaker than the nine-yang divine body. However, Lin Wudi seemed to have other ultimate techniques. He was an existence that cultivated the Thearcha's ultimate techniques. Exclamations sounded one after another. They felt that in a battle between the two, Lin Xian was very likely to be stronger. Han Tian, who was at the front, turned his head. His eyes turned into chaotic light and stared at Lin Xian, causing the void around Lin Xian to shatter. Yan Ruyu, Morong Qingqing, and the others also looked as if they were facing a great enemy. The two of them snorted coldly and emitted a terrifying aura, causing countless people to exclaim. These two people were extraordinary as well. They were definitely at the Arch level. They should be the legendary successors of the Azure the Arch and Jade Lake. More exclamations sounded. These two were also legendary figures. They didn't expect that they would also come. This Lin Wudi was really lucky. Many people were envious. However, Lin Xian frowned. He snorted coldly and released an even more terrifying light. The illusion of the sun swept across the sky, resisting the other party's chaotic aura. You want to compete with me? He asked coldly. The nine-yang divine body is not bad. I didn't expect you to cultivate it to such an extent. Han Tian nodded slightly. However, I don't like your title. Who in the world dares to call themselves invincible? You're too arrogant. To be honest, you don't have the qualifications to compete with me. As soon as these words came out, countless people were in an uproar. They were all stunned. What? Did they hear wrongly? Lin Wudi didn't have the qualifications? What a joke! How terrifying was Lin Wudi's strength? He was the king of the crown. A young supreme being, he had killed the arch, such a person didn't have the qualifications to compete. This Han Tian was too arrogant. That's right, does he know how strong Lin Wudi is? Originally, I thought that the primal chaos body was very strong. Now that I see how arrogant he is, I feel that he might die early. The surrounding people were well aware of the consequences of going against Lin Xian. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he heard that. Not qualified, he snorted coldly, and the 6 suns charged out, suppressing heaven and earth. Everyone felt a terrifying power dancing in the air, and their scalps went numb. They felt as if their bodies were about to burn up. Han Tian let out a cold snort. The primal chaos aura on his body condensed into a primal chaos cauldron to resist the 6 suns. A sky-shaking sound rang out. Endless cracks condensed. The two were evenly matched. You're not that great either. At most, you're tied with the 9-yang divine physique. What qualifications do you have to say that you're not his opponent? Someone in the crowd snorted. There were quite a few people who supported Lin Xian. Han Tian laughed. How would ants like you know how strong I am? what did you say? Many geniuses in the crowd stood up. They were furious. You dare call us ants? Which one of us who could come here was weak? However, Han Tian said arrogantly with his hands behind his back. The one standing in front of you now is only my incarnation. Who do you think is an ant? What? Impossible. Countless people exclaimed. This is an incarnation? They didn't dare to believe it. Even Lin Xian's pupils constricted. In the next moment, an extremely sharp radiance burst out from his eyes. It was a pair of God's eyes. He looked down on heaven and earth. Everyone. They could feel the suppression of their souls. The aura of the primal chaos body. It kept erupting. Lin Xian retracted his gaze, and his face turned cold. It's really an incarnation. He was too shocked. This primal chaos body was too extraordinary. Han Tian said. I didn't expect you to have such good taste. That's right, I'm an incarnation. Because my real body is too strong. When my real body appeared, none of you were my match. Even those emperors were no match for me. So, in order to not let you feel despair, I sent out an incarnation. But even so, my incarnation is able to tie with you young giants. If you're not ants, what are you? Countless people were stunned. These young geniuses were shocked. The genius of the Golden Crow clan, the successor of the Purple Mansion clan, the powerhouse of the Heavenly Rock clan, and the genius of the Destiny clan were all terrified. Since when had there been such an expert? The elders and powerhouses of the Starfall Immortal platform were also surprised. They looked at Han Tian in shock. Could it be that the young master was? They thought of a possibility. Han Tian said proudly. I'm the Double Crown King. What? Double Crown King? Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian was also surprised. He was crowned as the king of one crown. Not only him, but the Dragon Prince and Kuan Pengzi were also crowned as well. But they knew that being crowned was not the end. There were still double crown kings and triple crown kings. But those were things that hadn't appeared for tens of thousands of years. They didn't expect that a double crown king would appear now. Everyone went crazy. This was too unbelievable. Double Crown King, wouldn't that be above Lin Wudi and Kuan Pengzi? He was even more terrifying than the emperors. Where was he from? Why had they never heard of him? That's right, they had never heard of a Double Crown King. Lin Xian didn't believe it at first, but when he realized that the other party was really just an incarnation, his expression became incomparably solemn. It seemed that things were much more interesting than he had imagined. Double Crown King? I'm looking forward to competing with you. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with an extremely terrifying aura. The sword energy on his body soared into the sky as if he had turned into a sword god. So what if he was the Double Crown King? It had been many years since he was crowned. The current him was much stronger than when he was crowned. He was still not afraid. In fact, Lin Xian felt that he also had the chance and qualifications to try for the Double Crown King. Therefore, facing the strength of the chaotic body, Lin Xian pointed his sword forward. Han Tian was very arrogant. He smiled and said, if you want to challenge my main body, it will depend on your performance. After saying that, he sat there. The scalps of the surrounding people went numb. Don't worry, this won't take too long. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He had strong confidence. So what if he was facing the Double Crown King? His sword was enough to split everything. Let's go. Lin Xian, Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and the others found a place, sat down cross-legged, and waited. Next, more powerhouses arrived. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky. Everyone felt that their bloodlines were about to freeze. What a terrifying bloodline. It was the emperors. Those who had such a bloodline were definitely the emperors. No one could have a stronger bloodline than the emperors. This was the consensus of everyone. As expected, they saw yin and yang appear between heaven and earth, condensing into a fiend godlike figure. It was Kuan Pengzi. Many people exclaimed. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. Was the emperors here too? Many people in the crowd stared at the other party. The laws of yin and yang on his body were even more terrifying. Kuan Pengzi was also looking around. Soon, he discovered a few terrifying figures. One of them actually had the aura of primal chaos, which surprised him. But soon, he didn't notice it. He noticed Lin Xian. Lin Wudi. His gaze turned into a sharp sword as he looked at Lin Xian. "You're here." Lin Xian also smiled and nodded. Kuan Pengzi also nodded in response. He didn't say anything. Instead, he walked to the side and sat down cross-legged to wait. Previously, when he was fighting with Lin Xian was the first to break through, which gave him pressure. He swore that after he broke through to the great sage, he would fight with Lin Xian. But now, although he had broken through, he was in the same realm as Lin Xian. But he didn't make a move because he wasn't confident. Following that, many geniuses arrived. For example, Fire Dragon Girl and the others also came. Among them, there was a figure who came alone. There was no light on his body. He was dressed in a long robe and strolled leisurely. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. But it made people's hair stand on end. Who was this person? Many people were puzzled. They realized that they didn't know him. He was very unfamiliar. He didn't have a terrifying aura on him. Was he qualified to come here? Many people exclaimed. The people from the Purple Mansion frowned slightly. Xianxia and the others exclaimed. Yao Guang, he actually came too. These people's expressions seemed to become a little frightened. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He stared at Yao Guang. This person gave him a very dangerous feeling. Although the other party wasn't famous and hadn't even displayed any strength, Lin Xian felt a potential danger. Because the other party cultivated the demonic heaven-devouring technique. This technique was created by the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. It could devour the bloodline and power of other genius experts. He didn't know how many people's power this guy had secretly devoured. He didn't know what level the other party had reached. However, there was one thing that was certain, and that was that the other party had accumulated enough power. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to come out of Yaoguang City. The demonic heaven-devouring art was too terrifying. Once it was revealed to others, he would be hunted down by countless experts. Because every family had threats. Now that the other party had come out in the open, it meant that he already had the qualifications to go against the world. Lin Xian's face was cold as he said to Murong Qingqing and Yan Ryu beside him. Be careful, this guy cultivated the demonic heaven-devouring skill. Don't let him set his sights on you. Murong Qingqing and Yi Zichen were also astonished. The demonic heaven-devouring art. Yan Ryu frowned. It was actually this kind of cultivation technique. This guy should have already practiced it to a certain level. Countless voices of suspicion sounded out. None of them knew who light-shaking realm cultivators were. However, a black light erupted from Yao Guang's eyes. He began to look around. Soon, he sighed. Most of them were trash, but there were a few that he was interested in. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding people were furious. Trash? The majority of them, what a joke. Were they being looked down upon? Kid, who are you? Do you want to die? Do you think you're high and mighty? Those who dared to say this before were already dead, unless you were also a double crown champion. Many people stood up. Their auras were as deep as the sea. Even a saint wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, a few vortexes appeared on light-shaking realm's body and swallowed these auras. He stood there without moving at all. They were indeed trash. The surrounding people were shocked. Who was this person? Although he was arrogant, the aura on his body was actually so terrifying. In the face of such terrifying pressure, he wasn't afraid at all. Light-shaking realm didn't care about these people at all. Instead, he stared at a few figures. He stared at Kuan Pengzi and said with a smile, Imperial bloodline, I'm looking forward to it. Kuan Pengzi frowned tightly. Although he didn't know the other party's gaze made him feel very uncomfortable. It was as if he was a prey that was targeted by a terrifying demonic beast. He snorted coldly, and the yin and yang aura on his body erupted to resist. Light-shaking realm retracted his gaze and then looked at Lin Xian, as well as Murong Qingqing and Yan Ryu beside him. He grinned. Although he didn't say anything, there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. Obviously, if he had the chance, he would definitely swallow these people. Who are you? At this moment, Han Tian spoke in a deep voice. Light-shaking realm also turned around and looked at the other party in shock. Chaotic body? The legendary physique, I didn't expect it to appear now. Indeed, the heavens are treating me well. Light-shaking realm was very happy now. If he could swallow these people, then who in the world would be his opponent? You want to swallow me? Han Tian snorted coldly. Cultivate for another 10,000 years. I'm a double crown champion, he said proudly. Kuanpingzi was also shocked. She didn't come before and didn't know. She didn't expect a double crown champion to appear now. What kind of joke is this? He looked at Lin Xian in disbelief. However, he noticed that Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He gasped. Could it be that he's really a double crown champion? Damn it, what's going on? Why would such a terrifying person appear? Even light-shaking realm narrowed her eyes. Interesting. He sneered and walked to the side. Now, he didn't have to hide anymore. Everyone felt a chill down their spines. Next, more people came. They waited for about a day. At this moment, the few elders in front of the Nebula Immortal platform walked out. They said, "It's about time, we're going to open the Starfall Hall." They formed seals with their palms and shot out a terrifying light. The light above the Starfall Hall became even more terrifying. It was as if an ancient divine beast had been revived. An ancient and vast aura swept out in all directions. Everyone could feel the sound of the Great Tao. If they were inside, it would definitely be of great help to their Great Tao. They might even be able to obtain the Supreme Great Tao. After all, the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty had more than one great emperor. I'll go first. There were naturally people who didn't want to give up such a good opportunity. The first to walk out was a powerhouse from the Golden Crow race. His body was covered in flames like a sun. He flew forward. Haha, he was very proud. However, when he approached the Nebula Hall and wanted to take a step in, he was hit by an ancient star. He vomited blood and flew backward. Countless bloody holes appeared on his body. He let out a miserable cry. The Golden Crow fire fell in all directions. The surrounding people were shocked. This Golden Crow's strength was extraordinary. However, he was beaten out. He didn't even have the right to enter? Heavens, this is too inconceivable. At this moment, the surrounding geniuses all took a deep breath. They realized that they had underestimated the Nebula Hall. The Yuhua Immortal Dynasty was probably more terrifying than they had imagined. The few Immortal Platform elders stood there with their hands behind their backs. After the expert from the Golden Crow race was defeated, another person went up. This time, the person who attacked was even more terrifying. However, he still did not enter. He was thrown out by the stars and vomited blood. The surrounding people went crazy. One had to know that those who were able to come here were all invited. None of them were weak. Even so, no one could enter. Could it be that the Nebula Hall was so terrifying? Everyone's expression was extremely solemn. They knew that they were careless previously. The next few people were also covered in dust and looked extremely miserable. At this moment, an elder from the Nebula Immortal platform said, "Gentlemen, I think it's best that you show your true abilities." The Nebula Hall had an extraordinary background. Those who could step into the Starfall Hall were all unparalleled experts. At the very least, they would be at the peak of the Great Sage. They might even have the chance to surpass the Sage Realm and reach the Emperor Realm. Hence, I hope that you can take it seriously. Hearing this, the surrounding people's eyes lit up. The Nebula Hall was so terrifying. Some of the top geniuses stood up. They had to enter successfully. Become the peak of the Great Sage? Many people's eyes shone with a cold light. They knew that becoming a great emperor was too difficult. However, becoming the peak of the Great Sage was something they had to achieve. Even so, the peak of the Great Sage was extremely difficult to reach. After all, there were not many old ancestors in each family or sect. However, the number of geniuses was not small. In other words, if 1% of these geniuses could reach the peak of the Great Sage, it was already very heaven-defying. This percentage was not high because it was for the top geniuses. If it was an ordinary person, it might not even be 1 in 100 million. A genius from the Heaven sect walked forward. There was a terrifying Heaven Dao law condensing on his body. In the next moment, he arrived in front of the Nebula Hall. He displayed his ultimate skill. He finally stepped in. Countless people exclaimed. Heavens, he had entered. He was indeed a top genius in the heavens. His talent and strength were indeed strong. He was the first person to enter the Nebula Hall. However, he had only taken 2 steps before he was blasted back, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Everyone was shocked. What was inside? Did he feel the great Tao? The genius from the Heaven sect shook his head and sighed. I felt a mysterious power enter my body. Although I'm injured, once I recover, this energy will be able to increase my strength. Unfortunately, I've already taken 2 steps. If I could stay in there for a bit longer, I'd be able to obtain even more of this mysterious power. Everyone was shocked after hearing this. The Starfall Hall was indeed mysterious and extraordinary. It contained a mysterious power. Someone else asked, what else is there? That expert said that there were other halls in the Nebula Hall. I saw a stellar gate, but it was too far away from me. Was Nebula Palace really that mysterious? They looked at the elder of the Starfall Immortal platform. However, those elders only smiled without saying anything. Everything will have to be investigated by yourselves. At this moment, an expert from the Tyrant strode forward. His physique was strong, and his strength was boundless. Everyone looked over. It was the Overlord. The Overlord's physique was extremely terrifying. Everyone held their breaths. Could the other party succeed? Under the gazes of the crowd, the Tyrant dynasty walked forward. He entered the Nebula Palace. Countless people cried out in surprise. As expected of the Overlord, he was indeed strong. Was he the legendary Overlord body? Sounds of discussion could be heard one after another. The Overlord entered the Nebula Palace and continued walking inside. With every step he took, he felt his body shaking. Finally, he came to the Stellar Gate. He pushed it open and entered the second hall. In the next moment, he felt that his surroundings were extremely dreamy. He wanted to walk inside. After taking 3 steps he retreated, his face extremely pale. Did the Overlord come out too? Countless people were shocked. However, the Overlord shook his head and sighed. This was the Supreme Tao. He felt that the laws in his body had become stronger than before. The surrounding people were shocked. It couldn't be. He had only taken a few steps, and his laws had become so terrifying. They sucked in a breath of cold air. The Nebula Palace was indeed mysterious. Those from the Earth sect also surrounded him. Those from the Tyrants also asked, how was it? The Overlord said that there was indeed a second hall inside. I pushed open the Stellar Gate, but after taking 3 steps, I came out. In a daze, I seemed to have seen a third Stellar Gate. Countless people were shocked. There were many halls in the Nebula Palace, and they didn't know how many were in the end. Seeing that the Overlord's laws had increased so much, the others were also moved. They moved quickly. However, most of these geniuses were rejected at the door. A few entered and could only take a few steps. The Overlord was the only one who entered the first hall. Heavens, it had to be the legendary physique or the Emperor's son who made a move. Countless exclamations were heard. At this moment, another person stood up. There was a terrifying light on his body. There were golden wings on his back. They flapped gently and tore apart the sky. It was him, the number 1 genius of the Tianping race. Countless exclamations were heard. This was a figure comparable to the Emperor's son. Could he succeed? Bailey walked forward. His strength was much stronger than before. Therefore, he entered the Nebula Palace easily. He even opened the first Stellar Gate and entered. Not long after, another rumbling sound came from inside. He entered the second Stellar Gate. The surrounding people exclaimed. It was too terrifying. As expected of the Tianping race. Was he even more terrifying than the Tyrant body? Would he be able to continue? Everyone exclaimed. However, not long after, Bailey also came out and entered the second hall. Moreover, he stopped inside and had no chance to enter the third hall. However, the laws on his body had increased. He was much stronger than the overlord. Obviously, the deeper he went, the more benefits there were. Everyone looked at him with envy. These people's strength had increased. Moreover, it meant that their bloodlines and talents were top-notch. It would not be a problem for them to become the great sage in the future. One had to know that these were all patriarchs. They were experts who could sweep across the sky. Next, everyone tried again. Most of them failed, but some succeeded. For example, the proud daughter of the Golden Crow race succeeded. She also opened the first hall and received an increase in her laws. The other top geniuses of the remote antiquity families and peerless sects were the same. Only the top geniuses could enter the first hall. The others were rejected. There were even fewer people who entered the second hall, except for Bailey Wuck. There was only one person, Yun Yu. Although she had submitted to Lin Xian, her original identity was extremely terrifying. Until now, no one had been able to enter the third palace, which made everyone exclaim in surprise. They guessed that only the true the Arch could do it. They all looked at Kuan Pengzi. Because this was the only the Arch that had appeared so far, they wanted to verify it. Kuan Pengzi took a deep breath and stood up, preparing to head forward. Everyone looked at him. Kuan Pengzi, surrounded by the laws of yin and yang, strode forward like a god of yin and yang. Effortlessly, he entered the Starfall Hall and the first palace hall. Then, he entered the second palace. Everyone exclaimed. He was too powerful, as expected of the Arch. He was so relaxed. One had to know that it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for others to enter. Most people couldn't even enter the door of the palace, but the Arch was strolling casually. The gap was too big. Everyone held their breaths. Could the Arch go to the third palace? Flawless Bailey, Yunyue, and the others all became nervous. The others were even more focused on them. Kuan Pengzi took a deep breath and stretched out his palms. The laws of yin and yang surrounded them, turning into a Kuan Peng phantom that soared into the sky. He blasted open the third starfall door. He strode into the room. Countless people exclaimed in surprise. Heavens, he really went in. The surrounding people went crazy. After entering the third palace, Kuan Pengzi felt an even more mysterious power. However, when he wanted to enter the fourth palace, he was blocked. The fourth starfall door was right in front of him, but he couldn't open it. Helpless, Kuan Pengzi could only sit cross-legged in the third palace and start cultivating. In the end, he walked out himself. The others were shocked. The gap was too big. Even Flawless Bailey, Yunyue, and the others could only look up. They were blocked in the second palace, but the other party entered the third palace. They were forced to fight in the second palace, but the other party could cultivate in the third palace. Was this the Arch? He was above them. It was too shocking. Who else could go? After all, Kuan Pengzi was the only true the Arch that had appeared so far. Of course, there were still a few who had the combat strength of the Arch. Could those people do it? Gu Feng snorted coldly, and his figure drifted forward. In the blink of an eye, he entered the first level of the Starfall Immortal Palace. Countless people exclaimed in surprise. He was Gu Feng. He was too powerful. In a blink of an eye, Gu Feng entered the second level of the hall. Soon, he also entered the third floor of the palace. He did it. Another person had done it. He wasn't any weaker than the Crown Prince. The corners of the Gu clan's mouths also curled up into a smile. This was great. Gu Feng could be considered the #1 genius of their clan. After practicing the martial monarch's ancient scriptures, he was not any weaker than Kuan Pengzi. This made them happy. However, the fourth spatial gate still blocked him outside. Gu Feng sat down cross-legged and began cultivating. Next, Leaf Dao Denier made his move. He had a holy body and cultivated the great emperor's ancient scripture, so he had also reached the third hall. Cultivating there. Everyone was shocked. They looked around. There were not many who could stand shoulder to shoulder with these three people. They looked at Lin Xian. He could definitely do it. Then, they looked at the chaos body, Hun Tian. This person should be even stronger because he was the double champion. However, they also knew that the real Hun Tian hadn't come out yet. This was just a clone, but even so, it should have Emperor's battle prowess. They wondered who would go up first between the two of them. Countless people were paying attention. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at Murong Qingqing and Yan Ryu beside him. He said, "The two of you should give it a try too." The two women walked out, causing countless people to look up at them. So beautiful. These are two fairies. Can they do it? Soon, they found that not only could the two of them, but they also reached the third floor. Everyone was shocked. They were crown princes. Were all the women around Lin Xian so terrifying? How terrifying would Lin Xian be? At this moment, a black-robed person walked out from the crowd. She stretched out her jade-like arm and walked forward. Her hands danced, tearing apart heaven and earth. Finally, she arrived at the third hall. Countless people exclaimed. Who was this? They had never seen her before. Some people said that she was a genius of the Heavenly Snake clan, Kai Lingi, who also had the battle prowess of a crown prince. She was really too powerful. The people around were amazed. However, they were even more expectant. Who could ascend to the fourth floor and surpass everyone? They looked at Lin Xian again. Before Lin Xian could move, another person stood up. It was Hun Tian. He took a step forward, and a chaotic aura spread in all directions. His speed was even faster, and like lightning, he arrived at the third hall. He rushed towards the fourth hall. This time even Kuan Pengzi, Yi Wudao, and the others were nervous. Could this guy do it? Boom, boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and the fourth astral door shook violently. The starlight above scattered down on heaven and earth. However, it did not open. Instead, Hun Tian was pushed back. Some people sighed. Even he couldn't open it? Some people said that it was not necessarily. This was just a clone. If his main body came, he should be able to open it. However, it seemed that his clone couldn't. As expected, the fourth astral door was too mysterious. Even the crown prince couldn't open it. Gu Feng snorted coldly. Your main body might be able to open it, but you want to open it with a clone? Stop dreaming. Kuan Pengzi also shook his head. I don't believe that your clone is stronger than the crown prince. That was indeed the case. Even if the other party was the double crown prince, so what? The other party's clone couldn't surpass the crown prince. Damn it. Hun Tian roared angrily. He returned to the third hall and said coldly, since my clone can't open it, no one can. His voice was extremely confident. The others were shocked. Was no one really able to open the fourth astral door? They were desperate. Next, some people tried again, but many people couldn't even open the first astral door. Not to mention the fourth astral door. Do you think Lin Wudi can do it? I think it's possible. Many people were looking forward to it. Some people said that it was impossible. No matter how strong Lin Xian was, he was still stronger than the crown prince. However, they didn't think it was possible for him to surpass the crown prince. At most, he would stop in front of the fourth astral door. Many people were discussing. At this moment, a person walked out. He narrowed his eyes and said, a bunch of ants, let me open the astral door. It was a light-shaking realm cultivator. Countless people exclaimed. Some people who knew the other party's background frowned. This person was very dangerous, but they didn't know what level the other party had reached. Perhaps this time, they could deduce the other party's cultivation and strength. They were all paying attention nervously. Yao Guang's speed was also very fast. He arrived at the third palace and looked at the astral door in front of him. With an angry roar, endless vortexes appeared on his body. One after another, terrifying blood-colored auras filled the air. Boom, with a punch, the sky shook and the earth shook. Everyone felt their blood boil. This punch was too terrifying. What kind of fist technique was this? However, the overlord's expression changed. Tyrant Azure. Fist, damn it, how do you know this thing? Everyone sucked in a cold breath. What? Tyrant Azure Fist. Wasn't this the fist technique of the Overlord clan? How did this guy know it? Many top geniuses' expressions became incomparably solemn. Did he devour someone from the Overlord clan? And he wasn't an ordinary person. The Overlord's expression was even more unsightly. The Tyrant Azure Fist was incomparably terrifying. In the hands of Yao Guang, it was also incomparably terrifying. The astral door shook violently, and the starlight on it dimmed. Boom, he threw out 9 punches in a row. The Tyrant Azure Fist was incomparably terrifying, and a crack appeared on the astral door. Everyone was stunned. Could it be that this guy was really going to go in? However, the moment the door opened, the aura inside was incomparably terrifying. It made everyone's hair stand on end. Yao Guang naturally felt it too. He took a step back. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying light soared from his body. He turned into a phantom and charged forward like a giant. Boom, with a punch, it was as if a god had descended. It was incomparably terrifying. What kind of fist technique was this? This was no longer the Tyrant Azure Fist. Countless people cried out in alarm. Yi Wudao's expression became ugly. He suddenly stood up, and a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. Behind him, the phantom of an immortal king roared towards the sky. Everyone was stunned. Why was it so similar to the one behind Yao Guang? Heavens, this is the Yi clan's bloodline, right? How did he know it? Lin Xian frowned tightly. This guy even devoured the Yi clan's experts. The others were even more surprised. Yi Wudao's expression became ugly. He said that 2 of the Yi clan's sage lords had mysteriously disappeared. Could it be that they were assassinated by this guy? Damn it, the other experts' scalps tingled. This Yao Guang was too terrifying. He would definitely be a peerless enemy in the future. Yao Guang's lips curled into a confident smile. He unleashed the power of the Yi clan's bloodline and moved quickly. Once again, he opened the stargate in front of him. A ray of multicolored light flew out from within, enveloping heaven and earth. Heavens, he really opened it. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, even the expressions of Kuan Pingzi, Gu Feng, and the others turned serious. Han Tian snorted coldly. This guy had actually devoured so many experts, but he's still a dark one. He can't come out in the open. If my true body was here, I could easily suppress him. Han Tian's eyes shone with a cold light. However, the others didn't think so. After all, Han Tian was the double champion. He had the right to be arrogant. But the others didn't. Even people as strong as Kuan Pingzi and the others had ugly expressions. What they couldn't do, Yao Guang had done. Could it be that the other party had already surpassed them? The 4th starry gate was opened. The supreme aura inside was even more terrifying. Yao Guang was overjoyed. If he could enter, then he would obtain even more fortunes. Thinking of this, he walked forward. However, just as he lifted his foot, the smile on his face froze, because he couldn't get close at all. Damn it, what's going on? He roared crazily. The others were also stunned. What had happened? Soon, they found that Yao Guang couldn't enter. Although the 4th starry gate was open, he couldn't enter. This scene was incomparably strange. It was as if there was an invisible hand blocking Yao Guang. No, damn it. Yao Guang roared crazily and used all kinds of supreme techniques. They were all top-tier supreme techniques. Some of them were bloodline supreme techniques that he had devoured experts to form. Some were supreme techniques that he had obtained from the Purple Palace realm. These were all supreme techniques of other clans and sects. At this moment, they were all used by Yao Guang alone. It was so shocking that the other experts were terrified. Yao Guang seemed to know everything they knew. This person was too terrifying. However, even so, Yao Guang couldn't take a step forward. In the end, he could only stand there and look at the 4th starry gate. He roared crazily. Damn it. Not enough. I'm not strong enough. He suddenly turned around, and an extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes. It was as if they had turned into 2 black vortexes that enveloped the world. At this moment, the sky around the starry gate darkened. Many people felt their hair stand on end. Yao Guang stared at Kuan Pingzi, Han Tian, Yi Wudao, and the others. After devouring you, I can enter the 4th starry gate. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Yi Wudao, Kuan Pingzi, and the others' faces were completely gloomy. Damn it, this guy wants to devour us? What a joke, you can try. Yi Wudao stepped forward, and the phantom of a nine heavens immortal king roared at the sky. Kuanpingzi snorted coldly. The yin and yang laws behind him were incomparably mysterious. Hun Tian was even more furious. Who do you think you are? How dare you devour me? My main body will come and suppress you with one hand. Just you wait. One day, you will all be devoured by me. Yao Guang sneered and sat cross-legged in front of the starry gate. He began to absorb everything. Seeing him cultivate, everyone's hearts sank. Morong Qingqing and the others also had cold expressions. It seemed that they had to think of a way to get rid of this guy. Otherwise, these top geniuses would be in danger in the future. Finally, Yao Guang also came out. The laws on his body had a mysterious aura, and it seemed to have improved a lot. This caused the surrounding people to retreat. Yi Wudao, Kuanpingzi, and the others felt their hair stand on end. Hun Tian narrowed his eyes and sneered. You cultivate the demonic heaven-devouring art, right? This cultivation technique has been a taboo martial art for hundreds of thousands of years. No one is allowed to cultivate it. But you dare to cultivate it? Why don't you cripple your own cultivation? He shouted coldly, and the others' bodies shook. What was the demonic heaven-devouring art, taboo martial art? Was it terrifying? Kuanpingzi said coldly. The demonic heaven-devouring art specialized in devouring the bloodlines of other top geniuses and experts, and turning them into his own. It could be said to be an extremely terrifying martial art created by the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Back then, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor had fought against everyone in the world alone, and he had killed his way out. But later, this cultivation technique was sealed by everyone because it was too terrifying. He would step on the corpses of countless experts and geniuses to reach the peak. No one has cultivated it for hundreds of thousands of years. I didn't expect you to dare to cultivate it. When these words came out, countless people were in an uproar. It was such a terrifying cultivation technique. No wonder he knew the tyrant's martial art and had a similar bloodline to the Yi family. He must have devoured the experts of the two great families. Sure enough, the tyrant snorted coldly. How dare you attack the tyrants? Yi Wudao also snorted coldly. Cripple your own cultivation. Gu Feng, Bailey Wuck, and the others walked up and targeted Yao Guang. They had no choice. The cultivation technique that the other party cultivated was a threat to all of them. Who knew when the other party would kill them? The surrounding people were also in an uproar. Even the two elders of the Starfall Immortal platform frowned. They naturally knew about the demonic heaven-devouring art. They didn't expect this person to cultivate such a cultivation technique. They didn't stop him, but they didn't attack. Instead, they watched coldly. What, you want to attack me? Yao Guang sneered. At this moment, Kuanpingzi suddenly attacked. Yi Wudao also attacked. Even Hun Tian used a terrifying divine ability. They all attacked Yao Guang. Everyone knew that Yao Guang was done for. No matter how terrifying his opponent was, he couldn't stop so many imperial princes. Yao Guang's body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was high in the sky. It looked down and laughed coldly. You can't kill me with just your strength. Gu Feng's pupils constricted. Spatial divine ability, you even swallowed my Gu clan's people? His expression became ugly. Haha, that's right. Yao Guang laughed. That's why I dared to come out. Now that I've mastered spatial divine abilities and my bloodline isn't weak, it's impossible for you to kill me. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. Many people despaired. With such a powerful enemy, no one would be able to subdue him in the future. Gu Feng stood high in the sky. Suddenly, he looked at Lin Xian and sneered. You're not going to attack. He found that Lin Xian was just standing there and didn't seem to attack him. Lin Xian stood up and said, no rush. It won't be too late to attack you after I enter the fourth astral door. You? Gu Feng was stunned. Then, he sneered. No one can enter the fourth astral door. Even I can't do it, let alone you. Unless this guy's main body came, but it would be too late. Hun Tian snorted. Although he was angry, he had to admit that the other party was right. No one could enter the fourth astral door. You can't do it, but that doesn't mean I can't. Lin Xian's expression was calm as he walked forward. The surrounding people also stopped and didn't attack. They also wanted to see where Lin Xian's confidence came from. Lin Xian leisurely strolled into the first palace and soon arrived at the third palace. He walked forward. The fourth starry gate in front of him had already closed, emitting a mysterious and unfathomable aura. Everyone became nervous. Could this guy do it? To be honest, they were also nervous. After all, Yao Guang was the only one who had done it so far. Furthermore, the light-shaking realm had only been able to do so after devouring countless experts and even the bloodlines of emperor bloodlines. It could be said that just from this point alone, he was already much stronger than Quan Pengzi and the others. Although Lin Xian cultivated the Imperial Sutra, could he really open the fourth stellar gate? Lin Xian arrived in front of the fourth astral gate. He could feel a mysterious power. In the next moment, he punched out with the 6 Dao fists, and a terrifying aura blasted forward. He pressed forward courageously, causing the starry gate to shake. The light on the gate of stars dimmed, but it did not crack. Lin Xian didn't care. He pushed his divine body to its limits, and the terrifying flames on it soared into the sky. The 9 yang divine palm slapped forward, pushing forward. At this moment, the entire nebula palace shook violently. Boom! Boom, boom! Boom! Countless explosions sounded, and the fourth stellar gate was slowly opened. Everyone exclaimed. Too strong. Was the 9 yang divine body already so strong? Yi Wudao and the others were also shocked. He was extremely surprised by Brother Lin's physique. The Golden Crow race was even more terrified. They could feel the powerful sun energy on the divine body. There were also some light purple flames. Those flames made them extremely terrified. Lin Xian's 9 yang divine body had fused with the purple yang divine fire, so it had become abnormally terrifying. He only used the power of his physique to open the fourth stellar gate. He really did it. Quan Pengzi and the others were shocked. Yao Guang's face turned ugly. He said that no one could do it, but now Lin Xian did it. Han Tian furrowed his brows. Did another person do it? It seemed like he had underestimated the other party. He didn't expect such an interesting person to appear. 9 yang divine body and heaven-devouring demonic art. These two people were worthy of his main body making a move. Yao Guang snorted coldly. So what if you open it? At most, you will be on par with me. You won't be able to enter. The others were also nervous. Morong Qingqing and the others were pale. Yes, opening it didn't mean that they could enter. When they opened it, they felt an incomparably terrifying aura. Even the 2 elders from the Nebula Immortal platform were excited. They looked forward and said loudly. If they could enter the fourth stellar gate, then there was a trace of hope to reach the Emperor realm. When these words were said, countless people were in an uproar. Reach the Emperor realm, could it be that they would become an Emperor realm? Heavens, the fourth stellar gate was so important. The elder from the Nebula Immortal platform said that there was such a possibility, but it didn't mean that they would really become an Emperor realm. Although that was the case, it was already very shocking. Because the others didn't even have a chance. Quan Pengzi and the others gritted their teeth. Didn't this mean that he couldn't become an Emperor realm? Damn it, was his limit only the peak of the Great Sage realm? He wasn't willing. Gu Feng and the others also had ugly expressions. Han Tian snorted coldly. If my main body was here, I would definitely be able to enter the fourth stellar gate and obtain a trace of hope. Yao Guang's expression was even more serious. My strength isn't enough. I need to devour a few emperors. This way, I will be able to enter the fourth stellar gate. Then, he looked at Lin Xian. Could that kid do it? Although he didn't believe it, he still had to pay attention. At this moment, everyone was paying attention to Lin Xian. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. If he walked forward, he would have the hope of becoming an Emperor realm. Although it was only a hope, Lin Xian wouldn't miss it. The 9 yang divine flames on his body became even more terrifying. 6 suns and even the yin-yang taiji diagram appeared and revolved in front of him. Lin Xian walked forward. In the next moment, he felt a huge pressure. It was as if a pair of invisible hands had stopped him. Now, he finally understood why Yao Guang was so angry. The reason for that was because there was indeed a mysterious power blocking his path. He shouted coldly, and an extremely terrifying killing intent erupted from his eyes. Kill! With an angry roar, the demonic aura on his body surged into the sky. It was as if he had transformed into a demon god, incomparably powerful. Boom boom, an earth-shaking sound rang out, as if two heavenly gods were fighting. The invisible power was bombarded by Lin Xian, emitting tens of thousands of thunderbolts. At this moment, everyone became nervous. Yao Guang was even more nervous. Previously, he couldn't achieve this effect. But this kid could. Damn it, was the other party stronger than him? But so what if he was stronger? He didn't believe that the other party had the possibility of becoming an emperor. Lin Xian could feel that the demonic aura on his body was being suppressed. He shouted angrily, and all kinds of ultimate techniques and laws appeared one after another. Lin Xian forcefully tore open a path. At the same time, an extremely terrifying light erupted from his eyes. No one can stop me from walking the path I want to walk. Heaven-splitting sword. The sword was so sharp that it split the heavens and earth. The formless hands in front of him were also torn apart. Lin Xian took a step forward. He entered the fourth palace. Heavens, he did it. He really did it, countless exclamations sounded. Everyone went crazy at this moment. Impossible. Gu Feng roared crazily. Kuanpingzi's face turned ugly. Yao Guang's eyes were filled with killing intent. How was this possible? He actually went in. Could it be that he really had a chance to become a great emperor? Damn it, his talent was too good. The people from the Purple Mansion roared. No, he was from the Immortal Graveyard. How could he do this? That's great. Morong Qingqing was overjoyed. Yan Ryu also heaved a sigh of relief. Fire Dragon Lady and the others were even more excited. They had always supported Lin Xian. They did it because Lin Xian had a chance to become a great emperor. Now, Lin Xian finally showed such talent. He entered the fourth starry door and had a chance to become a great emperor. Did he really succeed? Even the two elders on the Nebula Immortal Plateau were stunned. To be honest, they didn't believe that anyone could succeed. After all, the possibility of becoming a great emperor was already very heaven-defying. Many old ancestors and great sage had lived for thousands of years, but they didn't have such a chance. Now, it was happening to a young man. They couldn't stop staring at Lin Xian. When Lin Xian entered the fourth palace, he also felt a mysterious aura. The great path around him kept tumbling. It was so magical. Lin Xian looked around curiously. At this moment, he realized that the front seemed to have turned into a starry sky. This was no longer a palace. It had turned into a galaxy of stars. Lin Xian stood in the universe. This feeling was too magical. Lin Xian continued to walk forward. However, the further he walked, the greater the pressure he felt. In the end, his sword energy was shattered. The laws on his body also cracked. He retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, at this moment, a demonic shadow formed behind him. The demonic figure stood there quietly, holding the world in place. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief as the pressure around him lessened. He walked forward for a while, sat down cross-legged, and began to cultivate. Countless people were waiting. Among them, the imperial princes were still in shock. They were all young giants. Even if there was a gap between them, it wouldn't be too big. Even someone as powerful as a light-shaking realm cultivator hadn't been able to enter the fourth layer, but someone had actually managed to do so. Lin Xian, Lin Wudi, many people were worried, and some of them even had killing intent in their eyes. When he came out, it seemed like someone wanted to make a move. Lin Xian sat there cross-legged. The laws on his body became incomparably mysterious. He was cultivating. At the same time, he opened the sword world. The stars here were so mysterious, they could provide the sword world with the power of the stars. After he opened it, the sword world began to absorb endless starlight, turning into a river of stars that spiraled in the sky. However, the power absorbed by the sword world was truly too much. In the end, endless nebulas churned in the fourth layer of the palace. Even the entire nebula palace began to shake violently. The people outside were still waiting. When Lin Xian came out, someone wanted to make a move. Suddenly, the nebula palace in front of him shook violently. A terrifying light erupted, and a terrifying aura swept through the world. Many people were sent flying, vomiting blood. What was going on? The others also reacted and retreated one after another. It was as if they were facing a great enemy. They looked forward. The two elders on the Nebula Immortal platform were also stunned. What happened? They had never encountered such a change before. Damn it, what did that kid do inside? I don't know. Quickly. Report to our palace master. The two elders quickly transmitted their voices. Not long after, the void split open, and a few figures walked out. Their auras were even stronger. There were even peak great sage cultivators who came. After these people arrived, their pupils constricted. What was going on in the Nebula Palace? Reporting to Palace Master, we don't know. The Palace Master of the Starfall Immortal platform was an extremely terrifying existence. His eyes erupted with a cold starlight as he stared fixedly at the Starfall Immortal Palace. His gaze pierced through the universe, wanting to see the situation inside. However, he discovered a demonic figure standing there. It suddenly turned around and shattered his gaze. He closed his eyes and took a few steps back. His expression became incomparably ugly. There were even tears of blood flowing down from his eyes. Palace Master, what happened to you? The surrounding elders were incomparably nervous. Even their palace master was injured, the others were in an uproar. Someone said that an accident had happened in the Starfall Palace. That Lin Xian wouldn't have died inside, right? It was extremely possible. The moment these words came out, many people's eyes lit up. Gu Feng sneered. It would be best if he died inside. Yao Guang's eyes flickered. If the other party died, he must obtain the other party's corpse and swallow Lin Wudi. He might become a double champion. At that time, he would sweep through the world. Who would be his match? Morong Qingqing and Yan Ryu became nervous. They came to the front and said, "Greetings, seniors. Is Brother Xian still inside? Is he in danger? What happened in the Starfall Palace? Seniors, please take action." The Starfall Palace Master still had his eyes closed. He said, "Is the person inside your friend?" Morong Qingqing nodded. That's right, he had already entered the fourth palace. However, they didn't expect such a change. What? The fourth palace? The new elders were also shocked. Didn't that mean that the brat had the possibility of becoming a great emperor? Who was he? His name was Lin Xian, Lin Wudi. Yan Ryu said. The eyes of Lin Wudi and the other elders flickered. The Starfall Palace Master was also shocked. I have his information. He is an incredible person. However, he is someone from the Immortal Graveyard. How could he come here? Moreover, he has the possibility of becoming a great emperor. That shouldn't be. The people from the Immortal Graveyard couldn't even become saints. How could he have the qualifications to become a great emperor? However, the other party had reached the fourth palace. This miraculous change caused these top experts to be stunned for a moment. Senior, is Brother Xian in danger? Morong Qingqing was nervous. She couldn't help but want to go in. The Starfall Palace Master said, "Don't act rashly. Although I don't know why this change happened, I used my divine ability. Just now, I used my great divine ability to take a look. There is indeed someone sitting there cultivating. He doesn't seem to have died." He didn't die? Really? That's great. Morong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. Even the great sage said so. Then it must be like this. Thank you, senior. They only needed to wait patiently. When the others heard this, they were extremely disappointed. He didn't die? Then I'll kill him with my own hands. They were still waiting here. Gu Feng, Yao Guang and the others were all ready to kill. Some experts from the Gemini clan and the dragons were also waiting secretly. Everyone was waiting for Lin Xian to appear, but they didn't know that something even more shocking was yet to come. Lin Xian activated Sword World and absorbed the star energy in Starfall Hall, causing a mysterious light to appear in the sky of Sword World. However, the amount of energy required by Sword World was too much. Even the fallen Star Hall was unable to endure the enormous devouring and absorption. It shook violently. At the next moment, a low voice rang out. It was like a clap of thunder, shaking everyone's soul. Then, a blurry figure appeared in Starcloud Hall. This figure was abnormally hazy and illusory, but it was incomparably terrifying. It was like a god looking down on the common people. Some people were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They couldn't help but want to kneel down. What was this? Many people were terrified. Overlord roared towards the sky. Bailey Wuck gritted his teeth. Kunpingzi exclaimed. Why do I feel a trace of the great emperor's aura? At this moment, everyone was stunned. What did Lin Xian do inside? Why did such a terrifying change occur? The people of Starfall Immortal Hall were also stunned. What was going on? The Hall Master's pupils shrank. Could it be that this was an illusion of the ancestor? Heavens! Those elders also exclaimed. He could actually summon the illusion of the ancestor of Starfall Immortal Hall. Starfall Hall was a supreme treasure of their immortal foundation. It was extremely mysterious and was built by their ancestor. And their ancestor was someone from the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. The Yuhua Immortal Dynasty back then wasn't something that could be compared to now. It was someone who stood at the peak of the universe. How terrifying was such a person? Later on, the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty was destroyed and sealed. Many immortal foundations were formed. Their Starfall Immortal Foundation was one of them. They had always been in control of Starfall Hall. Legend had it that Starfall Hall contained the secrets left behind by their ancestor. However, only those who could summon the illusion of their ancestor would be able to obtain the supreme secret. They had been trying for tens of thousands of years, but no one had ever succeeded. This made them think that the legend was fake. But now, someone actually summoned the illusion of their ancestor. And it was an outsider. This was too inconceivable. Could it be that this Lin Xian had such an inconceivable fate with their Starfall Immortal Foundation? Inside the Fallen Star Hall, Lin Xian was also stunned. The sudden appearance of a figure made him feel as if he was facing a great enemy. He quickly closed the world, but the hazy star figure stared fixedly at the Sword World, as if it wanted to enter. However, he did not dare to do so. In the end, he sighed. That hazy figure slowly disappeared. However, a ring fell from the sky. It was the star ring. It was incomparably deep, as if it had merged with an entire universe. It floated in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian was surprised. He used his soul spirit to examine it carefully and found that there was no danger. He then took it. What exactly happened? Lin Xian didn't understand. However, when he received the star ring, he felt a mysterious aura being emitted from the ring. He seemed to be able to absorb it. It was too mystical. This star ring was equivalent to fusing with the power of the Starfall Hall. In the next moment, Lin Xian felt a pair of invisible hands pushing him away. He knew that he must have used the Sword World to absorb too much power, causing a change in the Starfall Hall. In order to protect himself, the Starfall Hall did not allow him to stay here. He bowed deeply toward the void, expressing his thanks. Then, he turned around and left. When the people outside saw Lin Xian come out, they cried out in alarm. Was he going to make a move? Their eyes flickered. Gu Feng, Yao Guang and the others prepared to make a move. At this moment, the people from the Starfall Immortal platform walked up. The one leading them was the Hall Master. The group of them walked forward. Everyone was surprised. Even the Starfall Immortal platform was going to make a move, many people sneered. They could kill with a borrowed knife. Morong Qingqing and Yan Ryu were both nervous. They hurried to Lin Xian's side. The Starfall Hall Master said. Young Master, don't be nervous. We have no ill intentions. Young Master, have you seen our old ancestor? Does Young Master have some sort of relationship with our Starfall Hall? Voices sounded one after another. Lin Xian was puzzled. Old ancestor? Could it be that hazy figure? Thinking of this, he said. I've obtained a ring. When they saw that ring, the bodies of the surrounding elders trembled. The vast aura of stars on it was definitely an item from their Starfall Immortal platform. It was very likely that it was left behind by their old ancestor. Thinking of this, an elder instantly stretched out his hand and grabbed forward. This sudden change caused everyone to cry out in alarm. Lin Xian also frowned. The heavenly hand grabbed the ring. But at the next moment, a miserable scream rang out. The hand was broken apart and blood dripped down. The ring spun and flew back to Lin Xian's side. What was going on? The elder who attacked was dumbfounded. The Starfall Hall Master roared. You were too reckless. Who allowed you to attack? Quickly apologized to young Master Lin. That elder recovered his arm and lowered his head. Young Master Lin, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have attacked. The Starfall Hall Master also said. Young Master Lin, please don't take offense. They were too agitated. Lin Xian was also stunned. Then, he smiled. It seemed that this ring was specially made for him. He took it and wore it on the thumb of his right hand. Then, he smiled. It's fine. Was that astral phantom your old ancestor? He was the one who gave me this ring. Do you need me to return it to you? The Starfall Hall Master shook his head. No need. Since you've obtained the recognition of our old ancestor, we naturally wouldn't dare to be impudent. From today onwards, you're the young master of our Starfall Immortal platform. The moment these words came out, Morong Qingqing and Yan Ryu were stunned. Even Lin Xian was stunned. It seemed that he had underestimated the use of this ring. The other elders were also stunned. They wanted to say something, but the Starfall Hall Master said loudly. In the future, when you see young Master Lin, it's the same as seeing me. If anyone dares to disrespect him, don't blame the Starfall Immortal platform for punishing them according to the sect rules. Yes. Although those elders were puzzled, they didn't dare to disobey the orders of the Hall Master. The surrounding people were in an uproar. What was the meaning of this? Why did Lin Xian become the young master of the Starfall Immortal platform in the blink of an eye? Wasn't this change too great? Some people were gritting their teeth. However, the Starfall Hall Master coldly spoke. Whoever dares to make a move against young Master Lin would be making an enemy out of our Starfall Immortal platform. The moment these words came out, the scalps of the surrounding people turned numb. Although they were powerful, the Starfall Immortal platform was even more terrifying. In addition, this was their territory. For a period of time, no one dared to make a move. The Starfall Hall Master glanced at Lin Xian. Young Master, can you return with us? We will definitely treat young Master well. Lin Xian replied. I still have some things to do. Let's do it another day. He also didn't know what the Starfall Hall Master was planning. Hence, he wasn't willing to go there easily. The Starfall Hall Master didn't mind. Alright then. Young Master Lin, you go ahead and do your things. If you need anything, feel free to come to the Starfall Immortal platform. Next, the Falling Star Hall Master sent a few elders to escort Lin Xian and the others back. In addition to the previous warning, no one dared to make a move. However, this matter did spread out. Because it was too unbelievable. In an instant, the entire Yuhua ancient city knew about it. Everyone was talking about it. On the other side, the elders of the Falling Star Immortal platform were also confused. Why did the Hall Master respect that kid? Was he really that powerful? That's right, he's just a young man. No matter how powerful he was, could he overturn the heavens? That ring was left behind by our ancestor. We must take it back. However, the Falling Star Hall Master said, shut up. What do you know? When the star ring appeared, I used my bloodline to communicate with it. I even took out the Hall Master's token. However, I couldn't get his approval. However, that Lin Xian got his approval. What did that mean? It meant that our ancestor trusted him and didn't trust us. Get this straight. That's our ancestor, but he trusted an outsider. This meant that Lin Xian must have some secrets. Therefore, we must respect him. A person that our ancestor trusted would never be wrong. Moreover, didn't he enter the 4th floor of the Falling Star Hall? That was the qualification to become a great emperor. He might really become a great emperor in the future. Hearing this, the surrounding elders were also shocked. Although they were the descendants of the Yuhua immortal dynasty, at this age, a great emperor was a great emperor. A great emperor was too heaven-defying. It was enough for them to reach new heights. Your Highness, don't worry. We'll treat him with respect in the future. The falling star immortal platform was prepared to respect Lin Xian. However, the other immortal platforms were in an uproar. They didn't understand why the falling star immortal platform had such an attitude. They investigated many ways, but in the end they couldn't find anything. Even the 9-star immortal platforms were stunned. They asked Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled but didn't say anything. They could only treat him well. In the quiet courtyard, Lin Xian sat by the lake. He looked at the star ring in his hand and narrowed his eyes. The mysterious star ring and the falling star immortal platform's strange attitude confused him. He had carefully inspected it, and had also asked the Hellfire Dragon to inspect the ring. There shouldn't be any hidden danger. She just wanted to stay by his side. This made him very suspicious. After thinking about it, he felt that it was most likely related to the Sword World. After all, the Hellfire Dragon was so arrogant before. However, after seeing the Sword World, he was unwilling to leave. This showed that this world was incomparably mystical. It was very likely that it would completely exceed Lin Xian's imagination. As for the astral ancestor, perhaps he also knew how terrifying this world was. However, he had already fallen and was unable to enter the Sword World. He could only leave the keepsake ring by Lin Xian's side. Perhaps he wanted Lin Xian to take care of the Starfall Immortal platform. Since that was the case, Lin Xian accepted it without hesitation. In any case, the Divine Union really needed other allies. It would be best if they could form an alliance with the Fallen Star Immortal platform. He could borrow the power of the Starfall Immortal platform to search for fortuitous encounters in the Yuhua Immortal dynasty. In the future, once he truly became an immortal emperor, he would help the Starfall Immortal Foundation to stand at the peak. Therefore, Lin Xian did not dwell on it. After forming seals with his palms, Lin Xian continued to cultivate. Previously, from the 4th level, he felt that his nomological laws had improved a lot. Now, he wanted to consolidate his comprehension of the Great Tao. Although ordinary geniuses were no match for him now. Even the Emperor's son was no match for him. However, Lin Xian knew that he could not be careless. The two newcomers, one of them a light-shaking realm cultivator, shocked him. The other party's demonic heaven-devouring technique was improving every moment. If the other party swallowed a few more geniuses, he might surpass him. The other one, who shocked him even more, was Hun Tian. The double champion had appeared. If the other party's original body came, how terrifying would it be? Lin Xian began to cultivate with all his might. His strength was also increasing steadily. In fact, it was not only him. After returning from the Starfall Hall, the young powerhouses and supreme beings all began to cultivate in seclusion. Their strength had also increased greatly compared to before they had come. At the same time, another matter spread. It was about Lin Xian. Previously, the Starfall Hall could test the qualifications to become a great emperor. In other words, reaching the 4th level meant that one had the qualifications to become a great emperor. Although it was only a slight possibility, it was much more powerful than nothing. For tens of thousands of years, no one had been able to reach the 4th level. But now, someone had done it. A twinkle brilliance had opened the 4th astral door, which was shocking. More importantly, Lin Xian had really reached the 4th level, which shocked countless people. This guy had the qualifications to become a great emperor. At the same time, a list quickly spread in the ancient city. Yan Ruyu frowned and came to the courtyard with a scroll. She said, "Oh no." Lin Xian turned his head and said, "What's the matter?" Yan Ruyu walked over and opened the scroll. "Take a look." On the other side, Morong Qingqing also came and asked curiously. "What is this?" She realized that there were multicolored lights dancing on the scroll. Lin Xian's name was written in flamboyant handwriting. And only Lin Xian's name was written. "Brother Xian." "Only him?" "What's this?" Yan Ruyu said, "Young Paragon ranking." "Young Paragon?" Lin Xian frowned. This was something that the Dragon Prince had organized before. However, Yan Ryu had said that the Dragon Prince from before had only formed a battle in his own name. And he had lost in the end. But it was different now. This ranking had spread throughout the entire Yuhua ancient city, and it was created by the people of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. And it was recorded in history. It wasn't something that only existed now. It had existed tens of thousands of years ago. There were even young great emperors who had entered the young paragon ranking. For example, the Azure Emperor, and the Battle Emperor, your ancestor? Lin Xian was shocked. Yan Ryu nodded. That's right, my ancestor, the Azure Emperor, had been here before. And he had entered the Starfall Hall. He had even reached the 4th level and entered the young paragon ranking. Later, he really became a great emperor. However, there were very few people who could enter the young paragon ranking. Now, the paragon ranking is open, and only your name is on it. What about the others? For example, Yao Guang, Hun Tian, or Kuan Pingzi? Lin Xian asked. These people were not weak. They were all at the emperor level. Yan Ryu said that these people were called young paragons on another ranking. There was a huge difference between paragons and paragons. In other words, this ranking showed that Lin Xian was currently above all the geniuses. He could be said to be the number 1 genius. Morong Qingqing frowned after hearing this. This was not good. Wouldn't this make Brother Xian the enemy of everyone? Who was it that was so vicious? Yan Ryu sighed. It was indeed not good. That was because there were too many old enemies on this list. From now on, all the young geniuses would treat Lin Xian as an enemy. They would even use all kinds of methods to achieve their goal. Although Lin Xian had entered the 4th level, it didn't mean that the others didn't have the qualifications. For example, the Double Crown King's main body wasn't here. If his main body was here, there was a high chance that he could enter the 4th level. There was also the Light Shaking Realm, who opened the door to the 4th level. Although he didn't enter the 4th level, as long as he swallowed a few more people, he could definitely enter. These people also had the qualifications to become Grand Elders, but none of them were on the sovereign list. It was obvious that someone didn't want them to go up. Someone was probably targeting Lin Xian. Lin Xian naturally understood this as well. He smirked coldly. Making an enemy of the entire world? What a good method. It was probably those people who did it. He guessed that it was either the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty, the Gu clan, or the Light Shaking Realm. It was even very likely that it was Yao Guang. After all, Yao Guang had displayed the demonic heaven-devouring art. That was truly becoming enemies with the world. But now, all the spearheads were pointing at him. Basically, no one cared about Yao Guang. What about Big Brother Xian? Should he clarify? It was very dangerous now. After all, there were too many geniuses in the ancient city. If a few of them worked together, Lin Xian would really be in danger. No need. A sovereign is a sovereign. Why should I be afraid? I really want the title of the number 1 genius of the younger generation. So what if I become enemies with the world? Lin Xian's eyes shone with a shocking light. Right, there was one more thing. Yan Ryu said that the deity hall was also here. Lin Xian was also happy after hearing this. Was that so? It had been a long time since he saw them. He would find a chance to see them. Lin Xian decided to finish cultivating first and then go to the deity hall to take a look. The deity hall was left to him by old Xia. He didn't know if old Xia had returned. Lin Xian and Xia Jiuyo went to the underworld. In the end, Xia Jiuyo left alone and his whereabouts were still unknown. While Lin Xian was cultivating, on the Clearwood Immortal Platform, which was also one of the immortal platforms in the ancient city, belonged to the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. On a cliff on the clear immortal platform, the scenery was beautiful. A towering pine tree. It had grown for thousands of years. There were 2 figures sitting on the stone platform in front of him. One of them was dressed in a green robe and had the demeanor of a transcendent being. He leaned against a pine tree as if he was an old man who had ascended to immortality. The other person's aura was hazy and mysterious. He was none other than Hun Tian. Hun Tian looked at the old man in front of him and said, "Senior Qing Mu, try the tea I brought back." This tea is carefully cultivated by the Hundun tribe and contains an extremely strong Hundun qi. It was extremely useful for one's comprehension of the Great Path. In front of Hun Tian, there was an exquisite box with a few tea leaves in it. As expected, they were surrounded by a chaotic aura. They formed mysterious runes. At this moment, another woman walked over from afar. She was dressed in green and had an extremely beautiful appearance. She walked over slowly with a teapot in her hand and placed the chaos leaf inside. Suddenly, a terrifying aura of chaos shot up into the sky. The azure-robed woman was shocked. Ancestor Qingmu's eyes were also shining. Previously, he had only heard rumors that the Epiphany leaf contained a mysterious Great Tao. Obtaining one would allow one to comprehend the Great Tao. It was just that he was too mysterious, so he couldn't meet him. But now that I've seen this primal chaos leaf, I've gained a deep understanding of it. Even if it's not as good as the Epiphany leaf, it's not too far off. Hearing this, the corners of Hun Tian's mouth curled up. Grandpa Qingmu, you're flattering me. It's far from being as good as the Epiphany leaf. Although he said that, his eyes were filled with pride. Ancestor Qingmu picked up the teacup and took a sip. The laws around him danced. He nodded. Good tea. Hun Tian smiled. If Grandpa Qingmu likes it, I'll bring more in the future. Ancestor Qingmu said, this gift is too valuable. I'm afraid I can't accept it. Hun Tian said, Grandpa Qingmu, you're too humble. You're standing at the peak of the great sage and are only one step away from the divine emperor realm. If you can't accept it, who can? Ancestor Qingmu shook his head. I'm old and there's no hope. My hope is still on you young people. Nephew, you've reached the double crown at such a young age. Such talent is rare. There's a great chance for you to reach the divine emperor realm in the future. Even if you meet those princes, you might be able to suppress them. Hun Tian's eyes lit up. He said, although those princes have shocking bloodlines, they haven't experienced any hardships. They're usually protected too well. When they encounter a real battle of life and death, they won't be able to do anything. For example, the Dragon Prince. No matter how heaven-defying his bloodline is, he was still killed in the end. The Kuan Pung, the Purple Qilin, and the Phoenix Girl all have shocking bloodlines, but I don't think they'll be able to reach the Divine Emperor realm in the future. At this moment, the woman who was brewing tea nodded and said, I heard that recently, a terrifying guy has appeared. He cultivates the demonic sky-devouring technique. He has devoured many geniuses and even knows some divine abilities and bloodlines of divine emperors. This person is very dangerous. Even Ancestor Qingmu's eyes flashed with a cold light when he heard those words. The demonic sky-devouring technique was a divine emperor divine ability. It had been sealed as a forbidden martial art more than 100,000 years ago. No one was allowed to cultivate it. I didn't expect that someone would take the risk. Isn't he afraid of becoming enemies with the world? The demonic sky-devouring technique was strong, but it was an evil technique after all. It wasn't his own strength. Even if he devoured it, it would be difficult for him to reach his peak. Hun Tian snorted coldly. Compared to the demonic sky-devouring technique, I'm more concerned about another person. Speaking of this, his eyes flashed with a hint of sharpness. Oh, who is it? The woman and the old man were both surprised. Hun Tian said. Of course, he was talking about Lin Wudi. He was in the limelight. He had reached the 4th level of Nebula Palace and was qualified to be a divine emperor. He had also successfully made it to the supreme leaderboard. That was enough to suppress everyone else. Hearing this name, even Ancestor Qingmu fell silent and nodded slightly. This person is indeed in the limelight now. I didn't expect that someone else would be able to make it to the supreme leaderboard. It was said that Lin Wudi didn't have the bloodline of a divine emperor, nor did he seem to be from a powerful family. It's really rare for someone to rise from the ashes and reach such a level. The woman said as she poured tea. Although he's powerful, he hasn't met you yet. If your original body makes a move, you can suppress him instantly. It won't be a problem for you to reach the 4th level. Of course. Hun Tian said proudly, his eyes flashing with confidence. However, he also said that his original body was cultivating a supreme divine ability. He was still in seclusion and couldn't come out for the time being. He was also very depressed about this matter. If his original body came out, who would dare to be arrogant in front of him? At this moment, Ancestor Qingmu also said. Although he had the possibility of becoming a divine emperor, he was still thousands of miles away from becoming one. Since ancient times, there were very few people who were qualified to become a divine emperor. However, after hundreds of thousands of years, there were still many who were qualified to become one. However, only a few people became divine emperors in the end. There were even some who didn't have a divine emperor in tens of thousands of years. It was too difficult to become a divine emperor. Even Han Tian understood this point. He said that even if he couldn't become a true divine emperor, if he could take the first step and become a divine emperor, he would be an invincible existence that could sweep across the world. Speaking of this, he changed the topic. Grandpa Qingmu, back then, there was a woman on the Qingmu divine platform who had unparalleled talent. She eventually reached the peak of the great sage. She even wanted to take that crucial step. However, she was defeated and severely injured. In the end, she died unexpectedly. And that person had a great relationship with the heavenly court. Hearing this, old Ancestor Greenwood's expression changed and his gaze became gloomy. Han Tian was right. Before their Greenwood immortal platform, there was indeed a person. That person's talent was too good and countless people looked forward to it. Even if that person couldn't become a great emperor, he would be able to walk out of the sage realm and become a quasi-emperor. He would be able to let their Greenwood immortal platform regain its glory. However, it was a pity that in that era, there was another person who suddenly rose up and swept through everything. In the end, that person fought with their immortal platform's genius. The two fought. In the end, their genius was defeated. That person successfully stepped into the great emperor realm and became a quasi-emperor. In the end, he even broke through and became a great emperor. As for their proud daughter of heaven, after hearing this, she was angered to death. This made their immortal platform feel despair. That was their best chance to rise to glory, but it was interrupted. However, they were forcefully interrupted, and they didn't dare to take revenge at all. Because that person became a great emperor, a battle emperor, he was also the last great emperor. After the battle emperor, no one had become a great emperor in all these years. Thinking of these past events, old Ancestor Greenwood sighed. There was no need to talk about the past. Han Tian said, our ancestor said that the reason why we couldn't become a great emperor in the past was because of the power of heaven and earth. However, in this era, the world changed greatly and ushered in a golden era for cultivation. This time, there would definitely be someone who could become a great emperor. Many people would even walk out of the sage realm and become quasi-emperors. This was an excellent opportunity. Grandpa Greenwood, don't you want to take revenge? Don't you want to recreate glory? Actually, there's no need for the Greenwood immortal platform. We just need to work together. That Lin Wudi is definitely not my match. Also, I came here with another purpose, which is to integrate the quintessential world. You also know that the quintessential world has recovered and countless geniuses and experts have appeared. However, it's still lacking compared to the buried Emperor Star. Most importantly, those great emperors were all buried in the buried Emperor Star. Clearly, those great emperors came from the quintessential world. They were our ancestors. Therefore, the graveyard where they were buried is also ours. That place has the inheritance resources and treasures of the great emperors. Hearing this, Ancestor Qingmu's eyes shone with a cold light. Do you have a plan? The tomb of a great emperor was a land of death. Ordinary people could not enter at all. Furthermore, the buried Emperor Star had many emperor races. If they were to go there rashly, it would probably lead to a great battle. Grandpa Yoki, don't worry about that. We are already preparing for it. As long as we integrate the power of the true spirit world, we'll be able to go. At that time, the old ancestor of our primal chaos clan will also go. So what if those monarch clans oppose? Ancestor Qingmu gasped. Was the primal chaos ancestor going to make a move as well? It was too unbelievable. That was because he knew that the old master of the Hundun tribe was no ordinary person. He was an existence that was even more terrifying than them. It was a quasi-emperor. In this world, the peak of the great sage was the old ancestor. He could sweep through everything. This was an era when the great emperors did not appear. Actually, above that were quasi-emperors. Previously, on the buried emperor star, a quasi-emperor had appeared and swept through the place, suppressing the 10,000 dragon dynasty to the point where they could not raise their heads. In addition to that quasi-emperor, some other ancient clans and sects also had quasi-emperors. However, the number of these quasi-emperors was very small. Usually, they would not appear. However, if they really wanted to become a great emperor, then perhaps these legendary figures would appear. Ancestor Qingmu thought for a long time and said, if the quasi-emperors of the Hundan tribe are willing to help, then we are willing to form an alliance and provide a strong chance of survival. They knew that the Hundan tribe was looking for their immortal platforms because of their strong vitality. If they wanted to enter the tomb of a great emperor, there would be great danger and they might die. If they brought a shocking amount of vitality, they might be able to return safely. This was also the core value of their greenwood immortal platforms. Alright, thank you, Grandpa Qingmu. When I am ready, I will come to pay you a visit. Han Tianzhan stood up and turned to leave. Looking at his departing figure, Ancestor Qingmu's eyes flickered. The woman beside him also stood up. She said, Old Ancestor, are you really going to join forces with him? Also, are we really going to attack the Heavenly Court again? You are talking about that Lin Wuti, right? Don't worry, we don't need to do anything. Han Tianzhan will do it. As the double crown king, he only received the title of a young powerhouse. On the other hand, Lin Wuti was a supreme being. Han Tianzhan definitely couldn't tolerate it. He would make a move sooner or later. As for the alliance, we have to make preparations. Lin Wuti can be ignored, but we must enter the tomb of a great emperor. Maybe he was right. In this era, a great emperor was going to appear. Even if we can't produce a great emperor this time, we must produce a boundary emperor. At this point, his eyes shone brightly. He had been at the peak of the great sage for 3,000 years, but he couldn't take another step forward. He was once in despair, but Han Tianzhan's words today gave him hope. If he could get an opportunity, then he would definitely be able to take a crucial step forward. To become a boundary emperor. In that way, he could personally restore the glory of the pure cleansing immortal platform. On the other side, Han Tianzhan walked out and left the greenwood immortal palace. His eyes shone brightly as if he had become a king looking down on the world. Greetings, young master. The four figures in front of him knelt on one knee. They also had the aura of primal chaos. They were from the Hundan tribe. Han Tianzhan nodded. How are the preparations? Everything is ready. Next, we can go and invite those people. One of them said respectfully. Han Tianzhan nodded. Good. Also, help me contact the people from the 10,000 Dragon Court. I want to cooperate with them. Han Tianzhan knew that to enter the buried Emperor Star, he had to find someone to cooperate with. The 10,000 Dragon Court was a very good partner. He had to get in touch with them in advance. His figure flashed and he disappeared into the void like a bolt of lightning. The Yuhua ancient city was in turmoil. Lin Xian had been silently cultivating. On this day, he opened his eyes and the laws on his body slowly disappeared. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. He had already completely refined the benefits he had obtained in the Nebula Palace. His strength had also increased compared to before, and even his cultivation base had increased. He was now one step closer to the middle stage of the Great Sage. He prepared to head to the Divine Palace. Seeing that Murong Qingqing and Yan Ruyu were still in seclusion, he left a voice transmission and didn't disturb them. Instead, he turned and walked outside. He summoned Yunyu. Yunyu was here. At this moment, she was even more mysterious. She was like a high and mighty queen of the 9 heavens. However, when she came in front of Lin Xian, she bowed respectfully. Greetings, master. Lin Xian nodded and said. Come with me. Yes. Young master, where are we going? Yunyu asked curiously. Lin Xian said that they were going to the shrine. The people from the shrine had also come to the Rain Feather ancient city. Yan Ruyu had already found out the exact location, and so did Lin Xian. Hence, they had to go there directly this time. In the southern region of the Rain Feather ancient city, there was a mansion that was majestic and gave off an ancient aura. This was where the shrine had settled down. To be able to live in such a place, the shrine must have developed well over the years. They must have nurtured a group of top experts. How were Peacock and Xing Tian doing? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and walked forward. Yunyu was also shocked when she saw this. It was a mysterious place. The people who lived here must have extraordinary power. That was for sure. To be able to settle down in a place like this, even if they were not Immortal Foundation experts, they must be from top clans and other places. Laughter came from the side. Lin Xian and the others turned around. In the distance, a fire demon wolf flew down from the sky. The flames on it were extremely terrifying. It was obvious that it was a mutated beast of heaven and earth. Its strength and cultivation were extremely terrifying. But at this moment, there was a man sitting on the back of the flaming demon wolf. He was wearing battle armor and looked extremely valiant. His figure was not very burly. But when he raised his hand, it was filled with unparalleled power. It was obvious that he was also a top genius. He was the one who spoke earlier. Lin Xian looked at him and said indifferently, "Are you here too?" That man walked down from the alluring demon's back and said, "Naturally, I am an old friend of the shrine." After speaking, he glanced at Lin Xian with disdain in his eyes. The person in front of him looked unfamiliar and he did not know him at all. He should not have any status. He should have come to the shrine to ask for help. But he was different. He had an equal relationship with the shrine because his status was not ordinary. He was a top genius of the four-symbol sacred ground called Xianxia. The sacred ground was no longer the sacred ground of the past. The previous sacred ground did not even have a sage. But as the spatial tunnel between the buried Emperor Star opened, the energy of the buried Emperor Star poured in. This caused the true spirit world to undergo earth-shaking changes. Now that true spirit world was filled with saints, their sacred ground naturally rose in status. It had reached an unimaginable height. Even when compared to the peerless great sects of the buried Emperor Star, they weren't inferior. Thinking of this, little Elephant Fei became even more proud. He directly ignored Lin Xian and looked to the side. When he saw Yunyu, he was also stunned. This was because he realized that this woman was really extraordinary. Not only was he handsome, but his aura was also mysterious. Half of his body was sacred, while the other half carried a gloomy aura. Two completely opposite powers could perfectly fuse in one person. This was definitely an incredible martial arts legacy. This woman must be the pride of the heavens. However, why would such a person be together with an ant? He felt that it was a pity. Such a person should only be owned by an expert like him. Seeing Xianfei's fiery gaze, Yunyu coldly snorted and frowned. He looked at Lin Xian and said, "Young master, let's go." Lin Xian nodded and walked forward. Soon, they arrived at the front of the mansion. "Everyone, please wait." The guards of the mansion in front walked out and blocked the path. "May I know why you are here?" Lin Xian said, "I want to see Peacock and Xing Tian." The guard in front was stunned. "You mean the two elders?" "That's right." Lin Xian nodded. The guard seriously sized up Lin Xian, but he didn't recognize him. He asked, "Young master, do you have an invitation?" Lin Xian shook his head. The guard said with a cold expression, "The two elders are very busy. If you really want to see them, tell me your identity and I'll help you line up. Perhaps you can see them in a few months." At this moment, Xianfei walked over from behind. "You want to see Peacock Fairy? Don't you know her identity? She's an elder, a core elder. Ordinary sacred ground elders aren't qualified to see her, let alone you. Young man, I think you'd better be down to earth." He shook his head with a look of schadenfreude. Then, he walked forward. With a wave of his sleeve, he took out a token. "I'm Xianfei from the four-symbol sacred ground. Bring me in. Tell Peacock Fairy that I have something to see her about." "So it's young Master Xiang." The guards quickly bowed and went to report. Soon, a middle-aged man walked out from inside. He was the leader of the guards. He also walked over with a smile and cupped his fists. "So it's Xianfei. Please come in." His gaze only fell on Xianfei. As for Lin Xian, he didn't care about him at all. Such a person didn't have any status and wasn't worthy of his attention. Brother Jean, I'm here to disturb you again. I wonder if Peacock Fairy has time. I have something urgent to see her about. As he spoke, he walked inside with a smile. Young Master Xiang is here to see Elder Peacock. Elder Peacock is indeed very busy. You also know that she needs to make many decisions. But since young Master Xiang has spoken, I will definitely recommend you. The two chatted and laughed as they walked inside. There were also many guards in the mansion. At this moment, there was a lot of discussion. This Xiang Fei is incredible. It's said that he once ate heavenly treasures when he was young. As a result, his physique became extremely strong and possessed the strength of dragons and tigers. Coupled with the body-tempering secret technique of the four symbols sacred ground, his physique is extremely strong. Although it can't be compared to legendary physiques like the 9-yang divine body and sacred body, but below that, it's definitely the best. I heard that he's wooing our Elder Peacock. But thinking about it, only such a person is worthy of Elder Peacock. Sounds of discussion could be heard. At this moment, they hurriedly shut up because they noticed a few figures walking out from the courtyard in the distance. Among them, the one walking at the front was a woman. She wore colorful clothes and had an extremely beautiful face. At this moment, she was holding a scroll and frowning. Obviously, she was thinking about something. There were some middle-aged men and elders around her. A group of people was walking outside. When the guards on both sides saw them, they hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Elder Peacock. Greetings, Elder Xianxia. This was a group of elders. The others didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. Guard Jean also saw them and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Elder Peacock. Greetings, elders. Xiang Fei, who was at the side, smiled and waved. Long time no see, Peacock Fairy. Hearing someone shouting, Peacock raised her head and looked forward. In the next moment, her pupils shrank. Her body swayed and she quickly walked forward. Long time no see, Peacock Fairy. Xiang Fei smiled and walked over to greet her. He was extremely happy. Did you see that? Peacock is running towards me. This shows how important I am to her. Next, I just need to think of a way. With my handsome looks and talent, I can definitely conquer her. Thinking of this, he was even happier. Soon, Peacock came to his side, but she didn't stop at all. She was like a gust of wind. The smile on Xiang Fei's face froze. His pupils constricted. Damn it, what's going on? She wasn't walking towards him, but was welcoming someone else. Why was he so happy just now? Who is it? He was immediately enraged. Who has more face than me? He wanted to see who dared to be so arrogant in front of him. He suddenly turned his head, and at the next moment, his pupils constricted and he almost jumped up. Because he realized that Peacock was walking towards that kid. That kid was stopped by the guards and couldn't even enter the door. In his eyes, such a person was just an ant. He wouldn't even look at her in the eye. He probably wouldn't be qualified to enter this residence in his lifetime. But now, Peacock was standing in front of the little ant, and she was extremely excited. She was even about to pounce on him. Damn it, who is this kid? The surrounding guards were also stunned. Does this young man have a powerful background? But why don't we know about it? The other elders also looked over one after another. Some of them were puzzled. Peacock came in front of Lin Xian, extremely excited. Young master, is it really you? This is great, am I dreaming? Xing Tian also strode over. His eyes were red. At the next moment, he cupped his fists respectfully and shouted, Greetings, Hall Master. Hall Master, you're back. This is great. Hall Master. The surrounding guards were stunned. Xiang Fei was also stunned. Which Hall Master is he from? Is he from Immortal Foundation? But that shouldn't be the case. He had seen people from Immortal Foundation before. The law of aura on them was very mysterious. He didn't look like this at all. Seeing that the surrounding people were stunned, Xing Tian turned around and shouted coldly, What are you guys waiting for? Come over and greet the Hall Master. Are you guys trying to rebel? Some of the elders walked over with bloodshot eyes and greeted the hall master. The others were still in a daze, but in the next moment, they understood that this was their temple master. What? He was the temple master of deity's Templar. Xianxia's eyes widened in disbelief. Previously, he had mocked the other party, thinking that the other party had no status and was just an ant. He could easily crush them to death. But now? The other party was actually the temple lord of the temple. This identity was shockingly high, and it could even be said that it was completely above his. The temple master of the deity's Templar was the holy lord of their holy land. It was not something he could compare to. As expected, he saw Peacock in front of the other party, acting completely different. When he first met Peacock, her attitude was cold and arrogant. She was like a high and mighty goddess. Even if he wanted to meet her, he would have to wait a long time. But now, Peacock was very happy in front of him, even acting like a subordinate. This huge contrast almost made Xianxia faint. He was so angry that his face darkened. Seeing this scene, Guard Zhan was also dumbfounded. Previously, he did not pay much attention to Lin Xian, but now he understood that this was their temple master. He quickly ran over and said to the guards, "What are you waiting for? Quickly bow to the temple master." The guards bowed one after another. "Forgive us, temple master, we did not know. Please punish us, temple master." They had previously stopped Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian smiled and said, "It's okay, the ignorant are not guilty." The surrounding guards heaved a sigh of relief. As expected of the temple master, he was indeed magnanimous. The other party was a high and mighty god of the 9 heavens. Why would he lower himself to the same level as ants? Thinking of this, they were even more in awe of the other party. Lin Xian looked at Leader Zhan and narrowed his eyes. He said, "Why are there so many unfamiliar faces?" Leader Zhan felt as if he had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cave after being stared at by Lin Xian. He felt that he had no secrets under the other party's eyes. This gaze was too terrifying. Is this their temple master? He's young, but he's even scarier than the older generation experts. Leader Zhan was immediately frightened and his scalp went numb. He said respectfully, reporting to Temple Master, "I just joined the temple recently." Peacock also said that the true spirit world has undergone a great change. The world's strength has recovered, and many geniuses and experts have risen. Therefore, Xingtian and I decided to recruit a group of geniuses and experts. "Young master, you won't blame me, right?" Lin Xian said, "Of course not. Before I left, I said that the two of you will be responsible for the temple's affairs. Speaking of which, you did the right thing. Let's go." Lin Xian waved his hand. Peacock said, "Sixth elder, send someone to handle this matter. Today, I will stay by young master's side." An old man walked over and took the scroll. He bowed to Lin Xian and left. The others surrounded Lin Xian and respectfully invited Lin Xian in. The scene was empty in an instant, leaving only Xianxia standing there in a daze. During this process, all eyes were on Lin Xian. No one was looking at him. They seemed to have forgotten about his existence. Damn it. He gritted his teeth and snorted, then quickly left. He had no face to stay any longer. It was too embarrassing. After inviting Lin Xian into the main hall, Xingtian said, "Go and inform everyone to gather in front of the main hall." Guard Zhan went to do it personally. "Don't worry, Temple Master." He informed everyone as quickly as possible. He also informed them that something big had happened. The guards, young geniuses, and even some of the older generation experts were alarmed. They were puzzled. What's going on? These people came to the front of the main hall. They found that Peacock and Xingtian were standing beside a young man with incomparable respect and admiration. Who is this person? Some people were puzzled. As mentioned before, the temple had recruited a group of geniuses and experts. Many of them became guards and some became elders. Therefore, it was normal that they had not seen Lin Xian before. At this moment, these people were guessing Lin Xian's identity. Peacock stood out and said, "This is the temple master of our temple." What? He's the temple master? Countless people were shocked. Those who had just joined were discussing animatedly. They were really too shocked. They had heard that although the temple's matters were managed by Peacock and Xianxia, the real temple master was someone else. It was a young man who was incomparably mysterious. However, he was on the buried Emperor star. Now that they saw him, they were shocked. He was too young. Was such a person really the temple master of the temple? However, seeing how respectful Peacock and Xianxia were, they knew that it should not be wrong. However, some of the newcomers were dissatisfied. This person did not look as old as them. Immediately, a genius stepped forward. Elder Peacock, we joined the Divine Hall because of its reputation. Now that the Temple Lord is here, can you show us your skills? That's right. A few more geniuses stepped forward and spoke loudly. If a sect wants to grow, the Temple Lord must be strong. We won't follow a nameless person. The other elders also began to discuss. They knew how strong Peacock and Xianxia were, as well as the Divine Hall's foundation, but they were unwilling to be controlled by such a young man. Peacock frowned at these voices. Xianxia snorted coldly. Damn it, what are these guys trying to do? He wanted to shout, but Lin Xian stopped him with a wave of his hand. He knew he was too young and wouldn't be able to convince the crowd, but he didn't care. Lin Xian stepped forward and looked at the crowd. He didn't say anything, but looked around. The new geniuses and elders weren't convinced. They wanted to see how the young temple lord would deal with the situation. They thought he'd be helpless. But they soon realized that wasn't the case. Under Lin Xian's gaze, the crowd fell silent. No one dared to speak. The geniuses and elders were shocked. It was as if an invisible force was suppressing their souls. What's with his gaze? Why is it so scary? It must be a psychological effect. Isn't it just the Temple Lord's identity? I'm not afraid of him. Some geniuses gritted their teeth and glared ahead. Lin Xian said when he saw the silence. I am Lin Wudi, Temple Lord of the Divine Hall. It was a simple sentence. But everyone was stunned after hearing it. Lin Wudi. He's Lin Wudi, what? That was impossible. Which Lin Wudi was he? Is he the Lin Wudi on the sovereign leaderboard? Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the scene in front of them. Peacock said. That's right, our Temple Lord is the famous Lin Wudi. He's on the sovereign leaderboard and is qualified to be a great emperor. The crowd was in an uproar when they heard this. The new geniuses and elders were completely stunned. They were completely convinced and no longer felt discontent. This young man was simply too powerful. Although they had never met Lin Xian before, they had heard of Lin Wudi's name many times. When they arrived at the ancient Feather City, they even heard that Lin Wudi had reached the 4th layer of the Starfall Hall on his own. His status was above that of the Crown Prince, and he was the only one who had obtained the qualifications to become a great emperor. Such a person would have unparalleled achievements in the future. Even the Crown Prince wasn't a match for him, so who would dare to challenge him? Greetings, Palace Master. Greetings to the Palace Master. The elders and geniuses bowed one after another. This time, they were truly impressed. They were even excited. With such a person as the Temple Master, they would definitely stand at the peak of the universe in the future. Lin Xian's eyes scanned the surroundings as a smile appeared on his face. Everyone, cultivate well and fight against the 9 heavens with me in the future. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. The people in front of the temple raised their arms and shouted, pledging to follow the temple master to death. Looking at this scene, Yunyu was shocked. She also came from a top family. Although she was known as the #1 genius in her family, she couldn't convince the rest of the family. There were even many people who wanted to assassinate her and take her place. However, Lin Xian was different now. These people were completely convinced by Lin Xian. When this power gathered together, it would be terrifying to the extreme. Peacock and Xianxia smiled. Their years of hard work hadn't been in vain. They had finally helped Lin Xian a little. Next, the crowd dispersed. Lin Xian, Peacock, and Xianxia gathered together. Peacock said, Young Master, there's a gathering coming up. Do you want to join? Gathering? Lin Xian was curious. What was it? Why hadn't he heard of it before? Peacock said. This gathering was only for the sects of the true spirit world. Young master had been in the buried Emperor Star all these years. It was normal that no one invited him. Since it was only for the true spirit world, he narrowed his eyes. The current true spirit world was already extraordinary. It could be said to be on par with the buried Emperor Star. Since these people were gathered together, there must be something going on. He said, sure, I also want to see which geniuses have come out of the true spirit world. That's great. Peacock was overjoyed. She looked at Xianxia and said, Xianxia, you can stay here. Give your spot to the hall master. Alright, hall master, this is a very mystical gathering. How mystical? Lin Xian was also astonished. Peacock said that after entering, everyone would hide their identity. Others wouldn't be able to find out unless they revealed their identity. Moreover, this gathering was a small-scale martial arts exchange. It even had an auction as its theme. After entering, perhaps there would be treasures that young master would like. Hide their identity? Interesting. 2 days later, Lin Xian and company set off. Xing Tian stayed behind to oversee the mansion. Lin Xian brought Yunyu and Peacock to the gathering. The gathering was held in another mansion. Before entering, the people there had already sent over some black robes. Lin Xian and company put them on. They discovered that the black robes could block out vision and soul spirit detection. They were indeed hiding their identity. Interesting. Let's go. The group walked towards the destination. After entering, they discovered that there were many people in black robes. Lin Xian couldn't detect their aura. Similarly, they didn't know who Lin Xian and company were. There was an additional layer of mystery between them. At this moment, Peacock walked towards a pavilion. That was the Sea of Clouds pavilion. She had already booked it. After all, people of their status couldn't sit in the main hall. Every one of them would have their own pavilion. The Sea of Clouds pavilion was booked by Peacock. The Sea of Clouds pavilion was very mysterious. There were clouds rolling around it. Peacock walked forward. However, she was stopped. Gentlemen, please wait. Peacock stopped. She took out a token and said, I have booked this place. Lead the way. However, the guard in front said, I'm sorry. This place is already taken. Gentlemen, please go to other places. Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Peacock was stunned. Taken? What a joke, I booked this place 5 days ago. I even paid for it. You actually gave it to someone else? I don't know. The guard shook his head. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked over from afar. He waved his fan and smiled. What's the matter? The guard explained the situation. The middle-aged man listened and said, Gentlemen, please. Let me give you a piece of advice. The people inside have an extraordinary status. I'm afraid you can't afford to offend them. There was a hint of warning in his voice. Peacock was furious. Can't afford to offend them? I want to see who dares to challenge the temple. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted when he saw the token. He had heard of people from the deity hall before. They were extremely extraordinary in the quintessential world. Therefore, his attitude changed and he smiled. Greetings, friends from the deity hall. We have not received you well in this matter. I will open another pavilion for you as compensation. Peacock did not say anything. Instead, she looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, There is no need. Since it has already been decided, we will take the Cloud Sea Pavilion. Did you hear that? We want the Cloud Sea Pavilion. This matter is your fault. You can deal with it yourselves. Peacock did not back down. The Divine Union did not need to back down now. Furthermore, Lin Xian had already given the order. She naturally had to carry it out. The middle-aged man frowned when he heard that. The Divine Union was powerful and he could not afford to offend them. However, the people inside were also extraordinary. He could not afford to offend them either. For a moment, he was stunned and did not know what to do. At that moment, a few people walked out of the Cloud Sea Pavilion. Who was causing trouble here? These few young people were surrounded by nomological laws. They looked mighty and extraordinary. When the middle-aged man saw them, he could only explain the situation and push them aside. It was better to let these two big sects handle it. The few young people were stunned when they heard that. Were they from the deity hall? Wait. They hurried to report it. Not long after, a few more figures came down. They were all young and outstanding. Their nomological laws were overwhelming. Clearly, they were all geniuses. I was wondering who it was. So they are from the deity hall. I wonder which one of them is it, a man in front sneered. Sword chi was surging from his body. The surrounding void was constantly shattering. It could not withstand this power at all. Xianxia. Peacock's face turned cold after she saw that. She lowered her cloak and revealed her beautiful face. This place belongs to the deity hall. Take your people and leave quickly. Oh, it is Fairy Peacock. Xianxiao's eyes flickered. If Fairy Peacock does not have a place, you can come to the Cloud Sea Pavilion with us. We will take good care of Fairy Peacock. After saying that, he looked at the other two people. Who were these two? Were they also from the deity hall? At that moment, a man walked out from the side. His body was shimmering with the 5 elements. It was very scary. He said, Fairy Peacock, I have heard of your beauty. Now that I see it, you are extraordinary. Fairy Peacock, accompany me for a drink. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and tried to grab the peacock. Peacock frowned and dodged the attack with a sway. Fairy Peacock, Fairy Peacock. Oh my, Fairy still recognizes me. That's great. Peacock, Peacock, Peacock. Peacock's face was cold as she looked at Lin Xian. Humph, you're courting death. Lin Xian snorted. Upon hearing this, Peacock understood. However, before she could make a move, Yunyue who was beside her made the first move. A jade-white palm shone with a holy light, as if it was the hand of an angel, and slashed forward. He sent a palm strike at Yuanju. Yuanju was instantly sent flying, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Damn it. You dare to attack me? Yuanju roared and attacked again. 5 elements fist. He threw a punch. The 5 elements combined. It was terrifying. It seemed that the 5 elements' sacred land had produced some powerful experts in recent years. Yunyu sneered. He was as famous as Bailey Wuck and had the strength of an emperor. Therefore, he did not care about the other party's attack. He formed a seal with his palm, turning it into an angel seal. The 5 elements' fist was shattered. This time, Yuanju's injury was even more serious. His entire arm turned into a bloody mist. Ah! He let out a miserable cry. The surrounding people were also stunned. They looked at the black-robed figure in front of them and felt their scalps go numb. Who was that person? It seemed to be a woman. That was too terrifying. Even Peacock was stunned. She had always thought that Yunyu was just Lin Xian's follower. She did not expect him to be so terrifying. The aura he emitted made her feel mysterious. Thinking of this, she smirked and said coldly. Xianxiao, Yuanju, are you still going to stay here? Xianxiao's expression was cold. He looked at Yuanju and frowned. He did not attack because the move just now had shocked him greatly. Who was this person in front of him? When did the Temple of God have such a powerful ally? He gritted his teeth. Good, very good. Temple of God, I will remember you. I will not let this matter rest so easily, he snorted and left with his people. Yuanju also stood up and gritted his teeth. Just you wait. The people from the 5 elements sacred land and the sword sect left. The Cloud Sea Pavilion was empty. Lin Xian walked forward. Peacock and Yunyu followed behind him. The surrounding guards made way. They lowered their heads deeply. No one dared to stop them. The middle-aged man was also covered in cold sweat. When he saw the 3 of them enter, he quickly called for the guards and said, Quick, bring me the best spirit wine and food. If you dare to be negligent, don't blame me for killing you. Lin Xian had just entered when the maids came in with exquisite spirit wine and food. They replaced all the previous ones. Peacock waved her hand. All right, you can go outside and wait. The maids all retreated outside. Peacock said that the 2 people from before were from the sword sect and the 5 elements sacred land. They were called Xianxia and Yuanju. They were also considered top geniuses. Of course, they were not worth mentioning in front of the young master. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had interacted with these sacred lands many times in the past. However, those people were long gone now. The newcomers were all unfamiliar faces, and he was filled with emotion. In martial arts cultivation, if you did not advance, you would fall behind. Although not many years had passed, the new generation had replaced the old. Martial arts cultivation was so cruel. In the end, who could reach the peak? Who could always win and not lose? It could be said that there were only a few people. Everything else will eventually return to dust, dust to dust. Lin Xian did not want such a fate. He wanted to fight all the way to the peak. Since the 5 elements sacred land was here, the other sacred lands should be here too. I wonder who's hosting the party this time. On the other side, the people from the Sword Sect and the 5 elements sacred land left for another hall. After entering, Yuanju roared crazily. He was like a wounded beast. Damn it, I will not let that woman peacock go. And the person who attacked, I will capture them. I will let them know despair. Jianzhao's expression was also cold. He said, Brother Yuan, don't be anxious. The experts from the temple this time are very mysterious. I don't know who else is so terrifying. I have to investigate carefully. But don't worry. This time, it is Han Tian Palace. The gathering was hosted. His goal was to integrate the power of the quintessential world. The people from the 5 elements holy lands also advised Yuanju. That's right, senior brother. You mustn't ruin His Highness Han Tian's plan. Otherwise, we'll all die. Yuanju also took a deep breath. He trembled when he heard the name Han Tian. His opponent was the double crown champion. How terrifying was that, he said, fine, I'll let those people live for a while longer. At that time, if they dare to resist His Highness Han Tian, let's see how they'll die. Following that, more people arrived one after another. These people entered the pavilions and palaces and waited. In the evening, these people came out one after another. A banquet was about to be held. Although these people wore black robes and didn't want to reveal their faces, they were still dazzling. However, there were always some people who were radiating brilliance, allowing others to recognize who they were with a single glance. For example, there were people with soaring sword energy, people with 5 elements laws revolving around them, and people with powerful physiques. Every holy land had their own unique techniques, so it was easy to distinguish them. These people stood out because they wanted to show their identity and make others feel reverence. Lin Xian and the others also came down. They didn't have any aura of laws on their bodies, so they walked among the crowd and listened to the news. After all, Lin Xian was very curious about who was condensing the energy of the true spirit world. The other holy lands were also curious and started discussing spiritedly. Someone said, did you see that? The energy that came this time is from the true spirit world. Someone must have done this on purpose. That was indeed the case. This mansion belonged to the Pureness Immortal Plateau, but the Greenwood Immortal Plateau only provided a place for them to stay. Therefore, I'm guessing that someone else is holding this banquet. I heard some people shouting, Your Highness. Could it be that the young master of the Pureness Immortal Plateau has come? Many people were shocked when they heard this. The Pureness Immortal Plateau belonged to the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. The young master of the Pureness Immortal Plateau was definitely a top-notch existence. He wasn't any weaker than the Crown Prince. What was the purpose of such a gathering of people? One could well imagine that it was definitely something earth-shattering. There were also people who said, No, I don't think this Your Highness refers to someone from the Immortal Plateau. It might even be someone else. Didn't you notice that there are many people from the All Beginnings Holy Land? It must be related to them. The All Beginnings Holy Land, cultivated the primal chaos energy. That's not all. Haven't you heard? Previously, during the test at Nebula Hall, a chaotic body had appeared. That was the Double Crown King. His opponent was from the Primal Chaos clan. Do you think the All Beginnings Holy Land is related to them? Could it really be him? Heavens, if it was him, it was really possible. Voices rang out one after another. They all guessed the same person. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he heard this. Chaotic body, he snorted coldly. If it really was the other party, then he wasn't unfamiliar with them. Of course, these were all just guesses. No one knew for sure. However, since the other party was holding this banquet, it would definitely appear in the end. The banquet began. Everyone drank and chatted with each other. When the banquet was about to end, a group of people walked over from afar. The person walking at the very front was dressed in a black robe, but his face was hidden. A woman and a man, both of them exuding a terrifying aura, as if they could split the heavens and earth apart. Countless people exclaimed. The Saint of all beginnings and the Saint of all beginnings. The Saint of all beginnings and the Saint of all beginnings were just two titles. Lin Xian looked up and discovered that they were no longer the people he knew. These two people's faces were unfamiliar, but their auras were 100 times stronger than before. They could already be considered peak heaven's prides. The surrounding people also exclaimed in surprise. However, what surprised them was that the Saint of all beginnings and the Saint of all beginnings was accompanying a single person. The person walking at the very front was dressed in a black robe. His entire body was shrouded, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. However, since this person was above the All Beginnings Holy Land, his identity could be imagined. Could it be that he was the host of this banquet? Thinking of this, everyone sat up straight and looked ahead. The group of people stopped. Then, they sat down. That was the seat of the host. The black-robed person sat in the main seat. The Saint of all beginnings and the Saint of all beginnings sat beside him. The other people who had left the Holy Land also sat down. Fellow Taoist all beginnings, may I know who this is? Someone asked. The Saint of all beginnings stood up and said. Everyone, there is no need to be anxious. Let me introduce him to everyone. This person has an extraordinary origin. He is an honored guest of our All Beginnings Holy Land. Speaking of which, he has a relationship with our Holy Land. He is the young master of the primal chaos race. His Highness, Han Tian. After saying those words, Han Tian took off his cloak. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they cried out in alarm. Han Tian, was it really him? Everyone wasn't unfamiliar with this name. After all, this person was a double crown king. One must know that Kuanpingzi and the others were all double crown kings. Now that the double crown king clan was above their imperial sons, how could they not be shocked? They hadn't expected that it really was him. Not only was he a double crown king, but he was also from the primal chaos race. The All Beginnings Holy Land was already so terrifying just by possessing the aura of primal chaos. The primal chaos race was even more terrifying than the All Beginnings Holy Land. After all, the primal chaos race was a clan that had existed since the creation of the world. How terrifying was that? With such a clan and such a heaven's pride, it was enough to sweep through everything. Looking at the discussions below, Han Tian swept his gaze across the crowd. Then, he gently waved his hand. No one dared to say anything. When Han Tian stood up, he looked like a god of primal chaos overlooking everything. He said, "It's me." Sure enough, it was him who had gathered them. He was the host of this banquet. However, why had he gathered them? Everyone was curious. Han Tian sat down again and swirled his wine cup. A strange light flickered in his eyes. Everyone knew that there were two stars in the universe that were extremely mysterious. One was the buried Emperor Star, where great emperors were buried. The other was the true spirit world, where countless geniuses and even great emperors were born. Now that the true spirit world had recovered, our holy lands and sects were growing stronger day by day. However, we still couldn't compare to the buried Emperor Star. Furthermore, the treasures that belonged to our clan's experts were all buried in the buried Emperor Star. Don't you want to explore and obtain them? When these words came out, countless people were in an uproar. Even Peacock and the others were surprised. This guy was so ambitious. What did he want to do? The others also cried out in alarm. Someone asked, what does His Highness Han Tian mean? Han Tian said, I want to gather the strength of the true spirit world and go to the buried Emperor Star to explore the ancient Earth tomb. When these words came out, countless people were in an uproar. Peacock was also stunned. She had guessed that Han Tian was bold, but she didn't expect him to be so bold. His goal was actually the ancient Earth tomb. Beside her, Yunyu was also surprised. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. As expected of the double-crowned king. What boldness, the others were even more shocked. They had guessed countless possibilities, but they didn't expect it to be this. What's wrong? You don't dare? Han Tian shook his head. Although your strength has increased, you are still as cowardly as before. This is truly disappointing. Someone said, Han Tian Palace, it's not that we are cowards. It's just that this matter is too shocking. We need to think about it properly. What should we think about? Someone said, if you are cowardly, then admit it. We are not afraid. We are willing to follow His Highness Han Tian. The sword sex people walked over to the side. That's right, the 5 elements Holy Lands Yuan Ju also walked over. With His Highness Han Tian here, there is nothing that cannot be done. We are also willing. In an instant, more than a dozen Holy Lands and sects walked over and stood on Han Tian's side. The All Beginnings Holy Lands people had excited expressions. This is great. Han Tian's lips curled up. His expression was still calm. With his reputation as the double-crowned king, could these people stop him if he wanted to do anything? Everything was under his control. However, there were still people who were hesitating. Although that was the case, the ancient tomb of a great emperor was a land of death even on the buried emperor star. Moreover, there were countless treasures inside. If they went, would the people of the buried emperor star agree? That was indeed the case. Many people on the buried emperor star had designs on such treasures. For the time being, they did not dare to make a move. If they went, the buried emperor star would probably start a war with them. Han Tian smiled. You are worrying too much. We are a family with the buried emperor star. If we go, we will only join hands with them. We will not become enemies with them. Once these words were said, many people were shocked. From his words, it seemed that Han Tian was already contacting the people of the buried emperor star. It seemed that he had this idea for a long time. It was very likely that he had already set up a big plan. He was just waiting for the right time to activate it. Everyone, if you are still worried, I will let you meet another person. Friends of the dragons, come out. Han Tian waved his hand and the aura of primal chaos flew into the distance. A group of people walked out of the palace in the distant sky. The aura of the Tao of dragons from these people swept through the 9 heavens. The people in the surroundings felt their scalps go numb. What a terrifying bloodline power. Yunyu cried out. It was the people of the 10,000 Dragon Court. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Was the 10,000 Dragon Court again? Furthermore, they were together with Han Tian. The people from the 10,000 Dragon Court descended from the sky. The one walking at the front was a woman. The aura of dragon blood on her body was extremely terrifying and mysterious. The surrounding geniuses all bowed respectfully. Greetings, Princess Long Wu. Han Tian shook his wine glass and patted the seat beside him. Long Wu, come and sit. Long Wu nodded slightly and sat down beside Han Tian. The surrounding people were shocked. The dragons had really come. It seemed that what Han Tian said was true. Lin Xian frowned. The name Long Wu was exactly the same as the dragon prince from before. What was the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty doing? Han Tian looked around and said. You might not have heard of this name before, but the dragon prince's name was Long Wu. Long Wu's voice was the same. But you should also know that she replaced the position of the dragon prince. Princess Long Wu was the leader of the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty. She represents the dragons. Now that she has joined hands with me, what else do you have to worry about? The people from the surrounding holy lands and sects were stunned. Replacing the dragon prince, this was too unbelievable. Although Han Tian didn't have the imperial bloodline, he definitely wouldn't be weak. After all, they knew that many people without the imperial bloodline had risen to prominence. For example, Han Tian didn't have the imperial bloodline, but didn't he still become the double-crowned king? Everything was possible. If Han Tian and the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty joined hands, with the 10,000 Dragon Dynasty's position in the buried Emperor Star, they would definitely be able to do it. They might even join hands to explore the tomb of the great emperor. In an instant, many holy lands and sects responded. However, there were also some people who frowned. Was it really just an alliance? They didn't think so. With Han Tian's status, it was very likely that he wanted to control the entire true spirit world. If that was the case, their future would be miserable. However, they were only worried. No one dared to object at this time. If someone dared to object, they would be courting death. They would offend the dragons and the primal chaos race. Han Tian alone was enough to suppress 10,000 worlds. He was a true double-crown king. Seeing that no one dared to object, Han Tian nodded and laughed. Everything was under his control. He was very satisfied. However, at this moment, Yuan Ju of the Five Elements Holy Land walked over and said, "Your Highness Han Tian. In the central continent of the true spirit world, there is a sect called the Deity's Palace. It is also a peak force. However, I don't think they will agree to join hands so easily." "Why?" Han Tian's face sank. "Does he dare to go against me?" The surrounding people were also shocked. Peacock's pupils shrank. That damned Yuan Ju, he was taking revenge on them at this time. Xianxia also walked over and said, "Your Highness, you might not know that the Deity's Palace's palace master is a very mysterious and terrifying person. Legend has it that their palace master is Lin Wudi of the buried Emperor Star." "Lin Wudi!" everyone exclaimed. This name was like thunder in their ears. A few peak experts had appeared in the Fallen Star Hall. One was the Double Crown King, Han Tian. Another was the light-shaking realm cultivator who cultivated the heaven-devouring demonic art. The last one was even more shocking, Lin Wudi. He was on the young sovereign list and had the qualifications to become a great emperor. Such a person's strength was terrifying. As a member of the deity's palace, would he agree to join hands with Han Tian? One had to know that although Han Tian had not reached the 4th floor, his main body's strength was definitely extraordinary. He had the potential to become a great emperor. Such people were all sworn enemies. There was only one person who could continue on the path of the great emperor. They were natural enemies. How could they join hands? Han Tian's eyes flashed with a cold light when he heard this. Lin Wudi, it was actually him. Humph, so this was the deity's palace's foundation. However, it did not matter. He had reached the 4th floor, but he only had the potential to become a great emperor. That possibility was too slim. Currently, the one walking outside is only one of my clones. My main body was cultivating and did not come. Otherwise, with my main body's strength, Lin Wudi would not be able to behave so atrociously in front of me. He was nothing to be afraid of. As for the strength behind Lin Wudi, it was enough to contend against the Thousand Dragon Dynasty. However, the Primal Chaos clan was born since the creation of the world. Our family's foundation is not something Lin Wudi can imagine. Whether it is in terms of strength or foundation, I can firmly suppress Lin Wudi. So, you don't have to worry. Of course, no one can contend against your highness. Xianxia and Yuan Ju clapped and laughed. The others were also in an uproar. It seemed that Han Tian was not afraid of Lin Wudi at all. In fact, he was extremely confident that he could suppress Lin Wudi. Then how terrifying was the other party? It seemed that the deity's palace was doomed. There was an ethereal palace in the clouds far away. There was a figure standing inside the palace. He was dressed in green and had a handsome face. She was Qing Tan, the woman who served tea to Ancestor Greenwood. There were a few figures following behind her. They were all from the Greenwood Immortal platform. It seemed that the plan had succeeded. These people didn't dare to go against Han Tian at all. Another person said. That was because Han Tian was the double champion. The Hundun clan behind him was even more terrifying. They had a boundary emperor in their clan. Such a person wouldn't even care about the monarch clan. Not to mention the true spirit world. Qing Tan nodded after hearing that. We can start the next step of the plan. Suddenly, someone said, "Hey, look at that woman. According to the information, she should be the peacock fairy from the temple." A man pointed into the distance and said. Qing Tan and the others looked over. It turned out that the people from the temple were here too. However, they didn't stand out to resist. They should have submitted by default. At this point, they felt that the plan had succeeded. However, Qing Tan frowned slightly because she felt a sense of danger from the peacock fairy. Who was it? She realized that there was a black-robed man beside the peacock fairy. However, she felt an inexplicable sense of danger when she looked at him. What a strange person. Qing Tan was shocked. This black-robed man was not simple. He must be an unparalleled expert. She gasped. There was actually such an expert beside the temple. He probably wouldn't submit so easily. However, she didn't know if this person or Han Tian was stronger. Next, Han Tian, Long Wu, and some other top geniuses left. They went to the other palaces to discuss matters. The surrounding people started discussing again. After all, what Han Tian mentioned was too shocking. They had to think carefully. At this moment, someone said, "Isn't that peacock fairy?" "It's really her. The temple is here too." Everyone was shocked. Previously, someone mentioned the temple and they might have objected. However, they didn't expect peacock fairy to be here. She didn't say anything before. Could it be that she had submitted? Someone said that was for sure. How would she dare to go against Han Tian? So what if the temple is strong? Xianxia sneered. Aren't you bowing your head now? His eyes were filled with schadenfreude. Previously, when he went to look for Peacock, he was ignored and even slapped in the face by Lin Xian. He was so ashamed that he could not show his face. Now that he saw the deity hall in trouble, he naturally rejoiced in their misfortune. However, he was not satisfied. He had to get his hands on Peacock and torture it to death. There was also that kid. When he thought of Lin Xian, he gritted his teeth. No matter who you are, I will make you regret it. Thinking of this, the corner of his mouth raised into a sneer. Now that the four symbols sacred grounds had formed an alliance with His Majesty Han Tian, he could naturally borrow His Majesty Han Tian's strength. Thinking of this, he left. He wasn't qualified to meet Han Tian, but he could contact the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land. He found the Saint of All Beginning. Of course, he would exaggerate some things. Holy Son of All Beginnings was furious. Are you saying that the Divine Hall is secretly gathering forces to resist us? Yes, that's right. Xianxia nodded. Peacock is right here. If you don't believe me, you can ask her yourself. Okay. The Saint of All Beginnings stood up and walked over with his men. Xianxia led the way. Peacock, let's see how you will die this time. The crowd was still discussing when a path suddenly opened up. The Saint of All Beginnings had arrived. They all bowed. Some of them could resist him, but they did not dare. After all, the primal chaos race was behind him. They could only admit defeat. Seeing these people coming, they were surprised. Who were they looking for? Could it be that someone dared to offend the Saint of All Beginnings? Did they not want to live anymore? The Saint of All Beginnings had an extraordinary status. He was a top genius. Once he used the primal chaos law, he had the power to split heaven and earth. He could suppress other top geniuses with a single hand. Who dared to resist him? Soon, these people arrived in front of Peacock. They were in a confrontation. Xianxia smiled. Peacock Fairy, I trust you have been well since we last met. Peacock's face sank when she saw him. What do you want to do with these people? Peacock Fairy is very nervous. Don't worry, I just need your promise. The Saint of All Beginnings also walked out. Why didn't you say anything when His Highness Han Tian united the true spirit world? Since the deity hall is also here, make a decision now. Do you want to submit? Everyone was in an uproar. They did not expect that they were targeting the deity hall. Peacock Fairy had an extraordinary status in the deity hall. If she lowered her head, it meant that the deity hall had to submit. People of the All Beginnings Holy Land, don't go too far. Peacock stood up with an ice-cold expression. Her body emitted 5-colored radiance that could engulf everything. Her bloodline was also extraordinary. Peacock was a mutated beast of heaven and earth. In addition to her years of experience, she was also a top expert. You dare to contend against us? Don't you know who we represent? We represent His Highness Han Tian. No matter how strong you are, can you contend against the primal chaos race? The coldness of the All Beginnings Holy Lands people caused the scalps of the surrounding people to go numb. No one dared to oppose them. Xianxia walked out with a smile. Peacock Fairy, a wise man submits to circumstances. As long as you lower your head and become my Tao companion, I will do my best to help you get His Highness Han Tian to forgive you. Otherwise, not only you, but your entire deity hall will be annihilated. Peacock was so angry that her face turned pale. This Xianxia was so hateful. At this time, Lin Xian, who had been sitting down all this time, spoke. If you want to die, I can send you to hell. Damned brat, it's you. Xianxia shouted angrily. Who do you think you are? You dare to be arrogant in front of me? He turned his head and looked at the All Beginnings Holy Sun. This brat dared to look down on us. I think we should kill him as a warning to others. Since this brat dared to fight over Peacock with him, he would let him know what regret was. Thinking of this, the corners of Xianxia's mouth rose. Humph, let's see how you die. But in the next moment, his pupils shrank because he saw the other party raise his head. There was a trace of golden radiance flickering in his eyes. Then, he felt as if his soul was about to split open. He held his head and screamed miserably. No, his soul started to burn. He rolled on the ground in pain. The surrounding void kept shattering. But he still couldn't extinguish the fire. In the blink of an eye, he turned into ashes. The surrounding people were stunned. Dead, a top-notch genius was instantly killed just like that. What kind of method was this? It was too terrifying. The All Beginnings Holy Sun was also furious. The other party dared to kill in front of him. Was this a challenge? He wouldn't allow such a person to exist, courting death. With a cold shout, he formed a hand seal, forming the All Beginnings seal. The seal of All Beginnings illuminated the surroundings. The surrounding people were shocked. Heavens, this is the ultimate technique of the All Beginnings Holy Land. I have seen the Saint Son of All Beginnings before. He used the seal of All Beginnings to suppress 2 peak experts. That black-robed man was dead for sure. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to contend against the Saint Son of All Beginnings. The surrounding people shook their heads. In the face of the seal of All Beginnings, Lin Xian sneered. With a wave of his hand, a 5-fingered mountain appeared and slammed forward. A heaven-shaking sound echoed. The seal of All Beginnings instantly shattered and the 5-fingered mountain arrived. Boom, the Saint Son of All Beginnings' body swayed. Cracks appeared on his body. No, how was this possible? The other party's strength was actually so terrifying. It was as if he wasn't facing a black-robed man, but a god. He couldn't resist at all. He had only felt this kind of situation from His Highness Han Tian. Just who was this person? In the next instant, he was suppressed by the 5-fingered mountain. The earth shook. Everyone was stunned. What were they seeing? The Saint Son of All Beginnings, a peak expert, was actually suppressed in an instant. This was too inconceivable. Just who was this black-robed man? Damn it, who are you? Release me, you dare to injure me? Do you know the consequences? The Saint Son of All Beginnings crazily roared. He had lost all face. Moreover, he was seriously injured. This was something he couldn't accept. Lin Xian sneered. He slapped out and shattered the other party's face. Who do you think you are? You dare to be arrogant in front of me. Even if Han Tian came, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. The other party didn't place Han Tian in his eyes at all. No way, could it be that this person was an imperial prince, but even an imperial prince wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Damn it, let go of our holy son. When the other experts of the All Beginnings Holy Land saw this scene, they crazily rushed out. However, Lin Xian formed another 5-fingered mountain and suppressed all of them. He didn't kill them. He only suppressed them. Then, Lin Xian shook his wine cup and calmly tasted the wine. The surrounding people went crazy. This person was slapping the All Beginnings Holy Land's face. No, this was a challenge to His Highness Han Tian. Could this be the trump card of the temple? But when did the temple have such an expert? How could they not know? Voices of discussion rang out one after another. They were all trying to guess Lin Xian's identity. I'm afraid a storm is coming, There were also people who shook their heads. He was dead for sure. Soon, someone passed on the news. Han Tian sat high up in a distant hall, his eyes looking down. What do you think? The surrounding great sects and sacred grounds of the true spirit world were all sighing in their hearts. The other party's conditions were too harsh. It was equivalent to them completely submitting to the other party. However, no one dared to resist. That was because if anyone dared to resist, that holy land would probably be turned into ashes in an instant. It seemed like this was the only way. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. That's right, it wasn't embarrassing to submit to the other party. After all, the other party was the double champion. The other party's clan was rumored to have a quasi-emperor. That was probably even more terrifying than an emperor clan. Therefore, they all nodded and agreed to such a request. Han Tian's mouth curved into a smile. The true spirit world's forces had been integrated. Next, he could make his move. It was time to explore the tomb of the great emperor. Of course, he had to wait until the matter of the Yuhua immortal dynasty was over. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. His Highness is in trouble. Han Tian frowned. What's the matter? Didn't I say not to disturb me? However, at this moment, a person from the Han Tian clan personally walked over. He said, Your Highness, the matter is urgent. Someone has suppressed the saint of all beginnings. Our ally, the genius of the four symbols sacred grounds, Xianxia, was also killed by the other party. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the hall was stunned. What's going on? Someone dared to behave atrociously here? They couldn't believe it. One had to know what kind of identity Han Tian had. He alone suppressed the true spirit world's sacred grounds, making them unable to raise their heads. Who would dare to resist such a person? Han Tian's face darkened, and killing intent erupted from his eyes. Are they courting death? It seemed that he was too merciful before. Well, let the true spirit world see his means. At that time, he would like to see who would dare to resist him. They actually dared to fight against His Highness. They were too reckless. Xianxia of the sword sect stood up and shouted coldly. He had to kill him and intimidate the world. We are willing to fight for your Highness. The people of the sword sect said. The people of the five elements sacred grounds also petitioned. This was a good opportunity. Whoever could be valued by His Highness Han Tian would have a meteoric rise. However, Han Tian waved his hand and said, No, our primal chaos tribe will deal with this matter ourselves. Han Li, you go. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure walked out from behind Han Tian and said, Don't worry, Your Highness. I will suppress him and bring him here for Your Highness to deal with. This person had a monstrous aura and terrifying power, as if he was a barbarian god. Even the experts of the other sacred grounds felt their scalps go numb. Just the other party's aura was enough to frighten them. This person could definitely sweep the world. I will lead the way. Yu Wenju stood up. Then, the two of them left the hall, and the others sat down again. They didn't think it was a big deal and believed that it would be resolved soon. At the banquet outside, countless people were still discussing. After all, the scene was too shocking. The saint of all beginnings and the other experts were all suppressed, which terrified them. They didn't know what would happen next. At this moment, someone said, Someone has come to the hall. The primal chaos tribe is here. They were shocked. Did the primal chaos tribe come in person? They all looked over. A tall man walked over, and the chaotic aura on his body was abnormally terrifying. It was really someone from the primal chaos tribe. It seemed that His Highness Han Tian was angry. Get out of the way. Yu Wenju led the way and shouted angrily. The crowd opened up a path for him. Soon, they came to the front and saw the suppressed saint of all beginnings and the others. Yu Wenju also gasped. Did they really dare to attack? Han Li's face turned gloomy. Who was the one who did it? Get over here and die. He shouted coldly, and the void around him shattered. It was as if he was really going to split the world. The power of the primal chaos terrified everyone. This person was much stronger than the saint of all beginnings. Was this the power of the primal chaos tribe? It was too terrifying. No one could resist it. You are not Han Tian. I told Han Tian to get over here himself. The others are not qualified to be my opponent. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His arrogant words shocked everyone again, and the people who rushed over were also angry. Yuan Ju was surprised. Who was so arrogant? He looked ahead. When he saw Peacock and Lin Xian, he was stunned. It was them. Weren't they the ones who drove them away? These people were very terrifying. He had experienced it before, so he wanted to remind them. But it was too late. Hunley was completely furious. Hunley was much stronger than the Saint of all beginnings. He laughed. Kid, you're too arrogant. Do you think you can compete with me just because you defeated the Saint? He's not even half as strong as me. Today, I'll let you know the power of the Primal Chaos Clan. He raised his palm and punched out. Primal Chaos Divine Fist. This punch was extremely terrifying. The aura of primal chaos surrounded it as if it could pierce through the world. At this moment, the surrounding people were terrified. They felt as if their bodies were about to be destroyed. What kind of fist technique was this? No one could resist it. Even Peacock gasped. Beside her, Yun Yu's eyes were also shining. She didn't expect the Primal Chaos Clan to have such a person. Lin Xian was also surprised. As expected of the Primal Chaos Clan. But so what? I've said it before. If you want to be my opponent, let Hunley do it himself. You're not enough. He clenched his fist and punched out the Six Paths fist. The phantoms of the six worlds surrounded him, suppressing everything and pressing forward. He actually dares to fight back. Does he know what kind of existence he's facing? It's over. I think this guy is dead for sure. Seeing Lin Xian still attacking, the surrounding people shook their heads and sneered. They seemed to be able to see Lin Xian's end. Boom, the two fists collided. It was earth-shattering. However, the result was shocking. The Six Paths fist directly shattered the Primal Chaos fist. One of Soul Power's arms suddenly split open and turned into a bloody mist. He screamed and retreated. The next moment, he was suppressed by the six worlds. The surrounding spectators widened their eyes in disbelief. This was Soul Power. It was much more terrifying than the Saint of all beginnings. That punch was enough to destroy the world. But now, it was directly shattered by someone. He was seriously injured and even suppressed. This guy is too strong. Is he really an emperor? At least he has this kind of strength. Several people exclaimed. Damn it. Hunley was also terrified. When did the temple have such an expert? Could it be? He thought of a possibility. The temple master of the temple. Is it really him? He wanted to shout, but he couldn't do it. The six worlds made him like an ant, he could only crawl. Yuan Juesha, who was next to him, knelt on the ground. Had he dared to clamor with such a person before? It was already a miracle that he was still alive. The others were also shocked. They were all trying to guess who this person was. There was a mysterious figure in the crowd. He was wearing a Taoist robe. He looked ahead and sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be him? If it was really him, then perhaps everything could be explained. The laws on this person's body were abnormally deep and terrifying. He was from the Daoi Holy Land. Eldest senior brother, who is he? The others from the Dao One Holy Ground were also confused. Who was it that could make their eldest senior brother so shocked? Was he an imperial prince? First senior brother shook his head. No, he wasn't the imperial prince, but he was even more terrifying than the imperial prince. Hearing this, the people from the Dao One Holy Ground were stunned. Then, they thought of someone. Was it him? Lin Woody. There were two people who were even more terrifying than the crown prince. One of them was the double crown king, Hun Tian. However, it couldn't be him. There was only one other person left, and that was Lin Woody. He was someone who had killed the dragon prince. Such a person was really too terrifying. Moreover, they had heard all kinds of legends about Lin Woody. Previously, they found it unbelievable. However, the incident at the Nebula Hall had happened right beside them. He was the only person who had made it onto the Supreme Leaderboard. Even Hun Tian hadn't made it onto the leaderboard. How terrifying would such a person be? No wonder their eldest senior brother was so shocked. However, there were also people who said that no matter how strong Lin Wuti was, could he fight against Han Tian? That was the double crown king. Indeed, everyone was worried. However, the eldest senior brother of the Dao One Holy Land smirked. I don't know who is stronger between the two of them. Perhaps the double crown king is stronger, but that might not be the case now. According to the information I received, the body walking outside is a clone of Han Tian. It's not his main body at all. The strength of this clone is only at the Imperial Prince level. It's not possible for him to suppress Lin Wuti. Unless his main body comes personally, there would be a good show to watch this time. This eldest senior brother was very powerful. The Dao One Holy Land also had an extraordinary background. After the recovery of the world, their great Dao laws had become even more terrifying. The eldest senior brother was confident that he could defeat everything. However, facing Lin Wuti, he was also terrified and didn't dare to fight against him. The surrounding junior brothers were also shocked when they heard this. They didn't know what would happen next. The news of Han Tian's soul power being suppressed spread again. When the people in the hall heard this, they were all stunned. Those experts from the Holy Land couldn't believe it. Even Han Tian's soul power had been defeated. The pupils of the Han Tian's people also constricted. They knew the strength of Han Tian's soul power. To be able to defeat Han Tian's soul power was probably beyond their imagination. After hearing this, Han Tian stood up. Extremely terrifying killing intent burst out from his eyes. Who was it? Was this a slap to his face? Beside him, Long Wu also frowned slightly. She said that Han Tian's soul power was very strong. To be able to defeat him so easily, it was at least at the Imperial Prince level. A young powerhouse? Han Tian snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with killing intent. So what? I want to see who dares to challenge me. He strode forward. Long Wu soared into the air and followed him. The other holy emperors also followed one after another. Xianxia roared. Whoever dared to offend His Highness Han Tian was dead meat, no matter who it was. This group of people completely alarmed the outside world. One had to know that those who could enter the main hall were all top-notch experts. Behind them stood the Holy Land sects, which were unparalleled. Once they made a move, the entire world would be in an uproar. When these people came out, they were also shocked. It was one thing to hear about it. But when they saw with their own eyes that their holy son and Han Tian's soul power had been suppressed, their vision turned black. Someone really dared to make a move. Who was it? They all looked over. In the next moment, they saw Peacock standing there with a cold expression. The others retreated far away. It was her, someone from the temple. They didn't expect it to be the temple. These people were shocked and quickly told Han Tian. After hearing this, Han Tian's eyes burst with a cold light. The temple? Previously, someone seemed to have warned him that the temple might resist. He just didn't expect it to come so quickly. However, so what if it was the temple? No one could stop him from doing what he wanted to do. With a cold snort, he took a step forward and the power in his body swept out. At this moment, everyone kept retreating. Some people spat out blood. They couldn't resist at all. Even Peacock's face was pale and her blood was boiling. She couldn't bear it at all. Seeing this scene, Han Tian sneered. A puny temple dares to go against me? Kneel down and accept your death. A cold voice sounded. Peacock's body swayed. It was as if she was facing a god. She couldn't resist this power at all. Peacock could not resist the terrifying power of heaven and earth. She had no choice. No matter how strong she was not worth mentioning compared to the Double Crown King. Just as she was about to kneel, a voice rang out. How dare you touch my people? You must be tired of living. The voice was not loud, but it carried a sharp aura. As soon as it appeared, it cut through the power of heaven and earth. Peacock felt the pressure on her body disappear. She breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at the same time. She knew that Lin Xian had made a move. Han Tian frowned when he heard the voice. He turned around and stopped looking at Peacock. Instead, he looked at the black-robed man next to her. His gaze seemed to have turned into a divine sword, causing hundreds of large cracks to appear around him. "Who are you?" he shouted coldly. "Why? Don't you recognize me?" Lin Xian took off his cloak and revealed his real face. Han Tian frowned. "It was indeed you. Lin Wudi." He guessed that the only person who dared to challenge him and help the temple was the temple master, Lin Wudi. It seemed that it was true. The people around exclaimed when they heard it. "What? Lin Wudi? Was he Lin Wudi?" Countless people were shocked. They all looked forward. Lin Wudi's name was like thunder to their ears. He was someone who was on the supreme list. Previously, he was even more famous. He was a top genius who swept through everything. Moreover, it was rumored that he was the temple master of the temple. They did not believe it before, but now it seemed that it was true. No wonder the temple dared to challenge him. It turned out that there was such a terrifying supreme behind them. He was Lin Wudi. Xianxia was so scared that his scalp went numb and he almost fainted. Previously, when he challenged the other party, it was as if he had walked one round around the gates of hell. Thinking of this, he could not help but step back, hoping that he would not be discovered. Han Tian shouted coldly. "Lin Wudi, are you challenging me? Is the divine hall trying to go against me?" His eyes burst with sharp killing intent. So what if you're Lin Wudi? He didn't care about killing Xianxia, but to suppress his soul force was a slap to his face. It was a slap to the face of the chaotic clan, he couldn't stand it. More importantly, both he and his opponent were top-notch experts. Sooner or later, they would have to fight in the future. So now that he had the chance to kill the other party in advance, he wouldn't hold back. "Your Highness, save me!" Saint Son of all beginnings howled. Soulforce gritted his teeth. "Kill him and avenge me. Your Highness, please help me." Everyone was shocked. It seemed like a battle was about to break out between the two. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Two ants dare to kill me." With a wave of his hand, the power of the purest yang erupted and shot towards Soul Force and the Saint of all beginnings. Their bodies swayed and then exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Blood rained down from the sky. The people around him went crazy and died. He had killed two top-notch geniuses with a wave of his hand. One of them was an expert from the Hundun clan. More importantly, the other party had attacked in front of His Highness Han Tian. He was completely looking down on Han Tian. Han Tian's face was ashen, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. Damn it, the other party was slapping him in the face. "Lin Wudi, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." The law of primal chaos on his body kept condensing. He couldn't help but want to attack. Lin Xian sneered. "You're just a clone. Don't you think you're ridiculous? If you have the ability, call your main body and maybe fight with me. But with just your clone, you're not my match." Lin Xian's body also erupted with terrifying flames. 6 suns appeared, and he was like a sun god. At this moment, the entire world was burning. The surrounding people couldn't bear this power at all. They were shocked. This was the 9 yang divine body, the purest yang power. Was this the strength of a supremacy? Previously, when the true spirit world recovered, these genius experts rose and swept across the world. Their confidence became stronger. They felt that even if they encountered the buried Emperor Star, they would still dare to fight. They didn't even put anything in their eyes. But now, in front of Lin Xian, their confidence was shattered. They all went crazy and were about to collapse. With such strength, even if they all joined forces, they wouldn't be able to resist. This was a young supremacy. An existence that they looked up to. Sensing this aura, Han Tian's face became gloomy. Lin Xian was right. He was only a clone now, which was the strength of a young powerhouse. If they really fought, his clone probably wouldn't be able to contend against Lin Xian. But he wasn't willing. He was the double crown king and also a young supremacy. How could he be willing to be suppressed by Lin Xian? "Have you thought it through? Do you want to completely offend me? Although you're now on the supremacy list, so what? Your strength can't contend against me. You're the single crown king, while my main body is the double crown king. Once my main body comes out of seclusion, killing you will be as easy as flipping my hand." Biting cold killing intent surrounded everyone, making them feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Lin Xian laughed loudly when he heard this. Main body coming out of seclusion, how long? 100 years? 1,000 years? 10,000 years, if your main body doesn't come out of seclusion, what will you do? With your strength, you want to contend against me? What a joke. Lin Xian stepped out, and the sun god flame burned the 9 heavens. At this moment, even the aura of chaos was suppressed. Hun Tian gritted his teeth. Damn it, do you really want me to attack? Beside him, Long Wu also walked out. She didn't say anything, but her body emitted terrifying dragon blood, and the terrifying illusion of 10,000 dragons roared. Is the 10,000 dragons court going to attack too? I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian raised his head and laughed. The flames on his body changed into demonic qi. Black demonic qi surrounded him, and he turned into a demon god. At this moment, Lin Xian's aura was too terrifying. It was powerful and domineering. It was as if he could destroy heaven and earth with a single word. Come, I'll allow the two of you to fight together. The great destruction spear appeared in Lin Xian's hand as if he was going to sweep through everything. At this moment, Long Wu was also facing a great enemy. Was this the person who killed the Dragon Prince, the young man who made the 10,000 dragons court feel despair? He was indeed strong. Hun Tian was so angry that his face turned green. He was calculating the chances of winning if the two of them joined forces. However, Lin Xian said, the quintessential world didn't need to be controlled by others. Even if it was, it couldn't be controlled by outsiders. Are you all going to stand on the side of the chaotic tribe? Are you all going to be enemies with the sacred hall? Lin Xian's gaze swept across all directions. At this moment, his eyes were also filled with a biting cold killing intent. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The powerhouses of the surrounding sacred grounds felt their scalps go numb. At this moment, they were terrified. They hadn't expected that between the two of them, it would still be them. This was a dilemma. If they walked over and joined forces with the Divine Union, they would offend Hun Tian. They wouldn't have a good ending. However, if they stood on Hun Tian's side now, Lin Xian would probably kill them immediately. After all, even the monarch races didn't dare to provoke him, let alone the sacred grounds. But soon, there were people who submitted. They looked at Lin Xian and said, we are willing to follow Deity's Hall. Previously, Hun Tian was high and mighty and wanted to control the true spirit world. Not all of these sacred grounds were willing to do so. So now that there was a chance, they immediately stood out. As the first sacred ground stood out. Following that, a few other sacred grounds quickly stepped forward to join in. We are willing to advance and retreat with Deity's Hall. Greetings, young Master Lin. Young Master Lin is mighty. More and more people were leaning towards Lin Xian. This scene stunned the people of the Hun Tian race. The expressions of the sacred grounds on the side of the Hun Tian race changed drastically. They finally didn't dare to resist. Who wanted to die? So they could only walk over quickly. Greetings, young Master Lin. Young Master Lin is magnanimous. Please don't blame us. Yuan Ju and Xianxia knelt on the ground and kept apologizing. Young Master Lin, please spare our lives. This scene was very shocking. Hun Tian's expression became incomparably ugly. Was he inferior to the other party? Damn it. In fact, he didn't know that although he was the double champion, Lin Xian's name was much more famous than his. Moreover, he had been famous for a long time. Lin Xian had killed the Dragon Prince, fought against the 10,000 Dragon Court, and fought against the 10,000 Dragon Court. He even escaped and survived under the attack of the extreme Dao weapon. All kinds of deeds spread throughout the universe, shocking countless people. In the hearts of everyone, he was a godlike existence. Now that such a person had spoken, who else dared to resist? More importantly, Hun Tian only sent a clone. He couldn't defeat Lin Xian at all. If they didn't submit, Lin Xian could immediately send them to hell. So after weighing the pros and cons, they all submitted to Lin Xian. At this moment, there were only 3 forces on Hun Tian's side. Apart from the Hun Tian race, there was the all-beginning sacred ground and the 10,000 Dragon Court. Everyone's expression was incomparably ugly. What? Not convinced? I'll give you a chance to challenge me. Make your move. Lin Xian pointed his sword forward. The others were in an uproar. Was he really going to fight? Even the faces of the Han Dun tribe changed. Han Tian remained silent. His eyes grew colder and colder. Lin Xian laughed. You don't dare? If you don't dare, kneel down and kowtow to apologize, I can spare your life. You're courting death. Luan Tian was so angry that he trembled, and a terrifying radiance burst out from his eyes. Even if I'm just a clone, I can still defeat you, he roared at the sky, and the aura of chaos on his body condensed into the sword of chaos. It transformed into a divine sword and slashed down from the sky. Countless people were shaken and quickly retreated. Even though it was just a clone, it was still a young tycoon. With the strength of an imperial prince, this sword strike was unparalleled. Lin Xian looked at this sword and laughed loudly. I won't bully you, I'll fight you with one hand. Naturally, Lin Xian wouldn't go all out against his opponent's clone. One of his hands was behind his back, while the other hand reached forward to grab something. His 5 fingers seemed to have transformed into 5 divine swords that swept in all directions. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The two collided with a sonorous sound. The surrounding people were shocked. Lin Wudi was too powerful. He was actually fighting with one hand. Could he win? The people of the Han Tian race gritted their teeth. Damn it, he's too arrogant. Let's see how His Highness will kill him. Sword of Chaos, split the world. With a furious roar, the sword slashed out with the power to split the world apart. At this moment, the entire sky shook violently, and countless large cracks appeared. Countless people were so scared that their scalps went numb. What kind of sword was this? It was too terrifying. Lin Xian shouted coldly. You want to compete in sword techniques? I'll grant you your wish. Lin Xian waved his arm, and 2 rays of black and white light condensed on it. Then, they turned into a sword light and slashed down. It was an arc-shaped sword light, and the moment it appeared, it seemed to be filled with hope and destruction. This sword strike stunned everyone. They could feel a terrifying great Tao circling around them. What a terrifying sword. Buzz, clang, the sword light flashed, and there was a thunderous sound in the sky. The sword of chaos was sent flying. Meanwhile, a sword light had already appeared on Han Tian's body and pierced through his body. Huff huff, there was no blood dripping because it was just a clone. However, it was even more terrifying. The clone's body was blurry, and it seemed like it was about to disappear. Countless people were terrified. Is he injured? He injured Han Tian with one sword. How terrifying. Even Long Wu's pupils constricted. She realized that if she were to face this sword, it would be difficult for her to defend against it. Unless she took out her trump card, but that would be considered a loss. After all, Lin Wudi didn't even use a weapon for this sword. Impossible. The people of the Han Tian race roared crazily. They couldn't accept it. The people of the Thousand Races' Holy Land were also stunned. This made them feel terrified. Han Tian's aura weakened. He gritted his teeth and asked, what sword technique is this? This is a sword technique that I created after comprehending life and death. It's called Origin Restoration. Lin Xian said coldly. Self-created sword technique. Han Tian's pupils constricted. The sword technique that Lin Xian created is so terrifying? Long Wu and the others were also shocked. They originally thought that this was a legendary technique of the great emperor, but who would have thought that it wasn't? Has he grown to the point where he can create a peerless sword technique? This person is too terrifying. Lin Wudi, you're worthy of my full strength. When my main body arrives, I'll have a real battle with you. Han Tian's cold voice sounded. He turned around and left with his people. Lin Xian sneered. You want to leave? Do you think that one sword is enough? Stay. Since Han Tian treated him as an enemy, he wouldn't let him go. Another sword slash was made. This sword was even more terrifying. The laws of yin and yang danced, and a Taiji diagram appeared, turning into the yin-yang god. One was extremely powerful, and it swept through everything. The other was cold, and it turned into the death god, destroying everything. As soon as the two of them attacked, they pounced towards Han Tian. Han Tian roared. "You're courting death. Light of chaos." With a roar, a shocking light flickered in his eyes. Then, he tore through the void. These two rays of light were too terrifying. It was as if they had turned into eternity. When they hit the yin-yang god, there was a deafening sound. "Hurry up and attack together," he roared at Long Wu. However, Long Wu turned around and left with the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons. "Damn it, how dare you abandon me and leave?" Han Tian almost vomited blood. "This is too unreliable. Your Highness, let us help you." The powerhouses of the Han Tian clan and the other clans shouted angrily. They wanted to attack, but the yin-yang god fused into the sword of unity and slashed over again. This sword not only contained the power of yin and yang, but it also contained the power of the great dragon sword soul. It was indestructible and incomparably sharp. In the blink of an eye, Han Tian's body was split into two halves. Under this sharp aura, his broken body couldn't recover at all. "Destroy," the yin-yang image rotated and destroyed his broken body, turning it into endless chaotic aura that floated in the void. Everyone was dumbfounded by the scene before them. They had never imagined that Lin Xian would actually dare to kill the clone. The people of the All Beginnings Holy Land were dumbfounded. The experts of the primal chaos race roared crazily. "Damn it! You actually dared to attack?" Lin Xian sneered. "Why wouldn't I dare? It's just a clone. Even if his main body was here, I would still kill him." The people of the primal chaos race were furious. They looked at Lin Xian, their expressions constantly changing. In the end, they didn't dare to attack. Had their plan been destroyed? In the distant palace high in the clouds, the people of the pure cleansing immortal platform were similarly shocked. This was Lin Wudi? He was truly too powerful. Qing Tan sighed. Originally, they had thought that Han Tian's plan would be perfect. But who would have thought that they would meet Lin Wudi? Everything would turn to ashes. He was too powerful. The people of the other holy lands were also incomparably shocked. They rejoiced at the fact that their previous choice had been correct. If they had chosen to stand on Han Tian's side, they would have probably gone to hell by now. After all, the other party had even dared to kill Han Tian's clone. He definitely wouldn't place them in his eyes. In an instant, the geniuses of the Holy Lands quickly paid their respects to Lin Xian. They were extremely cautious, not daring to offend the other party. Their young master had become even stronger. Yunyu was shocked. The corners of Peacock's mouth rose into a smile. Very good. This was the result of opposing their deity palace. Their deity palace had Lin Wudi. They could sweep through everything. Looking at the stunned faces around him, Lin Xian's mouth rose into a smile. He waved his sleeve, and the aura of primal chaos that filled the sky disappeared. Then, he walked towards the throne in front of him and smiled. "Everyone. Since you want to form an alliance with my deity palace, let's talk." The corners of Lin Xian's mouth rose. The people of the other holy lands were stunned. Then, they sighed. From the looks of it, they couldn't make any other choice. In the distance, the people of the pure cleansing immortal platform were also shocked. This Lin Wudi actually wanted to reap the benefits of the other party's battle. "Should we attack?" They looked at Qing Tan. Qing Tan said. He had just killed Han Tian's clone with a single sword strike. How powerful was he? No one knew. I didn't have full confidence that I would succeed. The geniuses behind him also sighed. It seemed like there was no way for them to make a move. Those from the Hundun tribe were roaring madly. "Let's see who dares." Terrifying killing intent erupted from their eyes. The surrounding holy lands were stunned once again. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "I don't even put Han Tian in my eyes, let alone you guys." He clapped his hands, and 6 suns flew out, burning the 9 heavens. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the primal chaos tribe. Those people tried their hardest to defend themselves. However, they were simply unable to do so. 2 of them tried to escape, but they were killed by Lin Xian's 6 Dao fist. Until now, none of the members of the Hundun clan had perished. "Does anyone have any objections?" Lin Xian spoke again. Those holy lands shook their heads one after another. They didn't dare. They were willing to form an alliance with Deity's Hall. Very well, Peacock, I'll leave the rest to you. Lin Xian smiled. Peacock was also delighted. This was originally prepared by Han Tian. Han Tian had specially arranged this banquet to integrate the powers of the quintessential world. Who would have thought that it would benefit them in the end? This was really great. Peacock naturally knew the importance of this matter. She said, in that case, let's sign an alliance. With a wave of her hand, a scroll flew out. A blood oath to form an alliance. The other Holy Lands had no choice. They knew that from now on, they would have to stand on Lin Wudi's side. However, many of them were excited. After all, the power that Lin Wudi had displayed was really terrifying. He didn't even take the Double Crown champion seriously. Moreover, he was the only person on the sovereign list. Perhaps he could really become an emperor in the future. In an instant, these people had all agreed to a blood oath. Very well. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. This was really a pleasant surprise. This way, he would have another force to support him. The Deity's Hall and the Divine Union were all his forces. The quintessential world was already very special. Now that he had the support of these holy lands, it couldn't be any better. Come, everyone, let me give you a toast. Lin Xian raised his wine cup and looked around. Then, he drank it in one gulp. To young Master Lin. The geniuses of the other holy lands naturally didn't dare to be careless. They all drank it in one gulp. Then, the banquet started again. However, the host had changed from Han Tian to Lin Xian. Some geniuses of the Holy Lands were very curious. They were geniuses who had just risen and didn't know much about the Deity's Hall. Naturally, they didn't know about Lin Xian's past in the quintessential world. However, there were still some people who knew. The old man explained it to them. Do you know? Lin Wudi is also someone from the quintessential world. The other geniuses were surprised, right? Isn't he from the Buried Emperor Star? He had gone to the Buried Emperor Star later. He used to be from the quintessential world. Back then, he was known as one of the 5 absolutes, the Middle Emperor. Although he was young back then, he was already able to defeat the Holy Sons. He had the title of Lin Wudi. In the end, he went to the ancient Star Road with the Yi family's holy physique and the others. So young Master Lin was already so powerful. Heavens, he is my idol. I must learn from him. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. These youths worshipped top-notch geniuses the most. Especially someone like Lin Xian. He didn't have a powerful identity but was able to rise from the ashes. They yearned for him. However, there were also people who said that he killed the Double Crown King's clone. Can he really contend against the Double Crown King? I heard that he is only the Double Crown King. There were also people who said that geniuses were improving every day. Moreover, he was the only one who reached the 4th level. Do you know what it means to be on the sovereign list? There was once someone who was on the sovereign list and became a great emperor. In other words, he had a lot of hope. Everyone was astonished. The sovereign list was for young sovereigns. Even great emperors would appear among them. Therefore, Lin Xian's future was limitless. Young Master Lin, please be magnanimous and spare us. At this time, Yuan Ju, Jian Shao, and the others walked over once more. They lowered their heads deeply. The experts of the Holy Lands behind them were also very nervous. On the other side, the people of the All Beginnings Holy Land were in despair. They couldn't leave or stay. After all, their All Beginnings Holy Land had an extraordinary relationship with the Primal Chaos race. How would Lin Xian deal with them? Lin Xian glanced at them. Then, the corners of his mouth rose. Today, my deity's hall gained many allies. I am very happy. Therefore, I will be lenient. Kneel down and kowtow. Apologize. Cripple your own arms. To top geniuses, this was even more unbearable than death. Therefore, everyone looked at Yuan Ju, Jian Shao, and the All Beginnings Holy Land. They wanted to know what these people were going to do. When these people heard these conditions, their complexions turned ashen. This was akin to ruthlessly trampling on their faces. For a moment, they hesitated. At this time, Yunue stood up and said coldly. What? You still don't understand, since you don't know how to repent, you can go to hell. Her body emitted an extremely terrifying aura of good and evil. Hearing this, Yu Wenju slashed their bodies with his sword. Could they contend against Lin Wuti? There would only be one outcome if they did, and that was death. Therefore, they took a deep breath and knelt down, prostrating themselves on the ground. Young Master Lin, we were wrong. Please spare our lives. After saying that, they knelt down and severed their arms. Blood dripped into the void and penetrated the ground. These people buried their heads deep into the ground. All right, scram. Lin Xian waved his hand. These were all ants. He didn't care about them. What he wanted was to intimidate the world. The All Beginnings Holy Lands people naturally didn't dare to resist. They knelt down and severed their own arms. Then, they quickly left. The people from the other Holy Lands rejoiced and sighed in relief. Lin Wuti's iron-blooded methods had broadened their horizons. They knew that they absolutely couldn't become enemies with him in the future. After the banquet ended, Lin Xian left with Peacock and Yunue. The others also left one after another. News of what had happened here had spread. For a moment, the entire Yuhua ancient city was shocked. Heavens, what did you say? Lin Wuti and Han Tian fought, that can't be, right? Those two were incomparably terrifying. What was the result? Lin Wuti easily killed Han Tian's clone, as expected of a supreme being. He was truly powerful, countless shocked voices sounded. The primal chaos race gnashed their teeth and roared, Lin Wuti, just you wait. You're dead. They had already returned to ask Han Tian's main body to come out of seclusion. Everyone knew that after Han Tian's main body arrived, there would be a shocking battle between the two of them. At the same time, they were also shocked. Lin Xian's methods were truly terrifying. Those princes were also on high alert as if they were facing a formidable enemy. On the other hand, the people from the Divine Hall laughed heartily. They hadn't expected this gathering to be so fruitful. He had integrated the power of so many holy lands. Lin Xian left the matter of the temple to Peacock and Xingtian. At the same time, he asked about Xia Jirio's situation. Xingtian said. The old palace master had not returned yet. Was he in any danger? Lin Xian shook his head. Don't worry, Elder Xia shouldn't be in danger. Lin Xian guessed that Xia Jirio's strength was an existence that surpassed everything. Hence, he must have his reasons for leaving. Lin Xian brought Yunyu back. After they returned, those people at the 9-Star Immortal Foundation were all stunned. Madame Purple Star personally came and asked, Young Master Lin, are you all right? Be careful, the primal chaos race might want to take revenge on you. Lin Xian laughed when he heard that. Don't worry, if they dare to come, I'll send them to hell. Madame Purple Star was shocked. Young Master Lin, I really admire you. You are my idol. Lin Xian laughed. This brother of his was too polite. Madame Purple Star shook her head. She really admired Lin Xian. Honestly speaking, she was an Immortal Foundation expert, a descendant of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. With such an identity, Madame Purple Star had always been high up in the air, looking down on those outside. But now, after getting to know Lin Xian, she changed her mind. Everything Lin Xian did was world-shaking. She couldn't help but admire him. Young Master Lin, you should make your preparations. It's getting closer to the opening of the fortuitous encounter. It's better to adjust your physique to the peak and be prepared at any time. What is the creation? Lin Xian asked. I'm not sure about the details. I only heard that the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty has the Ascension Gate. Once you enter, you'll be able to enter the Immortal Ground. The Ascension Gate. The Immortal Ground. Lin Xian drew in a deep breath. Just the name alone sounded mysterious. The Supreme Great Tao within would definitely be extremely terrifying. Lin Xian definitely wouldn't miss it. There was still a month's time. He had to prepare well. Next, Lin Xian, Yunue, and the others returned to their seclusion. 3 days later, someone came. Madame Purple Star said, Young Master Lin, someone is looking for you outside. Who is it? Lin Xian. Madame Purple Star simply described the situation. The other party seemed to be from the Violet Palace. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he heard that. It should be Xianxia. Where was she? Madame Purple Star said that she had returned. However, she gave him a scroll. After Lin Xian received it, he started to check it. There was indeed a message recorded by Xianxia inside. The content was regarding Xianxia. Lin Xian, Xianxia has appeared. She is at the Sky Dome Immortal platform. If you want to see her, you have to be quick. If not, our Manor Lord will arrive soon. Lin Xian kept the scroll and took a deep breath. Sky Dome Immortal platform? He looked at Madame Purple Star and said, I want to go to the Sky Dome Immortal platform to see someone. Madame Purple Star didn't ask anything. Because now, she completely admired Lin Wuti. She would support Lin Xian no matter what he did. She hurriedly brought Lin Xian to the Sky Dome Immortal platform. The Sky Dome Immortal platform was also one of the most terrifying powers. This place was located in the sky, surrounded by clouds and mist. It was abnormally mysterious. The person who came stopped. A cold voice rang out from the clouds and the guards of the Sky Dome Immortal platform walked out. Madame Purple Star stated her identity. I am a 9-star immortal platform. So it was young Master Madame Purple Star. I wonder what young Master Madame Purple Star has come to our Sky Dome Immortal platform. I haven't seen Emote Songqiong for a long time. I would like to see him and spar with him. Emote Songqiong was also a highly ranked character in the Sky Dome Immortal platform. Hence, the guard hurriedly invited Madame Purple Star in. After all, Madame Purple Star's identity wasn't ordinary. They came to a palace that was like a paradise. Madame Purple Star stood with her hands behind her back. Lin Xian stood there. His gaze was looking around, and there was a golden glow in his eyes. He was looking for Xianxia's whereabouts. Inside the Sky Dome Immortal platform, there were layers of restrictions and formations everywhere. Lin Xian's heavenly secret god eyes were extremely powerful. He could see through the formations to investigate. In a courtyard, a middle-aged man frowned and looked around suspiciously. A woman beside him asked. What was going on? There was a pill furnace in front of them, and there were flames flickering within. Clearly, they were concocting pills. The middle-aged man said. I felt that someone was probing us just now. Impossible. The other woman in flames shook her head. Who would be able to probe the formations around them? Besides, who in the Sky Dome Immortal platform would dare to probe this place? Was it because you were too nervous while concocting pills? Relax a little. Maybe you are hallucinating. The middle-aged man nodded. Maybe. He closed his eyes again. In another mountain, demonic beasts were roaring non-stop. Many people were using illusions to train these demonic beasts. And on the other side of the mountain, there was a medicinal field. Found it, Lin Xian retracted his gaze. Then, he rose into the air and left the hall. Zixing was surprised. Young Master Lin, where are you going? He hurriedly followed. After all, this was not their territory. This was the Sky Dome Immortal platform. Along the way, they encountered many arrays. Lin Xian's body erupted with a terrifying aura. A void beast appeared beside him and directly jumped through space. Zixing was very anxious. Young Master Lin, where are you going? Don't tell me you're going to the core of the Sky Dome Immortal platform, there are countless old monsters there. You will be killed. Lin Xian said, I'm going to a mountain peak. There are demonic beasts there and medicinal fields. I know, it's the Fallen Leaf Mountain range. I'll bring you there. Zixing heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was not the core. Along the way, there were also many guards. Zixing lied and said that he wanted to meet Emote Songqiong there. Only then did the guards let him go. On the other side, a man in battle armor walked out. He was Emote Songqiong. After receiving the news, the corners of Emote Songqiong's mouth curled up. Zixing came to look for me? To spar with him? This guy is not my match. It seems that. This time, I have to suppress him properly. He walked towards the hall. But when he arrived, he found that the hall was empty. What's going on? Emote Songqiong frowned. Could it be that the other party knows that he is no match for me, so he left? Where is he? Emode Songcheong waved his hand. A guard walked in from outside and knelt down on one knee. Your Highness, young Master Zixing has left. Where did he go? Emode Songcheong frowned. He went all the way east. You may leave. Emode Songcheong waved his hand, then he rose into the air and flew out. On the way, he met a few guards. After asking, he learned that Zixing had gone to the Fallen Leaf Mountain range. Why would he go there? Emode Songcheong frowned. An array flickered under his feet and his figure disappeared. In the Fallen Leaf Mountain range, there were countless red leaves dancing in the air. After landing on the ground, they turned into a golden color. It was very magical. In this red forest, there was an open space. A medicinal field had been established there. Standing at the edge was a woman in red. She had her hands behind her back and her chin was slightly raised. Under the sunlight, the side of her face was abnormally dreamy. It was like crystal glass. If someone was here, they would definitely be stunned. This woman was Xianxia. She gazed at the red leaves fluttering in the sky. No one knew what she was thinking. At this moment, she suddenly frowned and turned around to look at the distant sky. Did someone come? She muttered softly. In the next instant, the void split open, and two figures emerged. An expert. What a terrifying aura. In an instant, Xianxia fixed her eyes on one of them. That person wore a black robe and had a handsome face. His eyes shone with a golden radiance. It seemed to be able to see through everything. This person gave her a very dangerous feeling. Qiao, it's really you. It was Lin Xian. When he arrived and saw the figure in front of him, he immediately shouted out in joy. He walked forward. Stop. Xianxia shouted, and a terrifying aura spread out. Who are you? How do you know my name? Lin Xian was stunned. Qiao, what do you mean? Don't you recognize me? I'm your big brother Lin Xian. Big brother Lin Xian? Xianxia was confused. He seemed a little familiar. I don't remember having a big brother. Why are you looking for me? Her voice was cold, and it was surprising. What's going on? Don't you recognize me? Lin Xian was even more stunned. He couldn't believe it. Qiao, don't joke with me. What's wrong with you? Lin Xian's face turned cold. Previously, when Xianxia told him that Xianxia had gone to the Purple Mansion, he felt that something was wrong. Now, there was indeed a problem. Qiao didn't recognize him. Was it the work of the prefectural magistrate, Brother Lin? Do you know him? Behind him, Zixing was also shocked. This scene was a little strange. Lin Xian didn't reply. Instead, he continued to walk forward. Xianxia felt a sense of danger. A golden whirlpool appeared on her body, and it exuded a terrifying strength. Don't come any closer. She drew a crack in the ground. If you step over this crack, don't blame me for killing you. Her voice was filled with cold killing intent. Lin Xian stopped in front of the crack. Pain appeared in his eyes. Do you really not recognize me, that damned Purple Mansion? How dare they attack you? Don't worry, Qiao, I won't let them off. Lin Xian still wanted to walk forward. Xianxingqiao's aura condensed. She was about to unleash an ultimate attack. However, right at this moment, the void tore open once more as a figure appeared. A figure appeared between the two of them. This figure blocked Lin Xian's path. You're attacking me here. Do you have any respect for the Sky Dome Immortal platform? The aura of the man who appeared was equally terrifying. It was like a piece of heaven. It was incomparable. Those who block me will die. Lin Xian was enraged. Now that Xianxia had such a problem, he was extremely anxious. Whoever dared to block him would be his enemy. Lin Xian took a step forward. Flames erupted from his body. He was like the god of the sun. Stop! Seeing this scene, Zixing hurriedly shouted. He flew over and said, Sir, don't attack. I'm Emode Songcheong. At the same time, he said to Emode Songcheong, this is a friend I brought. He has no ill intentions. Friend? Xianxia frowned. Lin Xian didn't attack. The other party should be the Lord of the Sky Dome Immortal Platform. He retracted his palm. Xianxia looked at Zixing and asked, "What are you doing?" Zixing was also confused. "To be honest, I'm not too sure either." "Sir Lin, can you explain?" Lin Xian's gaze was fixed on Xianxia. Xianxia frowned. "Sir, she's a genius of the Violet Palace Immortal Platform and a guest of our Sky Dome Immortal Platform. If you dare to attack her, don't blame me for being impolite." Clearly, this was a warning to Lin Xian. Zixing also said, "Sir Lin, we can talk things out." She also didn't wish for Lin Xian to offend a lord of the Immortal Platform. Lin Xian glanced at Xianxia. "I don't wish to be enemies with the Sky Dome Immortal Platform. It's just that she's my Dao companion. Now that there's a problem with her soul, I have to save her." "What, Dao companion?" Xianxia frowned. Zixing was also shocked. But from the looks of it, Lin Xian shouldn't be joking. Xianxia said, "This fairy Shen is the fourth successor of the Violet Palace Immortal Platform. I've never heard of her having a husband. Are you lying to me?" Lin Xian coldly snorted. "I've said it before. The problem with my Dao companion's soul was caused by the Violet Palace Immortal Platform. I have a grudge with the Violet Palace. If you insist on helping them, don't blame me for being impolite." Lin Xian didn't wish to be enemies with the Sky Dome Immortal Platform. But if the Sky Dome Immortal Platform wanted to be enemies with him, then sorry. "You're too arrogant." Xianxia was enraged. He was the Lord of the Immortal Foundation and this was his territory. Was the other party threatening him? His face turned cold. At the same time, he frowned. Madam Purple Star, who was he? How could you be friends with such a reckless person? Madam Purple Star was also anxious. "Don't attack, he's Lin Wudi." "What? Lin Wudi, the Lin Wudi on the Paragon list?" Xianxia was shocked. He had also heard of this person before. This person was now a young paragon. He was above all the other geniuses. He didn't expect him to be this person. No wonder he felt like he was facing a great enemy. But so what? Xianxia coldly said. "Lin Wudi, I know you've ascended to the 4th level of the Starfall Hall and have the possibility of becoming a great emperor. But that's just a possibility. You're still a great sage. This is the Sky Dome Immortal Foundation, not a place where you can behave atrociously. If you stop now and leave, I'll treat you with respect. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." "Impolite?" Lin Xian coldly snorted. "I've said it before, I'm taking my wife away. Anyone who tries to stop me is my enemy." Lin Xian stomped his foot, causing the surrounding sky and earth to crack. The terrifying aura caused the entire Fallen Leaf mountain range to tremble. Countless demonic beasts crawled in the mountain range. Those beast tamers had a drastic change in expression. What a terrifying power. Xianxia also felt a terrifying aura. Was this the power of the divine body? The other party was indeed a paragon. But he wasn't someone to be trifled with. He was also a top-notch genius. His body emitted a vast aura, as though it had transformed into the sky. At the same time, countless figures rushed over from all directions. "Your Highness, what happened?" When they saw that someone was confronting their Highness, they all descended one after another. "Who dares to behave atrociously here? Surrender without a fight!" Cold shouts rang out one after another. Madam Purple Star's expression changed. "Everyone, please don't attack. This is a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" Xianxia's expression was cold. If he didn't stop, then it wouldn't be a misunderstanding. "Madam Purple Star, don't blame me for not giving you face. If young Master Lin has something to say, we can talk it out." Purple Star advised. Lin Xian remained unmoved. However, at this moment, Xianxia, who had been silent all this while, opened her mouth. "You are Lin Wudi, the only young supreme martial artist? I want to see what's so amazing about a supreme being like you. Your Highness, can you stop and let me fight? Please help me arrange the battlefield." Was Fairy Shen going to make a move? Xianxia was also stunned for a moment before he nodded. "Alright, I'll set up the battlefield for you." With a wave of his hand, the Immortal Foundation experts in the surroundings also collected the law energy. They stood on one side and worked together to set up a formation, forming a battlefield. At the same time, they were shocked. Was this person in front of them Lin Wudi? Lin Wudi came to the Sky Dome Immortal platform to behave atrociously, one of them said. It seemed like they weren't here for us, but for Fairy Shen. There was enmity between him and the Purple Mansion. Discussions rang out as Xianxia walked into the formation. I don't know why you're looking for me, but it seems like you have a lot of questions. If you can defeat me, I'll explain it to you. Xianxia said coldly. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Alright, but don't worry, I won't hurt you. Hurt me? What a joke. Who do you think you are? You think you can sweep through everything just because you're on the sovereign list? I'll let you know how powerful I am. Xianxia shouted and slapped out with her palm. Her palm seemed to transform into an immortal seal that descended from the sky, carrying with it a mysterious aura. This Fairy Shen was so terrifying. When the surrounding Immortal Foundation experts saw this scene, their expressions changed. Fairy Shen was definitely at the Emperor level. She was a young powerhouse. Emote Sangqiong also narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect the other party to be so strong. Previously, he paid attention to the other party because of her beautiful appearance. He didn't expect her strength to not be inferior to his at all. Lin Xian was also gratified. Qiuer's improvement was godly. It was just that she didn't recognize him. This was still a hidden danger. As he thought about it, he attacked. His vast palm brought with it a sea of fire, and it grabbed forward with great momentum. Buzz, the collision between the two was earth-shattering. Lin Xian's palm was as steady as a rock, and he directly grabbed Xianxio's jade-like hand. He slapped out with his other palm, wanting to suppress Xianxio. Countless people were shocked. As expected of the legendary Lin Wudi, his methods were really too strong. Damn it. Xianxio snorted coldly. She formed a seal with her palm, and suddenly, a golden vortex erupted. She shook off Lin Xian's palm, and at the same time, she shouted and pointed out with her finger. There was a biting cold saber light on her finger that could split heaven and earth. Lin Xian was also surprised. He shot out a beam of sword chi to fight back. The more the two of them fought, the more shocked the crowd became. Everyone had heard of Lin Xian's methods. However, Xianxio's various ultimate techniques left them dumbfounded. Even Lin Xian was shocked. He had never seen these techniques before. They must be the ultimate techniques of the Purple Palace realm. It seemed like Xianxio was valued in the Purple Palace realm. However, what shocked him even more was the golden vortex on her body. This was the origin inheritance that she cultivated. As for what it was, he didn't know. It was very likely that it was very dangerous for Qiuer. Lin Xian roared at the thought of this, and his divine ability changed. The 6 Dao fists transformed into 6 worlds that enveloped Xianxio. At the same time, a golden radiance burst out from his eyes. The terrifying power of reincarnation appeared on the reincarnation mountain. It seemed like it wanted to suppress Xianxio's soul. He wanted to see what kind of changes had happened to her soul. He guessed that the Purple Palace realm must have changed her soul. As long as he could find a flaw, he would be able to help Xianxio recover. The power of the 6 Dao reincarnation appeared, causing the world to change. The surrounding people retreated, and the array kept breaking. Xianxio was also suppressed at this moment. Her soul was enveloped by Lin Xian's gaze, and it felt like it was about to be torn apart. She roared, and her black hair danced wildly. You want to pry into my soul? You're too naive. Countless golden vortexes spun around her body. In those vortexes, mysterious figures appeared one after another. The golden figures sat cross-legged, as if they were gods. The moment they appeared, the 9 heavens and 10 earths shattered. The faces of those on the Sky Dome Immortal platform turned pale. Even Emote Sangqiong's pupils shrank. What is this? He felt like he was suffocating. It was too terrifying. It could even threaten his life. He retreated far away. The moment these golden figures appeared, they let out a heavenly sound that blasted in all directions. It caused the 6 Dao fists world to shake and collapse. Xianxia rushed out and slapped at Lin Xian. There were countless vortexes in her palm, and the golden figures on them suddenly burst out with a terrifying radiance that swept everything. Not good. Zixing exclaimed. Young Master Lin retreated quickly. He could naturally feel the terror of the golden figures. Seeing the golden figure, Lin Xian frowned. It's that thing again. He had seen it before, and the power it carried was too terrifying. He shouted coldly, and demonic aura appeared on his body. A demonic shadow appeared behind him, holding up the heavens and earth. Once it appeared, thousands of demons filled the sky, as if a demon god was resurrected. Xianxinqiu's palm stopped, and the light on it was suppressed. The golden figure in the vortex suddenly opened its eyes, like thousands of golden lightning streaking across the sky. Buzz, the demonic shadow behind Lin Xian's back became even more terrifying. At the same time, it raised its palm, and countless demonic runes gathered on it. The confrontation between the two mysterious phantoms made everyone feel like they were facing a formidable enemy. Even Lin Xian and Xianxia were surprised, as if the situation was out of their control. The previous confrontation between the demonic shadow and the opponent was the Dragon Emperor phantom in the Dragon Prince's body. They did not expect the same thing to happen to Xianxia. Lin Xian was surprised. He knew that the two phantoms should have many secrets, but now was not the time to think too much. He should take this opportunity to suppress Qiu, and then slowly think of a solution. Lin Xian took a deep breath, and decided to activate his sword to suppress Xianxia. A spatial crack appeared beside him, like a devouring beast, and was about to swallow Xianxia. Xianxia shouted angrily, and wanted to resist. However, she was restrained by the demonic shadow. Emode Songqiong and the others' faces changed. Stop it, they shouted angrily. If Xianxia was taken away here, not only would they not be able to explain themselves, but they would also lose face. Boom, an earth-shattering sound was heard. This move was like a heavenly palace that fell from the sky, and shattered the heavens and earth. It was not Emode Songqiong and the others who attacked, but someone else. In the face of this terrifying attack, Emode Songqiong and the others retreated again. Even Purple Star retreated. Lin Xian's body swayed, and he was instantly teleported. In the next moment, the demonic shadow disappeared, and he stared at the front with a solemn expression. The peak of the great sage. That's right, that palm strike just now was the peak strength of the great sage. Fortunately, he had summoned the devil shadow, so he was able to dodge it. Otherwise, he would have been torn apart by this attack. Who dared to make a move? Lin looked ahead. There was a woman in a purple robe in front of him. Her body was covered with great daos. There were even black lotus flowers blooming on his robes, making him look exceptionally demonic. Lin Xian frowned. The chief of the Z Mansion. Lin Wudi, you dare to attack someone from the Purple Mansion? Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? The Purple Mansion headmaster's voice was sharp. She glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was fearless. He sneered, come at me if you dare. You are at the peak of the great sage realm. If you make a move on me, you will break the rules. Soon, the quasi-emperors will make a move on your Purple Palace realm. Previously, Wine Lord had appeared in the human world and stopped the battle between the Thousand Dragons dynasty and Lin Xian. At the same time, he warned the world that the peak figures of the great sage were not allowed to attack Lin Xian. Hearing this, the Purple Mansion's mansion master coldly harumphed. Don't think that you can continue to be arrogant just because you have a quasi-emperor protecting you. There was more than one quasi-emperor in the world. You offended Han Tian. You're finished even without us doing anything. You better leave today. Otherwise, even if I don't kill you, I will make you suffer. What did you do to Qiu? Tell me and undo the seal on her soul. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xian's body emitted a piercingly cold sword intent that soared into the sky. No matter what, he had to save Qiu today. So what if he was the Purple Mansion master? At most, he would activate the heaven-swallowing jar. Or the great dragon sword soul could unleash an extreme strike. Young man, you are playing with fire. The chief of the Z Mansion was also furious. Although Lin Xian had countless trump cards, she was still a prefecture lord. How extraordinary was her status? How could she be threatened by a young man? A great battle was about to erupt. At this moment, the sky darkened. The sun had already set, and the moon was slowly rising. This was the alternation of day and night. It was a very normal thing. Lin Xian didn't mind. He wasn't in the mood to care about these things. However, Shen Jingqiu's expression changed. The coldness in her eyes slowly disappeared. What replaced it was a look of doubt. "Brother Lin Xian, are you here?" Lin Xian's body shook. "Qiu, you've recovered?" He was overjoyed. The Shen Jingqiu in front of him was the Shen Jingqiu that he knew. She wanted to run over, but was stopped by the Purple Mansion Master. "Don't forget our agreement." The old woman let go of her. Lin Xian shouted angrily. Sword Qi appeared on his body again. Shen Jingqiu stopped after hearing this. She said, "I know. Brother Lin Xian, you don't have to worry about me. I'm fine. You go back first. I'll look for you one day." "Qiu, what happened to you just now? What kind of cultivation technique are you practicing?" Shen Jingqiu shook her head. "I don't know. I only know that I'm different in the day and at night. Anyway, you don't have to worry too much." "Not the same?" Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. Emode Songqiong and Zixing were also surprised. "What kind of cultivation technique is this? It's too strange." "All right." Lin Xian retracted his hand and looked at the Purple Mansion Master again. "Listen, if you dare to hurt Qiu, don't blame me for being rude." After he finished speaking, he turned and left. Zixing quickly followed. Did he leave? The people on the Immortal Foundation heaved a sigh of relief. They didn't know why, but they felt a lot of pressure just now. The Purple Mansion Master's face was gloomy. A young man dared to threaten her. One day, she would make him regret it. "All right, come with me." She turned to look at Shen Jingqiu and said in a deep voice. Her attitude towards Shen Jingqiu was not like an elder facing a young junior. She seemed to value her very much. She wondered what the Purple Mansion Master was planning. Shen Jingqiu and the others also left. The Sky Dome Divine platform became quiet again. This matter was not spread out. Emode Songqiong had ordered a lockdown. At the same time, the atmosphere in the Yuhua ancient city became tense. This was because there were only 10 days left before they could seize the opportunity of fortune. 10 days later, whether or not they could improve further would really depend on their luck. After Lin Xian returned, he also went into seclusion to cultivate. After a few days, Yan Ruyu and Murong Qingqing came out of seclusion. When they heard about Shen Jingqiu, they were also surprised. "What kind of cultivation technique is this? Why is Qiu practicing such a strange cultivation technique?" Yan Ruyu also frowned. "It should be an ancient cultivation technique. You said that she can also summon a human figure. It's very similar to your demonic shadow. I think this cultivation technique is not ordinary. You better be careful." "I know." Lin Xian nodded. However, he had no choice. He was not an emperor and did not have an emperor's bloodline. He could only cultivate emperor's cultivation techniques. The only emperor's cultivation technique he had was the demon summoning scripture. Therefore, he could only cultivate it carefully. After this matter was over and he returned to the buried emperor star, he was prepared to explore the tomb of an emperor. Perhaps he did not need to do so. After all, the Yuhua immortal dynasty had produced an emperor before. Finally, the day had arrived. The 9-star immortal platform's hall master gathered everyone. Everyone gathered together. Madame Purple Star had come to invite Lin Xian, Yan Ruyu, and Murong Qingqing. Apart from them, the 9-star immortal platform had also invited others. For example, the Heavenly Snake clan from before. There were also some top-tier experts. When these people saw Lin Xian, they all sucked in cold breaths. One had to know that Lin Xian was currently the only young paragon. During this period of time, someone had divided the geniuses who had come to the Ascension dynasty into many ranks. There was only one person who was on the young paragon list, and that was Lin Xian. He was above everyone. Those below him were called the young titans. Those at this level were those who had the strength of a prince. For example, some princes, princesses, and those who cultivated the great emperor's ancient scripture. Below them were the top-tier geniuses. These people were also extraordinary. Perhaps they had powerful saint artifacts or secret techniques. In short, they couldn't be underestimated. Everyone, please follow me. The 9-star hall master soared into the sky, and everyone followed. At the same time, the other immortal platforms in the ancient city also began to move. They gathered in the depths of the ancient city, where they would open the Ascension Gate. There was a square in the depths of the ancient city, and many people had already gathered there. Lin Xian also saw some familiar faces, such as Yi Wudao, Kuanpingzi, Gu Feng, Yao Guang, and the newcomer Long Wu. Shun Jingqiu and the people from the Purple Mansion were also there. These people also turned their heads and looked at Lin Xian. Among them, there were many people who had cold killing intent in their eyes. Lin Xian didn't care at all. He was looking forward to these people making a move on him. On the other side, the people from the Starfall Immortal platform had also arrived. After they arrived, they gave Lin Xian a scroll. Speaking of which, there is some information here. Your Highness, please take a look. Also, Your Highness, you must be careful and return safely. Alright, I got it. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. The Nebula Immortal Foundation really treated him as its young master. The others were also shocked as they discussed. This Lin Xian's luck was truly good, to be able to gain the favor of 2 Immortal Foundation experts. However, there were also people who snorted coldly. They knew that the other party was about to die. The other party had slain Hun Tian's clone, and it was said that Hun Tian's main body was currently on the way here. A day later, those Immortal Foundation Hall lords all walked out, standing in 8 different directions. They formed seals with their palms. Open the Ascension Gate, these people cut open their palms. Blood dripped down and merged into the void. The void in front of him cracked open, and a mysterious door appeared. It was unknown where it led to. What a mysterious aura. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the Ascension Gate. It was said that behind the mysterious door was the deity ground. What kind of magic awaited him? He was looking forward to it. Let's go. This time, Madame Purple Star would also go. She would still stay with Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian and the others nodded and walked forward. At the same time, the others also entered, vanishing from sight. Staring at the disappearing silhouettes, the eyes of those Immortal Foundation experts flickered. They wondered how many of them would be able to obtain good fortune. Every Immortal Foundation expert had sent someone. For example, for the 9-star Immortal Foundation expert, Madame Purple Star went there. That Chen Mu from before also entered. For the other Immortal Foundation experts, there were also Immortal Foundation experts who entered. One could even say that they were the main force. Because they knew more information, the reason why they invited the other geniuses was because they wanted to have a greater chance of success. After entering, what greeted them was a mystical place. It was like a brand new world, incomparably vast, with no end in sight. The aura here was abnormally terrifying. Everyone could feel the pressure. Our strength is suppressed here. Those from the Sky Snake clan furrowed their brows tightly. Yan Ryu's eyes flickered. What a terrifying aura. In here, it seemed that they were unable to unleash their full strength. Indeed, it was because they had to divert a portion of their strength to resist the pressure here. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He was also shocked in his heart. He wasn't unfamiliar with this pressure. This world was similar to his sword world. The pressure was extremely terrifying. One had to know that when he first entered the sword world, it was difficult for him to move an inch. Now, he had already adapted to the sword world. And at this moment, the pressure here was slightly smaller than the sword world. Therefore, although it was terrifying, to Lin Xian, it was almost equivalent to nothing. He wasn't affected, but that didn't mean that the other geniuses weren't affected. Even the big shots were affected here. They could only unleash about 70% of their strength. And those top geniuses would probably be suppressed even more. Roar! At this moment, roars came from the distant forest. Some demonic beasts rushed out. There were a total of 5 demonic beasts. Their bodies were huge and abnormally terrifying. Their bodies emitted killing intent, which was extremely shocking. So terrifying. Even those top geniuses were shocked. In this place, every step was filled with killing intent. They had to be careful. Yunyi walked out, formed a seal with her palm, and slapped out. Angel staff, devil blade. The power of good and evil was used by her, sending 3 demonic beasts flying. The other 2 were sent flying by the people on Shenmu's side. These demonic beasts seemed to have grown up here since they were young, so they were not affected by the pressure. We have to be careful. Madame Purple Star and the others frowned. Shenmu said, "Good luck to everyone." With that, he waved his hand and left with his people. "Young Master Lin, let's go as well." Madame Purple Star took a deep breath and also soared into the sky. Not only Lin Xian's side, but the others also felt a huge pressure after entering. However, there were also people who were excited. In such a mysterious world, the demonic beasts inside were far superior to those outside. Then the spiritual medicines here would definitely be more terrifying than those outside. If they could obtain some heavenly treasures, then their strength would increase by an astonishing amount. A ray of light flashed, and a man entered. There was no light on his body, but he could devour light. He was Yao Guang. Yao Guang, the corners of his mouth raised. There shouldn't be anyone at the peak of the great sage in this place. If that's the case, I can attack without any scruples. This time I must taste the blood of the emperor. His eyes erupted with a sharp killing intent. Others were here to look for heavenly treasures. But he was here to hunt down the young giants. Buzz, his figure flickered, and he quickly disappeared. In another void, Gu Feng, Yi Wudao, and the others appeared one after another. At the same time, outside, a ray of light streaked across the sky. It had the power to split heaven and earth. The people guarding outside all turned their heads to look. What a terrifying aura. Even some of the elders of the older generation were shocked. The pupils of the Immortal Foundation cultivators constricted. This was the power of primal chaos. A figure descended like an ancient god. His appearance shocked everyone. He was Han Tian. This time, his main body came in person. Was this the power of the Double Crown champion? Those elders were also frightened. Han Tian walked over and looked ahead. This must be the Ascension Gate. He walked in. Lin Wudi, just you wait. I'll make sure you die without a burial place. His cold voice made people's scalps tingle. It seemed that Han Tian was here for revenge. This was going to be interesting. This was the true double champion. No matter how strong Lin Wudi was, would he be able to withstand it? Inside the deity ground, everyone had already scattered. Some moved alone, while others formed small teams. Among them, there was a team of 4 people. This team was very terrifying. These 4 people came from different places. They were all geniuses of the true spirit world's sacred grounds. They worked together to investigate. There was a valley in front of them. There seemed to be a medicinal fragrance coming from it. In their opinion, there should be a set of precious sacred herbs inside. If they could get it, it would be very beneficial for them. These people went in and fought with the demonic beasts inside. It was earth-shattering. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky and entered the valley. Who was it? Come out. In front, the people of the Dayan's sacred ground roared. Their sword chi swept out. Was someone trying to take advantage of the situation? The people of the 5 elements sacred ground also roared. However, that person didn't hide at all and walked in directly. With just you guys, I don't need to take advantage of the situation. Who are you? They frowned when they saw the figure in front of him. The other party didn't emit any aura. How dare he come alone, humph, courting death. Kill him first. These people didn't attack the demonic beasts in front of him. Instead, they turned around and attacked the figure behind them. The 4 of them attacked together. Go to hell. A terrifying power erupted. Great Wilderness Hunter Hand. The figure behind waved his hands and tore a crack, tearing one of them in half. The other 3 people's faces changed. So terrifying. Take out your ultimate techniques. The 3 of them didn't dare to be careless and used their strongest techniques. The figure sneered. You guys are pitifully weak. He reached out with both hands, forming two vortexes that enveloped the two of them. The third person was sent flying with a kick, and his head was directly kicked into a bloody mist. Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, 4 people were seriously injured. They let out terrified roars. The 4 of them were all top-notch geniuses. If the 4 of them joined forces, how terrifying would that be? But now, he couldn't even block a single move from his opponent. That person waved his right hand and destroyed the 2 of them. Then, the black vortex began to devour the blood. Damn it, could this be the legendary devouring heaven demonic art? You're that light-shaking realm cultivator, run. The 2 of them were terrified. This was a legendary forbidden martial art. Don't you think it's too late to find out who I am now? Yao Guang laughed coldly as he easily killed the other 2. Then, it swallowed all of their power. Not bad. Yao Guang's lips curled up. This training ground was really too good. In the past, if he wanted to find such a genius, he would have to search the entire world. But now, the Yuhua immortal dynasty gathered all these people in one place. When he took action, his efficiency was much higher. He believed that when he got out, his strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. When the demonic beast in front saw this scene, it was also frightened and crawled on the ground. However, Yao Guang didn't let it go. He directly swallowed this huge monster. The last sacred medicine was going to be taken away by him. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others also set off. They pressed forward courageously because their strength here was simply too strong. Although there were few people, they were all top-notch powerhouses. Lin Xian was a supreme being, and Yan Ruyu and Morong Qingqing were young powerhouses. Even Madame Purple Star had the strength of a young powerhouse. Such a lineup could be said to be heaven-defying. They were fearless. Madame Purple Star had a scroll in her hand, and so did Lin Xian. This scroll was given to him by the Nebula Immortal platform. Some information about the deity ground was recorded on it, and there was also a simple map. He compared it with Madame Purple Star and found that it was generally the same, but the details were different. It seemed that the information obtained by each immortal platform was different. In this way, Lin Xian and the others combined the 2 scrolls, and the information was more complete. The map shows that there seems to be a tribe ahead. With our speed, we should be able to reach it before dark. Should we go over? A tribe? Are there natives here? Morong Qingqing was surprised. Who lived in the celestial land? Are they the legendary immortals? I don't know. Madame Purple Star shook her head. Lin Xian also said, let's go and take a look. He was also very interested. The group sped up and flew forward. Finally, they arrived at the tribe before evening. The tribe wasn't big, and it looked very simple. The arrival of Lin Xian and the others surprised the people in the tribe again. Are there more guests? Please come in. An old woman walked out. She was wearing cotton clothes with patches on her body. Her voice was very kind, but her appearance was very strange. Lin Xian and the others could see that not only was she not human, but she was a demonic beast, a demonic wolf, and her body was covered in green light. This was a green wolf, a rare beast of heaven and earth. She actually walked upright like a human. It was really strange. Yan Ruyu was surprised. Normally, when a rare beast of heaven and earth cultivated to this level, they would still maintain the appearance of a demonic beast and disdain to transform. Otherwise, they would directly transform into a human. However, this was the first time they had seen something like this, which maintained the appearance of a demonic beast while also resembling a human. Could it be that these people couldn't transform because of special reasons? They didn't know. You guys have come from afar. Come in quickly. Granny Green Wolf invited Lin Xian and the others in. Not only Granny Green Wolf, but the demonic beasts in the tribe all maintained a ferocious appearance, but they were just like humans. Not only did they walk upright, but they were also very kind and polite. This is a strange tribe. Be careful. Lin Xian reminded them in a low voice. The few of them nodded, but they weren't too afraid. With their strength, what danger would there be? They were confident that they could leave. After entering, they realized that they weren't the only ones who had arrived. Someone else had arrived before them. It was the Heavenly Rock clan. The Fate clan. When they saw Lin Xian and the others, they were stunned. Especially the Fate clan, they gritted their teeth. There was even killing intent in their eyes. Not only did they want to kill Lin Xian, but they also wanted to kill Yunyu. Yunyu, as the #1 genius of their clan, had actually become someone else's servant. This was a slap to their face. Humph, let's go. The people of the Fate clan gritted their teeth and snorted. They couldn't defeat Lin Wudi now. However, they weren't willing to be with Lin Wudi. Therefore, they were prepared to leave this tribe. Hearing this, the Fate clan was completely enraged. Why? Are you trying to stop us? They were afraid of Lin Wudi, but it didn't mean that they were afraid of the people in this tribe. Suddenly, the aura of good and evil burst out from these people. It was terrifying. Granny Green Wolf sighed. Please don't be angry. I'm not trying to stop you, but it's dark outside and it's dangerous. Dark outside? Dangerous? The Fate clan sneered. Granny, do you think we're 3 years old, so what if it's dark outside? We can go anywhere in the universe. Let's go. They waved their hands and left. Granny Green Wolf sighed. A black bull walked over. He wore a loose robe and held 2 hammers in his hands. He snorted coldly. A bunch of reckless people. They'll regret it. What's the reason? Morong Qingqing was also very confused. Uncle Black Bull said. This place is very dangerous. If you go out at night, you'll die. Therefore, you can go out during the day and stay in the tribe at night. That's the safest way. When Lin Xian and the others heard this, their brows furrowed even tighter. They said that they would stay and see the situation first. They weren't too sure about the deity ground. Was there any magical power? They stayed in the tribe for about the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Suddenly, a scream of horror came from afar. Save us, let us in. The voice was filled with incomparable horror. The people in the tribe were alarmed. Lin Xian and the others walked out. The Tianping clan was also surprised. Bailey Wuck frowned. It's the Fate clan. That's right, it's the people who left before, but only 2 of them returned. One of them was still injured, while the other was pale and trembling uncontrollably. Why are there only 2 of you? Where are the other 3? Bailey Wuck asked. Dead, the 2 of them were terrified. There's a demon, they were extremely scared. What exactly happened? Bailey Wuck asked. Yan Ryu also said that they should tell them what happened. However, the 2 of them shook their heads. We don't know. We only know that there's something attacking us. Something unknown? Is it an illusion? Lin Xian asked. With your strength, you should be able to see it clearly, right? Damn it, don't look down on us, we're still top-notch geniuses, whether it's an illusion or not, we can tell. Lin Wudi, if you don't believe me, why don't you go out and see for yourself? Lin Xian furrowed his brows tightly. However, the tribesman walked out and said, Young master, don't go. Don't go outside when it's dark. What was out there? Madam Purple Star and the others were very curious. Granny Green Wolf sighed. There are unknown things outside that we don't know about. Let's stay here for now and investigate during the day. Lin Xian also felt that something was amiss. He wasn't willing to take risks so easily. The group settled down. When night fell, everyone was cultivating. The next morning, an accident happened. The 2 Fate clan members from yesterday were nowhere to be seen. Could it be that these 2 fellows didn't know what was good for them and left again? Everyone frowned and shook their heads. They didn't care if the other party was courting death. However, there was another matter that exceeded everyone's expectations. Morong Qingqing walked over and said with a frown. Yunyu was unconscious. Hearing this, Lin Xian walked over and checked. Then, his face turned cold. Yunyu's body was cold and she seemed to be dead. What happened? Who attacked? Lin Xian scoffed coldly. A terrifying aura appeared and the entire tribe seemed to be covered by 100,000 mountains. The people in the tribe were all alarmed. They looked at Lin Xian in shock. Young master. Granny Green Wolf walked over. Lin Xian said, "What happened last night? Why did my companion look like this?" Granny Green Wolf and the others went to check and were stunned. How did this happen? Uncle Black Bull was also stunned. "I'll go find Elder Pegasus." He hurried over. Not long later, an old man walked over. It was a Pegasus with an old face. He walked very slowly. When he arrived, he exclaimed. Her soul was gone. Did she go out? She shouldn't have. Yan Ryu shook her head. If she went out, they should have noticed. Lin Xian's brows were tightly knitted together. His soul was gone, a terrifying light burst out from his eyes and shrouded Yunyu. What happened? He planted an imprint in Yunyu's soul. If her soul was gone, he should be the first to notice. However, he didn't notice it. It was really strange. This place was too scary. What was going on? Although Yunyu was just a servant, Lin Xian wouldn't allow her to die without knowing why. His expression was cold as he looked around. The people of the Tianping race were terrified. Bailey Wuck said, "It has nothing to do with our Tianping race. It should be the two people from the Fate race who disappeared." The people in the tribe were also discussing. This was also a big matter to them. Especially the Pegasus Elder. After he determined that her soul was gone, everyone was stunned. Some people were terrified. How was this possible? Could that thing enter the village? What kind of joke was this? This was definitely impossible. Why was her soul gone? She was definitely taken away by that thing. What thing? What do you know? If you don't say it, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Xian's sword intent swept across the sky, causing everyone to be terrified. Young master, please calm down. Let me say it. Grandma Green Wolf sighed. Last night, I told you not to go out because it was dangerous outside. Once the sky turned dark, there would be soul-devouring beasts outside. Whoever went out would have their soul taken away and perish. However, soul-devouring beasts only appear when the sky turns dark and they can't enter our tribe. Only this place is safe. However, we don't know why your companion lost her soul. Damn it, it was those two people yesterday. Uncle Black Bull gritted his teeth and smashed his hammer on the ground. I should have noticed it long ago. How could people who were targeted by soul-devouring beasts come back alive? There must have been something wrong with them yesterday. This was probably the only explanation. They were too careless. According to the people in the tribe, once the sky turned dark, those who went out would never return. The two people who came yesterday was an accident. They really were careless. What were soul-devouring beasts? Where would they take their souls? Would they just die? Lin Xian asked. If her soul was still there, he would help Yunyu find it. The people in the tribe told them about their experiences. Lin Xian and the others were shocked when they heard it. The people in the tribe knew that they couldn't go out at night. Their tribe seemed to have a mysterious power protecting them. It was fine outside during the day, but once it turned dark, soul-devouring beasts would appear. These soul-devouring beasts had no form and were extremely mysterious. However, there was an ancient legend that these soul-devouring beasts wouldn't swallow the souls of others. Soul Tower. After hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. This meant that Yunyu's soul should not have fallen yet. Since that was the case, he would save her. Where is the Soul Tower? He asked. Does young master want to go? Grandmother Wolf shook her head. It's useless. We know where it is, but it can't be opened during the day. Whoever goes out at night will lose their soul. This was simply unsolvable. It's fine. You just need to tell me where the Soul Tower is. Leave the rest to me. Lin Xian said. Since it was a soul-devouring beast, Lin Xian was not afraid. The other party could take away his soul, he had many trump cards. He wanted to see how the other party could take away his soul. Also, he guessed that there must be a secret for the soul-devouring beast to put its soul in the Soul Tower. This secret might be related to the soul. They had come to the celestial land in search of opportunities. But what was an opportunity? There was no specific one. Maybe someone would fall down the cliff and find the Great Emperor's cultivation technique. Maybe they would find an opportunity in the adventure. Now that there was a legend of the Soul Tower, Lin Xian naturally would not give up. Lin Xian asked again and again. Grandfather Pegasus sighed. He took out a map and said the place marked by the red dot was where the Soul Tower was. You can go and take a look during the day. You must come back at night. Got it. Lin Xian smiled, put away the map, and prepared to go. Morong Qingqing said. We'll go with you. Yan Ryu also stood up. Madam Purple Star said, I'll go too. Alright, seeing that these people were willing to go, Lin Xian nodded. Then let's see how magical the soul-devouring beast is. They set off. Bailey Wuck did not go. After all, this place was too strange. The people of the Tianping tribe also went to look for other opportunities. At noon, Lin Xian and the others arrived. However, there was nothing in front of them. There was nothing. It can't be wrong, right? Morong Qingqing frowned. Lin Xian's eyes emitted a golden light that surrounded everything. Indeed, he did not find anything. He said. Didn't the people of the tribe say that they could not enter during the day and would only appear at night? It should be like this. Let's wait. It's only half a day. Lin Xian and the others sat cross-legged and waited. During this period of time, a few figures flashed past them. Big brother, look there. Those people were just standing there. Could it be that they had some kind of treasure? Let's go and take a look. A few figures soared into the air and flew over. There's someone. Madam Purple Star and the others below all opened their eyes and turned their heads to look. In the next moment, they had a few people's flaming aura flames their bodies. In fact, there were even scales that were flickering in some places. The terrifying aura was shocking. Morong Qingqing frowned while Yan Ryu said, Qilin race. Correct, we are Fire Qilin Caves people, Emperor clans. Now, I am asking you all, what are you all doing here? Was there a treasure? If you have it, hand it over. 3 figures stood in the sky with their hands behind their backs. Their eyes were filled with confidence. They were a great emperor's clan. These people would obediently show them their treasures when they saw them. So what if it was Fire Qilin Cave? Get lost. Disappear from my sight before I change my mind. Lin Xian said coldly. He was not in a good mood. You're courting death. You dare to challenge me? The man in front of the Fire Qilin Cave shouted angrily. His body let out a Qilin roar, and monstrous flames swept out. Lin Xian waved his hand and slashed out, splitting the flames in the sky. The Fire Qilin man was also split in half. The other 2 were stunned. They were terrified. You dare to kill our Emperor clan? Do you want to die? Who exactly are you? Lin Xian snorted coldly. My name is Lin Wudi. If you're not convinced, come and find me in the Fire Qilin Cave. What? You're Lin Wudi. When the other 2 Qilin clan heard this, they were so scared that they fell from the sky. Their faces were filled with fear. This was an existence that killed the Dragon Prince. With the shadow of a tree and the name of a person, they could not resist at all. Leave quickly. The 2 of them fled quickly. They didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He wanted to attack, but he stopped at this moment. Because he realized that the sky had darkened. Was night coming? Ignoring the 2 people from the Fire Qilin Cave, Lin Xian turned around. Would the Soul Tower come out when night came? In the open space in front of him, the illusion of a pagoda indeed appeared. It was incomparably dark and mysterious. It gradually solidified. There really was. Morong Qingqing and the others were surprised. This place was really strange. During the day, their souls couldn't detect it, but when night came, the Soul Tower would come out. They finally found it. A smile appeared on Lin Xian's face. He stood with his hands behind his back and waited quietly. At this moment, the Soul Tower had not completely solidified. After waiting for about half an hour, the sun had completely set. The surroundings became dark. A fog flew out from the Soul Tower and spread in all directions. At the same time, blood-red eyes flickered. These should be the soul-devouring beasts. After they came out, they should have flown in all directions to capture souls. But this time, they were stunned. because they realized that there were these four figures near them. Buzz, one of the soul-devouring beasts, was very fast. It turned into lightning and flew towards Lin Xian and the others. In an instant, it arrived in front of Lin Xian and the others. The black fog enveloped them. At this moment, Lin Xian slashed out with his sword. The biting cold sword light sent the other party flying. With a roar, the black figure flew backward. "Damn it, who are you?" The voice was abnormally low, making one's scalp tingle. Lin Xian snorted coldly. It could still speak. It seemed that it was also a living creature. Pretending to be mysterious. "Hand over the souls of my companions and tell me the secret of the soul tower. I can spare your lives." The soul-devouring beast in front was stunned. What did the other party say? Was the other party threatening him? He didn't know what was good for him. He let out a shrill cry. Immediately, the surrounding soul-eaters flew out. They enveloped Lin Xian and the others. Pairs of blood-red eyes stared at them, making Purple Star's hair stand on end. Morong Qingqing and the others also frowned. "Stupid humans, how dare you provoke us? These people's souls are very powerful. Capture them and seize their souls. We will be heavily rewarded." They laughed sinisterly. Then, a few figures pounced over. Purple Star roared angrily. "Get lost," he struck out with a palm. The palm was incomparably vast as it struck towards the soul-devouring beast. However, it was useless. The soul-devouring beast was invisible and directly passed through the palm of stars. It pounced on Purple Star. Purple Star was stunned. Previously, he saw Lin Xian easily send the other party flying with a sword. He thought that the soul-devouring beast was not a big deal, but now it seemed that was not the case. The soul-devouring beast was very strange. Morong Qingqing and Yan Ryu were the same. Their divine abilities were all easily dodged by the other party, and their souls were also threatened. Yan Ryu snorted coldly, and a green lotus phantom appeared behind her, swaying rapidly. A terrifying aura spread out and froze heaven and earth. At the same time, it protected her soul. On Morong Qingqing's side, a seven-colored light surrounded her soul, turning into a seven-colored phoenix that soared into the sky. They had all blocked this threat. Zixing was also angry, and a purple star appeared between her brows. Morong Qingqing and Yan Ryu had extraordinary bloodlines, and Zixing was also extraordinary. After all, she was a descendant of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. For a moment, all three of them blocked the attack. This surprised the soul-devouring beast. The bloodlines of these three people were not ordinary. Even if they encountered the top genius, they could easily take away the other party's soul. But this time, something unexpected happened. At this moment, someone stared at Lin Xian. Kill, they felt that Lin Xian didn't have any special bloodline, so they quickly charged over. Lin Xian sneered. "Stupid," with a wave of his hand, a dragon-shaped sword energy flew out, instantly splitting heaven and earth. The two soul-devouring beasts screamed as they were split in half. "Damn it, what's going on? He can actually hurt us." The two soul-devouring beasts were stunned. One had to know that they couldn't take Yan Ryu's soul, but the other party couldn't hurt them. But this young man in front of them was too strange. The other party could injure them at first sight. They couldn't get close to him at all, let alone take his soul. "Since you don't want to say anything, then I'll take your souls." Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a golden light that surrounded all directions. At this moment, the heavenly secret divine eyes opened. "What a joke, you want to take our souls?" The soul-devouring beast sneered. Who could suppress them in terms of souls? These people were disdainful. However, when they saw the golden light of reincarnation, their souls changed. They trembled and were sent flying one by one. There was even a black mist coming out of their bodies. "Damn it, what is this, the power of reincarnation? His eyes are so magical," countless exclamations rang out. At this moment, they seemed to have met their nemesis. Damn it, these soul-devouring beasts had all gone crazy. At night, they were like gods, and no one could resist them. Even a young magnate like Yun Yu had been captured by them, let alone the others. But now, this kid in front of him was too strange. Not only could it hurt them, that pair of eyes was enough to threaten them. For a moment, they roared madly. There were also some soul-devouring beasts in the ancient Soul Pagoda. These beasts seemed to be of a higher level. The red light in their eyes formed a mysterious pattern. One of the tall soul-devouring beasts said coldly, "What's going on outside? Why is it so noisy?" Another soul-devouring beast floated over and said, "Reporting to the elder, there seemed to be a few humans nearby." Humans came here? He didn't know what death was. Did they think that they were strong enough to come here and behave atrociously, activate the surrounding formations to suppress them and seize their souls? "Elder, don't worry, I know what to do." The other soul-devouring beasts formed hand seals. Suddenly, the void around them shook, and the ancient Soul Pagoda shone brightly. Countless black chains flew out from within, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. It flew into the distance like a black dragon. Outside, Morong Qingqing and the others were also stunned. They felt a huge aura pervading the air. In the next moment, they saw those chains rushing towards them. Not good. Someone attacked them again. They shouted angrily and used their ultimate skills to block these chains. An earth-shattering sound came. A great battle broke out. Those chains were very mysterious. Even if they were attacked by Morong Qingqing and the others, they wouldn't be damaged. They were just shaken. At this moment, another soul-devouring beast walked out. He held a walking stick in his hand and shouted coldly, "A mere human dared to behave atrociously here. Kneel down and submit." As his voice fell, these black chains became even more terrifying, directly attacking the soul. They wanted to seal the soul. This terrifying scene made Zixing and the others feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Yan Ryu and the others danced with their divine abilities, but they were still suppressed. It was too terrifying. As expected of something left behind by the Yuhua immortal dynasty. It was a threat to these people. The others would definitely die. What should they do? Should they retreat? Zixing gritted his teeth and said. Morong Qingqing shook her head and listened to Brother Xian. She knew that Lin Xian had many trump cards, and he probably hadn't used all of them yet. "Young Master Lin, why don't we retreat first and think of a way later?" Zixing gritted his teeth and said. He felt that he wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. From his point of view, Lin Xian might be strong, but he would definitely die if he were to go against such a strange ancient soul tower. He had no choice but to rescue Yunyua's soul today. Facing such an attack, Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. He formed a seal with his palms, and the golden light in his eyes became even brighter. At the same time, a pair of eyes formed in the sky, looking down. As soon as this pair of golden eyes appeared, countless gazes descended. Then, they landed on these black chains. The black chains shook violently. It was as if they had encountered a raging fire and were about to be melted. What was this? This flame was too strange. The surrounding soul-devouring beasts were shocked. Some people said that it didn't matter. Their chains were made of extremely precious metals. A kid like him wouldn't be able to break them. As soon as they finished speaking, there were cracking sounds around them. Hundreds of chains were burned. How was this possible? The soul-devouring beasts were dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. They knew the power of these chains. It was because of this that they were extremely confident. But now, the other party had broken them so easily. This guy's strength was too terrifying. Damn it. The soul-devouring beast with a walking stick in the soul tower was even more shocked. The metal used to make these black chains was extremely precious. Even they didn't have any extra. Now that the chains were broken, his heart was bleeding. Damn it. Attack him. The black chains kept shaking, forming a peerless array that charged into the sky. They wanted to suppress that eye. In an instant, the reincarnation flames of the heavenly secret divine eye were even more terrifying. There were even reincarnation mountains that descended and bombarded the chain array. Both sides fought fiercely. The soul-devouring beast looked at the golden eye in shock. Why did this eye look so much like the legendary one? But it shouldn't have appeared. Just as he was thinking, Lin Xian shot out sword chi again. The huge sword slashed down from the sky, directly shattering hundreds of chains. No, the soul-devouring beast with a walking stick roared crazily. His opponent still had a trump card. He shouted angrily and retreated, closing the soul tower. Today, he had met his nemesis. Let's close the soul tower first. The surrounding soul-devouring beasts were shocked. Closing the soul tower, did this mean that they had lost? How was this possible? How could a young kid be so terrifying? Although they were unwilling, the scene in front of them still shocked them. They retreated and entered the soul tower. How dare you? How dare you attack? Seeing the other party charging over, the elder in the tower shouted angrily and waved his walking stick. Suddenly, 8 pearls appeared around him. These were soul-devouring pearls. 8 pearls could suppress everything. Hee, let's see how you die. The surrounding soul-devouring beasts sneered. As soon as the soul pearls appeared, Xianxia and the others also felt that their souls were greatly suppressed. Young Master Lin, be careful. He shouted to remind Lin Fan. Lin Xian, on the other hand, pressed forward. The Hellfire Dragon sword appeared in his hand and he slashed around. The sword slashed on one of the soul pearls. You want to go against the soul pearls? What a joke. The elder sneered. The soul pearls directly suppressed the soul. The other party's attacks couldn't be launched at all. Just wait, the other party will definitely die in the next moment. But in the next moment, the smile on his face disappeared. There was a cracking sound in front of him. Lin Xian's sword slashed on the soul pearls. The soul pearls were split in half. How is this possible? How did you split them? The elder was shocked. But there was something else that made him even more shocked. The next 7 soul pearls were all split by Lin Xian. Lin Xian was like a sword god sweeping in all directions. Wherever the sword went, it was unparalleled. It was too terrifying. This sword technique was like a divine sword. Nothing in the world could block it. Especially the last sword, it even split heaven and earth. The 8 soul pearls scattered on the ground. Pfft, the elder with the walking stick spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell from the sky. His face was pale in disbelief. Who was this young man? The other soul-devouring beasts were also frightened. They quickly retreated and gathered. Even their elder was defeated. Who could defeat him? Elder, are you okay? They came to the front and asked nervously. The elder stood up with the help of his walking stick. His body was shaking. Retreat quickly. The group quickly retreated into the soul tower. Lin Xian was still striding forward. Morong Qingqing and the others quickly followed behind. The group was very fast. Xianxia was stunned. He had never seen such a sword technique. It was far beyond his imagination. It seemed like Lin Xian was the bane of the ancient soul towers. Lin Xian and the others walked in. Within the ancient soul pagoda, countless soul auras appeared and charged towards Lin Xian. There were even 2 elders who quickly launched sneak attacks to kill him. In the end, he was sent flying by Lin Xian's swords and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The 3 great elders were stupefied. Damn it, they actually couldn't do anything to him. Activating the 72 soul swords. The 3 elders roared furiously, taking out their most powerful trump cards. The sound of a battle resounded between heaven and earth. The 72 streaks of sword light were like flying immortals as they attacked at high speed. Not good, quickly defend. Morong Qingqing and the others also roared angrily, using all their strength to defend their souls. These soul swords were truly too terrifying. Let's see how you block it this time. The 3 elders coldly shouted. The 72 soul swords were formed from the souls of countless powerhouses that they had collected and cultivated for 3,000 years. Back then, he had nurtured 1,000,000 spiritual swords, but in the end, he only managed to condense 72 of them. One could only imagine how terrifying the 72 soul swords were. Even if a saint was slashed by a sword, his soul would undoubtedly die. The 72 swords covered the sky and covered the earth as they attacked Lin Xian. The void around Lin Xian continued to shatter, turning into black holes. All sorts of terrifying scenes appeared. Lin Xian's soul also shook violently. One could imagine how terrifying these attacks were. He coldly shouted, and a shocking radiance burst out from his eyes. The hell sword in his hand was displayed to the extreme. The great dragon sword soul roared, and one after another, piercingly cold sword chi swept in all directions. Sword art, origin restoration, the sword slashed out, drawing an arc that swept across heaven and earth. This was Lin Xian's self-created sword art. Its power was unparalleled. Under this sword, a thunderous sound resounded in all directions. He attacked powerfully like a god of death, and the 72 soul swords were all sent flying, dim and without light. Which stone pillars and array formations in the surroundings were emitting cracking sounds, the faces of the people in the ancient soul pagoda changed. He was too strong, and they were in despair. The three great elders kept vomiting blood. They were completely helpless against it. Please help the ancient soul pagoda. They knelt on the ground and looked at the top of the ancient soul pagoda. They kept kowtowing. With their current strength, they couldn't resist at all. They could only ask for help from an even more mysterious existence. No one can save you. Lin Xian's voice was cold as he walked forward. However, at this moment, a cold shout came from above the ancient soul pagoda. Good, how dare you? You dare to behave atrociously in the ancient soul pagoda? In the sky, a palm-sized pagoda appeared. The pagoda was translucent and abnormally terrifying. It transformed into a blurry face. Was this the ancient soul pagoda? Seeing this scene, the three elders and the other soul-devouring beasts all cheered happily. Great, the ancient soul pagoda has appeared. The ancient soul pagoda was the second most powerful expert after the ancient soul pagoda master. He could suppress everything. Once I catch this brat, I must tear him to pieces. Tear his tendons. Peel his skin, let his soul suffer the torture of eternity. These people had sinister expressions. Haha, go to hell, kid. The small pagoda in the sky descended from the sky like an ancient divine mountain, bringing with it terrifying heavenly might. Not good, Zixing and the others were in despair. Lin Xian shouted coldly and rushed up. A black jar appeared in his hand, and he slapped it at the small pagoda in the sky. The two collided, but there was no sound. Instead, the surrounding sounds disappeared. A strange scene appeared. The terrifying small pagoda was directly swallowed by the black jar. A vortex in the sky kept spinning as if it could swallow everything. What happened? The three elders and the soul-devouring beasts were stunned. They looked up at the sky in disbelief. The second strongest expert in their eyes, the ancient soul pagoda, actually disappeared in an instant. Could it be that it was killed in one move? This was the hope in their hearts. They couldn't block the other party's attack, they were in despair. Had a young god of heaven arrived? Why? Why was there such a terrifying person? Lin Xian landed with the heaven-swallowing jar in his hand and snorted coldly. What other tricks do you have? The surrounding people were trembling in fear, not daring to respond. Lin Xian snorted. Let me ask you, where are the souls that you suppressed? Is there a woman called Yunyu? Yunyu? The three elders were stunned. Reporting to young master, we collect many souls every day. Which one are you talking about? Humph, last night, the soul that you suppressed had the strength of a young giant, the emperor level. Such a soul is rare, right? The three elders were stunned. It's her. They remembered that they had indeed brought back a magical soul yesterday. They knelt on the ground. The young giant's soul was personally suppressed by the pagoda lord. It wasn't here. It wasn't here? Lin Xian frowned. Do you want to die? His body emitted a terrifying killing intent, and at the same time a black vortex appeared. The surrounding soul-devouring beasts were terrified. This vortex could even swallow their pagoda spirit. Not to mention them, the three elders kept kowtowing. Young master, please spare us. We don't dare to hide anything. Abyss of Souls? What was that place? Lin Xian frowned. He activated his heavenly secret god eye and searched the soul tower thoroughly. Indeed, he did not find Yunua's soul. The Abyss of Souls was an abyss, a sacred place for souls. It was very mysterious. All 36 soul towers belonged to the Abyss of Souls. This time our pagoda master was ordered to go to the Abyss of Souls. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he heard that. It should be an existence even more terrifying than the soul tower. But why did he want Yunua's soul? As of the arch-level genius, Yunua's soul was very terrifying. Perhaps it had some special use. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly. Tell me the location of the Abyss of Souls. After Lin Xian received the information, he snorted coldly and looked in all directions. The purpose of your soul tower is to increase souls, right? Why do you collect so many souls? Is there a cultivation method? Tell me. If you can improve our souls, I might spare your lives. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The three elders were so scared that their faces turned pale. We naturally don't dare to hide anything from you. However, everything is decided by the pagoda spirit and the pagoda master. Now that the pagoda spirit has disappeared, there's nothing we can do. You're talking about this, right? Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. A vortex appeared and suppressed a small tower. Lord Pagoda Spirit! The three elders exclaimed in shock. Lin Xian snorted. Obediently tell me the cultivation method, or you'll fall into hell forever. Damn it, the pagoda spirit roared crazily. Extreme weapon, you're from the arch race. The other soul-devouring beasts were also terrified. No wonder their pagoda spirit was suppressed. It was an extreme weapon. These people were definitely not to be trifled with. Lin Xian sneered. It was good that they knew. Next, they obtained the method to cultivate their souls. The few of them sat under the soul pillars and began to cultivate. The power of the entire soul tower gathered and enveloped everyone. After a day, Lin Xian and the others opened their eyes and stood up. Lin Xian roared, and the entire soul tower shook violently. Great! He could feel that his soul had been upgraded. The golden light in his eyes became deeper, and he was very close to the Rinnegan. However, it was still not enough. Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and Zixing were also overjoyed. Their souls had also been strengthened. Furthermore, it was a great improvement. Great, as expected of the celestial land. In just one night, they had undergone earth-shattering changes. Was there any power left? Give it to me, Lin Xian and Ling He harumphed. The pagoda spirit was about to cry. There's nothing left. We've been collecting energy for thousands of years, but you've used it all up in a single day. His heart was bleeding. If the pagoda master were to return, how were they going to explain themselves? Elder brother Xian, don't they have 36 soul towers? We can go somewhere else. Morong Qingqing said. Yan Ruyu also said that it was better to go directly to the Abyss of Souls. There should be even more powerful soul energy there. That's right. Lin Xian nodded and headed towards the Abyss of Souls. Firstly, he could continue to save Yunwei. Secondly, he hoped to obtain more power. Let his eyes evolve into Rinnegan. I can spare your lives, but you won't be able to get out for a long time. Lin Xian waved his hand and swallowed the entire soul tower with the whirlpool formed by the heaven-swallowing jar. After I'm done with my business, I'll let you out. Thank you for not killing us. Those soul-devouring beasts kept kowtowing. They didn't dare to resist at all. Lin Xian and the others flew towards the Abyss of Souls according to the information they received. After flying for about a day, they arrived at the Abyss of Souls. The Abyss of Souls was indeed an abyssal canyon. It was abnormally mysterious. When one soul went in, it was as if it had entered a quagmire. Go! The few of them jumped down. As soon as they entered, angry shouts came from the black clouds. They stopped. A few souls appeared in front of them, blocking their way. Who are you? How dare you barge into the Abyss of Souls? How bold! Don't you know the rules of the Abyss of Souls? Only souls could enter here. Otherwise, they would be killed without mercy. They could see that Lin Xian and the others had come in with their main bodies, so they stopped them. How dare you stop me? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Golden light flickered in his eyes. The power of reincarnation charged forward. Cracks appeared on the bodies of the souls in front. No, what kind of power was this? The other party could kill them instantly with a glance. Senior, please spare our lives. They hurriedly kowtowed. We didn't know that Senior was coming. Please forgive us. Can my main body enter now? Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and asked coldly. Of course, he could. The few spirits nodded their heads continuously and made way for him. Lin Xian sneered and walked in. It wasn't until Lin Xian and the others disappeared that the souls heaved a sigh of relief. Was that the eye of a god? Why was it so terrifying? I feel like he could kill us with a glance. Which ancient soul tower is he from? Why haven't we seen him before? You don't want to live anymore. How dare you inquire about his identity? He's not an existence we can understand. These people were terrified. They didn't dare to take revenge. As for breaking the rules, they didn't care because these rules were prepared for the weak. The strong should sweep through everything and ignore everything. Lin Xian and the others descended into the depths of the abyss of souls. Morong Qingqing looked around and said, "What a strange aura." They were all souls. Yan Ryu was also delighted. Here, they could definitely find the power to enhance their souls. Lin Xian used a soul as he descended. His golden eyes shrouded the surroundings. He began to search for Yunyu's soul, but he didn't find it. However, he found that the souls below were very powerful. They were definitely at the level of a great sage. Some were even more terrifying. Among them, he found a man in a black robe. The other party's aura was very similar to the ancient soul tower he was in previously. Lin Xian guessed that this should be the ancient soul tower master. Thinking of this, he snorted. If he found the ancient soul tower master, he would know Yunyu's whereabouts. Thinking of this, he increased his speed. The bottom of the abyss was incomparably vast. It was shocking. The terrain here was like a gourd. It was narrow in the middle but wide at the bottom. When Lin Xian and the others descended, they naturally attracted the attention of others. Those who could come here were all soul experts. When they saw Lin Xian and the others come with their true bodies, they were naturally surprised. Immediately, countless gazes fell on these people. Purple Star felt his scalp tingle. Although he was a young tycoon, those who could come here were no weaklings. For a moment, they were facing a great enemy. Which ancient soul tower were these young people from? They didn't follow the rules and dared to come with their true bodies. I think they don't know what's good for them. Such a beauty was rarely seen in their lives. A cold light burst out from their eyes. If they could get their hands on her, it would be a pleasant surprise. Immediately, a soul floated over. How should they address this fairy? It's your first time here. Why don't I bring you along? As soon as he said that, Morong Qingqing shouted coldly and struck out with her palm. A terrifying seven-colored light carried the Phoenix clan's peerless divine ability as it charged forward. Soul-piercing, with a miserable scream, the soul was torn into pieces. Damn it, how dare you attack? The surrounding souls were in an uproar. They were all dumbfounded. One had to know what this place was. This was the abyss of souls. Who dared to attack here? Wasn't this courting death? Damn it, kill him. Another 3 souls rushed over. Morong Qingqing was cold. She formed a seal with her palm and sent out a phoenix phantom that soared into the 9 heavens. The 3 souls were sent flying. Lin Xian looked around and looked ahead. He said, I can sense the Tower Master's aura in the mansion ahead. Let's go. He walked forward. Damn it. Stop them. Don't let them come over. The surrounding people shouted angrily. In an instant, these people attacked one after another. They wanted to suppress the other party. They wanted to see who the other party was to be so daring. These people quickly attacked. Purple Star and Yan Ryu also attacked. Purple Star struck out with a terrifying Milky Way palm. Yan Ryu condensed and formed green lotuses that covered heaven and earth. Those green lotuses turned into terrifying swords that swept across heaven and earth. A great battle broke out in an instant. The young powerhouses were extremely powerful. They swept across all the souls, forcing them to retreat. Stay here. At that moment, an angry roar was heard. An extremely terrifying soul appeared. It was the soul of an old man. It was very terrifying. Its appearance caused everyone's scalps to go numb. It was an expert from the second soul tower. He had the terrifying soul cutter saber. A single slash would destroy both the body and soul. It was said that this person had once killed 3 saint experts with a single slash. It was truly terrifying. Let's see how these brats will die this time. The old man in the sky shouted angrily. The soul cutter saber descended from the sky and slashed at Yanryu. Yanryu coldly snorted. She pushed out her jade-like palm, and the green lotus behind her kept swaying. The green lotus divine sword collided with the soul-severing saber. With a clanging sound, the soul-slashing saber broke into two halves. The soul old man was pierced through by the sword. Defeated, countless people were shocked. That was the soul-severing blade, they were defeated so easily. The strength of these people was far beyond their expectations. Then, Yanryu and the others swept through the area. A few more soul experts came out, but they were all defeated. Some of them were even killed. The others were horrified. This was a young giant. Moreover, there were 3 young giants. It was too terrifying. Why would these people come here? They were all shocked, and no one dared to make another move. Lin Xian did not attack. There was no need for him to do anything here. He walked towards the mansion in front of him. The others were alarmed. It couldn't be, right? This guy wanted to go inside. The people inside were all top-notch soul experts. They were all pagoda masters. No matter how strong they were, they would definitely die if they went in. These people must be crazy. In front of them, the mansion was indeed the core area. Even the soul experts outside were not qualified to enter. Those who could enter were all pagoda masters. Inside the mansion, there were 12 thrones that surrounded a plaza. There was a figure sitting on each throne. They were all soul bodies. However, they were abnormally terrifying. The auras on them were as deep as the sea, as if they could suppress everything. Each of them could kill tens of millions of souls with a single move. These people had different expressions. Some were old, some were young. Some were beautiful women. However, sitting in the center was a woman. A young woman. This woman was also a soul body. Her face was beautiful, but her eyes were empty. The soul aura on her body was abnormally powerful. This caused the other 11 pagoda masters to exclaim in admiration. Princess Soul, your aura has become stronger than before. Your strength is even stronger than those princes outside. If this continues, your soul will enter its peak state. You are invincible. It was truly a joyous occasion for a peerless expert like the princess to appear in the abyss of souls. After hearing this, the beautiful woman's lips curled into a smile. She was the young master of the abyss of souls. She was also a young top-notch expert. Pagoda masters, you are too kind. I still have a long way to go in the cultivation of the soul path. Compared to my grandfather, I am much weaker. However, I am very happy this time. 6th Pagoda Master, thank you for bringing back the soul of a young powerhouse. Furthermore, it's a soul with dual powers. If I can fully absorb it, my soul path will reach another level. After saying this, the soul path princess curled up the corners of her lips. She was truly very happy. At this moment, a middle-aged man on the 6th throne stood up and said with a smile. It is good that the princess is happy. He was the palace master of the 6th soul palace. Previously, he was the one who suppressed Yunua's soul. Now, he had given it to the princess to please her. If the princess made a breakthrough this time, her strength would be too strong. Those princes could not be compared to her at all. The other pagoda masters also laughed. Up ahead, the soul path princess snorted coldly. What are those princes? Do they think they can be high and mighty just because they have the bloodline of a great emperor? I will trample them under my feet. However, I heard that there are 2 people who are very terrifying. Are you talking about the Double Crown King, Han Tian? He is from the Primal Chaos tribe and is indeed very strong. The Double Crown King is above the princes. One of the elders said. Another man said. The other person should be Lin Wudi. He was the only one who had made it onto the sovereign leaderboard. These 2 people were indeed extraordinary. After hearing this, the soul path princess took a deep breath. She clenched her jade-like hands and said, I know them. Of course, I know these 2 people. I will definitely surpass them. Her eyes were filled with strong confidence. After saying this, she stood up. What Lin Wudi? Is he worthy of being on the sovereign leaderboard? That is because I did not make a move. If I did, only I can be on the sovereign leaderboard. After saying this, a powerful soul aura emanated from her body, forming a terrifying soul vortex. The surrounding pagoda masters were also shocked. The princess's strength had increased again. They all congratulated her. However, at this moment, a rumbling sound came from afar. Following that, the gate of the mansion shattered, and a large spatial crack appeared on the array formation. It spread from afar like 10,000 bolts of lightning. The surrounding people's expressions changed. What's going on? Who dares to behave atrociously here? The surrounding pagoda masters were all stunned. For a moment, they did not react. Soon, someone stood up. What's going on? A cold snort was heard. However, the world was silent and no one responded. From the crack, a few figures walked out. At the front was a man wearing black clothes and strolling leisurely. He was like a banished immortal. Beside him were two beautiful women who looked like fairies from the 9 heavens. Beside them was a man wearing a starry battle robe. The 4 of them were mighty and extraordinary. Who are you people? Do you know where this is? Someone shouted. The other old man coldly snorted, "Go die." A cold light appeared in his eyes and turned into a divine sword that slashed down. It was a powerful eye technique. When executed by this old man, it was truly terrifying. This old man had an extraordinary background. He was the 8th pagoda master. His strength was extremely powerful and was an extremely terrifying existence among the saints. In addition, he was using a spirit sword eye technique. It was enough to pierce through the soul of an expert of the same level, making the opponent suffer a fate worse than death. The sword light attacked Murong Qingqing. Murong Qingqing snorted coldly. Her hand formed a phoenix seal, and she rushed out, striking the spiritual sword eye technique and producing a thunder-like sound. The surrounding void continued to shatter. This attack was evenly matched. The spirit sword eye technique was repelled and Murong Qingqing retracted her palm. She actually blocked it. The 8th pagoda master was shocked and couldn't believe it. The surrounding people were also shocked. They knew how terrifying that old man's strength was. It was really strange that he was blocked by a young woman. It seemed like their strength wasn't ordinary. Let's attack together and take him down. Another middle-aged woman stood up. The others also had cold expressions as they looked at Murong Qingqing and the others. Their eyes were bursting with cold-killing intent. Lin Xian walked out and looked ahead. 6th pagoda master? He said coldly. 2 days ago, you suppressed the soul of a woman called Yunyu. Hand over her soul and I'll give you a quick death. The 6th pagoda master's pupils contracted. Yunyu? Although he didn't know who she was, it should be the soul that he gave to the Soul Dao princess. He snorted and suddenly stood up. How bold. In the abyss of souls, is there a place for you to be impudent? Still not kneeling, brat, are you ignoring me? The elder who had attacked earlier, the tower master of the 8th chaotic tower, was furious. Was the other party looking down on him? Go to hell. In the sky, a pair of eyes appeared, turning into the terrifying eyes of a deity. Millions of spiritual swords emerged from them. The power of this attack was much stronger than the previous ones. The old man roared. The other pagoda masters also snorted coldly. They were all peerless experts, and a few youngsters wanted to behave atrociously in front of them. He really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian's eyes also erupted with a golden light. Following that, the power of reincarnation formed a mountain peak that came crashing down. It collided with the spiritual sword eye technique. An earth-shattering sound rang out. The tens of thousands of spiritual swords were suppressed by the reincarnation mountain and shattered into pieces. The 8th pagoda master spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. How could this be? He roared. The reincarnation mountain came crashing down on him, shattering his soul into pieces. With a scream, the 8th pagoda master's soul was destroyed. When the others saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Dead? Impossible. The 8th pagoda master was an expert, and his eye technique was terrifying. But now, he was killed in a single move. Who was that kid? Golden eyes. What kind of eye technique was that? They were extremely shocked. You also wanted to attack earlier? Lin Xian turned to look at the other woman. That middle-aged woman was the ninth chaotic tower master. When she felt Lin Xian's gaze, her body trembled and she took 2 steps back. Lin Xian sneered. Trash. What did you say? The ninth pagoda master roared. Although the other party was strange, he really couldn't tolerate it. A dazzling light appeared in his hand, dazzling everyone's eyes. It was the soul-snatching technique. One palm could snatch away a person's soul. His strength wasn't weaker than the old man from before. This soul-snatching hand made Zixing and the others feel as if they were facing a great enemy. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The golden light in his eyes was even more terrifying. Soul path fire, endless soul flames flew out and charged towards the soul-snatching hand. The two sides collided intensely. Were they evenly matched? Countless people were shocked. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound as the 9 heavens shattered. Cracks appeared on the soul-snatching hand, and it was charred black. No way, the 9th pagoda master was also defeated, they were shocked. The 9th pagoda master retracted his palm, and his expression became ugly. Damn it. However, at this moment, his pupils constricted. Lin Xian waved his hand. Demon God Finger, on his finger, there was a shocking demonic aura that pierced through heaven and earth. This finger was like a demon descending and directly piercing through the 9th pagoda master's forehead. Puff, the 9th pagoda master's head shattered, and he fell into a pool of blood. Another one died, the surrounding people went crazy. In the blink of an eye, 2 pagoda masters died. This made them feel like they were dreaming. They couldn't believe it at all. Who was this young man? He was too terrifying. His golden eyes were obviously an extremely terrifying eye technique. Not only that, but that finger just now was also a top-tier lost art. This person's physique and soul were very powerful. Who was he? These people began to recall. On the path of martial arts, one either cultivated the physique, the law of divine powers, or the soul. However, they had never heard of anyone who was so powerful. Even the princess was frowning. She looked at the 6th pagoda master. Do you know who he is? The 6th pagoda master took a deep breath. It should be the woman I brought, her companion. At this point, the 6th pagoda master also took a deep breath. Tell me your name. Do you know that this is the abyss of souls, not a place where you can behave atrociously? Behave atrociously? Humph, Lin Xian snorted coldly. So what if I behave atrociously? Hand over my companion's soul, or I'll make you die without a burial place. You're courting death, the 6th pagoda master also shouted angrily. He waved his sleeve, and an evil spirit with a green face and fangs shot out. It was formed from the condensation of 10 million souls. It was terrifying to the extreme. It specialized in devouring the souls of others. When the evil spirit arrived in front of Lin Xian, it was shattered by Lin Xian's finger. It was an insignificant skill. I'll give you one last chance. Where is Yin Yu's soul? Lin Xian's voice was cold. Damn it. He had gone too far. The 6th pagoda master shouted angrily and stretched out his hands. 9 chains flew out from his sleeves, carrying the extremely strange law of the soul. These 9 chains instantly enveloped Lin Xian. He laughed and said, "Suppress me." The 6th pagoda master was happy. His 9 chains came from the evil spirits of hell and contained an endless aura of destruction. No one who was locked by these chains had ever been able to come out alive. Today, the other party would undoubtedly die. Feeling the power of the chains, Lin Xian shouted coldly and released his 9 yang divine body. The terrifying flames of extreme yang began to burn the other party's chains. The 9 chains shook violently and then broke apart. Lin Xian punched forward and forced the 6th pagoda master back. The 6th pagoda master vomited blood and his face was filled with shock. Who are you? This guy's physique is too terrifying. The others were also shocked. What a terrifying flame. Such a strong physique. Could he be? Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and looked around. I'm Lin Wudi. What? Lin Wudi. It's really him, heavens, this should be the 9 yang divine body. It's very similar to the legendary one. No wonder he could break the chains. Exclamations could be heard one after another. They had naturally heard of this name. He was in existence on the supreme list. They didn't expect him to come here. The sixth pagoda master's pupils constricted. Lin Wudi was a very difficult person to deal with. They had talked about him before. They didn't expect to meet him now. At the same time, he was shocked. The person he caught was Lin Wudi's friend. He really deserved to die. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He looked forward and said, "Accept my punishment." The sixth pagoda master snorted. "You're too arrogant. We have so many people here. Can you really win?" Lin Xian shook his head. "I gave you 2 chances and you didn't cherish them. So, you can go to hell to repent." He was like a sun god. Wherever he went, the 9 heavens would burn. The sixth pagoda master was shocked by Lin Xian's aura. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat and kept retreating. He knew that he was embarrassed. His eyes were red and he roared crazily. "Despicable brat, don't be arrogant. So what if she's your companion? I've already given her to a random princess. Her fate is to be absorbed as energy for us to use. No matter how strong you are, can you defy the heavens and change your fate? Ha 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 ha." Arrogant laughter sounded. Lin Xian's face turned cold when he heard that. Yunyu was his battle servant. There was only one person in this world who could attack the other party, and that was him. Other than him, no one else could do anything to Yunyu. Now, the other party actually wanted to swallow Yunyu as energy. Lin Xian was thoroughly enraged. Endless sword chi appeared on his body, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was like a giant dragon roaring at the sky. At this moment, the heavenly palace shattered and the earth cracked. The entire abyss of souls shook violently as if it was the end of the world. 6 Dao Fist, Lin Xian punched out. 6 illusory worlds appeared and attacked the sixth pagoda master. The sixth pagoda master roared furiously and did his best to resist. However, under this punch, all of his weapon divine abilities were shattered. The illusions of the 6 worlds suppressed him. Lin Xian looked down from above and stepped on the other's soul. 6 Paths Reincarnation, Tianji divine eyes were activated, forming an illusory world. He began to reincarnate the other party's soul. A miserable voice could be heard. The sixth pagoda master was experiencing a life worse than death. "All of you will have to bear my wrath." Lin Xian's voice was cold. The surrounding people were shocked. They were dumbfounded. Another pagoda master had fallen. Moreover, his soul was being tortured. This was simply unbelievable. They were all soul experts, but they couldn't compare to a young man in the underworld. The sixth pagoda master was destroyed. Lin Xian turned around and stared at the woman at the front. "You're the princess? Hand over Yunyu's soul. Then kneel at the side and wait for me to deal with you. You're courting death. You're too arrogant. You're causing the princess to roar crazily." This was her territory, but the other party wanted her to teach someone a lesson and even wanted her to kneel. She couldn't tolerate it. "Everyone, attack. Whoever kills him will die. I'll reward you heavily." As soon as she finished speaking, she screamed because Lin Xian slashed down with his sword. Dragon-shaped sword chi slashed down from the sky. The Soul Dao princess tried her best to dodge, but she was still hit. A crack appeared on her soul. She screamed miserably. "Attack!" The remaining 8 tower masters of the mixed towers also roared. "Die!" The 11th pagoda master was a burly man. He was like a giant, and his body was surrounded by soul lightning that shook the surroundings. He punched out with a vast power that could destroy everything. The 5th pagoda master sneered. He held a killing sword in his hand that carried an extremely strong soul law. He stabbed it toward Lin Xian's soul. The 3rd pagoda master formed a soul fire that burned fiercely. The remaining pagoda masters used their own methods. They were extremely powerful. Lin Xian, on the other hand, used the shadowless heaven's net. His silhouette disappeared in an instant, shuttling back and forth continuously. He dodged these attacks. At the same time, he used the Azura sword technique. This was a killing sword that matched the power of the great dragon sword spirit. It had unparalleled power and could kill with a single strike. Pooh, like a flying immortal, the fourth pagoda master's head flew up. He screamed miserably. Another sword that seemed to have come from the depths of hell pierced the third pagoda master. The third pagoda master screamed. Damn it, this was a terrifying killing technique. He was a top-notch killer. Someone shouted angrily. The first pagoda master snorted. So what? He can't hide under our souls. His soul reached the heavens. A terrifying light rushed out from the top of their heads, forming a sky curtain that enveloped the entire space. With such a soul technique, no matter how well the other party hid, they could still find him. But this time, they found that there was no one. With a poochie sound, a sword came from the west and cut off the first pagoda master's arm. The first pagoda master roared. He turned around and attacked, but found that the enemy had already disappeared. Not good, he is also a soul expert. He can block our detection. Cold shouts sounded one after another. The other party's methods were too strange. They couldn't block such a killing technique. Sure enough, the pagoda masters fell one after another. In the end, only 2 people were left. The first pagoda master and the second pagoda master. These 2 were the strongest, but they were also injured. As for the others, they were all killed. Lin Xian's figure appeared. The hell sword in his hand dripped with blood. Killing intent still surrounded him. What kind of sword technique is this? My body can't heal. The first pagoda master was terrified. The other party's sword was too cold. At their level, they could be reborn with just a drop of blood. But after being hit by the other party's sword, recovering was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This greatly reduced their strength. Lin Xian's aura changed, turning into a terrifying demonic aura. The demonic god seal rushed forward. The second pagoda master was torn apart. Run, the first pagoda master roared and turned around to escape. Even the princess retreated. Quick, inform my grandfather and tell him before he could finish his words, he was sent flying by a sword. At the same time, the first pagoda master fled into the distance. At this time, he found that 2 women were facing him. Lin Wudi was strong, but could these 2 women be heaven-defying? He slapped out with both palms and attacked. A green lotus could suppress heaven and earth. A 7-colored phoenix could sweep through the 9 heavens. Yan Ruyu's and Morong Qingqing's bloodlines and abilities were extremely frightening. It was not something the other party could imagine. Therefore, when they stood up, the first pagoda master was instantly pushed back. Damn it! He roared crazily. He did not expect that apart from Lin Xian, the people around him were also so terrifying. Lin Xian looked at the Chaos Path's princess and said coldly, hand her over. The Chaos Path princess snorted coldly, and her expression became extremely ugly. Previously, she did not take Lin Xian seriously. She thought that Lin Wudi was only lucky to be on the supreme leaderboard. If he encountered her, he would have no chance of winning. Now that she had met him, the Chaos Path princess felt even more pressure. However, she was a top-notch expert after all. With her strength, she definitely dared to compete with Lin Xian. In the next moment, he roared angrily and rushed over. The souls in the world rumbled, and everyone felt their hair stand on end. They did not expect that woman to be so terrifying. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Golden lightning flashed in his eyes, and he rushed out like an unparalleled god of war. The 2 collided, and the void kept shattering. In the blink of an eye, 10 moves had passed. The Chaos Path princess was pushed back. Her blood was boiling, and her expression was gloomy. Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect her to be so strong. She was indeed qualified to be his opponent. Unfortunately, you've already angered me. If you don't hand her over, I won't let you off. Lin Xian roared. His long sword flickered with an even more terrifying killing intent. He slashed out with his sword. It was incomparably sharp, and it was about to shatter the 9 heavens. The Chaos Path princess felt a great threat. A terrifying light burst out from her eyes. Abyss of souls, with a furious roar, a canyon appeared behind her. It carried a supreme aura and charged forward. The canyon enveloped heaven and earth. Killing intent appeared and covered Lin Xian's longsword. It's useless. This is my territory. I can mobilize unlimited power. You're no match for me. Suppress me. The canyon was incomparably terrifying, and it gradually began to suppress the void. Morong Qingqing and the others also felt a pressure, as if their powers were being restricted. Lin Xian was the first to bear the brunt. He could also feel it. However, he didn't care. He snorted coldly. What could mere pressure do to him? He took a step forward. His golden foot shattered everything. His divine body was simply too domineering at this moment. Although the pressure here was small, it couldn't compare to the sword and the world. He swung his sword 3 times in a row, splitting the canyon in half. The princess was sent flying while coughing up blood. Demon God Finger, Lin Xian shot out like a black bolt of lightning. The demonic god seal caused the half-blood princess to vomit blood. The soul of the Soul Dao princess was almost shattered. She raised her head and roared. Damn it, the other party was actually stronger than her. Even though she had taken up the local advantage, she still couldn't beat her opponent. She turned around and fled as well. How could this be? When First Pagoda Master sensed this scene, his eyes almost popped out. That was the half-blood princess, an existence that even they had to admire. But now, she was defeated by Lin Xian. Was Lin Wudi already so terrifying? Damn it, how could this be? He trembled in fear. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He chased after her again with the demon god wings. The Azura sword was an extremely powerful killing sword. Combined with the power of the dragon sword's soul, it formed a peerless killing sword. It directly pierced through the body of the half-blood princess. The half-blood princess was severely injured. Her body fell from the sky. Seeing that the black seal was about to shatter her, she went crazy. At this moment, she finally went crazy. An extremely terrifying rune suddenly appeared between her eyebrows and shot into the sky. In the next moment, she turned into an illusion and roared at the sky. Who dares to touch my granddaughter? It was the illusion of an old man. His eyes were as sharp as blades. As soon as he appeared, he shattered everything. Grandpa, save me! The half-blood princess let out an unwilling roar. That was the trump card that her grandpa left in her body to save her life. She did not expect it to come in handy. It meant that she had been completely defeated. She was unwilling to accept this. The First Pagoda Master was also shocked. Had she been defeated? But soon, he snorted coldly. So what if she was defeated? Even the illusion of Ancestor Yuan had appeared. It could definitely defeat everything. At least they could leave safely. You want to protect her, old man? Lin Xian looked at the illusion and said coldly. The illusion also stared at Lin Xian. Who are you? How dare you injure my granddaughter? Kneel down and accept your death, Lin Xian sneered. Your granddaughter deserves to die. She suppressed my friend's soul and wanted to devour it as energy. Shouldn't I kill her? If you want to protect her, I'll kill you too. Idiot. It's your friend's fortune that my granddaughter has taken a fancy to him. If my granddaughter wants something, you have to kneel down and accept it. How dare you resist? Go to hell. The old man slapped over. The terrifying aura that covered the sky and earth made one's hair stand on end. Boom, boom. Boom, Lin Xian used his terrifying fists to resist, but he was forced to retreat. At the same time, a golden light appeared in his eyes, forming the reincarnation mountain in front of him. He blocked the attack. Who are you, young man? The old man's illusion shouted angrily. It was shocking that the other party could block his attack and not die. Fine, I'll let you know why you're dying. I'm Lin Wudi. You can go to hell now. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a terrifying light. In the next moment, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared. He held it and slashed forward. Slash, the slash could split heaven and earth. Nothing could stop it. The old man's illusion was shocked. You're courting death. He reached out with both palms, but he still could not block it. Under the slash, he was split apart and disappeared into thin air. Roar, how dare you hurt my granddaughter? I'll tear you into pieces. The last voice sounded and then disappeared. Lin Xian sneered. He did not care at all. Once again, he slashed his sword at the princess. The princess was truly in despair. Even her grandfather's illusion was shattered. Did she still have a way to resist? She was split apart by the sword. Blood stained the sky. She had completely died. Was she dead? The first pagoda master was terrified. He did not dare to believe it. That was the princess. Now she was dead. What kind of storm would it cause? It was over. These guys were dead for sure. He sped up and fled. In the end, he was killed by Yan Ruyu and Murong Qingqing. At this moment, everyone in the mansion had died. Lin Xian and the others cleaned up the battlefield and collected all the storage rings of these people. These people were all soul experts. Whether it was cultivation techniques, pills, or great Tao crystals, they were all related to the soul. It was a great harvest for them. Brother Xian, let's leave quickly. That old man is very powerful. Murong Qingqing and the others were worried, but Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Lin Xian had a shocking idea, and that was to continue attacking and completely sweep through the soul abyss. Zixing and the others were dumbstruck after hearing that. That old man was probably in existence at the peak of the great sage. No worries, I have a way to kill him. Lin Xian's mouth raised. If the other party dared to use the power of heaven and earth to suppress him here, then he could also use the power of the sword world to suppress the other party. With his own strength, he was still unable to contend against the peak of the great sage, but if he borrowed the power of the sword world to carry out some restrictions, then it was naturally possible. Let's go. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the group of them walked out of the hall. The people outside the mansion were still waiting. Terrifying sounds of battle could be heard from inside. Those fellows should have been killed. That's for sure. He had 11 pagoda masters inside, and one of them was a princess. With 12 top-notch experts attacking together, those people would not die without a doubt. These people all laughed. However, there were also some people who sighed. It was a pity for these two peerless fairies. Just as they were talking, a few figures suddenly walked out from the mansion in front of them. The surrounding people all quieted down and became respectful. They should have mixed in with the princess and the others, but when they raised their heads to look, they realized that it was not the case. It was not the princess and the others who had mixed in, but the few youths who had entered earlier. How was this possible? They didn't die. These people were dumbstruck, they couldn't believe it. Someone said, could it be that the princess was merciful and spared these people? I think it's possible. Lin Xian looked around and sneered. Your souls have arrived at the princess, including the 11 pagoda masters, they are all dead. Now, are you going to kneel down and submit, or are you going to the Yellow Springs with them? What? Dead, the surrounding people were all stunned. Someone sneered. What did you say? Are you dreaming? That's right. How could those 12 experts die? These people did not believe it. They rushed in. However, when they discovered that there were 12 seas of blood in the mansion, they were all stunned. They were really dead. 11 pagoda masters, all of them had fallen. Not a single one of them was alive. They felt like they had all collapsed. Oh heavens, this is definitely an earth-shattering event. Oh no, the Abyss of Souls is about to experience a huge storm. They trembled in fear as they looked ahead. Do you know what you've done? Just as he finished speaking, Lin Xian cleaved that person apart with his sword. Are you lecturing me? The others were so scared that they quickly knelt on the ground. We are willing to submit. They had no choice but to lower their heads now, but they gritted their teeth and refused to accept it. Because they knew that there were even more terrifying existences in the Abyss of Souls. That was the Abyss Master, only the princess's grandfather was at the pinnacle of the great sage. The other party's soul was incomparable. It was an existence that stood at the pinnacle. If the other party were to make a move, these people would definitely not be able to withstand it. When these people were defeated, they would go up and tear them into pieces. But now, they had to stop him and make him stay here. If he ran away, the celestial land was very vast. It would not be easy to find him again. A few people came up and said, Young master, we have many sacred places for cultivating the soul here. Why don't you come over and cultivate for a while? Yes, I know a place. These people began to secretly prolong the time. Lin Xian did not seem to know the intentions of these people. He waved his hand and said, "No need. Tell me, where is your abyss master? I'll kill him and you should be convinced." "What? This guy wants to find the abyss master and kill him? Heavens, he's not joking, right? Why do I feel that this guy is too daring?" The surrounding people went crazy. It seemed that they did not need to stop the other party. This guy would find him himself. Lin Xian snorted coldly, "Tell me where the princess of the soul path lives." He rose into the air and flew towards the distance. That should be the place where Yunyu was suppressed. He hoped that Yunyu was fine. In the depths of the abyss of souls, there were a few magnificent mansions. There were continuous halls inside. This was the core area. No one else could enter. Even the pagoda master was not qualified. This was the place where the princess lived. And behind this was an even more terrifying and mysterious place. At this moment, there was a soul sea. An old man sat cross-legged on it. The old man's body floated. His soul left his body and soared into the 9 heavens. An extremely terrifying soul aura appeared. This power was even more terrifying than the previous 12 pagoda masters combined. Obviously, this was an existence that surpassed the great sage and had reached the peak of the great sage. He was the abyss master of the abyss of souls. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and roared. "Damn it! Lin Wudi, you dare to kill my granddaughter. I'll tear you into pieces. I'll make you wish you were dead." His soul rushed out. He was really angry. His granddaughter, who had become a princess, was a young man that he had high hopes for. In the future, the other party's achievements would not be weaker than his. She might even surpass him and reach an unbelievable level. He placed all his hopes on his granddaughter. His granddaughter did not disappoint him. Now, she was a young powerhouse. She even dared to challenge a sovereign. Such ambition made the abyss master very satisfied. But now, his granddaughter was dead. He could not accept it. All of his hopes and dreams had been shattered. All of this was because of that Lin Wudi. No matter what the other party's identity or background was, he would not let him go. An extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes and swept in all directions. It enveloped the entire abyss of souls. At the same time, the surrounding array was activated and sealed the space. He would not let the other party escape. In the open space in front of the square, those Mingdao masters were also shocked when they saw the scene. It seemed that the abyss master had made a move. Great, he would definitely sweep everything away. Let's see how these people will die. Lin Xian and the others descended into the princess residence. Lin Xian opened the heaven-opening divine eyes and probed. Soon, he found that there was a dungeon. With a wave of his hand, he split the dungeon open. Lin Xian walked in. Inside the dungeon, on the stone pillars, there were many souls chained up. At this moment, they were roaring in horror. One of the innermost stone pillars, this illusory soul, was Yunnan. His soul was covered with runes. These were the runes condensed by the peak of the great sage. Even if he was a young powerhouse, it was difficult for him to break it. She was desperate. Was she going to die? Although she had become Lin Xian's slave, she did not feel ashamed. On the contrary, she had infinite hope. Lin Xian was a young sovereign, someone who would become a great emperor in the future. It was a supreme honor for her to follow a great emperor, but now she was afraid that she would fall in advance. Boom! Suddenly, she raised her head and found that the space in front of her had shattered. Sunlight shone in, brightening the surroundings. Was it that bastard princess? It seemed that the other party was going to make a move on her. Yun Yu's eyes were filled with despair, and the other suppressed souls were also roaring in horror. But soon, they were stunned because they realized that it wasn't the princess of the underworld. Especially Hunyu, her eyes were red. It was young master. She didn't expect it to be Lin Xian. Was the other party here to save her? At this moment, she was really too excited. Lin Xian came in front of her like a god, and with a wave of his hand, the chains on Yunyu's body shattered. "Don't worry, you're safe from now on," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Yunyu was so excited. She directly threw herself into Lin Xian's arms, but when she saw Morong Qingqing and Yan Ruyu coming from behind, she came back to her senses. She immediately stood up straight and lowered her head shyly. "Thank you for saving my life, young master. You rest first, I'll deal with that old thing." Lin Xian's eyes erupted with an extremely terrifying light, and he raised his head and looked into the distance. He sensed an extremely terrifying power and rushed over here. "Oh no, young master, be careful, that's the peak existence of the great sage." Yunyu was extremely worried. Lin Xian smiled and said, "No worries, I have a way." The suppressed souls around were surprised. This young man wanted to challenge the peak of the great sage. What kind of joke was this? Did he know the terror of the abyss of souls and the abyss master? Lin Xian ignored these people at all. He rose into the air and flew outside. At the same time, he shouted coldly, "Old thing, get out." This voice resounded through the 9 heavens, so that everyone in the abyss of souls heard it. "Oh God, did I hear wrongly? Someone is challenging the abyss master. Who was it that was so reckless? Is it the young man from before?" Shocked voices could be heard one after another. At the same time, in the depths of the abyss of souls, an old voice also came. "Stupid thing, you haven't left yet. Well, I'll catch you and tear you into pieces so that you can never rise again." Boom, a palm came crashing down from the sky, carrying with it an extremely terrifying soul aura. Everyone in the abyss of souls prostrated themselves on the ground. "Heavens, it really is the abyss master," someone exclaimed. Abyss Lord made a move. That brat was dead for sure. Everyone was shocked. Lin Xian used Shadowless Heaven's net and quickly dodged. At the same time, with the help of the demon god wings, he instantly dodged to the place where he had been. It was completely shattered. The golden radiance in his eyes dimmed. It had to be said that the peak of the great sage was absolutely terrifying. The Abyss Lord walked out and sneered. "You are no match for me. You, a mere early-stage great sage, dare to go against me? Fine, I'll let you know the difference between us." So what if the other party was Lin Wudi? No matter how strong he was still just a young man. Today, he would make the other party despair. An extremely terrifying aura bloomed from the Abyss Lord. In the dungeon, the souls that had been suppressed were also shocked. It was over. That young man was dead meat. Yes, he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Yunyu snorted coldly. "What do you know? Master was the strongest. He was an invincible existence." Invincible? The surrounding souls shook their heads. This should only be relative to the young man. Looking at the entire universe, who dared to claim to be invincible? Young man, go to hell. The Abyss Lord in the sky made a move again. The souls retracted, covering the sky and the earth. At the same time, another hand also grabbed out. This time, he wouldn't give the other party a chance. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He stood there without moving. Those soul powerhouses kneeling on the ground also sighed when they saw this scene. This young man had been scared silly. It seemed that after this blow, he would definitely die. However, at this time, a vortex appeared beside Lin Xian. Then a crack appeared. The next moment, the phantom of a sword appeared, covering the sky and the earth. What was this? Sacred domain. The soul powerhouse was surprised, then shook his head. She thought her sacred domain could compete with the peak of the great sage, too naive. Boom boom, the Abyss Lord also sneered. She was really stupid. No matter how strong her weapon was, she was still not my opponent. He sneered and sped up. The power on his palm became even more terrifying. The other party's sacred domain was definitely torn apart. However, when these two attacks hit it, it made a shocking sound. However, it did not shatter the sacred domain. Instead, it was engulfed by the phantom of that world. What was this? The Abyss Lord was stunned. The others were also dumbfounded. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Xian made another move. The sword world enveloped the Abyss Lord. When the Abyss Lord was enveloped by this phantom, his body immediately sank. His pupils constricted. What a terrifying pressure. The other party's winning rate actually had such pressure. It was too unbelievable. He knew that the pressure inside the immortal land was much more terrifying than the outside world. After the experts outside came in, they were all weaker here. This was also the reason why he was so confident. Because they had been in the immortal land all year round, they had long adapted to this pressure. The same powerhouse was no match for him at all. But now, the phantom of this world, the pressure it brought was even more terrifying than the immortal land. He was too surprised. Did the other party have any magic treasure in his hand? In the next moment, Xianxia arrived in front of the other party and sneered. "Welcome to my world, this is the place where you will fall." "Your world? A mere phantom, how dare you call it a world? Also, do you think you can defeat me with this little bit of pressure? You are too naive. Even if my strength is suppressed, it is still not something you can contend against." An extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes, turning into two blade lights that slashed over. The other party's soul could not withstand it at all. Xianxia's eyes shone brightly, and then formed a reincarnation mountain to block. With a clang, it was knocked back, but it blocked the attack. Xian laughed. "You are only SOSO. He actually blocked it." The Abyss Lord's face was gloomy and cold. It seemed that the suppression here was much more terrifying than he had imagined. At the same time, he was surprised. The other party's golden eyes were really too strange. What was that? Why did he feel a trace of the power of reincarnation? It seemed that you should have a strange eye technique, and it was a very precious one. Well, I'll kill you. Taking your eyes can let me go further on the path of the underworld. Maybe I can use it to break through and become a quasi-emperor. The Abyss Lord was really overjoyed. This kind of precious eye was definitely a heaven-defying bloodline, so he must get it. In the next moment, the light in his eyes became even more terrifying. The boundless sea of souls rushed over in an overwhelming manner. It surrounded the reincarnation mountain. This was a confrontation of souls, which was very dangerous. If one was not careful, the soul would be shattered. The reincarnation mountain shook violently. "Ridiculous, you want to cut my soul with your sword, stupid." The Abyss Lord sneered. However, in the next moment, his expression changed. Because he found that the other party's sword could really cut through his soul attack. He screamed miserably and retreated. "Damn it, what's going on? This is impossible, there's something wrong with his sword technique." The Abyss Lord was really shocked. What kind of sword technique was this? He had never heard of it. Damn it, I didn't expect this kid to not only have a pair of magical eyes, but also such a strange sword technique. The other party really had too many secrets. Very good, an unexpected joy. Everything you have is mine. He roared angrily and charged out again. A large black flag appeared in his hand, with countless souls revolving around it. This was the soul-sacred artifact that he had refined, and it was abnormally terrifying. "Hand over your soul to me." The black flag covered the sky and covered the earth as it charged over. Xian snorted coldly, the hell sword slashed out, and the two fought. "It's useless, my weapon is a legendary holy weapon, what can you use to fight me?" The Abyss Lord laughed out loud, although he felt more and more pressure as he fought with Xian and flew inside. But he believed that in 3 more moves, he would be able to completely suppress the other party. At that time, when he collected the other party's soul, the other party's secret would be his. Legendary holy weapon, so what? I'll let you see my weapon. Xian took out the heaven-swallowing jar and slammed it forward. With a boom, the black flag was sent flying. The Abyss Lord spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his expression became terrified. What is this? The black vortex was enough to swallow everything. This aura? The aura of the Extreme Tao. Could it be an Extreme Tao weapon? That's right, this is an Extreme Tao weapon. If you compete with me in terms of weapons, I can only say that you are courting death. Who exactly are you? Yes. Not only is Fong powerful, he can also take out an Extreme Tao weapon. Are you the Emperor? Xian sneered, you don't have the qualifications to know. Now, I'll use you to verify my strength. Xian's eyes erupted with an extremely terrifying light. The heaven-swallowing jar restrained the other party's legendary holy weapon, and at the same time, the power of the surrounding sword world also pressed down. As a result, both of them had to carry 100,000 mountains on their backs. Lin Xian often felt this pressure, so he had no problem with it. However, the Abyss Lord's blood was boiling, and his face turned pale. Not good, this pressure is really too terrifying. There was definitely something wrong with this world. This was definitely not the other party's Saint domain. He had arrived at a mystical space. What exactly was this? Kill, here, Lin Xian charged out. He could feel that his opponent's strength had been greatly suppressed. Of course, he was still stronger than regular saints, but Lin Xian was confident that he could contend against him. The Six Paths fist pressed forward with indomitable will. The phantoms of 6 worlds instantly enveloped the other party. He continued to crush them. Abyss Lord's blood and chi surged, the clothes on his body in tatters. He roared angrily. You are courting death. With a wave of its sharp claws, it shattered the illusions of the 6 worlds. He struck out with his palm. Young man, let me tell you, what is absolute power? So what if he was suppressed? So what if he didn't have a legendary saint weapon? The Abyss Master was strong enough to break everything. Even though he was a master of the Chaos Path, his physique and laws were still extremely powerful. This was the terror of the peak of the great sage. Couldn't he beat a young man? Vengeful soul curse. The Abyss Lord formed a seal with his palm, and suddenly endless vengeful spirits flew out of his sleeve. They roared towards the sky, and a terrifying sound rushed over. This was a peerless great ability, enough to shatter a person's soul. Falling into hell, never to come out again. Just a mere vengeful spirit, what can you do to me? 9 Suns Divine Fist. Lin Xian activated the 9 Suns Divine Body, and the flames of the purest yang flew out. It turned into 6 suns, sweeping away those vengeful spirits between heaven and earth. Encountering this purest yang power, they were instantly turned into ashes. Being burned by this raging fire, the Abyss Lord also kept retreating. Cracks appeared on his sleeve again. Damn it, what a terrifying flame, it could actually restrain him. Soul Sea, he roared, and a Soul Sea appeared behind him, sweeping toward Yi Futian from all directions. These souls were not only vengeful spirits, but also all kinds of powerful creatures. These were the souls of the experts he had collected for thousands of years. Let's see how you fight this time. The souls in the Soul Sea were not afraid of the purest yang flames at all, and they quickly rushed over. Lin Xian formed a seal with his palm. The Tai Chi diagram appeared all over his body, and the power of yin and yang emerged. The Tai Chi diagram rotated, forming a fatal blow, covering the entire Soul Sea. The yin and yang aura inside collided violently with the Soul Sea. The mixed sea was finally completely suppressed. Damn it, the Abyss Lord vomited blood again. What was going on? No matter what kind of unique skill he used, the other party could suppress it. Damn it. I don't believe it. Damn it, an extremely terrifying light burst out from his eyes, and at the same time, his soul came out of his body, forming a small person, roaring towards the sky. The small person, holding the black cauldron, quickly rushed over. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and covered his body with demonic qi. He used the illusion demon scripture. The powerful Great Emperor's unique skill contended with it. Next, the Abyss Lord used 100 kinds of soul attacks, but they were all blocked by the Great Emperor's ability. This made him almost collapse. Lin Xian snorted coldly, do you still have any tricks? If not, then I'll send you on your way. The Tai Chi diagram suddenly erupted, turning into Yin God and Yang God, charging forward. The Abyss Lord kept retreating, and Lin Xian flew up and fought in close combat. The Demon Emperor's ability was used to the extreme, forcing the other party's body to retreat. At the same time, he slashed out with his sword, splitting the other party into 2 halves. The Abyss Lord completely collapsed at this moment. He, a great sage, was seriously injured. Damn it. I don't believe it, he fought, but his injuries were getting worse and worse. Damn it, retreat. He must leave, this world was too strange, he had to leave the space. After going out, it would not be suppressed. In that way, his strength would be 10 times, 100 times stronger than before. At that time, it would be easy for him to kill the other party. But how could Lin Xian let the other party leave? The Tai Chi diagram kept chasing, and the 9 Yang divine fire was even more overwhelming. damn kid, you're courting death. The Abyss Lord roared, and the small black cauldron in the hand of his soul kept spinning, flickering with light. Then it fell down, and there was blood inside. The blood of a saint, and it was extremely terrifying. This was condensed from the blood of the nine-peaked great sage when they fell. After 1,000 years of cultivation, it has long been terrifying to the extreme. This is my killing move. I didn't expect to use it in the hands of a young man like you today. Forget it, you're dead, and the secrets on your body are enough to make up for my loss. The blood of nine-peaked great sages blotted out heaven and earth as it rushed toward Xianxia. It turned into a river of blood and instantly came in front of Lin Xian, circling Lin Xian. Destroy, the Abyss Lord snorted coldly, his expression ferocious. Feeling the power of the sea of blood, Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. There was an extremely terrifying killing intent on it. But fortunately, in the sword world, this power was also suppressed. Moreover, Lin Xian did not have no trump cards. He snorted coldly. Lin Xian used the devil summoning scripture with all his might, endless devil chi condensed behind him, and a devil shadow appeared. As soon as the devil shadow appeared, it looked down on the world like a devil god. The pupils of the Abyss Lord in the distance also shrank. This aura he was truly terrified, it seemed to be an existence that he could not understand. As soon as the devil shadow appeared, he raised his right hand and slapped the devil god seal. The sea of blood formed by the 9 great sages in front of him was instantly shattered at this moment. Puff, the little soul of the Abyss Lord spat out blood, and cracks appeared on it. His eyes were bleeding, he could not believe that it was broken. This was his super powerful trump card, and he was reluctant to use it. He originally thought that he could end this battle, but who would have thought that it would be easily broken by the other party? For a moment, he was stunned. Lin Xian looked at the other party and said indifferently, "Do you still have any trump cards? If not, I will send you on your way." "Don't be arrogant," the Abyss Lord sneered, "I admit that your trump card is very strong. In the younger generation, it is rare to see such a thing, but so what, I have not lost yet. The devil shadow behind you should be a peerless divine ability, right? Can you use it a second time?" The Abyss Lord sneered, he could see that the devil shadow had disappeared. In his opinion, the other party only had one way to save his life, and it would definitely not be able to block his next attack. His palms kept forming seals, and the little soul returned to his body. At the same time, his eyes erupted with an astonishing light. Buzz, in the next moment, something magical happened. 5 souls appeared in 5 directions around him. The light and laws on each of them were different. "Brat, you are very honored to be able to see my strongest technique. I will let you see the 5 souls ascension. This is what I got from a very mysterious cave in the immortal land. It can allow a person's soul to condense and form 5 souls. Metal soul, water soul, fire soul, wood soul, earth soul. Once I successfully cultivate it, my soul force will be 5 times stronger than others of the same level. Even among the peak of the great sage, there aren't many who can compete with me in terms of soul force. Once it was cultivated to the highest level, the 5 souls would fuse into one and form the origin magnetic immortal soul. At that time, my soul will surpass the sacred realm and might even become the soul of a martial monarch. Even though I haven't reached the final step yet, the ascension of 5 souls isn't something you can go against." As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 souls around him released a terrifying aura. The formless aura combined with the power of the soul was terrifying to the extreme. "You still have a trump card, right? 5 souls?" Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "That's right, but so what? Now that he was in Sword World, he would not let the other party leave." The wings of the demon god unfurled behind his back, tearing the void apart as he arrived before Xianxia in an instant. Then, he slashed out with his sword, which turned into a full moon and attacked the martial spirit. What a terrifying speed! What a terrifying sword technique! The Abyss Lord's pupils shrank as he quickly retreated. The 5 souls were shaken back, and the light on them flickered, but they did not disappear. Lin Xian was also surprised, these 5 souls were really powerful. To be able to withstand the Azure sword technique, one must know that it was a martial monarch's ability, a killing technique, but the other party was not penetrated. "You want to destroy my 5 souls? Dream on, the next moment will be your moment of despair." With a wave of the Abyss Lord's hand, the 5 souls flew out and scattered to the heavens and the earth. In 5 directions, they enveloped Lin Xian. The 5 souls formed a seal with their palms. Fire Soul, a flaming divine sword appeared in his hand and slashed down. Water Soul, on the other hand, shot out a pagoda. Golden Soul, Wood Soul, and Earth Soul also made their moves. The 5 of them worked together endlessly, and the power was truly terrifying. Lin Xian used the Reincarnation Mountain to block. Boom, in an instant, the Reincarnation Mountain shattered. His pupils shrank and his body swayed. Using his movement technique to the extreme, he dodged these attacks as if he had teleported. Useless brat, you can dodge once, but can you dodge 10 times? You will die without a doubt. Seeing the other party in such a sorry state, the Abyss Lord laughed out loud. This time, the other party could no longer live. Boom, the 5 souls launched another attack. This time, it was even more terrifying and finally enveloped Lin Xian. With a boom, that place was completely covered by the laws. Die, your soul definitely can't live. He was really too happy. Roar, suddenly at this moment, a terrifying dragon roar sounded, shaking the heavens and the earth. Immediately after, a sword light swept across the sky, as if a giant dragon was flying above the 9 heavens. The giant dragon fell, and the sword chi spread out. All the soul laws launched by the 5 souls were instantly torn apart. Damn it, what was going on? What happened? The Abyss Lord was stunned. Did that kid still have a trump card? This was too terrifying. Your means are strong, but it's a pity that you met me. Lin Xian held the great dragon sword soul in his hand and walked over like a killing god. With a slash of the sword, the 5 souls were destroyed. The Abyss Lord spat out a large mouthful of blood. His body was torn apart, and his soul was also shattered. No. How could it be? The 5 souls were originally one with him. When the 5 souls were destroyed, he was severely injured. At the same time, he was in despair. That was his strongest trump card, which he obtained in the Immortal Land. It was definitely left behind by the unparalleled powerhouse of the Yuhua Immortal Dynasty. However, it was easily destroyed by the other party. What kind of sword was this? Was the other party already so strong? No, don't kill me. I'll give you whatever you want. Let me live. Abyss. At this moment, he was finally afraid. He didn't want the demeanor of an expert anymore. He just wanted to live. It was not easy to cultivate to his level. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He raised the great dragon sword soul and slashed out, splitting the other party's body into 2 halves. The Abyss Lord was already severely injured. How could he resist at this moment? With one slash, he fell. Lin Xian's face was pale. He waved his hand and used the power of the sword world to suppress the other party's corpse. At the same time, he sat down cross-legged and began to use the power of the 4 Spirit Valley to recover. In the distance, the Hellfire Dragon flew over and said, "Kid, your strength has increased very quickly. You can already kill the peak of the Great Sage." Lin Xian opened his eyes and shook his head. He still couldn't be considered the true peak of the Great Sage. He was at least half suppressed in this world. He was only slightly stronger than the saint. If I want to kill him outside, I'm afraid I'll have to fully recover my extreme weapon. With that, he closed his eyes again and began to recover. The Hellfire Dragon nodded. He was not arrogant or impatient after winning. He was indeed a promising person. And he believed that it wouldn't take long for Lin Xian to be able to kill the peak of the Great Sage with his own strength outside. I'm looking forward to the scene of you reaching the peak of the universe. The Hellfire Dragon smiled. Lin Xian recovered his soul and strength. Then he walked forward and began to absorb the other party's soul. There were indeed a lot of resources in the other party's storage ring, all of which were used to cultivate the soul, which made Lin Xian extremely happy. Also, he found that the cultivation method of the other party's 5 souls ascension was also there, which was also a good divine ability. If there was a chance, he could also cultivate it. More importantly, as the Abyss Lord of the Abyss of Souls, the other party must have an extremely mysterious cultivation place. Next, Lin Xian would go to that place and begin to cultivate his Tianji divine eyes. With a sway of his body, Lin Xian left the world and walked out. Those people outside were still waiting. They saw a light flickering in the sky. They were all waiting patiently. They didn't know what method this Lin Xian used to be able to hold on for so long. Some people were surprised. Some people sneered, no matter what he used, he would definitely die. Just wait, the final winner would definitely be the Abyss Lord. These people were extremely confident, but at this time, the terrifying light in the void above suddenly disappeared. Then a figure walked out. Look, the Abyss Lord came out, these people all stood up. However, when they found that it was Lin Xian who came out, they were stunned. How could it be this kid? Didn't the Abyss Lord kill him? Impossible. Where was the Abyss Lord? Where did he go? Countless terrified roars could be heard. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the Abyss Lord's body fell from the sky and smashed the ground. This is your Abyss Lord. No, when those soul powerhouses below saw this scene, they all knelt on the ground. Their Abyss Lord was dead, and he died in the hands of a young man. It was too terrifying. What happened? Before? They had no way to know, but they only knew the result. How could it be? This young man was already heaven-defying, they trembled in fear. Yunyu in the dungeon, they were even happier. Great, I knew young master could do it. The other souls that had been suppressed were filled with shock. He had really done it. Who was he? Who exactly was he? He was Lin Wudi. Lin Wudi, Morong Qingqing and the others on the supreme list also said proudly. Lin Wudi, the surrounding people deeply remembered this name in their hearts. In the next moment, Morong Qingqing and the others soared into the air and flew towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian waved his hand and left. He flew deeper into the mansion. There were countless array runes, but Lin Xian took out a token from the other party's storage ring, and gently shook it, all the array formations. Lin Xian and the others quickly entered. The people outside were dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. After entering, Yan Ryu and the others were also astonished. What a terrifying place. I can feel the soul energy here. It's extremely terrifying. This Abyss Lord was not ordinary. Even compared to the great sage peak of the same level, his soul was beyond imagination. Lin Xian nodded. That was right, this person was very strong. Indeed, if not for the Sword World's extremely powerful suppression, it would not be easy for Lin Xian to kill the other party. Everyone, make good use of this opportunity to cultivate. Lin Xian walked forward. Morong Qingqing and the others also found a place to start cultivating. All the soul resources here were used by them. Lin Xian sat cross-legged in the soul sea, and a terrifying power enveloped his soul. He formed a seal with his palms and cultivated the heavenly secret divine pupil with all his might. The soul experts outside were still in fear. Suddenly, they realized that a crack had appeared in the sky, and the ground was collapsing. One spirit vein after another shattered. Not good, this is a spirit vein. Now that it has shattered, could it be that the abyss of souls no longer exists? Damn it, it's those brats. They went in and absorbed the soul energy. These people were crazy. The abyss of souls had an extremely terrifying source of souls, and the ground was filled with spirit veins. This was a holy land for soul cultivation. Normally, these experts could also come, but they could only stay for a few days, and they could only cultivate at the edge. The real core was the place where the soul overlord cultivated. But even the soul overlord would not absorb it so crazily. After all, once the spirit vein was shattered, it would take tens of thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years to recover. No one would do that. But Lin Xian and the others were different. Lin Xian came to the abyss of souls this time, and the next time, who knew when it would be. He naturally would not give up, so he absorbed without reservation. The origin of chaos kept shattering, the boulders collapsed, the ground cracked, and the surrounding people were terrified. Run away. They fled one after another. There was no other way. If they stayed here any longer, they would probably be torn to pieces by this force. As for snatching the resources, what a joke. Even the Abyss Lord was dead, who would dare to make a move against that young man? They could only escape. The seal in the dungeon was broken, and the suppressed souls also left one after another. Boom, the abyss of souls began to shatter, and Lin Xian and the others inside were enveloped by the soul storm. Their soul power was increasing at an unimaginable speed. This was the so-called opportunity in the immortal land. Boom, Morong Qingqing roared, and the phantom of the phoenix appeared. Her soul had reached a higher level. The same was true for Yan Ruyu, and even Zixing and Yunyue had improved. Their souls had reached a state of saturation, and they could not absorb for the time being. So they retreated and looked ahead carefully. They were surprised. No way, young Master Lin could still absorb it. It was incredible. One had to know that they were like buckets, and there was a limit to how much water they could hold. But now, Lin Xian was like a bottomless pit, which was really amazing. No wonder he could be called a supreme. Boom, suddenly, Lin Xian roared. He opened his eyes, and golden light shrouded the world. The soul storm also trembled violently, and a pair of eyes appeared in the surroundings, a pair of eyes with endless vortexes. With a glance, it was as if they were going to reincarnate into hell. So terrifying. Zixing was shocked. Even Yan Ruyu and the others were shocked. Could it be that he had broken through to the Rinnegan? They were too surprised. They naturally knew that Lin Xian's God's Eye of Weather would become the Eye of Reincarnation if it improved further. But that kind of eye had not appeared for tens of thousands of years. Was it going to appear on Lin Xian now? The soul storm below gradually weakened, and Morong Qingqing's expression changed. Not good, the power of the soul path is disappearing. Is it going to fail? Yan Ruyu also frowned. The Rinnegan was too mysterious, and the power it required was beyond their imagination. Lin Xian also noticed this, and in the next moment, he was incomparably decisive. He closed his left eye and focused on cultivating his right eye. Try to evolve one eye into the Rinnegan first. After cultivating one eye, all the soul power in the sky poured into the right eye. The mysterious atmosphere above the right eye became more and more terrifying. In the next moment, everyone in the abyss of souls sensed it. Feeling this power, Morong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and the others were also shocked. What a terrifying eye. They couldn't bear it. They all used their bloodline power to resist. Fortunately, at this moment, Lin Xian slowly closed his eyes. The terrifying gaze between heaven and earth disappeared. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. After a while, Lin Xian stood up. How is it? Morong Qingqing and the others walked over and asked with concern. Lin Xian's lips curled up. His right eye had become Rinnegan. What kind of effect does it have? Yan Ruyu was curious. Lin Xian said, I'm still investigating, but I feel that it's 10 times stronger than the heavenly secret divine eye. Lin Xian was really happy. This Rinnegan had caused his strength to change dramatically. Although Lin Xian's cultivation hadn't increased, his soul power had definitely surpassed that of a great sage. Even if he encountered a peak great sage in the outside world, he would still dare to fight back. Let's go out and find other opportunities. The deity land was really too mysterious. Lin Xian naturally wouldn't miss it. As for the other cultivation techniques in the storage room, they could wait for martial arts. He would cultivate them when he had the chance in the future. The group of people walked out. At this moment, the abyss of souls had been torn apart. There was no more below. Everyone left, broke through the void, and walked out. On the ground outside the abyss of souls, there were many souls and experts waiting there. There were even some people coming from afar. They were shocked and doubtful. What happened? Among them, there were people from the Heavenly Rock race and even some Immortal Foundation experts. For example, Chen Mu and the others on the 9-star Immortal Foundation were also here. They were also shocked and doubtful. Just now, there was an extremely terrifying soul aura here. Did some heavenly treasure appear? Those soul experts said, outsiders, you'd better not go there. There is an extremely terrifying young man there. He had ruined everything. Who was that extremely terrifying young man? These people were shocked. In the next moment, they saw the void crack open and a few figures walked out. The person in the lead was Lin Xian. After he came out, he looked around. He stood there, suppressing everyone so much that they couldn't raise their heads. These people felt their scalps go numb. Bailey Wuck, Chen Mu, Kai Lingyi, and the others also looked over. The next moment, they exclaimed. They naturally recognized that it was Lin Xian and the others. Could it be that the heaven and earth anomaly from before was caused by this kid? When Lin Xian saw his old friends, his lips curled into a smile. These people were able to compete with him before. However, if these people were still as strong as they were before, then with his current strength, they wouldn't be able to compete with him. To defeat these people, one look was enough. This is the power of the Rinnegan. Thinking of this, his eyes emitted a mysterious glow. Flawless 100 miles, Kailingi, Chen Mu, and the other souls shook. Damn it, what's going on? Why were they so terrified in front of him now? It was as if the other party could see through their secrets with just a glance. What exactly happened? They were shocked. At this time, Lin Xian had already floated away. Damn it, this guy had a fortuitous encounter. Flawless 100 miles clenched his fists. I can't stay like this any longer. I must explore. He gritted his teeth. He knew that Lin Xian must have something to do with him leaving back then. Although it was dangerous, the other party succeeded. At that time, he didn't dare to go because he was afraid. In this way, the gap between the two sides would become bigger and bigger. He was unwilling to accept this. Go. He led the people of the Canopy clan and flew into the distance. This time, he vowed not to give up until his strength broke through. Chen Mu, Kailingi, and the others also left one after another. They also felt the pressure. Now they understood what the so-called fortuitous encounter in the deity ground was. Perhaps two people with similar strength before, but after coming out, there would be earth-shaking changes. One in the sky, one on the ground. This made them feel even more pressured. We also left. They also left one after another. News of what had happened here had also spread. It spread in all directions. Some powerhouses and tribes heard it. They were shocked. No way. The Abyss of Souls shattered. This was impossible. The master of the Abyss of Souls was at the peak of the great sage and had supreme methods. His soul was even more elusive. In addition, this was his territory. Who dared to challenge him? They didn't believe it, but when they arrived, they were all stunned. That place had long been shattered, and the power of the soul had long disappeared. The Abyss Master had fallen. Who did it? Was it one of the powerhouses in the deity ground? They knew that there were some extremely ancient and terrifying existences in the deity ground. If those people wanted to attack, the Abyss of Souls would definitely not be able to resist. No, it wasn't one of those ancient powerhouses. It was a young man. It was said that he was an outsider. What? A person who came to train outside? When did such a terrifying powerhouse come to the Yuhua immortal dynasty? Could it be that the Arch was really going to appear this time? No way, the ancient legend was going to happen in this era. The Arch was going to reappear in the world, the glory of the ancient era was about to reappear. These people were incomparably shocked. Who was it? They didn't know now. Some people guessed that it might be the terrifying Han Tian. They might also be Lin Wudi on the Supreme Being list. They might even be the light-shaking realm cultivator who cultivated a taboo martial art. The names of these people quickly spread, causing countless people to talk about it. Of course, some people had more detailed information. You're saying that Lin Wudi came out from the Abyss of Souls? Could it be that it was really when he moved? Damn, that shouldn't be the case. Could he kill a great sage at the pinnacle? Did he use an extreme weapon? But he didn't use an extreme weapon. Once the extreme power was unleashed, everyone in the 9 heavens and 10 earths could feel it. But they didn't detect the effect of the heaven-swallowing jar. In other words, Lin Xian killed a peak great sage with other methods. This was even more unbelievable. It was possible for an early-stage great sage to kill a peak great sage unless an extreme weapon had fully recovered. Otherwise, how did the other party do it? These people were shocked. For example, Double Crown King Han Tian quickly ran over after receiving the news. When he saw the shattered Abyss of Souls, his expression turned cold. Damn, if it was really caused by the other party, then the other party was getting closer and closer to the Double Crown. No, he had to find the other party quickly. He couldn't let the other party continue to grow. He didn't care about this person before, but if the other party was allowed to develop at such a high speed, he really wouldn't be able to suppress him in the future. After he left, a man wearing cotton clothes walked out from the ground. His face was calm, but the corners of his mouth were raised. He was light shaking realm. Left? Humph. He looked around and entered the depths of the abyss of souls, seeing some broken remains. Yao Guang's body emitted a mysterious aura. He used the heaven-devouring demonic technique and cultivated quickly. The others were also looking for opportunities. For example, Kuan Pengzi was in front of a cave abode, attacking the array formation with great force. He could feel that there was a heaven-defying opportunity inside. If he could obtain it, he might be able to become the double crown king. The Phoenix clan leader looked at Feng Jiao. He asked, "Are you really not going to the celestial land?" Feng Jiao shook his head. "No, Morong Qingqing is going. I'm going to take another path." That was the path left behind by the Phoenix Emperor. The Phoenix clan leader said, "But this path is very dangerous. There was no need to risk his life." Feng Jiao said, "No, I feel the danger. The imperial prince's bloodline was no longer enough. Lin Wudi was too powerful. And according to the intelligence, even the double crown king had appeared. Who knew if there would be even more terrifying existences in the future? You have to know that our great emperor family knows many secrets. Many people are hiding. They want to open the seal in this life and fight for the opportunity to become a great emperor. They even want to fight for the opportunity to become an immortal. I have to take the risk." Feng Jiao walked towards an ancient hall in front of him. His figure disappeared. The powerhouses of the Phoenix clan also sighed. Everything depended on his luck. On Lin Xian's side, he continued to explore some places. With Madame Purple Star, Yunyue, and the others, Lin Xian followed behind and controlled the overall situation. On the other side, he began to investigate the other party's storage ring. In the other party's storage ring, in addition to cultivation resources, the most important thing was a scroll. That scroll was about the Five Souls Ascension. This was a soul attack. Lin Xian had seen it before. It could condense the 5 elements of the soul. It was really terrifying. This was equivalent to being several times stronger than an expert of the same level. It could be said to be a sure kill. It was only because he had the great dragon sword soul that he could counterattack. Otherwise, no one at the peak of the great sage realm would be able to block it. Lin Xian was also tempted by such a powerful divine ability. He also discovered something. There was another broken scroll. Some things were recorded on the scroll. It turned out that this 5-soul ascension cultivation method was found by the Abyss Lord in an immortal cave. This cave was very mysterious. In the immortal land, it was a forbidden place. Most people wouldn't dare to go there. The Abyss Lord found this clue by chance, and at the same time, he got a scroll by chance. It was the 5 Souls Ascension. As for the other things, he did not know. Later on, he had tried to go there again, but he was unable to enter. This made him feel very regretful. Lin Xian closed his eyes as well. The cave abode with the 5 Souls Ascension was very likely left behind by a super mighty figure of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. There were definitely other treasures inside, so Lin Xian prepared to go. After talking to them for a while, they all nodded in agreement. They quickly attacked. On the other side, on the green cleansing immortal platform, Qing Tan also sent a message to Han Tian. After arriving, Han Tian said coldly, "What do you want?" Qing Tan frowned and said, "How long are you going to delay? If you don't kill Lin Wudi, won't you go to other places?" Han Tian said, "Give me 2 more days. I will find him and kill him first." Lin Wudi's strength and legend made Han Tian nervous. However, Qing Tan said, 2 more days. After 2 days, if you don't go, we will go find other friends. Also, we are not the only ones who know about the Yuan magnetic cave abode. The other immortal platforms also know about it. Once they find it and get the treasures inside, it will be too late for you to regret. Hearing this, Han Tian took a deep breath. His eyes flickered and he said, "Okay, let's go to the Yuan magnetic cave abode and get the treasures inside, then we will kill that kid." He was also very interested in the Yuan magnetic cave abode. It was said that it was left behind by a supreme being of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. After he got it, his strength would definitely increase, and he might even become a triple champion. At that time, how could Lin Wudy compete with him? Thinking of this, they quickly set off. The other immortal platforms and ancient clans also had some news. In an instant, these people moved and headed to the Yuan magnetic cave abode together. On the other side, in the depths of the Abyss of Souls, those people from the ancient Soul Pagoda came back again to see if there was any hope to restore the Abyss of Souls. Suddenly, a figure broke out of the ground. Who is it? These people exclaimed. Could it be that kid? They thought that Lin Wudy didn't leave and were so scared that their scalps went numb. But when they saw that the person who came out was a person in plain clothes with a calm face, they frowned. However, they frowned. No, if it wasn't that kid, then who was it? Who are you? Why are you here? They shouted crazily. They couldn't beat Lin Xian, but they could beat this person in front of them. The person who came out was naturally Yao Guang. The corner of his mouth curled up. Become an expert? Very good, I need your strength. With a wave of his hand, the demonic heaven-devouring art flew out. It charged forward. Those people defended and counterattacked crazily, but they found that they couldn't resist at all. They were soon suppressed. Damn it, how is this possible? Other than Lin Wudy, there was actually a young person who was so powerful. Who was this person? Was he the Double Crown champion? They didn't feel the aura of primal chaos on him. They were really too scared. The corner of Yao Guang's mouth curled up. A mysterious light flickered in his eyes. Collect souls, these people couldn't withstand it at all and fell to the ground one by one. Not long after, Hun Tian retracted his palm and said coldly. Now, gather the power of 11 ancient Soul Pagoda and follow me. Those people trembled. The other party had already planted a soul restriction in their minds. They didn't dare to resist. Therefore, these people gathered and moved. After gathering the power of 11 ancient Soul Pagoda, the corner of Yao Guang's mouth curled up. Follow me. Where is Master going? One of them asked. Yao Guang turned around and slapped the other party into a bloody mist, then swallowed him. How rude. Is my business something you should ask? The others were terrified, and their scalps went numb. Although the person in front of them was wearing plain clothes and didn't have any laws on him, and his face was calm, he was a terrifying killing god. Killing saints was like chopping vegetables. They didn't dare to say anything and followed. The group of people also disappeared in a grandiose manner. On the other side, Yi Wudao, Gu Feng, and the others also moved quickly. The Twins of Destiny were also searching for treasures. However, at this moment, the void split open, and a figure appeared behind them. Who was it? These people were nervous. The person who came was none other than Gu Feng. The Twins of Destiny asked nervously, "What's the matter?" After all, the other party was also a young giant. Gu Feng said, "I know that you have a grudge against Lin Wudy. Now that there's a chance, do you want to join forces?" Next, the two sides began to discuss. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others were also heading towards the Yuan Ci cave mansion, but on the way, they had to pass by a tribe called the Green Jade Tribe. The people of the tribe stopped them. Lin Xian said, "We don't have any ill intentions, we just want to go there. To this mountain range." You actually want to go to the Yuan Ci mountain range? A young man was surprised. What are you going there for? Lin Xian said, I heard that there are many treasures there, so I want to try my luck there. The people of the surrounding tribes laughed. The Yuan Ci mountain range is indeed rumored to have many treasures, but that place is too dangerous. Ordinary experts will also fall if they go there. I advise you not to go. Lin Xian laughed after hearing this. Thank you for your reminder, but I still want to go there and see. Another middle-aged man walked over. You young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If you really want to go, you can go with the people of our Green Jade tribe. Third uncle, can we? The young man around him asked. The middle-aged man nodded. Anyway, let them go and see. Remember, when you reach the Yuan Ci mountain range, just watch from afar, but don't go in. Because it's really dangerous there. Okay, got it, Lin Xian nodded. The middle-aged man said, wait a little longer, there are still some people who want to go, we'll gather together. About half a day later, a few more figures walked over, all of them were young people. Among them was a woman dressed in green, with a noble expression. The middle-aged man smiled. "This is the princess of our Green Jade tribe." "Princess Green Jade?" Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and sized up the other party. The other party's aura was also extraordinary. However, she was not at the level of a young giant, so he nodded slightly as a greeting. Princess Green Jade frowned slightly. "Are they going too? They're so weak, won't they implicate us?" Hearing this, Zixing, Yunue, and the others rolled their eyes. How dare he say they were weak? What kind of joke was this? However, Lin Xian waved his hand and had them retract their auras. After all, they were going to the Xianxia mountain range in secret this time, and they didn't want to attract too much attention. The middle-aged man said. Reporting to the princess, they just want to broaden their horizons. Bringing them along and having them stay a little further away should not be a problem. Princess Jingyu snorted softly. Is that so? Even if he wanted to broaden his horizons, he would have to see if he was qualified to travel with me. Qingshan, come out. She clapped her hands and a burly man walked out. It really was like a small mountain, and its entire body was made of jade with mysterious runes on it. This is one of my subordinates. If you can block 3 of his moves, I'll take you there. The people from the surrounding tribes were also astonished. Qingshan was not an ordinary person. He had extraordinary strength, and there were not many in the younger generation who could block 3 of his moves. Princess, aren't you making things difficult for me? The middle-aged man also sighed. It seemed like these youngsters had no chance. Lin Xian glanced at him and shook his head slightly. He wasn't interested. Then, he asked, who wants to go? I'll go. Yunue walked out and looked at the other party. 3 moves, right? Go ahead. Seeing how casual Yunue and the others were, Princess Qingyu frowned. These people really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. She said coldly. Qingshan made his move. Boom, Qingshan stomped his foot, and the ground cracked as he threw out a punch. The expressions of the people from the surrounding tribes changed. He didn't hold back in this punch. They all closed their eyes. This flower-like fairy was probably going to be torn apart. Boom, in the face of such an attack, Yunue also formed a seal with her palm and slapped out. The angelic seal was incomparably vast as it collided with the other party's fist. An earth-shattering sound was heard, and a huge figure was sent flying. Qingshan kept retreating, crushing the ground. His arm was shattered, and the crack spread to his body. In the next moment, he fell to the ground and vomited blood. Sorry, I've already held back. Seeing that the other party was injured, Yunue said indifferently. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. Then, they sucked in a breath of cold air. She's already held back? And he's seriously injured? This is too unbelievable. What's the identity of this woman? Her strength is too terrifying. Princess Qingyu's pupils constricted. This scene was out of her expectations. The other party actually had such a person. Her eyes flickered. Then, she snorted coldly, good, very good. It seems that I've underestimated you guys. You guys are qualified to follow me. Princess Qingyu turned around and threw a bottle of pills to Qingshan to help him recover. Then, she said, we'll set off in an incense stick's time. A war chariot appeared, pulled by demonic beasts that roared into the sky. Everyone boarded the war chariot. They left the tribe and flew into the distance. Along the way, Princess Qingyu used the array formation to send a voice transmission. She seemed to be gathering someone. Along the way, a few figures appeared in the distant sky. After these people came in and exchanged greetings, it seemed that they were Princess Qingyu's friends. When they saw Lin Xian and the others, they were surprised and nodded slightly. When they were alone, they asked, who are those strangers? Princess Qingyu said that they were passers-by who wanted to go to the primitive mountain range. She brought them there to broaden their horizons. What? You don't know them and you're bringing them there? A man frowned. Will they be a burden? I think we should throw them down halfway. Princess Qingyu shook her head. No, I plan to bring them there. The surrounding people were surprised. Princess Qingyu said, "There's a woman among them who injured Qing Shan with a palm strike." "No way," the surrounding young geniuses were surprised. They all knew Qing Shan's strength. He had boundless strength and terrifying defense. How strong was she to injure him? Moreover, it was a palm strike. It was too unbelievable. Is she a powerhouse? "Aunt Yui, what do you think?" Princess Qingyu asked. A woman in a black dress walked out from the void beside them with a veil on her face. Her eyes were incomparably deep. She said, "These people look unfamiliar. It's very likely that they're outsiders." "Outsiders? Are they here to search for opportunities?" The eyes of Qingyu and the others flickered. The others were also surprised. They naturally knew about this matter. They also heard that a few incredible experts had come. They didn't expect that they would encounter outsiders now. Interesting. Princess Qingyu nodded, "Just as well. We can see if these people are as powerful as the legends say." They flew peacefully and quickly. Finally, they approached the Xianxia mountain range. At this moment, Lin Xian, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. A mysterious rune appeared in his eyes as he looked into the distance. Someone was coming, and it was an expert. Moreover, it was coming for them. Lin Xian secretly gathered his strength. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission to Murong Qingqing and the others, telling them to be careful. At this moment, the mysterious woman in a black dress also frowned. She waved her hand and quickly stopped the war chariot. In the next moment, the people in the war chariot felt a terrifying aura. It was as deep as the sea and swept towards them. Not good. There was an expert. Their expressions changed drastically. It was an extremely terrifying expert. Yui even left the war chariot and bowed respectfully towards the void. The Star Jade tribe had seen the skeleton saint. In front of them, a figure walked over from the void. It was a purple skeleton with a huge sword on its back. It had a huge sword on its back and a powerful aura of death on its body. In its eyes, purple flames were dancing. Every beat of his heart was frightening. The people in the war chariot were shocked when they heard it. Princess Qingyu and the others gasped. They had heard of the skeleton saint. It was extremely terrifying and wasn't someone they could contend against. The purple skeleton said coldly. "So it's the Green Jade tribe. We have some friendship with you. Go on." With that, it stomped its foot and tore the void apart, disappearing. It was gone. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Yui also came back and said, "Fortunately, we're safe. Let's hurry up and leave." Their war chariot quickly left. Princess Qingyu and the others were puzzled. Was that really the legendary skeleton sword saint? Indeed, our Green Jade tribe had helped him find a heavenly treasure before. It could be said that we had some friendship. That was why he let us go. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would have died without a burial ground. Princess Qingyu and the others were shocked. They didn't doubt this at all. Because there were too many legends about the skeleton sword saint. However, another young man was puzzled. According to the legends, the skeleton sword saint didn't move around here. How did we meet him today? Could it be that we're so unlucky? I don't think it's a matter of luck. Yui looked into the distance. He should have come for the Xianxia mountain range. He came from the Xianxia mountain range. Princess Qingyu and the others were shocked. Could it be that some heaven-shaking treasure was about to appear? They came out in order to search for natural treasures in the Xianxia mountain range. Yui shook her head. Legend had it that within this mountain range, there was an ancient cave that had been left behind by an ancient supreme being. It was abnormally mysterious. Perhaps these people were here for this legendary super almighty immortal's cave. Everyone was shocked. On the other side, Lin Xian also frowned. It seemed that the situation was out of his expectations. The reason for that was because he sensed a few more auras passing by. "Alright, we're almost there. Let's come out," Yui said. After opening the chariot, the group of people got off. There was a mountain range in front of him. It was incomparably mysterious and surrounded by light. Everyone felt an immense pressure. Was this the primitive mountain range? The primitive power shocked them. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Princess Qingyu cried out in alarm. Heavens! Who is that person in front of me? Could it be the legendary sage? They realized that there were a few figures that were very similar to the legendary powerful saints. Are all these people here? These were all existences that weren't weaker than the skeleton saint. With so many people here, it seemed that something big was going to happen in the Xianxia mountain range. Some of the geniuses were already regretting coming here at this time. If they were unlucky, they might be instantly killed. Therefore, they said, it seems that we came at the wrong time. Why don't we come another day? Many people nodded. Princess Qingyu's eyes flickered. Aren't you curious? What exactly is going on that made so many legendary experts come here? Don't you want to know? Besides, Yui is here. If we can't beat them, we can still leave. All right. These people nodded and walked forward. At this moment, Princess Qingyu raised her chin and said, don't go over. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you and turn you into ashes. Lin Xian smiled and said, don't worry, we don't need to be protected. After speaking, they also walked forward. You really are arrogant. Princess Qingyu stomped her foot in anger. She then snorted coldly, don't care about him. When his life is in danger, let's see how he begs me. She angrily led her people and wanted to go up. The group walked towards the primitive mountain range. After entering the mountain, Lin Xian's expression was solemn. Morong Qingqing beside him said, it seems that we're not the only ones who know about this. So many experts have come. Could it be that an accident has happened? She didn't know. However, these people were originally local experts. Perhaps they had heard of this legend long ago. Let's play it by ear. Finally, the group walked up to a mountain peak and stood there looking into the distance. The mountain range was continuous and there were figures on the surrounding peaks. It was obvious that everyone wanted to occupy a peak. Princess Qingyu and the others also came to the peak. Looking at the rainbow-like clouds below, they exclaimed. It was so beautiful. Their eyes were shining with stars. Yui's expression was incomparably solemn. Princess, just look at the scenery. This time, we have to leave quickly. As for looking for natural treasures, we'll come back in the future. Her heart was heavy. She had a feeling that a storm was about to happen, and they might be swept into it if they stayed here. At this moment, the bell on her body shook. Princess Qingyu's face lit up. Don't worry, Yui. An expert has come to protect me. I'm here, Princess Qingyu said to the bell. The bell emitted a light that spread in all directions. At the same time, two figures appeared in the distance. In front was a young man with a handsome face and an extraordinary aura. Behind him was an old man. His face was red and he had ascended to immortality. The two were very fast and arrived at the mountain peak in an instant. So it was the startling cloud sage. When Yui saw the old man, she bowed. You're too polite. The old man smiled. The young man also bowed. Hello, Yui. Yui nodded. Princess Qingyu said, Grandpa Jingyun, I want to stay here for a while. Is that okay? The old man frowned slightly. Qingyu, the current situation might be more troublesome than you think. Something big is going to happen here. I think you should leave early. Qingyu was unhappy. The young man beside her said, Grandpa, what are you afraid of? Besides, we're just looking. Don't worry. As long as there's danger, we'll leave immediately. Alright, the startling cloud saint nodded as well. However, you can't act rashly. You have to listen to me. Princess Qingyu and the others were happy. In Princess Qingyu's opinion, Lin Xian's group would definitely be at a loss. When the time came, wouldn't they obediently come and beg her? However, the situation surprised her because Lin Xian's group was expressionless. They didn't seem to have any intention of paying attention to her. This made her face turn ugly. Damn it, these people are too arrogant. They actually dare to not beg her. She wanted to see what these people would do next. Lin Xian didn't pay attention to Princess Qingyu at all. At this moment, he looked around. He discovered that there were many powerful figures around him. There were even some people from the outside world. These people must have gathered for the same purpose. At this moment, on a mountain peak, a skeletal figure stood out and said coldly, "I didn't expect you to move so quickly. You're all here." As he spoke, his body carried a terrifying aura of death, which shocked many people. This was the skeleton sage. "Do you think we don't know? Don't think about taking the treasure for yourself." Another person shouted coldly. This person was tall and had the head of an elephant and a huge body. He was many times more terrifying than Xianxia. He was called the giant elephant sage. His power was enough to destroy everything. It seems that we're all here for the cave. However, this cave is incomparably mysterious and has always been elusive. Now that everyone is here, it's really unexpected. As soon as this was said, the others began to discuss. It was indeed too much of a coincidence. Someone said, "What's unexpected?" Now that the deity ground has opened and people from the outside world have entered, this is the beginning of the opportunity. Naturally, we have to look for opportunities. The experts in front were discussing, but the people around them didn't dare to speak. At this moment, someone flew towards the mountain peak in the distance. "Who's here?" Many people were shocked. Cold light burst out from their eyes. If one wanted to come to the mountain peak in front, unless they had the same strength as them, they would be courting death. It's him. Sage Jingyun. Many people squinted their eyes and soon frowned. They discovered that Sage Jingyun didn't come alone. Instead, he came with a group of young people. There were quite a few of them. Immediately, someone sneered. These young people were really reckless. What were they here for? Were they in a hurry to die? Princess Jingyu and the others were also very nervous. Their scalps were numb. Following behind Sage Jingyun, they didn't dare to say anything. Even Yui, who was at the side, was astonished. If there were only one or two experts, it would be understandable. However, there were simply too many experts here. There were so many that it was hard to believe. If a fight really broke out, no one would be able to protect them. "Don't worry, my grandfather will definitely protect your safety." His eyes were filled with pride. Lin Xian and the others followed behind. When they arrived, Lin Xian looked ahead. He seemed to sense an even more mysterious aura. It seemed like the origin magnetic cave was here. There should be extremely terrifying formations and restrictions in the surroundings. Otherwise, these experts wouldn't have dared to remain stagnant and would have fought for it long ago. Since the Immortal's cave was right in front of him, Lin Xian would not sit idly by. He walked forward. Lin Xian's figure fell to the corner below. This scene attracted the attention of many people. Finally, someone made the first move. Which old monster was it? The people of the Green Jade tribe were all stunned. Oh heavens! Princess, who was this brat? They discovered that the one descending was actually the young man who came with them. Did this guy want to die? Princess Green Jade's expression also changed. Hey, brat, come back quickly. I can't protect you. However, Suchin didn't care at all and continued to descend. The young man at the side, Jing Feng, sneered when he saw this scene. The other party was too reckless. One had to know that the surrounding experts didn't dare to act rashly. For a young man to go down at this time, wasn't he courting death? The startling Cloud Sage saw it as well. He said coldly, "Green Jade, I'm only responsible for protecting you. If you're obedient, nothing will happen. However, this brat is so reckless. Forgive me for being powerless." Green Jade was already stunned. The surrounding people were also shocked. Many people looked over. When they discovered that it was a young man, they were all furious. The other party was courting death. At this time, someone attacked. He slapped out a palm that could split heaven and earth and attacked the other party. As Lin Xian descended, his eyes emitted a mysterious aura. He began to investigate and found that there was indeed an array in the surroundings. It was an extremely terrifying array. It wasn't easy to break it. However, now that his eye technique had improved, it was only a matter of time before he could break it. Therefore, he calmed down a lot. At this time, the surrounding people were stunned. Princess Green Jade's expression changed drastically when she saw the scene. Not good. Come back quickly. She looked at Sage Jingyun. The startling cloud sage said. This person, he felt that the cultivation technique he was using should be from the outside world. This person was also a formidable Saint Monarch. The two young people can't resist at all. It will definitely die. I can't do anything about it. Unless it was a last resort, he didn't want to be enemies with a sage. Therefore, he shook his head. Princess, don't bother with him. This guy is purely asking for it. That's right. Who asked him to wait? The surrounding people were discussing. However, Morong Qingqing and the others were very calm. They didn't seem to be nervous at all. The one who attacked was indeed an expert from the Heaven sect. His name was Tianxue. He grabbed at Lin Xian with his palm. Feeling this terrifying aura, Lin Xian raised his head and snorted. Are you sure you want to attack me? Tianxue snorted after hearing this. The other party dared to threaten him, he was disdainful. However, when he looked down and saw the other party's face, he was stunned. He waved his palm and struck to the side. At the same time, he exclaimed. It's you. There was a trace of fear in his voice. It was as if he had encountered something unbelievable. The surrounding people were stunned. What was going on? The other party was still alive. The celestial sect expert had actually stopped. Could it be that he knew the other party? For a moment, everyone was puzzled. The people from the Green Jade tribe were also stunned. Could it be that this kid had some background? Even Sage Jingyun was stunned. In the next moment, her pupils shrank because they saw the most unbelievable scene. The man from the Heaven sect, a sage expert, looked at Lin Xian and took a deep breath. In the next moment, he cupped his fists and said, I didn't know you were young Master Lin. Please forgive me for offending you. The surrounding people went crazy. Young Master Lin, even a sage had to bow respectfully. What kind of person was this? The others were also discussing animatedly. Sage Mammoth sneered. He heard that the people from the outside world were very powerful. Now, it seemed that they were just SOSO. To be so fearful of a young man, it was really disappointing. The native people also sneered. Lin Woody, hearing this, the saints were startled and then took in a breath of cold air. They thought of a person. Could it be him? They were shocked. Was it this young man in front of them? It was unbelievable. They finally knew why the experts of the heavens were so respectful. If it was really that person, even they couldn't easily provoke him. At this moment, the giant statue saint, the skeleton saint, and the others all cupped their fists. So it was young Master Lin. Even the Jingyun saint didn't dare to be careless. He walked out and cupped his fists. Greetings, young Master Lin. His grandson was stunned. The people of the Green Jade tribe were also shocked. Even the Jingyun saint had to greet him? This person's background was too terrifying. Princess Green Jade was even more confused. Yui, is Lin Woody very famous? Yes. Is he very powerful? Yui also exclaimed. So it was him. If it was that person, then he was more than powerful. Did you know that the Abyss of Souls was destroyed some time ago? The 11 Pagoda Masters, including the Abyss of Souls Princess and Abyss Master, were all killed. Princess Green Jade and the others nodded. Who didn't know about such a big matter? Yui said that it was Lin Woody who did it. What? At this moment, Princess Green Jade and the others were completely stunned. The 11 Soul Pagoda Masters were all saints. The Abyss of Souls Abyss Master was even at the peak of the Great Sage. Such people died in the hands of the other party. This was too heaven-defying. Now they finally knew why the saints were acting like they were facing a great enemy. This person was too powerful. Jingfeng was also shocked. He had looked down on the other party and thought that he was courting death. Now it seemed that he was a frog at the bottom of the well. Princess Green Jade's face was also pale. Previously, she thought that Lin Xian was very pretentious. No matter what he did, he looked calm. It turned out that the other party wasn't pretending. He really had the strength. Now she also understood why Morong Qingqing and the others weren't nervous at all. In front, Lin Xian looked at the Heaven sect expert and frowned. You want to attack me? Tianshui's face was pale. He laughed bitterly. How would I dare? But you've already made your move. Lin Xian said faintly. Tianshui's expression turned extremely ugly. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and broke his right hand. Then he said, Sir, are you satisfied? Lin Xian clasped his hands behind his back and nodded slightly. I'll let you off this time. I'll give you a warning. The next time you make a move on me, it won't be as simple as breaking an arm. The surrounding people were spitting out saliva. Just a few simple sentences were enough to make a powerful saint lower his head. He even cut off his own arm. This aura was simply astonishing. Lin Xian looked at the surrounding saints and said, I am going to investigate the array formation. Do you dare to obstruct me? The surrounding saints all shook their heads and didn't dare. We are willing to help young master investigate. These people were very respectful. By the way, why did you come on the same day? Could it be that you have more detailed information? Lin Xian asked with a frown. He had only obtained a map from the Abyss Lord. There wasn't any specific information, but there were rumors that the Origin Magnetic Immortal Cave would open in the next 3 days. After Lin Xian heard this, he frowned tightly. He felt that something wasn't right. In the next moment, the power of reincarnation appeared in his right eye as he looked around. At the same time, he snorted coldly and screamed out. You're actually able to discover my existence. You have some ability. There was a loud laugh between heaven and earth. Immediately after, a figure walked out from a mountain. This person had a primal chaos aura as if it was splitting heaven and earth. The moment it appeared, it suppressed everything. The surrounding experts felt their scalps go numb. Even the saints were alarmed. Such a terrifying primal chaos aura. This was a young man, and he was too powerful. Princess Qingyu and the others were stunned. Were there so many powerful experts among the young people? However, Saint Jingyun said that among the people from the outside world, other than Lin Wudi and young Master Lin, there were a few other terrifying existences. One of them was the primal chaos race's Double Crown King, Hun Tian. Perhaps it was him. The Double Crown King's name was very terrifying. He was an existence above the Emperor's son. Lin Xian looked at the other party and narrowed his eyes. Oh, Hun Tian, you're here. Did your main body come this time? If it's a clone, I advise you to scram. Kid, don't be arrogant. Hun Tian snorted coldly. Although you defeated me last time, you only defeated my clone. I admit that you have some talent to be able to enter the young sovereign list. You did surprise me, but that was when my main body didn't come. Now that I'm here, even if you're a dragon, you have to lie down. Hun Tian snorted coldly. He was incomparably majestic, like a god who didn't put anything in his eyes. Is that so? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. I'm looking forward to fighting with you. An extremely terrifying light of reincarnation appeared in his eyes. Now that his right eye had become the Rinnegan, his strength had greatly increased. He naturally longed for a peak battle. At this moment, another sneer sounded. It seems that someone arrived earlier than me. However, I hope that you'll die in my hands. This voice was erratic and spread in all directions. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't detect the other party's traces at all. What a terrifying spatial ability. This should be a young powerhouse. The void in front of them shattered, and a space floated everywhere. There were many figures standing on it. The aura of good and evil condensed on these people. In front of them, there was a mysterious young man who seemed to have merged with the void. So terrifying. This is an expert from the Arch family. Gu Feng, Double Crown King Hun Tian also narrowed his eyes. On the other mountain peak, Yun Yu's pupils also shrank. The people of the Destiny Twins clan, they didn't expect these people to dare to come. Lin Xian also looked at the sky and sneered. Destiny, the Gemini tribe, they really don't know what's good for them. And you, Gu Feng, you're not my opponent at all. Who gave you the courage to challenge me? Kid, you're stubborn. Now that I've also obtained an opportunity, my strength can't be compared to before. Soon, I'll let you have a taste of it. Lin Xian's expression was cold. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. With a wave of his hand, he shattered a mountain peak in the distance. There, a figure appeared. He was wearing cloth clothes. His face was calm, but his eyes were incomparably mysterious. It's him, Yao Guang. At this moment, Morong Qingqing and the others frowned. This person was very dangerous. They didn't expect him to come at this moment and hide. Lin Xian looked at the other party and sneered. You're not a good man either. Yao Guang shook his head. No, I originally wanted to kill you alone, but now it seems that there's no need. When you die, your corpse will be mine. Hearing this voice, the surrounding experts were stunned. Being targeted by these three people, Lin Xian's fate was likely to be sealed. Everyone was in an uproar. They felt that Lin Xian was dead for sure. Lin Xian snorted. All right. Since you want to work together, then bring it on. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with extremely cold light. The surrounding people were shocked. He was too arrogant. Yao Guang sneered from afar, but Gu Feng frowned and looked at Han Tian. To be honest, he hoped to work together to kill Han Tian. However, Han Tian snorted. Join hands? What a joke, I alone am enough to deal with you. As he spoke, he walked over. Gu Feng sneered and retreated with his men. Let's wait and see. It would be best if Han Tian could succeed alone. If not, they could work together. Hence, he wasn't in a hurry. Just by yourself? Lin Xian shook his head. I advise you to work together. Because you aren't a match for me. Han Tian was furious. Who do you think you are? You dare to question me? I am the Double Crown champion. Today, I will kill you on the spot. He snorted and walked over. The primal aura on his body burst out. It caused the entire world to shake. Right now, he was like a god descending from the heavens. With a punch, he penetrated the sky and arrived in front of Lin Xian. He wanted to blast Han Tian into pieces. This punch was too terrifying. It was one with heaven and earth and had the power to split heaven and earth apart. Furthermore, the speed was extremely fast. Retreat quickly. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they frantically retreated. This was a battle between young paragons. They couldn't withstand it and had all retreated far away. Princess Qingyu and the others also asked Han Tian, can that fella succeed? He was still worried for Lin Xian. Yui sighed. She wasn't sure. Both of them were top-notch individuals. It was hard to guess who would win. However, there were still two individuals eyeing covetously. If they worked together, Lin Wudi wouldn't be a match for them. There were also some saints that snorted. For example, the Colossus Saint, Skeleton Saint, and the others. Previously, Lin Xian had single-handedly suppressed them to the point where they couldn't even raise their heads. Now, they naturally hoped that Lin Xian would be unlucky. The fist in front of him became the only thing in the world. Lin Xian coldly snorted and similarly sent out a punch. The Nine Suns' divine fist exploded like a sun as the two collided. An earth-shattering sound rang out, shaking heaven and earth. It was blocked. Many people were shocked. However, Han Tian let out a furious roar as the barrier shattered. He wanted to shatter Lin Xian's palm. At this moment, the aura of primal chaos burst forth from his body continuously. The illusion of two crowns appeared above his head. At this moment, all the power of heaven and earth was mobilized by him. It was as if he had truly turned into a god who had created the world. I'm the true double champion. You're just a single champion. How can you compare to me? He kept swinging his fists, trying to smash Lin Xian to pieces. The surrounding people were alarmed. This power was too terrifying. Was this the primal chaos body? It was powerful to the extreme. The saints felt their scalps go numb. If they were the ones facing it, they wouldn't even be able to block a single punch. However, what shocked them was that Lin Wudi actually blocked it. His physique was also shockingly strong. Lin Xian's face turned solemn. He had to admit that Han Tian was really strong, far stronger than the Crown Prince. If Han Tian's true body had participated in the test back then, he would definitely be ranked on the Young Supremes list. However, he was not afraid. Now, his strength was not the same as before. After having a Rinnegan, his strength had undergone earth-shaking changes. Don't resist anymore because you're no match for me. Han Tian's voice was filled with strong confidence. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a ruler. The double champion and the primal chaos body were just SOSO. Lin Xian's figure swayed and quickly retreated. He did not fight in close combat. Instead, a mysterious rune burst out from his right eye. Retreat? Do you want to admit defeat? However, the outcome of losing was death. Han Tian sneered. The surrounding people also exclaimed. Could Lin Wuti not block it? It was no wonder. In the face of such a fist, who could resist it? Primal Chaos Divine Seal. Han Tian formed a seal with his palm and slapped forward. This was a unique power that had become even more terrifying. If this palm were to land, several worlds would be destroyed. It's over. Lin Wuti is dead for sure. Everyone shook their heads, and some sighed. Although Lin Wuti was strong, he was still a little weaker than Han Tian. If Han Tian was given another 100 years, he might have a chance to compete. However, it was still not possible now. It was over. Saint Jingyun and the others shook their heads. Yi also sighed, while Princess Jingyu and the others exclaimed. Was he going to die? No. He felt like he was in a dream. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian did not dodge, nor did he use his divine body. It was as if he had given up. However, a terrifying reincarnation power erupted from his eyes. The Rinnegan opened. Buzz, a terrifying light flew out, turning into an eternity between heaven and earth as it charged forward. At this moment, the world turned dark. Everyone was stunned. Their souls seemed to be about to be extinguished. What was that? It was too terrifying. Before they could react, a blood-curdling scream rang out in front of them. Then, Saint blood dripped down, tearing the world apart. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had seen the most unbelievable scene. How was that possible? Even Gu Feng roared in horror. Yao Guang's pupils constricted in disbelief. They realized that the powerful Han Tian was actually injured. His shoulder was penetrated. Even the white bones had been shattered. What was that light just now? An extreme weapon, countless people exclaimed. However, Gu Feng and the others knew that it was not. There was no extreme aura, but it made them feel terrified. Was it a gaze? Morong Qingqing lifted the corner of her mouth, revealing a smile. What? A gaze? The surrounding people were all stunned. What kind of joke was that? That was the double champion, a young supreme. A gaze could injure the other party. Did he think that it was the gaze of a great emperor? They did not believe it at all. Ah, Han Tian screamed in pain. He kept retreating. At this moment, his right shoulder was completely shattered. His arm hung down. Damn it, he was actually injured. How was that possible? Moreover, he knew very well that he had indeed been injured by a gaze. This made him even more unable to believe it. His soul was so powerful. He was absolutely confident that he could suppress the nine-yang divine body. However, such a physique was pierced by a gaze. What kind of gaze was that? He could not imagine. For a moment, the world fell silent. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. They had never imagined such a scene. Who would have thought that the powerful double champion Han Tian would be injured by a gaze? Lin Wuti, who was bound to die, actually had such a terrifying trump card. Some people clenched their fists in excitement. He was too powerful. As expected of someone who had ascended to the supreme realm, he had a bright future. Damn it! Han Tian was actually injured. Gu Feng gritted his teeth. Yao Guang also furrowed his brows. There was something wrong with that guy's eyes. The other saints were scared silly as they started to tremble with fear. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. His right eye was like a magic lamp. He smiled. The chaos physique is only SOSO. I said that you are not my match. Damn it, I was careless. You actually have such a terrifying eye. Humph, so what? Now that I am going all out, you are not my match at all. He shouted angrily and charged over again. His broken shoulder recovered, and the chaotic aura on his body became abnormally mysterious. A chaos halberd appeared in his hand. With a slash, it split heaven and earth in half. He roared and charged over forcefully. You still dare to attack? Fine, I will let you see the power of the Rinnegan. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with an extremely terrifying light, enveloping the front. A ball of flame flew out. Han Tian immediately felt a sense of fear. It was as if his soul was about to burn. He shouted angrily, and the chaos halberd slashed down on the flame. At the same time, he formed a seal with his other hand, drawing a terrifying sea that swept out. He had endless secret techniques just to suppress one eye. This was simply unimaginable in the past. However, he realized that this eye was really too terrifying. Not only him, but Gu Feng and Yao Guang also realized that this was the power of reincarnation. Could it be the Rinnegan? How could he condense such a thing? Yao Guang's eyes were also red. If I swallow it, I can also obtain the power of reincarnation. Lin Xian used the Rinnegan to frighten Han Tian. Han Tian's soul was terrifying, and his chaotic power was even more so. However, in this pair of eyes, his soul was also greatly suppressed. It could be destroyed at any time. He was infuriated. This method was only able to protect himself. In this way, it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Whoosh, suddenly, the void behind Lin Xian cracked open, and a palm grabbed at him like a dragon's claw. It wanted to tear his heart apart. This was a sure kill attack, and it appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Before the surrounding people could react, the attack was already behind Lin Xian. Lin Xian let out a cold snort. Gu Feng, you are still so despicable. With a backhand slash, he slashed out with his sword. With a clang, the claw was sent flying. Without even turning his head, he shot out tens of thousands of bursts of sword chi, which transformed into giant dragons to pursue and kill. Gu Feng appeared and disappeared mysteriously. He merged into the void and dodged. Then, his face turned cold. How dare you interfere in my battle? Han Tian also stopped, gritted his teeth and said. Gu Feng stood with his hands behind his back. He said, this brat is too strange. Could it be that you can't tell? His eyes were most likely the legendary Rinnegan. If you were to fight him alone, it would be impossible to kill him. If you let him continue to grow, his other eye would also evolve. At that time, with his body's eye technique and his trump card, who would be able to suppress him? He had to be killed now. Han Tian fell silent. To be honest, given his pride, he wouldn't join hands with others. However, Lin Xian was an exception. The other party was too mysterious, so he could only agree to join hands. Interesting, I'll join too. Yao Guang also walked out. In an instant, the three top giants wanted to challenge Lin Xian, the young supreme. Everyone retreated further away. They were incomparably shocked. Yan Ruyu and the others asked, are they going to fight? To be honest, their side wasn't lacking in numbers. Shi and Morong Qingqing could definitely fight against Gu Feng and Yao Guang. Morong Qingqing said, there's no need for now. I think Brother Xian is still testing the power of the Rinnegan. After all, this was the legendary eye. It was even more mysterious than the nine-yang divine body. Therefore, its power should be boundless. Were they finally going to join hands? Well, I'm going to use my full strength too. Lin Xian was also happy about the power of the Rinnegan. Therefore, he was going to use his full strength now. In front, Han Tian and the other two had solemn expressions. In the next moment, Gu Feng took the initiative to attack. Void Finger. He pointed out a finger, appearing and disappearing mysteriously, attacking Lin Xian's right eye. The other party's attack was very clear. He wanted to destroy this eye. Han Tian attacked again. The Han Tian war spear attacked Lin Xian, wanting to split him in half. Yao Guang also formed hand seals with his palms, drawing countless ghost claws. He attacked mysteriously under the great force. The three of them were very powerful. At this moment, they were all killing moves. These were at least the divine abilities of the great emperor. Looking at the saints in the distance, his scalp went numb. These young people had far surpassed him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His right eye, the Rinnegan, erupted with a terrifying light. Boom! At this moment, the void around Lin Xian instantly shattered. A wave of power swept in all directions. It was as if a world had descended, setting off a monstrous storm. The attacks of the three were also instantly sent flying. The three of them felt their blood boil. What was this? Before they could react, Lin Xian had already charged over. He took the lead to attack Gu Feng. Although Gu Feng appeared and disappeared mysteriously, the Rinnegan could lock on to the other party. Then, the fire of reincarnation attacked Gu Feng. Feeling that his soul was severely injured, he roared. Using the void, Gu Feng narrowly dodged, but his expression became incomparably ugly. The gap was actually so big. Lin Xian snorted coldly. What a piece of trash. He turned around and attacked the other two. Gu Feng was about to vomit blood. He was also a top-notch genius. He also cultivated the great emperor's ancient scripture and used Mogui's spatial divine ability. However, he was called a piece of trash by the other party. He couldn't stand it. At this moment, the angry roar sounded again. Lin Xian attacked Yao Guang again. The reincarnation mountain pressed down. The reincarnation power above seemed to want to suppress Yao Guang under the 18 layers of hell. Yao Guang unleashed a divine king phantom to block the attack. At the same time, he merged into the void and disappeared. Only then did he dodge. However, Lin Xian didn't let him go. He slashed out again. This sword could cut through the void and directly attacked Yao Guang. Yao Guang's pupils shrank. He used the substitution technique to dodge. In the next moment, a tear appeared on his sleeve. Then, a corpse fell out of his sleeve. It was an expert from the Chaos Tower who had been used as a puppet by Yao Guang to block a fatal attack. Lin Xian looked at him and said coldly, "Your demonic heaven-devouring art hasn't reached perfection yet. I'll finish you off today so that you won't harm others." Damn it. Yao Guang's expression was also cold. However, at this moment, Han Tian attacked again. He was really too powerful. Among the three, Yao Guang was the strangest, but he was still the strongest. After all, he was the true Double Crown champion. At this moment, he erupted with extremely powerful bloodline power and attacked wildly. For a moment, he actually blocked the Rinnegan. Boom! Lin Xian's kick sent him flying, causing him to vomit blood. Han Tian was sent flying, crashing into the mountain range and spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Damn it, it roared crazily. The surrounding people's expressions changed drastically. No way, he's too strong. The three leaders couldn't suppress him even after joining forces. Lin Xian. Instead, he was injured by Lin Xian. This Lin Wudi was too strong. He really was a young emperor. Who could defeat him? Han Tian and the other two also had extremely ugly expressions. Lin Xian took out the infernal sword. It's my turn to attack. The Rinnegan shot out, and the three souls trembled. Lin Xian stepped forward and arrived in front of Gu Feng. Gu Feng said fiercely. So fast. So close, yet so far. He folded space and retreated at the same time. At the same time, he used Void Blade, Void Fissure, and Void Exile. All kinds of techniques were aimed at Lin Xian. Lin Xian broke all techniques with a single sword, and the dragon-shaped sword Qi destroyed everything. He sent Gu Feng flying. One of Gu Feng's arms was cut off. He screamed crazily. Why aren't you attacking? He kept roaring. Yao Guang and Han Tian charged over. They knew that they had to join forces now. Yao Guang roared, and a giant made of black light appeared on his body, like a black demon god. This was the Yi clan's peerless theurgy. When he used it, he was like a death god from hell, terrifying to the extreme. The death scythe in his hand slashed down mercilessly. Lin Xian used the infernal sword to resist. At this moment, Yao Guang formed a seal with her right hand, and a sky rock appeared, piercing through the sky. It was lifelike, and it carried a destructive aura. This power was very terrifying. As soon as it got close to Lin Xian, it exploded. The destructive power enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian dodged with the demon god wings and arrived beside Yao Guang. You even devoured the Tianping race? But your cultivation is still not up to par. He kicked Yao Guang away with a coiling dragon leg. All of the bones in Yao Guang's body had been shattered, and he continuously coughed up blood. At this moment, Han Tian arrived. He held the chaos halberd with both hands and slashed it down at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's figure was confused as he took the blow head-on. His shoulder split open, and golden saint blood flowed out. Great, he was hurt. Yao Guang was overjoyed. Lin Xian turned around, grabbed the primal chaos spear, and activated his Rinnegan again. Ah, Han Tian screamed crazily. He held his head and stepped back, his face pale. In that instant, his soul felt like it was about to split apart. He had really walked on the edge of life and death. Damn it, even though he had injured the other party, his injuries were even worse. Next, Lin Xian attacked again, severely injuring the three of them. Although the three of them are powerful, the Rinnegan is too strange. In addition, Lin Xian had no weaknesses. Whether it was his physique, swordsmanship, or laws, they were all extremely powerful. The three of them couldn't succeed at all. For a moment, their expressions were ugly. Han Tian went crazy. Yao Guang also gritted his teeth, and an extreme aura appeared on his body. Lin Xian snorted coldly. What, do you want to fight to the death? The power of the heaven-devouring jar also rose and fell. In the distance, Yan Ruyu and Murong Qingqing also walked out. Yao Guang turned around and fled. He tore open the void and disappeared. He ran away, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that a young powerhouse would be scared away. Lin Wudi, just you wait, Yao Guang also gritted his teeth. This time, he had really miscalculated. He also turned around and left. Lin Xian frowned and wanted to chase after him. He didn't want to let this peerless enemy go. However, at this moment, a good and evil statue appeared in the sky, and countless roars came from it. Die, this was the Gemini of Destiny's attack. Previously, Gu Feng had brought the Twins of Destiny here, but they didn't participate in the battle. These people weren't qualified to participate in such a battle between powerhouses. However, there were many of them. They joined forces and condensed their power, forming a statue. At the critical moment, a sure kill attack came out. Lin Xian looked up at the sky and shouted coldly. Heavenly path of reincarnation. A large hand appeared in the sky and mercilessly fell, shattering the statue. Not only that, under the palm, the dozen or so powerhouses of the Twins of Destiny were also turned into ashes. It was too terrifying. Everyone's scalp went numb. Even Han Tian's pupils shrank. His opponent still had such a trump card. He could feel a deadly threat coming from it. He also turned around and fled. Lin Xian's right eye narrowed slightly. What he used just now was an ultimate technique of the Rinnegan, which consumed a lot of his soul power. It seemed that he couldn't use too much of it. However, he quickly snorted and chased after Han Tian. Yao Guang had already fled, so Lin Xian could only chase after Han Tian. The demon god wings on his back were activated to the extreme, and the hell sword slashed down. Yao Guang turned around to block, and the two of them exploded with a deafening sound. Yao Guang shouted angrily. Damn it, scram, he kept changing directions, but he found that Lin Xian was still chasing after him. Damn it, why are you not letting me go? Lin Xian sneered. Because you are too slow. Lin Xian used the heavenly path of reincarnation again. Suddenly, the giant hand of the heavens fell and sent Han Tian flying. Han Tian's body was torn apart. His chaos physique was actually shattered at this moment. One had to know that this was an incomparably mysterious physique in the starry sky. It was ranked higher than the 9-yang divine physique. However, it was actually shattered at this moment. It was too inconceivable. Han Tian screamed crazily. He felt that this move seemed to be able to destroy his soul. No. He roared angrily. Suddenly, an illusion appeared in his shattered bloodline. It was a giant axe that could split everything. It directly sent the large hand of the heavens flying. Using this opportunity, Han Tian quickly fled and disappeared. Lin Xian didn't chase after him anymore. He had used the heavenly path of reincarnation twice, and his soul power had been consumed a lot. He couldn't use it anymore. Furthermore, the giant axe just now had caused his hair to stand on end. Look at it. It seemed that Han Tian also had some super trump cards. It wasn't easy to kill the other party, but defeating the other party wasn't a problem at all. Today, the three young giants joined forces and still weren't his opponent. In the future, when his strength increased, he could kill the three of them by himself. Thinking of this, the corner of Lin Xian's mouth raised. Very good, the power of the Rinnegan was beyond his imagination. Indeed, with Lin Xian's previous strength, he probably couldn't compete with Han Tian. After all, the Chaos Physique was stronger than the Nine-Yang Divine Physique. Moreover, the other party's Cultivation and Law also suppressed him. Not to mention, there was also Yao Guang and Gu Feng joining forces. However, with the Rinnegan, it was different. His soul power could suppress the souls of the three people. He could even injure the three of them. The three of them, under such circumstances, were not his opponent at all. The power of reincarnation in his right eye slowly disappeared. Lin Xian turned around and said coldly, "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me?" The surroundings were silent. Everyone was stunned. At this moment, they lowered their heads deeply. Powerful, absolutely powerful. They couldn't challenge him. Lin Xian's aura continued to rise. Then, it condensed on top of his head, forming two crowns. Lin Xian's strength had increased greatly, and he had long surpassed the previous crown king. In addition, this time, he was the one who defeated Han Tian, so he naturally became the double crown king. Everyone looked at this scene in shock and kept worshipping. Not only was the other party a young supreme being, but he had also become the double crown king. In this way, who could be his opponent? Naturally, the news of what happened here spread out quickly. When the people outside heard this, they were all shocked. What? The double crown king was defeated. The three young giants joined forces to kill Lin Wudi, but in the end, they returned without success. Instead, they were severely injured. Lin Wudi had become the double crown king. One shocking piece of news after another came to him. Everyone was dumbfounded. This Lin Wudi was too heaven-defying. He was already above those princes. Not only that, in my opinion, no prince could be compared to him. Even the double crown king was defeated. Who could be his opponent? Could it be that this person was really going to leave everyone behind? From the looks of it, if someone was going to become a great emperor, it was very likely to be him. Countless exclamations and discussions sounded out. On Lin Xian's side, he swallowed a heaven and earth treasure and began to recover his soul. After meditating for a day, he stood up. His soul force had completely recovered. He had planted many spiritual herbs in the sword world. The effects of these spiritual herbs were more than 10 times that of the outside world. Therefore, his recovery was naturally fast. In the next moment, he took a deep breath and looked ahead. Then, he opened the heavenly secret divine eyes and covered the front. The sky and earth shook, and an array formation appeared. Everyone was shocked. There was actually an array formation, and they had not noticed it before. It was too shocking. At the same time, they also understood why this place was so dangerous. With such a magical array formation, they probably wouldn't even know how they died. Would they be able to break through such an array formation? Lin Xian snorted coldly. You guys should also contribute a little. Send all your power into the void. As he spoke, he waved his hand and a black vortex appeared. The surrounding saints did not dare to be careless and attacked with all their might. They sent their power into it. The heaven-swallowing jar devoured the power, and then it was used by Lin Xian. Lin Xian rushed over. Boom! The great dragon sword soul unleashed a shocking attack and tore the array formation apart. A crack appeared, and the vortex disappeared. The saints' expressions changed. This time had consumed a lot of their power. Too shocking. What was with that sword attack just now? They were so frightened that they quickly swallowed pills to recover. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, but soon, the corners of his mouth curled up. He waved his hand and brought Qingqing and the others walked towards the crack in front. The saints were all the saintses were still recovering pills. They were horrified by Lin Xian's methods, but when they realized that the array formation had actually been split open, they were shocked. They were, Xian SSSA peerlesses s they also Qingqing s many people who Xian's Tian. After all, the news of Lin Xian defeating the double crown champion had spread, which attracted some experts. Moreover, the news of the origin magnet cave abode had also spread. If they could enter and obtain some treasures, it would be great for them. Therefore, these experts entered one after another. The inside was extremely mysterious. It was a cave abode. The entrance was very small, but after entering, it was a completely different world. Divine light circled around in the void. There was also a mysterious heavenly sound echoing. "Scram, this is mine." The skeleton saint roared out furiously and blasted away many people in the surroundings. He then grabbed a stalk of spirit herb. That spirit herb was extremely ancient and had been growing for tens of thousands of years. But at the next moment, the skeleton saint let out a miserable scream. His body was smashed into pieces and his bones were scattered all over the ground. The broken bones quickly escaped into the distance and reassembled. Then, he was terrified. The others also made their moves. Some of them grabbed treasures and were stunned as they laughed foolishly. There were also some who were injured. Lin Xian and the others moved quickly and found many treasures along the way. Zixing and the others wanted to make a move a few times, but Lin Xian stopped them and said that it was an illusion. Illusion? Zixing and the others were shocked. Lin Xian's rinnegan shone brightly. That's right, there was also a powerful formation in the cave abode. It was either an illusion to kill or an illusion. Look at those people, you would think that they had obtained a spirit pill or a heavenly treasure. Maybe it was just a piece of broken stone. This cave abode is too strange. Be careful. I keep feeling that something is wrong. What's wrong? Morong Qingqing also asked. Lin Xian shook his head. He had a feeling that this was the first time he had seen an illusion. If there are no treasures, then there are no treasures. Why is it so intricate? Is it trying to lure people in? Then what's its purpose? Who knew which super powerhouse left it behind? So Lin Xian and the others were extremely careful. Indeed, the others were either injured or stupid, thinking that they had obtained treasures. At the same time, there was a black shadow at the back that would appear from time to time. Every time it attacked, it would swallow a person. It was Yao Guang. Yao Guang's face was pale. Lin Wudi, I don't believe that I can't catch up to you. He was also angry. He had the demonic sky-devouring art. When he swallowed enough, he would definitely be able to surpass the other party. At this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the front. Immediately after, a terrifying aura swept in all directions. Even Lin Xian and the others stopped and turned their heads to look to the side. The cave abode was very vast, and there were passages in every direction. At this moment, it was coming from the eastern passage. What's going on? They went over to take a look. There were many people in front of them, and their bodies were torn apart. There was a stone platform there, and there was a lamp on it. The bronze lamp emitted a red light, and a bloody aura filled the air. After Zixing saw it, she gasped. The lamp oil seemed to be blood. Who lit the lamp? Someone roared. They could naturally feel the horror of the lamp, and some people trembled in fear. When we came, this lamp was already lit. No way, we should be the first to enter this cave abode. Other than our group, has anyone else come in before us? Could it be that this lamp has been lit since the cave abode existed? How many tens of thousands of years have passed? This is the longevity lamp, eternal life. At this moment, an old man stood up and said. Then, he shouted coldly, and a terrifying force swept over. The surrounding voices were all suppressed and retreated. In the next moment, their expressions changed. Sacred leader, that was the peak of the great sage realm. Did such a terrifying person come? That's right, the longevity lamp was left behind by a super powerhouse of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. The person who could light the longevity lamp was definitely extraordinary, surpassing the sage realm. If they could obtain it, it would be the fortune of heaven and earth for them. Another middle-aged man walked out. He was wearing a blue robe, and the aura on his body was also terrifying. The appearance of people at the peak of the great sage shocked the surrounding people. Even such people had appeared. Did they still have any hope? One had to know that these were all peak experts. They were saint lords. They were the strongest existences among the saints. If you don't want to die, scram. One of them shouted coldly. His body emitted a terrifying aura, causing the surrounding people to vomit blood. A voice said, not good. It's the nine-headed Saint Lord. Retreat. He retreated frantically. Behind the nine-headed Saint Lord, 9 illusory heads appeared. It was abnormally strange and mysterious. On the other side, another Saint Lord made his move. White clouds appeared on his body. It was the White Cloud Saint Lord. The two great sage race instantly started fighting. They were fighting for the longevity lamp. The moment the Saint Lords fought, their peak strength exploded. Their auras were terrifying. Everyone retreated. Even Lin Xian and the rest retreated. Morong Qingqing asked, "Brother Xian, what should we do? Should we snatch the bronze lamp?" Although there were Saint Lords, with their strength, if they used their trump cards, they could definitely snatch it. Of course, after that, they might be hunted down endlessly. Lin Xian thought about it and said, "There's no hurry. Let's see if there are other treasures first." Everyone nodded and quickly retreated. At this moment, a resplendent ray of light lit up in the distance, causing everyone to turn their heads to look. "Look, there are treasures there. Let's go." These people's eyes were red. They quickly flew over. There were Saint Lords fighting here. They couldn't get close at all. They could only look for other places. They were extremely fast. When they arrived at a large hall, they realized that there were some stone platforms in front. There were some pill bottles on top. They were pills. The experts who came in started fighting in an instant. More than 10 Saint Lords fought together. It was extremely terrifying. One had to know that this was left behind by a super expert of the Yuhua immortal dynasty. After tens of thousands of years, it was definitely extremely precious. The laws of these Saint Lords clashed together, causing a bright light to explode. The destructive power shattered the heaven and earth. However, the cave didn't move at all. It was even more shocking. Even the attacks of Saint Lords and Saint Lords couldn't break this place. One could only imagine how terrifying the defenses here were. "All of you, scram." At this moment, another person charged over from afar. The white-boned sacred sword mercilessly slashed down, bringing with it an extremely strong aura of death, causing the entire world to turn gray. The surrounding people retreated in fright. This power of death could take away their vitality and blood. They didn't dare to resist. The next moment, a skeletal figure appeared in the air. He laughed loudly and grabbed a pill bottle on the table. After it was opened, an even more shocking light appeared. Great, there really was a pill. He was overjoyed. After going out this time, he might be able to break through and become a holy lord. Boom, however, at this moment, a sword light slashed towards him. "Who dares to attack me? Do you want to die?" The skeleton saint roared furiously as the deathly aura on his body became even more horrifying. The white-bone sword swept in all directions. He turned around and swung his sword, but he was sent flying. The white-bone arm was chopped off. That arm was holding the pill bottle. At this moment, the pill bottle also flew into the void and was obtained by another person. The skeleton saint roared furiously. His eyes were burning with flames as he stared ahead. However, at the next moment, his scalp went numb because he realized that the person who attacked was actually Lin Wudi. "It's you," he was trembling with fear. The current Lin Wudi was already a double champion and was extremely powerful. He wasn't a match for Lin Wudi at all. After Lin Xian obtained a bottle of pills, he didn't leave. Instead, he looked at the other bottles. There were still 5 bottles. Lin Xian snorted and said, "Scram if you don't want to die." Once these words were spoken, the surrounding dozen or so sages were enraged and all turned their heads. Someone roared, "Lin Wudi, don't be too arrogant. That's right, you already obtained a bottle. Do you still want to take it all for yourself?" The skeleton saint jumped out and said, "Everyone, let's work together. Otherwise, they would be defeated one by one. Alright, let's work together for now." These sages naturally knew how terrifying Lin Wudi was and didn't dare to be careless. "Lin Wudi, you are too arrogant. I admit that you are an expert. You might be able to defeat 3 prodigies, but can you defeat 5? Can you defeat 10? With over a dozen sages working together, we aren't something that you young tycoons can compare to." The giant elephant saint snorted and said, "I'll give you one last chance. Scram. Lin Xian sneered, is that so? It seems like you guys don't know what's good for you. He waved his hand and Murong Qingqing, Yan Ruyu, and the others walked over. Attack. Lin Xian said. Soon after, he executed his Rinnegan Eye. He attacked the giant elephant saint. The giant elephant saint roared crazily. His glabella split open and he was sent flying with blood flowing out. With a single glance, his soul spirit was severely injured. Buzz, at this moment, Lin Xian wielded the underworld sword and cleaved the giant elephant saint into two. The giant elephant saint's soul was extinguished. Dead. The surrounding people were shocked. Such a terrifying saint was actually instantly killed by Lin Xian. Hurry up and attack. The skeleton saint was also horrified. The others also attacked with all their might. Lin Xian wielded his sword and attacked. Murong Qingqing and the others also attacked with all their might. Soon, those people screamed miserably. The skeleton saint and the others were in despair. How is this possible? Other than Lin Wudi, most of the people around him were young. Every one of them was stronger than them. When they worked together, it was like a group of dragons attacking. Wipe them out. In the blink of an eye, half of the people on their side had fallen. The remaining people were also heavily injured. Run. Those people fled frantically. They didn't dare to snatch anymore. The remaining 5 bottles of elixirs were left for Lin Xian and the others. After opening it, everyone felt refreshed. So scary. I can feel an extremely powerful blood qi. These elixirs were definitely refined with more than 10 types of saint blood. Lin Xian sensed it and nodded. There is definitely dragon blood inside. This was a type of saint medicine that could increase one's blood qi and strengthen the body. Everyone was delighted. Boom, at this moment, another ray of light appeared from the other side. At the same time, terrifying flames flew out. Lin Xian and the others were even more shocked. It seemed like something even more mystical had appeared. However, before they could make a move, 4 figures rushed out in the blink of an eye. These 4 figures were all at the peak of the great sage. They were all sacred lords. They had astonishing power and were incomparably vast. Come, let's follow them. Lin Xian and the others followed. After entering, they realized that there was a hall in front of them. Smoke filled the air. It wasn't poison, but a type of fragrance. This is? Lin Xian and the others were shocked as they looked forward. They realized that there was a divine altar with an incense burner on it. Heavens, could this be the legendary immortal spirit incense? One of the sacred lords roared crazily. Another sacred lord also exclaimed in shock. I know that this is an extremely precious item of the Yuhua immortal dynasty, but I didn't expect it to appear here. These sacred ancestors had all gone crazy. The others were also dumbfounded after hearing this. So precious, someone instantly attacked, drawing a line in the air. It was extremely fast. This was a lightning leopard. Although it was only a sacred lord, its speed had a huge advantage. Moreover, it could instantly succeed while the others were unprepared. As expected, it arrived in front in an instant. Haha, it's mine. It stretched out its claws and grabbed the immortal spirit incense. Damn it. How dare you? Stop, the surrounding people roared. Even the sacred lords were enraged. They released powerful killing intent. Whoosh, at this moment, a ball of flame floated out of the incense burner and directly enveloped the lightning leopard. The lightning leopard screamed and turned into ashes. It was dead. The surrounding people were shocked. Some who wanted to attack instantly stopped. It seemed that this incense burner wasn't simple. Not only did it contain the immortal spirit incense, but it also had a terrifying flame. Even a sacred lord would be instantly burned to ashes. The others were all terrified. The 4 saint sovereigns laughed loudly. Humph. Ants, back off. This isn't a treasure that you can obtain. Speaking of this, one of the sacred ancestors stretched out his palm and grabbed forward. 100,000 seas revolved around his palm. It was extremely terrifying. This was the Starsea sacred ancestor. Someone exclaimed. He's too powerful. We can't fight against him at all. Even the sacred lords were in despair. The Starseed sacred lord's palm grabbed forward. Flames flew out of the incense burner again. The 100,000 seas were burned into clouds. At this moment, the Starseed sacred ancestor's pupils shrank. He groaned and retracted his palm. His palm was charred black and there were drops of sacred blood dripping from it. What's going on? Even the sacred lords were injured? What kind of flame is this? It's too unbelievable. Attack. The other 3 sacred lords also attacked when they saw this scene. The laws on their bodies erupted as they charged forward. There were only 3 immortal spirit incense. The 4 of them were destined to not be able to obtain it. No one wanted to be the unlucky one, so they all attacked like crazy. In an instant, the space in front of him was shattered, and the endless space was torn apart. Energy could kill everything. Retreat quickly. The surrounding saints were in despair and quickly retreated. It seemed like they had no fate with this treasure. Purple Star and Yunyu were also forced back, as were Morong Qingqing and the others. No, it's too strong. We can't withstand it at all. Purple Star frowned. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said. After this, everyone could move on their own and explore other places. Indeed, what he pursued was different from others. Purple Star, Yunyu, and the others did not have the strength to obtain what he wanted. Yan Ryu also said that the immortal spirit incense should be used to improve the soul. I'm not good at this. That's why it's useless to me. I'm going to check out other places. Morong Qingqing also had the same idea. Alright, if there's any danger, I'll just send a voice transmission. Lin Xian, on the other hand, is determined to get it, because he has just cultivated Rinnegan. Although this kind of eye was terrifying, it consumed a terrifying amount of soul energy to use. Once used excessively, it might even damage the soul. Now that a soul treasure like the immortal spirit incense had appeared, how could Lin Xian give it up? So, he also rushed up. Someone else is coming? Many people were shocked, and even the 4 great sage saints' pupils shrank. This way, their competition would be even more intense. 4 eyes pierced through the void and looked behind. This huge pressure made Lin Xian's blood boil. He shouted coldly, and a terrifying divine flame burned on his body. The great dragon sword soul roared and slashed the sky, tearing apart the pressure. At the same time, he also came to the front. It's a young man. The Star Ocean Divine Ancestor frowned. Wasn't this a little too reckless? Lin Xian said proudly. I want this thing. What? The other 3 holy lords were also stunned. You want it? Who do you think you are? The surrounding saints retreated while they were shocked by the scene. When they realized that the young man was Lin Xian, they immediately exclaimed. Heaven is him, and he's Lin Wudi. So it's him. I heard that he defeated the double champion, Han Tian. Now, he's also a double champion. That's right, I saw it with my own eyes. He's really too scary. Hearing those words, the 4 holy sovereigns started to frown. Lin Wudi. Young paragon. Double champion. They were also shocked. He was definitely a top existence among the young people. The Star Ocean Divine Ancestor said. So, Lin Wudi is you. Alright, we'll give you face. Leave now, and we'll guarantee that you'll be unharmed. Leave. The other 3 saints also said in a deep voice. The surrounding people were shocked. Lin Wudi was really strong. One must know that whoever dared to offend the saint would definitely die. Even saints didn't dare to. But now, the 4 great sage saints were giving face to Lin Wudi. It was really unbelievable. However, Lin Xian shook his head. Like I said, I'll take it. The 4 great sage saints' faces darkened. The Star Ocean Divine Ancestor said, Young man, don't go too far. There are some people that you can't afford to offend. The other saint was called the Heavenly Profound Saint. He snorted coldly. Do you think that you can ignore everything just because you're a young paragon? Let me tell you, you're still too weak when facing the saint. After saying that, he took a step forward. The terrifying energy in his body pressed down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian naturally felt the huge pressure. He snorted coldly and opened his right eye. He also released a powerful soul aura to fight against it. A rumbling sound rang out like 10,000 claps of thunder. Lin Xian blocked the aura. Seeing this, the heavenly profound saint's face changed. The power of this soul. He was too shocked. This was already equivalent to the soul of the saint. The other parties I was so magical. The other saints were also shocked. They didn't expect his soul to be so strong. No wonder he dared to come. However, it's useless. Just his soul is equivalent to the saints. But your physique laws and cultivation base are too far apart. When we really fight, you'll know the real gap between us. After saying that, they sneered and ignored Lin Xian. They attacked. Again. For a moment, the incense burner in front of them swayed. However, at this time, countless flames floated out of the incense burner. They formed a flame lotus that enveloped everyone. The flame lotus kept blooming. The temperature was too high. It made the four great sage saints roar. Lin Xian also felt the temperature. His pupils shrank. However, in the next moment, he snorted coldly. So what if the flame was powerful? He activated the 9-yang divine body to fight against it. At the same time, he absorbed the flame. Kid, what did you say? The heavenly profound sacred tribe roared. You dare to laugh at us, damn it. The Star Ocean sacred ancestor also looked at the other party with a gloomy face. He realized that there was also a terrifying flame gathering on Lin Xian's body. There was even an illusion of the sun surrounding him. His pupils shrank. 9-yang divine body. You actually have such a physique. They were too shocked. The other sacred ancestors were also shocked. The 9-yang divine body was extremely tough and had the terrifying 9-yang divine fire. Now, its defense was naturally strong. The other party's trump card was beyond their expectations. The people in the distance were also shocked when they saw this scene. It seemed that it was not certain who would emerge victorious. Kid, don't be arrogant. So what if you have the 9-yang divine body? You haven't mastered it yet. Besides, I'm afraid your divine body won't be able to withstand the flames here. Not able to withstand it? Lin Xian snorted coldly. I think you guys are suffering even more. After saying that, he no longer paid any attention to these people and walked forward. As he took a step forward, the sea of flames in front of him spread and rushed over. Lin Xian roared. Countless runes spun rapidly on the 9-yang divine body. He resisted and absorbed at the same time. Gradually, Lin Xian widened the distance between them. The four great sage sacred ancestors also shouted angrily. Damn it, hurry up, don't let him succeed. If their treasure was taken away by a young man, it would be a slap to their faces. They also used their own methods and advanced together. However, after all, they did not have the 9-yang divine body, so they were not as fast as Lin Xian. Furthermore, Lin Xian was at the front, launching attacks at them from time to time. The four great sage sacred ancestors were so angry that they vomited blood. Damn kid, you dare to attack us? Just you wait. When I catch you later, I will tear you into pieces. They were about to go crazy with anger. Lin Xian sneered. Can you catch up to me, arrogant? They had never seen such an arrogant person. Damn it. The heavenly profound sacred master roared. A war chariot appeared under his feet, releasing a terrifying profound Tao aura. On the other side, the Star Ocean sacred master also took out a star map. Above, a terrible sea was surging. The other two great sage lords also unleashed their ultimate techniques. It was clear that they were truly enraged. Sure enough, their speed was much faster than before as they charged towards Lin Xian. Brat, let's see how you'll die later. They felt that they would be able to catch Lin Xian in the next moment. However, at that moment, a piercingly cold sword chi appeared on Lin Xian's body and slashed forward. He split the sea of fire in front of him. He sped up again and instantly pulled apart the distance between them. The fourth great sage was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. This damned brat was so strange that he even had a treasure on him. They were mad with anger. Seeing that Lin Xian was getting closer and closer to the incense burner, could it be that the item was really going to be taken away by him? The four of them gritted their teeth and decided to join forces. At this moment, a roar came from afar. Immediately after, the monstrous sea of fire also surged forward and collided with the fire lotus in front of him. Flames danced in the air, enveloping the entire world. Not good. Retreat quickly. The expressions of those who were still watching changed drastically. They quickly retreated. Some of them didn't manage to escape in time and were instantly turned into ashes. It was too terrifying. Those who fled were horrified. They saw a fire qilin coming over with 10,000 flames. The fire qilin was extraordinarily mighty. It stepped on auspicious clouds and charged forward with 10,000 flames. In an instant, it arrived inside the fire lotus and quickly overtook the fourth great sage. At the same time, it charged towards Lin Xian. The fourth great sage was shocked. Did someone surpass them again, and it was a qilin? Lin Xian sensed the aura and turned his head. In the next moment, he frowned. Fire qilin? Was it someone from the qilin cave? Moreover, it was coming for him. He shouted coldly and formed a seal with his palms. The demonic god seal charged forward. A huge seal with monstrous demonic chi slammed forward. It collided with the fire qilin. With a boom, heaven and earth rumbled. The fire qilin retreated a few steps and roared at the sky. Lin Wudi, you're indeed extraordinary. The fire qilin stood in the void and said coldly. Lin Xian also stopped and looked at the fire qilin with a frown. Your fire qilin. When they fought just now, he felt that the fire qilin's bloodline was abnormally terrifying. Only the crown prince had such a bloodline power. That's right. It's me, the fire qilin was fire qilin. He was also here. However, he had been searching for treasures previously, so he didn't appear in front of everyone. Now, he came with the power of 10,000 flames. Lin Wudi, you're indeed extraordinary. Fire qilin looked down at his opponent from above. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. You hid well. I didn't expect you to be a double crown prince too. Fire qilin was stunned. Then, he snorted coldly. You found out. There were 2 illusions of crowns on top of his head, which made him look extraordinarily valiant. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Because I'm also a double crown prince, he also had 2 crowns on his head, which was abnormally mysterious. Fire qilin was surprised. You've also broken through. He was also shocked. Originally, he thought that he would be able to kill Lin Xian this time. That was because he had a fortuitous encounter during this period of time. Originally, the crown prince's bloodline power was extraordinary and far superior to others. If he had a fortuitous encounter, it wouldn't be difficult for him to surpass everyone. Now, he had broken through and become a double crown prince. Originally, he thought that he could defeat everyone. Who would have thought that Lin Xian would also become a double crown prince? Fire qilin's face was cold. He was a cautious person because he liked to scheme. He would even secretly harm others. Previously, the dragon prince had been schemed against by him and almost died. Therefore, now that he saw that Lin Xian's strength was on par with his, he naturally wouldn't make a move easily. Moreover, there were 4 sacred leaders beside him. Good, good, good. It seems that I've underestimated you. Let's fight. We'll fight again in the future, let's fight for treasures now. Let's fight with our own abilities. As he spoke, the qilin auspicious clouds on his body kept erupting. He killed those in front of him. Fight again in the future, Lin Xian sneered. Since they were fighting for treasures, how could they not fight? As he spoke, he rushed forward and slapped out with his palm. Fire qilin roared angrily. He also spat out a ray of fire. The collision between the 2 was earth-shattering. The power of the battle between the 2 double crown prince was too terrifying. When the 4 sacred leaders saw this scene, their faces turned gloomy. If the 4 of them didn't join forces, the treasures would be taken by those 2 brats. The 4 sacred leaders discussed and decided to join forces. Kill. At this moment, the power that erupted from them was extremely terrifying. One had to know that they were sacred ancestors. They were existences who stood at the peak of the great sage. Their speed also increased exponentially, and in an instant, they also rushed forward. Sensing the power coming from behind, Lin Xian and Fire qilin's faces turned cold. Huaqilan's body transformed into a handsome man. He stretched out his hand and grabbed in front of him. Countless Qilan scales surrounded his palm. Lin Xian was even faster. End of chapter 5282. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.